All right, welcome to another episode of Puff Puff Hour. I am Caleb Craig.
Finally.
Yeah, it's been quite the delay. I'm your host, Dylan Rominger.
I'm the most important host, Jacob Bray.
Yeah, fuck
That's
you, you
debatable.
are. So yeah, we've delayed pretty
You
much
guys
an
know you
entire
love me.
month. Little over a month, actually, I think, due to life reasons.
Yeah, tell us about those.
The life reasons? I don't remember what the first one I had was. I think I was sick. Was I sick?
No, I thought you
I
were
really don't
making,
remember.
specific plans with someone.
Oh, well, one time I was stuck in another city with my fiance, yeah, but
Yes.
I don't remember what
So
the other
I'm
time
going to
was.
bring that up right here.
Your what?
What do you mean by what?
Your fiance?
Yeah,
Since when?
since time immemorial.
Well, that's news to us.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
You guys fucking knew about it.
I mean, the listeners.
You guys honestly knew about it probably before Schweiss and the guys over at Nude Clan, so you should feel proud.
I'm
We
not
do,
surprised.
because we have good, open dialogue conversations. We actually care about you, Craig. We do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, Joe's
So-
going to get on you about that comment.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But so I have a Dragon Quest related question now then.
Oh,
Yes. We're going to reference Dragon Quest V here.
okay.
So, is your new fiance more like Bianca, Nera, or Deborah?
That's a good question.
Probably Nera.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You know, like, you didn't want her to be Deborah?
You mean Deborah?
Deborah.
No, not really. I'm not really like that.
Okay.
But the hero in 5 was like that. He was into Deborah.
It was a phase.
Yeah. A phase that would last his entire life.
So, yeah. Hopefully, the listeners have played Dragon Quest V to understand that question.
If not, then why are you here? No. But
Yeah, you can look on YouTube.
that was
There's
one
lots of
of
fan-
the delays. And
fan
then
stuff.
another was a real deep personal thing we don't have to really get into if you don't want to.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Cool.
My beloved family pet passed away, unfortunately. So I took a week off to recover from that. So
Yeah, it happened pretty much on the day we were going to record, too. So that's...
yeah, it was pretty
Death
sudden.
Watch clock.
yeah, that was
That's
pretty
crushing.
fun for you.
It wasn't a fun day.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, we're here now after all the life events. To
yeah.
finally, bring you-
We've also started Dragon Quest 7, so we're still hopefully on track to get everything done by the end of August, so that we can start 11 on September 4th.
How are you guys still feeling about that goal?
We can totally do it.
I think we
I'm
can
pulling
do
it
it.
off, man. I'm King Hawk.
Fuck you, you are.
Well, Caleb's wearing the crown right
That's
now.
fucking right.
Because he counts.
A crown of lies.
It's not a crown of lies. It's a
Oh
crown
man,
of
you stole my
truths.
joke.
It's a
Uh,
plastic from Family Dollar.
it is not. It was from Amazon.
Yeah, it's
Amazon's
engraved.
quality
It is engraved,
standards are
and it's-
starting
and
to
it's-
go down.
It's gilded steel.
Gilded steel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Caleb's wearing
yeah.
a crown right now from Nude Clan that he won.
I am seeing a real life representation of a
it's-
king slime
It's part
as we
that
speak.
it's part that I won, and part that I had to
Ouch.
fucking buy my own crown.
yeah,
pisses me off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
well,
can see
it's
your
good
rage.
to know that Nude Clan money is not being spent on fake
Oh,
things.
Yeah. So yeah, we
titles.
June has just started, and how
Where-
far are you guys into Dragon Quest 7?
I'm probably the furthest behind at 4 hours.
4 hours. You got. We figured out that it was really just like a 65-hour game.
Yeah, we were dreading the 100-hour potential for finishing
8
that
is
one.
gonna be that long, pretty much.
If we're gonna do everything.
Which I want to do as much as possible because I
Yeah.
love that game.
I think we should too.
Me too. It seems to be the original PlayStation version, which would amass to 100 hours. It
Yeah.
seems really cut a lot of stuff cut and streamlined a lot more for this 3DS remake. So I am
Okay.
already at All Trades Abbey, and I only just started playing 3 days ago.
I wonder.
You
if,
started 8 too?
No.
No,
Yeah,
he's talking
for-
about 7.
I'm talking about 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about 8, and I was like, you're already at the fucking Abbey, you piece of shit.
I kind of wonder if 7 has anything to do with the load times from PS1 era. Because like that would
There could be
potentially
I haven't seen
add
much.
gameplay.
It could be that.
Yeah. So
Let us know. Let us know.
yeah, those experts out there.
Huge lore in playing a lot of versions of each game.
Oh
A
yeah.
lot of the Dragon Quest community has gone back and played the old school and the new versions, which we're not taking enough time out of our day to do.
Yeah, unfortunately we can't do that. Maybe someday.
I mean, the stories are basically the same. You know, there's not much
I'll take my
changes outside of like
improvements
maybe
and
some name changes in translation, but like other than that, there's like nothing that's different really.
Yeah, did we say what we're reviewing today?
We're reviewing
getting
Dragon
to it.
Quest 6 in
We're
case
getting to it.
anyone was confused.
Well, we might have new listeners, who knows.
That's true.
We got
Could be.
the episode title is Dragon Quest 6 review. So
Yep.
we just have a whole lot of orders to get to since we are not a weekly podcast.
Yeah.
So we have
Especially
this-
since we basically missed a month as well.
Yeah.
So where are you at in 7, Craig?
In 7, I am now about halfway again. Oh, by the way, a fun thing happened to me with Dragon Quest 7. I went to go play it one day and I lost my save data, and I was already halfway before this point, apparently. Yeah, it was just gone. It's fucking gone. So that was fun. You love playing really long RPGs and then finding out that your save is gone.
Well, it's Dragon Quest, so
Thank you.
I mean, I do enjoy it enough that I'm glad that I can just speed through this part now.
Yeah.
So that's good, at least. I haven't used the cheat that I said I was gonna to you guys. I do have a Game Shark that I bought for Pokemon, and I was gonna do a thing where I give myself max gold.
Has any of this affected your Hogib score and your cheating ways?
I don't think we've ever mentioned Hogib on here.
Yeah.
I haven't cheated at all.
Good, because so far 7 guys, you don't need to cheat.
Yeah, I didn't really need it. But I was thinking about it just to save some time, but then I was like, no,
You
nothing
don't even
really.
need gold for the so far, from what I can tell.
Yeah, nothing really. Yeah,
It's not
they
necessary.
space out the weapons a lot more in 7 than they did the other games.
So you have to rely on weaker stuff.
For the most part, that and then like abilities that you get, you
Okay.
have to rely on those a lot more.
Well, I'll get there eventually.
Yep.
Figure it out for myself.
It's not hard though.
So yeah, no cheats for Craig on this one,
Nope.
Good.
and
I
hopefully
thought
not
about it
other
just to
ones.
make up the time for having lost like 25 hours of my life. But you know, it hasn't been too bad to just
I think-
restart, especially since I know what to do. It's been going.
I think there's a guilt aspect to that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought it up.
No, I was just thinking about it, but I didn't do it.
Yeah. You're good though.
Yeah. So
We
there's
trust you, Craig.
I did cheat in Pokemon though, but mostly to get sweet Pokemon.
The look on
real
Jake's
quick.
face as we go off topic and the
Yeah.
cringe.
the cringe of cheating. That's all.
It's a time saver in Pokemon more than anything else. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not really cheating.
If you're going for like a competitive team, it does save a lot of time.
Yeah, because like to breed Pokemon, like Cam from Nude Clan was like, it's like, so how exactly do you breed perfect Pokemon from not perfect Pokemon? And I'm like, Cam,
Who
I can't,
is this
I can't,
4chan?
I can't explain this in text. Just know that it's a long and painful process.
Especially for someone that's just barely getting back into the series from like the first games, from Red and Blue.
I know, he'd like fucking start it and then like, oh, I want a Gyarados. So then he'd get a Gyarados and then he'd be done.
Yeah.
You get a fucking Magikarp like right at the beginning and you only have to train it like 15 levels.
That's an interesting way to play the game.
It's like, I have a Gyarados now. It's done.
Well, whatever works. They'll take his money happily either way.
Yeah, all 3 versions of it.
Yep. So we have a small little piece of news. Apparently, Dragon Quest Builders 2 allows you to utilize your Dragon Quest Builders 1 save file.
Oh,
And you're unlocking like a couple of free items with it. I don't know what specifically you keep or if it's just, oh, here's a access to this slime armor. Using your
Bashmobile.
old- Yes, Bashmobile
Transfer
from
that.
the start.
It'll probably just be like some
Cosmetic
decorative
shit.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the slime harp.
Yeah,
Didn't they have like a day one thing you could download for builders?
yeah. I'm
So,
assuming so.
that was cosmetic. So I assume they're going to go that same route.
Yeah, it's probably just gonna be some cosmetic thing, not anything that'd be really useful to the game.
Yep.
Hopefully we're wrong though.
Yeah, you had some questions, Jake.
Yes, I do have 2 questions on our awesome forum. Thank you to the listeners that are providing them on our Geekdom Entertainment forum.
Yes.
The first question we have is your favorite hero design. This is asked by Thy Death Sword. Just wondering who your favorite hero design is, as in all the naming, as in the unnamed character you play as. That's weird wording. Mine would have been the Dragon Quest VIII hero, probably just because it's my favorite game so far.
That's fair.
What is your guys' favorite?
Probably also the guy from 8. I do also really like 6's character's design. Mostly because he basically reminds me of a Super Saiyan Trunks.
You took my answer, Craig.
Really? You were going for the same
I was
thing?
going to go for 6 because he looks like Dragon Ball. Vegeta specifically is what I was thinking, though.
He does look a lot like Vegeta, but with like Trunks' sword, like Future Trunks' sword.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I know
that's
what you're
that's the
talking about.
combo I was thinking.
Yeah, that's my answer.
Especially now with Super Saiyan Blue, and he's got blue hair.
I
It's like-
bet that's inspired from
he's,
6.
he's just that.
Yep.
My favorite hero designs have basically just been the first hero. 5s I liked a lot. It's kind of different. The guy with the turban.
The turban.
Yeah, the turban. And then 6s is really cool, and I also like 8s a lot.
8 is perfect.
7
for me.
is
I don't-
probably my least favorite, if I'm being totally honest.
I would second that. I don't really like the childish look of him.
Yeah,
I
what
also
was we
don't really like
discussing
the
earlier?
character
It was
designs
like
of-
Link, right?
Yeah, like
It looked
Link.
like a young Link.
He looks like a weird Link.
He looks like a
also,
fairy
I don't-
boy.
I don't know if I like any of the character designs for 7 so far.
I like his dad's
'Cause
design.
His dad's design is cool,
Yeah.
but like Kiefer looks really weird.
Have you
I
seen
don't-
the
like his
box
puffy
art
hair
for like
and
the PS1? He looks creepy in that.
Kiefer?
It's weird.
He's weird looking.
Yeah,
Looks like a Alice in Wonderland character.
Okay, I see what you. I can get that vibe.
Yeah.
And then the chick just looks like a normal Dragon Quest girl, but I don't know. There's not too great on the character design for me this time for 7 so far.
Yeah.
4s is basic, so I guess it's nothing that I hate. But
Yeah.
4s is just meh.
I do like that he went out of his way to make a hero that was both like you could choose the male or the female version though. That was
Right.
cool.
Yeah.
I kind of like the if you look at the box art or like the better art for the female version, I kind of like that one better than the male version.
Yeah.
But like the sprite for the male version, I like better in game.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
I like the female design for 4 more. Although I went with the male one.
Dragon Quest II's hero also has an interesting design.
Yeah.
The blue outfit with the goggles,
you
and then he's
mean
got like the weird
Me on
yeah.
the logo.
yeah, he's got
the long
the
ponytail.
the cutlass basically.
Pretty much,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, the heroes from that one are pretty cool looking. And 3's is just kind of
Yeah, threes is just kind of like standard, honestly. I do like the iconic kind of like armor set though that the first hero has,
yeah,
especially in
definitely.
that very Dragon Ball type.
Erdrick.
Erdrick
armor.
ones. Yep.
Yeah,
Team Erdrick, not Team Loto.
Well, Erdrick is the hero of 3. I mean,
It's Erdrick, people.
although he
It's the
didn't
better
wear
name.
that armor, so it's like, You think that they could have just been like, you know what? Here's his armor from 1 again. But then they were like, no.
Is it referenced? I don't really remember.
His armor?
Yeah. Because like it's a prequel to the other
I think
two.
you get like the best armor in the game is supposed to be his thing, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just don't remember. It's been like 6 months since we played that one.
It's all good. We have another question by Thy Death Sword.
I haven't seen the hero from 9 yet, and then the hero from 11 looks pretty good. Also, just like Future Trunks from Dragon Ball Z again.
I think he has a more youthful look.
He does,
Yeah.
but he's still got like the long hair, sort of. It's like the straight long hair.
He does kind of look like the guy from 11, but he has brown hair. And he's more childish looking.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. Haven't had a...
Like the comb side thing with 11. I've noticed that. It's,
Yeah.
And then there's no real main character for 10 that we could possibly have seen, so.
Well, 10 doesn't count. So
Well, you probably get to
10 is an
customize your
MMO.
character, so
yeah, it's
Yeah,
totally.
yeah.
just make yourself.
Yes.
That can be your favorite
You-
character.
But who's your
Play.
favorite design character that's not the hero?
Ooh.
That's a tough one to put us on the spot with.
Yeah, exactly. Because I like Ragnar McRyan.
Yeah.
And I
Ragnar
also.
Mick motherfucking Ryan.
Yeah, and I also like Yangus. From
Yangus.
8.
Yeah.
Jessica. Just cause the purple top, and I'm a pervert. So
I like
Just like
Saber.
the
Just-
low cut dress, the huge boobs.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, he put a video out too on our Facebook page if you want to check that out. Victoria's Secret parody.
Oh yes, and YouTube.
Yeah, I like Saber and I like the Slime Knight.
I don't like Saber.
I mostly like the monster designs.
monster design.
You like the monster designs over the hero designs?
In some cases, yeah.
Huh.
It's just how it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
With or without
okay,
the reskins.
That's Slime King.
All
This-
right.
the other question is thoughts on the Dragon Quest 8 3DS censorship.
What now?
Yes, apparently there was a changing Red's outfit to show less skin and changing the alternative outfits of our goddess Jessica. That's right. What the fuck? We had it on the PS2 version, but not in the 3DS version. They add a new playable characters, dungeons, and an alternate ending, but changing outfit designs? What? Do you think it's because it's on a Nintendo system now? But luckily in Dragon Quest 11, we finally get an actual Puff scene. And
Yeah, it's no doubt partially because it's on a Nintendo system, and also because Nintendo systems are synonymous with children.
I think it's more than a coincidence.
Yeah, that's entirely
It's
what
entirely
it is.
Nintendo
Yeah,
yeah.
because Sony doesn't really care.
Did they take
Like,
out
they go for it.
the jiggle mechanic too? I've noticed in the PS2 one there's a jiggle mechanic with
I
Jessica.
haven't
A little
noticed that. I
bit,
haven't played
but
it.
They
I
reduced
haven't.
it.
But I haven't met Jessica yet in my starting of 8. Like I just
Okay.
got basically to the first town, and I was like, all right, I'm just gonna save right
Those
there.
jiggle
I did that too.
effects are almost making me just play the PS2 version.
Abrax is on the stream. The guy from 11 looks like Android 17.
He kind of does
He
look
does.
like Android
Yeah,
17.
That's a good point.
So does
Dragon
Angelo
Ball Z.
from
I know. I need to get
okay.
around to Nier
Angelo
Automata.
from 8 also kind of looks like Android 17. Android 17 and Trunks.
Angelo.
Oh, okay.
They just have Angelo. Just like they combine.
Angelo.
Yeah, that's a good point though. I can see that.
Yep.
Jake, you need to watch Dragon Ball Z.
I will.
Yeah,
I
you
will
do.
get to it.
Bitch.
I'm thinking about watching some of the Dragon Quest animes first before Dragon.
That would
Ball
be
Z.
A possibility
That'd
for
be
us.
A good thing.
Yeah.
Sit down and do some commentary on those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a bad idea.
Yep. So thank you for the question, Thy Death Sword. It's good to see some activity going on and ask these hard-hitting questions because sometimes we don't think of them ourselves.
Yeah. Thy Death Sword also put up a fan fiction on our forum.
Yes.
So check that out if you want to.
Yeah.
It's Jessica and
Medea?
Medea.
Ah.
And if we all know, me and Caleb Craig know who Medea is. I'm
Yeah.
not so sure if Dylan knows.
All I
but-
know
Probably
is that
not yet.
she's the horse.
Okay.
Okay, so
Right
you do
now.
know who it is.
Yeah. Yeah. I had to look it up because I thought it was weird that the horse had a name. Not that the
You're
other
not-
ones
you're
haven't.
not a big fan of
They refer to
know,
her as a princess, and I was
going
like,
through the-
"What is this?"
She's the horse princess.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I looked it up. Yeah.
You're not a big fan of going through the valley on a horse with no name.
Well, not really in Dragon Quest. All the animals actually had names.
Right.
Yep.
All right. Well, we have iTunes reviews, but before we get to the 2 iTunes reviews I have decided on a note for myself that I am going to be buying the imports for the monster games. So if I have trouble Japanese-wise, I believe there are English patches out there, but I will buy the imports. I hacked my 3DS, no problem. I don't pirate.
And he admits it on the air.
I will admit it right here on the air.
All right.
Just so I could buy and then play the imports.
Okay.
Because they look phenomenal, and I'm not dealing with the old Game Boy type. And
I wish they would just localize that shit.
I'm not sure what me and Caleb will do for that though, because like if you're just gonna play them, I don't know if we'll have the opportunity to
Right.
review them. So we'll just have to
Are they
see how it
Japanese
goes.
only?
No, I'm referring to Monsters and Monsters 2 on the 3DS. Not the Jokers, just Monster and Monster 2, which you guys will probably play in Game Boy.
Okay.
Not Joker 3. Joker 3 is Japanese only.
Okay.
And I have started and I'm almost done with Theater Rhythm Dragon Quest, but we may not be reviewing that.
Yeah, if it's available here for us, we'll play it.
And I'm going above and beyond pointlessly. So,
Well, that's your choice, I guess. Some people will like that.
yep. So, there are 2 new iTunes reviews. All right, first one is awesome throwback to one of my favorite RPGs, 5 stars, by PK421, aka Paul Kelly. Having played Dragon Warriors 1 through 4 on the 8-bit NES around the actual time of the game, I remembered it being great, but recalling exactly why was sometimes tough. This podcast cleared up that right up.
You know what he's trying to say.
Particularly
root.
Dragon Warrior 3 and 4
could
had
say.
so much going on in the story you could easily lost track. So it's nice to have something that can sum it up and at some points make you say, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." That was a sweet part of the game. It is interesting to hear feedback on the gameplay, design, programming, and story, and how some is better than the other in each series. Anyone who played through these games or loves RPG will love this podcast. I would be a fan of once analysis of each game is done. They go back and have even more detailed discussions on real popular parts of game. Like maybe a top best enemy character of all time. So yeah, crossovers of games are always fun. Look forward to hearing more.
Sweet. That's a nice
Good.
review.
Yeah.
It is.
We will definitely do
A
stuff
little
like
hard
that.
for Jake to get through, but it's fine.
Analysis. Analysis.
That's not how it's spelled on here.
Analyze.
Yes.
There was a mistake on one of the previous episodes on how analysis is said.
Right. Highlighting the best of DQ. It's not me, people. I could pull
Highlighting
this
the
up
best
right
of Dairy
here.
Queen.
Yes.
Okay.
They can look too on our reviews.
Highlighting he best of DQ. 5 stars
Sweet.
by Platty M3. These guys do a great
we know
job.
Platty.
I can't tell you the level of excitement I feel when a new podcast is ready to drop. Just started listening to
mom
the
is ready to
newest
drop.
a baby about other Dragon Quest. Yep, exactly. Have enjoyed all the episodes so far, and even though I laughed a little sometimes when they get a fact wrong, I've been playing together. Then I think most of them have been
It's
alive.
entirely Jake.
Oh, I thought we were going to address that.
That's
Our age.
They're 100% correct in their ranks about the games and the series in general. I hope to continue to listen to all they produce.
Good job.
That's a good
Sweet.
review.
It's good.
Careful, Jake.
Also, as far
Dropping
as
the
our
mic
age
there.
goes, I am immortal. I was born on the Highlands of Scotland in 1643. So, I don't think you've been playing longer than we've been alive. Just saying.
Well, maybe Caleb. I'm 25, though. I'll admit it. 25.
Weak. You could have been immortal.
I could have been, but I'm not a liar.
Neither am I.
Okay, you two.
Go ahead, Jake.
28.
Okay, we got that cleared up.
Yeah.
Yeah. To each their own. It's not necessarily a matter of age, I guess.
I
Thank
think
you for
it's-
rating us 5 stars.
Yeah, I think it's more that we're new to this series.
We are definitely new to the series.
We
and I
definitely
don't-
get stuff wrong, so
Yeah.
feel free to
Well,
call
Jake
us out
gets
on
stuff
that.
wrong.
Yeah, Caleb's never wrong.
I'm never wrong.
No.
It's impossible, actually. Like, time will be
Like-
rewritten
like
just so
time.
I'm right.
Yeah.
We should
Yeah.
do a
Like
segment,
Yeah, exactly like that.
a prove
what just
Caleb
happened,
wrong
yeah.
segment where he gets something wrong. Do
I
like,
That
just
would never
missed-
happen.
we can do like giveaways and stuff for that for listeners that find incorrect statements from Caleb.
No, because then they'll be like, "Oh, his opinion is wrong," which is
Well-
it's never wrong.
Well, that's the exception. Factually wrong.
I'm
We
never factually
wasted
wrong.
30 minutes of people's time trying to convince this motherfucker that Dragon Quest V is not better than Final Fantasy VI. Your opinion is wrong.
No, it is definitely not. You have been blinded by nostalgia and wrongness.
Nostalgia.
Yeah,
Do you know when I played Final Fantasy VI?
yeah.
I played like
Forever
3
ago.
years ago, and I still think that.
Well, you're wrong because
Final Fantasy is
Ultros is a literal piece of shit,
I like
and he
Ultros.
ruins a ton of that game.
Comic relief character,
Comic relief characters are shit, always.
typically. Not in this case.
Always. Always.
Anyway, if you want to tell Craig that he's wrong, go on the forums and leave him a nice comment.
Yeah, you can try, but you'll be wrong.
We'll see. We'll see.
It's just the truth. I can't help the truth.
You can't handle the
I'm a
truth.
truther.
Your truth.
Yeah.
All right. I believe. Are we ready for story?
We are. All right, so Dragon Quest VI opens as the hero and his party are going towards Murda's castle. He's the Demon King, and the girl uses a Orcarena to summon a dragon. The party goes into the castle and comes face to face with the Demon Lord, and then he overpowers them. The Demon King, it looks like he kills each member of the party. But suddenly the hero wakes up on a mountain in Weaver's Peak, and Tanya, a young woman, insists that he was having a bad dream, and she says that she is his sister. And then after getting out of bed, the hero is then given a task to get the crown in preparation for the annual Mountain Spirit Festival from the Elder, which takes him to Haggleton. However, he finds that the man that's supposed to give him the crown has gone out somewhere in the northwest and never came back. The hero then heads in that direction and finds a large hole with the crown maker just barely hanging on. The hero attempts to rescue him and succeeds in the process.
I would have just kicked him off.
That's
the
pretty
fucking cliff.
ridiculous. Yeah. Like, how long has he been hanging there, I wonder?
Probably days, if they're worried enough about him to be like, yeah, he hasn't fucking come back yet.
They're like, yeah, he'll come back later. We're not worried.
He just had a really heavy night of drinking. It's fine. He'll be back eventually.
It's one of those 72-hour hangovers.
Yeah, that leads me to
Yeah.
believe he's drinking quite often.
It's like, I don't know why we still trust him to crowns.
And they let him go by like huge holes too while he's been drinking.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
Hey, that's the perks of the job. You got to know the risks when you take on said job. It's part of the job description.
I think
May fall off face of earth.
I think his daughter's responsible there.
Yeah. The hero attempts to rescue him, but then he slips and falls into the world below. In the mysterious world, the hero finds a nearby town in which the townspeople cannot see him. The hero grabs a tip from one of the townspeople that says special well. There's a special well to the north, which people went in and never came back. Then he goes in that direction and returns to his world. After getting to the ceremonial crown from the crown maker for no charge after saving his life, the hero heads back to Weaver's Peak just in time for the festival to begin. During the festival, the hero receives a mysterious vision that a great evil was to take over the world and asks him to leave his village in preparation for this disaster. The day after, the hero finds out that the world that he stumbled upon was the Phantom World.
Dream World.
Yeah,
Or the Dream World,
basically.
and is given a pass by the Elder, which allows him to enter into Somnia, where he can meet the king.
Yeah, Dream is like the theme of this game, I've noticed.
It's the whole game.
I
Yep.
mean, the game is called The Realms of Revelation, so I mean,
Okay.
there was a reason for
As
that.
we continue our journey, at Somnia, the
Oh,
hero
wait.
meets Carver.
What?
You got a comment?
We don't. Are we going to discuss what we think of this intro so far?
Well, I mean, the hero
Sure.
being in a town with a festival happening is basically standard
Right.
RPG fantasy type storytelling. I mean, it
Chrono
happens
Trigger.
in Chrono Trigger, Lord of the Rings.
It may or not be the
Wheel
exact
of
time
Time,
frame that
other
Trigger was
RPGs and
being in
fantasy
production.
books.
Yeah.
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 Does anybody remember the music section of this during the festival area? Because I remember it getting on my fucking nerves.
Oh, the ting.
Yes, thank you. The ting, 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 ting.
Yeah.
It was annoying at first, but I got used to it.
Or did you turn the sound off?
I probably
what you
did
mean.
that.
After about like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
not a good track.
It became muted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was okay.
So, I think it's not half bad. I like it. It's not as good as 5's intro so far, but I mean, you start off on a ship. It's pretty sweet.
It's true. With your dad as you're a kid.
6 is just this bizarre dream, like wake up from a nightmare. So, it's okay.
Yeah.
Or
Maybe he
was
just
it a
fell and hit his
dream?
head. Could be that.
We will find out.
He's just suffered
If
trauma.
there are revelations to be had when coming across realms.
Yeah, who knows?
All right, well, let's get
Who
back into the
knows?
story. At Somnia, the hero meets Carver, which doesn't seem to remember the hero. Who doesn't
Carver was
seem-
one of the big guys in the dream. That
Yeah.
was in his party. Just so you're
Instead
aware.
of having you meet the characters one by one, it immediately starts with all of them in your party during this dream sequence. You having no knowledge of who they are
Well, it
during
has-
the dream sequence.
it has
Yeah,
three.
everybody has amnesia, basically,
Right.
in the game.
Anyway, Carver doesn't remember you. The hero then meets Captain Blade, leader of Somnia's military, which gives the potential soldier candidates a task to find a special item in a tower. The hero manages to find this item successfully and formally becomes a soldier of Somnia. After a task which the hero and Carver work together to get a horse for an old man.
Which, do we remember the name of the horse?
I don't.
It is a pun.
Oh, is it really?
Yes. It is Pretty Betty.
Pretty Betty.
Yes, that's the name of the horse.
Oh my
is
gosh.
Pretty Betty.
New fan fiction.
Yes.
Medea and Pretty Betty.
Thy death sword. There you go.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Caleb. That's too much.
So I'm assuming Craig's joining me during that episode of Super Sexy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He'll do a crossover.
I could play both parts.
So they go on a task for this old man, and Carver also becomes a soldier of Somnia. And the hero is given permission to discover another portal. Oh, wait, hang on. The hero is given permission to talk to the king, where they learn to defeat Murda, that they need the Mirror of Ra.
Reference.
Oh, reference to an item you used in the previous games, or
Yeah. When did that one appear? Like 3?
the Mirror of Ra?
I
That was in 4.
It was in 4.
Yeah.
it's
And then they used
4.
it in 5 to reveal the queen was not the queen.
Okay, yeah. I remember that.
I feel like it was more prevalent in 5 than it was in 4.
I feel like you take a long time searching for it in this one, though. I don't feel like it was right away. It could have been that I got lost at that part, though.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty open. 6 is back to being open-ended like 3 is. And
Yeah.
it's not on a linear path so much as 4 and 5.
That's
so I
true.
can see
Yeah.
that happening.
Anyway, they get the Mirror of Ra. The hero and Carver discover another portal, similar to the one near Haggleton, which eventually leads them to Port Haven, another town where they cannot be seen. Millie, also appearing to have lost her memory, who also appears in the dream previously mentioned, does see them and helps them become visible via Madame Luca's help.
Yes. Madame Luca likes these people. Madame Luca likes to talk. Madame Luca is going to help you out. She keeps referring to herself in the first person. And I thought
In the
this was-
third person?
Third person.
And I find it hilarious.
Yeah. I didn't notice.
You didn't?
I didn't.
Anytime she talks about herself, it was in 3rd person.
Oh. Well, that's a interesting detail that I missed.
Yeah, strange character.
Yeah, you always go back to see her for some reason. It seems like
What has to do kind of
Madame
like
Luca is glad that you came to visit.
she is. She's
Madame Luca has a purpose with Madame Luca has a purpose with Millie. So that's why you keep going back to
Yeah.
her.
yeah. She's like practice Santeria. She's looking in like a crystal ball. She can see the future, so I guess she
She's a
kind of
seer.
Call me for your free reading now.
she guides you in that way, so she's pretty powerful, I would say.
Yeah, you can go back to her at any point in the game and she'll tell you what you need to go do next.
Yeah.
That's pretty useful.
She is kind of the catalyst for it.
Anyway, the party discovers a Somnia castle in the Phantom World and learns that the prince is missing and that the hero
Oh,
looks like
damn.
him. That's cool. They also meet Captain Rusty, who bears a striking resemblance to Captain Blade.
Duality.
Da,
Are we-
da, da.
Are we sensing a theme here?
Then the Dragon Ball fuse to form Captain Rusty Blade.
I thought you didn't like puns, Caleb.
What?
So, gaining entrance to the Moon Mirror Tower, the party meets Ashlyn, a woman who was invisible in the Phantom World at first, and together they find the Mirror of Ra. The 4 of them travel to Murdah's castle in the original world. After defeating Murdah, the hero uses the mirror on him. Murdah turns into the King of Somnia, confused and unaware of what happened. The king reveals that the original world is in fact the dream world, and the Phantom World is the... And the
Is the
Phantom
real
World
world.
is the real world.
Am I a dream?
Yeah,
Da-da.
basically. Upon traveling back to the real world, the King of Somnia thanks the party for defeating Murdah in his dreams. But the real Murdah lives, and that the party must travel to Ghent to retrieve a boat to get to Murdah's lair in the real world. In Ghent, Nevin, a healer, joins the party and allows them to use Ghent's clan ship. During the fight with the real Murdah, the hero gets sent back to Weaver's Peak, where the festival was being held previously. However, with the Mirror of Ra, the hero warps back into the battle and defeats Murdah.
Hooray.
All right, with not much context given.
Not really.
You go a majority of this game, even at this point, there isn't much plot developed yet.
At
Yeah,
this,
pretty
This is
much.
what the-
yeah.
It pretty much just wraps up the fact that like you fought him in the beginning before the game even started, and then you just defeated him.
right. So,
So
you're
it kind of
completing
feels
one
like it's
cycle.
already it kind of feels like it's already done with that. But then there's like still more it wants you to do.
It leads you to believe that Murdaugh is the main bad guy.
Yeah.
But like you defeat him so easily that it just doesn't seem right.
Yes. So, this is when the Queen of Somnia tells the hero to discover who he really is. The quest leads the party to Arkbolt, where a terrible monster is blocking a nearby cave. The reward for defeating the monster is the famed Thunderbolt Blade. But before the party can strike the final blow, a warrior by the name of Terry kills the monster.
So
Terry.
threatening.
Yes.
Watch out for Terry.
After
Scary
traveling-
Terry.
Scary Terry.
Scary Terry.
After traveling the mysterious and cool Terry. After traveling both worlds, the party learns that Murdaugh was not the only evil in the world. Dun, 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 dun. Shocking. Having fought several other monsters that all seem to be connected. In Sorceria, the party learns that this is Ashland's home. The elders tell Ashland that the Demon Lord is watching her and gives her the powerful spell Magic Burst to fight him. The party also learns the only way to get to the Demon Lord is through Zenith Tower.
Did you guys ever use the magic burst?
No, I never
neither.
used
I never used it
Ashland.
once.
Ashland.
Such a
Not my
superior
part.
spell that we never used.
We probably should have tested
You never
it.
used her in your party?
No.
You didn't like her?
No. It's
I
not
used
that I
to.
didn't like her. It's just I had already had everybody set with Carver, Hero, Lily, and Terry
Oh, okay.
when I got to him. Before it was Nevin, but then I
Yeah.
immediately switched to Terry,
She was my
I used
hero,
the same
or my
party.
healer. My hero.
my hero.
She means so much to me.
She was my hero. I can be your hero, baby. I was thinking the other
Apparently
song,
so.
I Need a Hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. That one's a much better song, to be honest.
They're both great.
I side with Caleb on this one.
Okay. All right. But to activate the tower, they need to collect the sword. I'm not going to argue about songs. Armor, shield, and helmet.
Tried to
of
bait him.
legend.
I know.
While doing so, the hero meets his double in the real Weaver's Peak,
Dun,
who gets spoke and speaks, you're me? And says that he must prove himself to be faithful to his family if he is to join together. Returning to real Somnia, the king and queen tell the hero that he is indeed the prince. When he fuses with his clone, the hero gains his memory back, much like Ashland and Carver had done.
Dun, dun.
By the way, they did that earlier.
Yeah.
they fused with their clones.
Yeah.
Which that is my biggest problem with the story.
It's kind of left out for Ashlyn, isn't it?
Yeah. A
But
little
you do
bit.
get like a little scene with Carver where he fuses back with his clone.
Right.
Yeah.
But if the world, okay, here we go. It's if the world
Yeah, let's get into it
is
then.
this actual physical place, it's Xanarkand, as Craig would love the reference there.
God fucking damn it, dude.
So then, are your actual souls being physically manifested in the other world? And if it never explains
It
itself.
doesn't.
It's basically,
So-
as far as I got it, it's basically dream you and real you fused together. And I don't know why them separating had any kind of like,
Effect on their power.
yeah, their power or their memory, but whatever it did.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how a dream clone would be strong in that context.
Right, yeah. Why are you trying to fuse back to them? They must be weaklings. Unless they are your soul.
Well, especially since you're playing basically as the dream people and then you fuse with the real version of yourself,
So I
which
guess
is
maybe
really weird.
Maybe it's the memory aspect of it. The dream image is like the memory. So when they refuse, all the memories come back. So they don't have amnesia anymore.
So RAM, basically.
Pretty much.
It's RAM.
Yeah.
Oh, it still just doesn't make sense because you're playing as the dream version the entire game.
That's true.
And then you fuse with your real self.
But the dream you is stronger than the real you.
Yeah.
Because the real guy is like a coward
Yeah.
and a pushover.
But I love how you have to go fuse with yourself, but these people seem to be randomly going about their life like, it's no big deal. I ain't
Yeah.
got to find my other person, but you have to go out of your way to go find them in order to fuse yourself to be whole.
Well, there's that, and then like Ashland and Carver didn't really mention anything about fusing with themselves.
And they totally skip Millie's fusing because she was in that original dream,
Yeah.
but you never see her fuse back together.
Yes.
So you think she would have the amnesia too, like the other characters, but she doesn't.
And this is the whole my problem with the plot.
Yeah.
They tried to make it complex when a Dragon Quest game doesn't need to. And it kind of falls apart in itself in the narrative.
Yeah, it's yeah.
So we will close it out. The party reaches Cloud's Gate Citadel and meets Durin, who claims to have taken over the castle. He summons Terry to fight the party and then fights the party himself. Durin then reveals that all the enemies the party has faced were just pawns of Mortimer, the Archfiend. That's the big reveal. He's an Archfiend.
We made fun of Terry's name, but
Yeah, I'm pretty
Mortimer-
sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the big reveal was that the main bad guy's name was Mortimer.
That reminds me of the mouse from Mickey Mouse. Like the douchey mouse that would always pester him. His name was Mortimer.
Yeah,
And that's what I think of when I think of this boss.
you think of Mortimer
I
the
think of a
mouse?
Mickey Mouse character. Yeah.
Awesome.
That's
One that'll beat your fucking ass into a pulp.
It's true.
That
I
is
will say that
God.
Mortimer,
We're
for
gonna get
having
that.
probably the dumbest name for a final boss in literally any game, is one of the hardest bosses.
Oh, we'll get in.
Ever.
It is. Period.
Not on
The
top of
hardest
that. On top of that, he's also really cool looking, at least in his second form.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. He's my favorite design.
Yeah,
When he turns into the dragon,
yeah.
he looks awesome. The head, not so much. Just
Yeah,
the
the
floating
weird,
head.
the weird
part.
sideburns.
Yep.
Millie reveals that Terry is her brother. And Terry
Dun, dun.
decides to join the party and fight against Mortimer.
Good.
Once Cloud's Gate Citadel is back to normal, the party speaks to King Zenithian, who informs them of Mortimer's doings and how to reach the Dread Realm. Another fucking area to go on the world map.
Dun dun.
Mortimer plans on merging both worlds together. The party's horse fuses with Pegasus, allowing them to fly to the Dread Realm.
But how though? How is the horse fused with something that isn't itself?
I don't know.
Dun dun dun.
The
I remember
item
there was an
allows him to
explanation,
fly.
but like it didn't make sense to me.
There
So.
wasn't any explanation.
Because if you could just fuse with whoever the fuck you wanted to, you should have just been doing that the whole time.
Yeah, give me the
Yeah.
fucking wings and I'll fly up there, not my horse.
But like also in this aspect of the villain's goal, like wouldn't fusing it together just make everybody stronger? Like I don't see why that's such a bad thing to fuse the dream and the real world.
Exactly, it helped
Maybe.
us out.
Well, it would make him stronger too. I mean, have all three versions of him just be like combined or whatever.
I guess.
Then on top of that, he probably is just lazy and doesn't want to rule over 3 different dimensions. So he just wants it to be one.
That sounds like a better motivation.
Yeah, that's what my motivation would be.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll combine all the worlds because I don't want to rule 3 worlds.
I guess it could be that
So
it
wait,
can't enter
he's
the
Shao
real
Kahn.
world.
Basically, yeah. He's
Shao
Shao
Kahn, he's
Kahn
playing-
from Mortal Kombat. Yeah. He just wants to
Outer
merge the
world
worlds.
with
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That they can't actually enter the physical real world
portals
as dreams.
and everything.
Yep. There you go.
Yep.
The elder gods are blocking him, so he's gotta take it
Yeah,
into
the
his own
Elder
hands.
Gods is the Nithian dragon. Yep.
It's got a
The plot is Mortal Kombat, guys. We just figured it out. Took a little bit, but we did it.
Yep.
I like it. I like it more now, actually.
Now that you think about it, oh
Yep.
my god, it's a tribute to Mortal Kombat. Wait, when did Mortal Kombat come out?
Which one?
First one.
Well, Shao Kahn's not in the first one.
Which one did Shao Kahn appear in?
2.
When did,
So that would
when
be
did 2
like
come out?
91. No, 92.
92? Okay, this was
That was
95.
before this, yeah.
So there you go. Yeah, it's Mortal Kombat. There you go.
This is like around the time of the first movie of Mortal Kombat.
Oh boy.
Sweet damn, dude.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
I should have brought that.
That's a pretty unique take on it, if anything.
At least as far as the bad guy's motivations, yeah, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's pretty cut and dry, Mortal Kombat. Now that I really think about
What's
it,
the tournament then? What's the tournament then?
they
boss
gotta fight
fights.
Mortimer. Yeah, they gotta fight all the bosses. They
Yeah, he's
fought
got-
Murdaugh, and then they gotta fight.
Yeah, he's got
Gotta
minions.
fight Mortimer.
You face
So-
those
so-
minions.
Yeah, so the first
In
one
battle.
would be Goro, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And then you get your way up to be able to go against Khan, or in this case, it's Mortimer.
yeah.
It's just Shang Tsung the whole time. He just
Shang-
shapeshifts
Well,
into
the
different
second
creatures.
to last guy is Shang Tsung.
Yeah.
Duran is Shang Tsung, and then Mortimer is Shao Kahn. There you go.
Basically.
And several challenges await in the Dread Realm. Because apparently your strength is suddenly
The
and
Dread.
unexpectedly plummeting.
Outworld.
Inside of Outworld, you're losing. Like, God damn it.
Just keep going. Just keep going.
Just push through it.
I'm Raiden. My powers aren't working here. I've got to go pray to the Elder Gods.
Yeah.
There can be only one.
Okay, now you're getting into Highlander.
Yeah.
Man, if we're
Which,
we're gonna
I
stay on
mean-
the Lambert train.
Okay, yeah, Lambert is Raiden,
I
and
just
he's
thought of
also
one.
the Highlander.
The Matrix.
The Matrix.
This could be the Matrix. Yeah.
Dude. Okay, yeah, it's the Matrix layered into Mortal Kombat.
The Matrix probably got their ideas from this game, though.
Well, they got it from Ghost in the Shell, but yeah.
They did
Well,
get it from Ghost in the
It was a theory from oh man, Descartes, I think.
What was?
I think that was the philosopher that came up with the jar, the brain in the jar.
Oh,
Yeah,
I believe
which is
it's
like the plot
Descartes.
of the Matrix.
right.
I don't know for sure. I could be wrong.
Well, the Matrix is stupid, so whatever.
So, well,
I like the
inside
first
of
one.
Outer Realm, with the help of two Supreme Sage brothers,
I like the first.
Benjamin and Isaac, the party enters Mortimer's castle. After solving an unnecessary amount of puzzles, to my remembrance, they come face to face with Mortimer and defeat him. Isaac reveals that the Dread Realm is falling apart, and Pegasus helps them escape. After returning to the real world, everybody parts ways, with Ashlyn having to return to the dream world since her real world doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, we forgot to mention the brothers. Isaac and the other dude. They opened the portal for
They do.
the other world.
There's
The
a
dream
few
world.
sequences where, okay, what was happening? One of the brothers is in a loop.
Yeah.
Mortimer has forced him inside of a loop of watching his brother get beheaded.
Yeah.
It's a torture scene, and
Yep.
he's just keep on forcing him. Hey,
pretty fucked up.
Save your brother. Save your brother. Again and again and again, trying to break him.
It really speaks
get him to-
volumes of that character's strength, though, because he didn't give in until like right as the characters show up, the heroes.
Yes, convenient plot.
Yes. Why shouldn't it be?
Right. So they do open up that whole realm for you for the final area, but
Yep.
uh,
They like blast the peak where the castle is.
yeah, with
pretty
Mortimer's
awesome.
link between the real world and the dream world severed, it vanishes. The dream world vanishes, with only Cloudgate Castle being the remaining visible portion of the real world. It's then shown that Ashlyn is in the castle taking care of the newly hatched Zenithian dragon.
That's debatable.
What do you mean?
With the egg that hatches at the end, the very last scene
It
of the
is.
game.
Come on.
It's totally.
There's
gotta be the
theories that
dragon.
it's the Mortimer reborn. I feel like it's the dragon though. But yeah, there's alternative theories to that.
Yeah, I think it's the Zenithian dragon.
Could be.
If so, then
It also is kind of weird that like Zenithia or whatever is basically the dream world.
Yeah.
Cause
Like
yeah, it's kind of weird.
yeah, the
that would
Zenithian
make-
areas are usually representative of heaven.
Yeah, no, it's the dream world.
What are they trying to say? I wonder.
I don't know, man.
Are they saying that
I mean, plus Mortimer was basically the devil.
the Jesus dragon exists in a dream world?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Well, I guess he's not a dragon in this one. He takes a human form as the king.
Right. But in order for 4 and 5, for 6 to end up connecting to 4 and 5, it has to be the Zenithian dragon. Otherwise, you're leaving a huge plot hole at the end of 6.
Yeah, well, I mean, you do go into the Zenith Tower too.
Well, also he is there as the king. He's just not in the dragon form.
Right. So if that isn't him in the egg, then they're missing plot on how that would be Mortimer and how the king actually comes to be in the first place during 4 and 5. Because if it is in fact Mortimer, then we need to know more context on how Mortimer was there inside of that kingdom, but they ended up being the Zenithian king that ends up there to help this player in 4 and 5.
Yeah, I feel like this one
So it
didn't
has to be
connect
the
as
dragon.
well.
Oh, hell no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
That's the question. All right, before we get into any more of the gameplay and stuff, let us judge 1, 2, and 3's trilogy versus 4 through 6. Which does it better? Which arc is better?
That's a tough question.
No.
4, 5, and 6.
I feel like 1, 2, and 3 are way more concise story-wise.
Agreed. 1 through 3. Because the loose
well-
ends in 6. 6 destroys 4 and 5's connection.
Yeah,
That's
but
what makes it
2
weaker.
is really weak as far as connection to the other games outside of being like the Dragon Lord's grandson is in there, and
The
then
items.
like, and then his possibly mom in 3. Like it's,
Oh, it's his mom.
I mean, it's kind of loose, really, for 1, 2, and 3. I mean, it's not really supposed to be that concise. I mean, you're just like, oh, the one hero saved the world, and then in 1 you go and save the world again, and then 2 it's just like, oh, well, there's a new random bad guy, and then it does nothing to wrap up the story
that in
with the
6.
Dragon Lord at all. So I mean, just like in 6, like it's basically the same, except for then you also have 4 and 5 telling better stories than 2 and 3.
Well,
So,
I would
mean-
say the better, more enjoyable arc is 4, 5, and 6, but I don't think it's as clear as like what the connection is between them.
Well, the connection is basically just the Zenithian areas and then like the hero bloodline and then having the equipment, which is basically the same for the first trilogy with your point being to go get the armor set from 1 is being like, oh, it's the hero's armor. You have to use it to defeat the Dragon Lord.
Yeah. I think it just
basically
comes
the
down to
same.
the simplicity of it.
I like the simplicity.
I do like the
As far as-
simplicity a lot, but 2 is like a very loose connection to 3 and 1 because it's just like it mentions the Dragon Lord with his like grandson being there, but it doesn't do anything.
I think it's stronger than
I
from
don't-
5 to 6, though.
I don't think 6 moves the scale either
Yeah.
on the same similar way as 2's does.
Well, I mean, but
Because-
4 and 5 have a pretty strong connection.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not denying 4 and 5. Just like
4 and
one-
5, I
1
feel
and
like have
3
a
serves that great connection too, and the bigger reveal in 3 is way bigger and better than the reveal in 6. I think it builds way better in figuring out. Oh shit, I'm playing the original Erdrick. This is literally the prequel. You figure that out. You could basically deduct that 3/4 the way into number 3, but if
we
the
didn't
end,
already know outside of it, yeah.
at least by the end, you're like, oh shit, this is the original journey everybody's talking about.
Yeah.
And I think that's a huge payoff that surmounts what 4 and 5 connect each other to because of how weak 6 is in the story.
And in 2 also, you return to the original area.
Yeah,
From
you
one.
do.
While 4 and 5 bring their own continents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think 6 is more unique from the other ones story-wise. And then, like, as far as connection goes to the other ones, I think it's its own story.
Yeah.
And, like, really the only tie is the Zenithian dragon, but it's implied.
the dragon and the equipment, because the equipment is in all 3 games.
Yeah. The mirror specifically.
And the mirror.
Yeah. That's what comes to mind for me anyway.
gameplay? How does this thing play? Like any other of them?
It plays a lot like 3.
Yep.
Basically the exact same gameplay, just like slightly better stuff with jobs, I would say. It's other than that, it's the improvements made with like 4 and 5, but with the job system of 3. Just a little refined more.
Right. There's a lot more depth, if I can recall. It's got a FF Tactics style, in which case you can go, 6 levels of warrior mixed with 6 levels of monk.
Make a certain class, and you can
Super Knight is now unlocked, and you could start doing that vocation.
Yeah.
It's got depth. It does have depth in the vocation system. Way more than 3s.
I actually didn't utilize that until like right at the end.
Oh yeah, because
Really?
you darn nearly have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to have those healing spells, really. That's the biggest draw for me. Because like they're pretty basic if you just ignore the class system.
One thing for this game that I really liked is the appearance of a shitload of metal slimes. Like, I've seen more
Yeah.
metal slimes in this game than any other of the Dragon
helped.
Quests.
That helped a lot.
So yeah, being able to level up my jobs was crazy easy.
Well, it helped me and
digress.
Caleb.
I don't know about the RNG. The RNG favored a lot of battles. Definitely. There was the highest encounter I've seen since 2, probably. But none of them were metal slimes for me. Nor king
Really?
metal slimes. Maybe one every 100 battles or so.
Mine was like one every other battle.
Yeah,
You
mine
guys got
too.
lucky.
I can't remember which town it was for me though, because like I ran into like 3 king metal slimes in a row, and then like bunch of metal slimes. Like it was
Saves so much
there was
time.
literally 10 battles in a row where I found nothing but metal slimes. I was like, what the shit?
That's luckier than me.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Damn it.
It was to make up for the fact that I got fucked in 3 like instantly with the 6 slimes that wanted to destroy me.
Yes.
Then they were like, all right, let's repay him by
It was
by
a bit of cosmic
by a
justice.
bunch of metal slimes sacrificing themselves.
Right. Do we have any favorite vocations?
I don't.
No?
No.
Mm,
I
I
didn't
like the night
experience them.
classes and then like the hero class as always.
Yeah.
I found both of the Dragoon. There are items that you can get that will unlock the Dragoon and I believe the liquid metal slime class. You have to get a specific item to unlock the vocation, but I found both of the Dragoon ones and I put it both on the main hero and Terry, and yes, good stats. It boosted things up a lot, and I really enjoyed the Dragoon one.
Yeah. I didn't have that much experience with them until the end, so I didn't get very far with the class stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I just
There-
basically used the hero classes.
There are some new features that were added in this one.
Oh,
Yes. About the what was it? The
There was a couple.
slime curling.
I did play
yeah,
that.
the slime curling minigame.
Yes.
That was fun.
Yeah, surprisingly so.
Did you guys get very far in it?
Not really. I played a couple rounds and then
Yeah.
I played a couple too.
I just
but
wanted to
not
test
all
it.
Hog.
It was fun though.
Yes.
It was
And
difficult, but fun.
in this one, they added style points to your character's raw stats.
I didn't think it helped you that much until
No.
one specific area.
Its entire purpose is for this one specific area.
you want to tell us about that area
I
in your deep voice.
Oh, it
Big
is a
boy.
burlesque show
Is
for
it?
a whole bunch of people. Yes, it basically is. Or you could say American Idol. It's got this American Idol approach to it.
It's like amateur modeling.
It is. It's the casting couch.
Did anybody else get? Did anybody else read the owner of that establishment is like a gay dude?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh yes.
Oh, definitely.
It does it. You have specific dialogue. Like you
Yeah.
get your style points affect how the judges rank you.
Yep.
And you have to do it to get a specific item. I can't remember which item it is to help you progress through the game.
Yeah. So they forced
But-
it on you.
So you already get picked, but randomly after you get picked, the announcer guy walks up and says, "All right, judges, why did you score so and so and so?" And one judge says one thing and the other one says another. And then the third one, totally gay dude, it's obvious, just blouts out like, "Oh yeah, well, these guys were really finely dressed." Or it just wasn't happening for me. It was totally Simon Cowell.
Are you saying Simon is gay?
No, but he's got that flamboyantness to him.
Okay, yeah. I get that too.
So it's supposed to be amusing, but I just found it annoying. Just having to do that. Now, I did end up just... You can actually reinforce some of your items in another area to up the style points
Your
of it.
ugly stuff
Yes.
that the dude will tell you is hideous.
Yes. Your Zenithian equipment
Yep.
is apparently hideous, so you're going to put some spit shine on the armor and it ups all the stats on it. So I ended up doing that so I can get 100% on everything in this game, getting a few extra items here and there.
What is that called? Like bedazzled?
Bedazzled.
Bedazzled? Yeah. That is what he
Bedazzle
does.
everything.
I bedazzled the Zenithian equipment for this
Oh, God.
this
That
gay
up the
dude's
style
amusement.
points. That's
It's a
how it's
whole
done.
bunch of ridiculous shiny purples and pinks.
Yep. You can totally see it.
Some dude has just got a fucking bedazzler gun and just going ham with
Went-
it
went
all over.
fucking nuts.
Yes.
All in the shape of slimes. Slimify it.
Oh boy.
So, what else was there? There was the slime arena, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
I believe there was the slime arena.
Classic casino
didn't-
stuff.
I didn't touch the slime arena.
Yeah, I didn't do anything with that either. I didn't do pretty much any side stuff because I was just trying to plow through the story to get to 7 because of how long it was, and also because of like 8 and 9.
Yeah.
I made sure to try at least the side stuff once.
So you went into the slime arena.
I think I did, but
How-
it's been so long since I played it that I don't remember the experience of it. So it's kind of not helpful.
That's unfortunate. That's our
I did do
bad
the
for,
casino, though.
So much delay.
The casino was good.
Casino is always good.
Yeah.
Casino's a
You know
given.
what? For the Dragon Quest always has pretty good like side stuff to do.
It does, yeah.
Like most RPGs have like kind of meh side stuff, but like Dragon Quest is pretty fun. Like the casino is pretty interesting. The mini games that it has is always pretty good.
They're time kills, but they're
Yeah.
good time kills.
Yeah.
Well, the casino is also quite rewarding with the equipment.
Yeah.
If you
It's
take
pretty
the
solid
time,
stuff, yeah. Yep. Sometimes you get lucky with that too.
Sometimes there's some good RNG manipulations from what I've been told to go ahead with.
Yeah,
that.
you can save. You can save before you go in, and then you just keep doing it until you run out.
Yeah.
If you don't win, then you just reset it.
Right.
So
So
that's how it's done.
I got all the mini medals because what I did was after I beat the game, yes, I looked up on a guide to figure out where all the mini medals
How many
are.
were there?
Over 100.
No
Jeez.
missables.
No, there's missables. I believe there's 110 you can get
Okay.
in the max
I think I
item
got like
that you spend is like
23.
100.
I just never had the draw to find them.
I didn't either. I just
know
like
the
randomly
equipment's-
found them and I
the
got like
equipment's
23
good.
of
Find
them.
'em.
Yeah.
And so this is better in one aspect than 5 because 5 was the turn them in and spend what you have.
Right.
While 6 goes back to 4s and it's all cumulative. So, I have now earned 30. I can get this item for free instead of buying it for 30.
I like that better.
A lot better.
Yeah. You can maximize the use of the medals that you find.
Yeah.
I also noticed that there were less though. Like when you'd fight the treasure chests, the enemies. They wouldn't drop medals. Be seeds.
Right. Yeah, and I utilized my seeds this time, gentlemen.
Really?
Most of the time, I go through an entire game. Each Dragon Quest before, I know, and I could attest this to at least 4 and 5. I save my seeds unless I get in a particular area that
You
I'm
save
stuck.
your seeds?
I've saved my seed. I
Dude.
saved the seed So only when it's necessary.
I bust those seeds open like all the time, dude. Like
Constant.
I use them as soon as I find them and always on my hero.
Yeah. Oh, does it become your salvation?
It does, dude. He gets so beefy so fast sometimes, dude. You get some of those sick boosts.
Buttons.
Like in 7, I found
That's a good reference to 3.
4 resistance seeds, and they all boosted his resistance by like 5 each. So his defense
That's
was
nice.
like
Dude,
crazy.
every man in the world is looking for those seeds of resistance.
Seeds of strength,
Seeds of
Might.
endurance.
endurance, speed.
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
Yeah.
Like you could put an arc on it, like curve it, and
Why not? If it's
why
possible.
not? It's all about the power.
Yeah.
Splat.
Just raw power.
No one man should have all that power. All right, difficulty. Okay, I'm going to talk about the last boss here. We have not discussed the
should.
difficulty so far with the game. Most of the game is a cakewalk.
Oh yeah.
There are a lot of random battles, mainly for the whole purpose, probably, of getting you to up your vocations.
Yeah, honestly, this game has pretty decent balance outside of being completely thrown off by my RNG of metal slimes, because I was way over leveled. But it only slightly helped with the difficulty of this last boss, because he was an
Slightly?
ass.
I think the class system has a lot to do with the difficulty of the last boss, though.
Yeah.
Because it was pretty hard for me, and I didn't utilize the class system almost at all.
I utilized it at the end, and it still whooped my fucking ass.
I mean, dude, like as soon as
This thing.
the only spell I ever really need outside of like the healing spells is oomph. Got oomph.
I didn't have
It's
oomph.
good.
Oomph, double
dude,
Carver's
hard.
power. And
You
then
need
have to
oomph.
go Raging Fist, right? Oh no, it was
I did the knuckle sandwich
knuckle
yeah.
technique.
sandwich
Yeah.
with oomph on it. Carver saves the
I
day.
didn't do oomph though.
Dude, oomph is the greatest spell to come out of Dragon Quest.
I wish I had it.
Well, yeah. I
was
believe
brutal.
8 introduces the psych up system, right? So that's basically oomph.
Kind of.
You could anyway.
Well, oomph doubles your physical strength
Yes,
for
it
a few
does.
turns, whereas like the tension system, like it boosts it by a little bit each time you do it,
Yeah.
and then if you get hit, then it like goes away.
Right.
But I think they changed that for the 3DS version. I think you can keep it if they hit you still,
Okay. We
which
shall
is
see.
good.
But
But I haven't tested
that
that.
makes it easier.
this Mortimer, I have not come across a RPG fight this hard since X Death.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, he is on par.
This thing is brutal.
Yeah, nothing comes to mind that's close to it, really. The thing about the fight, though, that makes it hard is that he attacks 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And no boss has ever done that before.
Some bosses do, but it's always like low damage. Like they'll do like a wide sweep, hit all your characters. They'll attack like 3 times for like low damage. But he
And it's
he does
single-person
not.
attacks, too.
Yeah, he does not do low damage when he does that.
Doesn't
shit.
he summon enemies, too, during the fight? Or is that a different boss?
First form. First form, he has his 2
Yeah.
minions with him. But then when you go into the second or third form, it's
Yeah,
just
we get
his
like the
face.
demon and then the face. Then he's like,
Yeah, he summoned
Yeah.
hill slimes. And, like, dudes that would revive other dudes.
Yes.
That made it really brutal.
Yeah.
yeah, he's an asshole.
At one point, I was fighting 5 dudes.
Oh, dude, I took care of those side guys like instantly.
Yeah.
You need
I was
to
like, I
make
don't
that
want
Carver
any.
Get on.
Yeah,
that.
I was like, I don't want any of that shit in here.
Yeah, so I just used
Especially
stuff.
not those heal slimes. Fuck that shit.
I just used stuff that multi-hit, so it took some time to whittle them down, but I got through it eventually. It was rough, but I got it done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
Very poor health spells. Not even multi-heal.
I'm glad that it wasn't like 5's boss or 4's boss who had like 7 forms.
Yeah, that was a long fight.
Yeah, it was unnecessarily long.
Yeah, yeah. That was fours, right?
I think it
Sorrow?
was 4.
Sorrow had 7 forms.
Yeah, it was Sorrow. Yeah, okay, so that was 4.
And then Nimzo is just
3, I thought.
2 or 3, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad that it wasn't 7 forms of asshole, because that would have been ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, if there was
Because
another
like
form.
then he gets like the face, and then it like starts adding more body parts.
Yeah.
back over
just
again,
like fucking
repeating the
Sorrow.
cycle. Yeah. But the Sorrow fight wasn't difficult, so.
No, Sorrow wasn't difficult. He just had it was just a really long, annoying fight.
Nimzo was difficult.
Nimzo
But
was
not
difficult,
like this.
but yeah, he's fucking Mortimer
Ooh.
was an asshole. You know, I kind of want to see a fight between X-Death and Mortimer. I want to know who'd win.
Mortimer, as long as Giltos is not involved, Mortimer would win that fight.
Mortimer is an ass, you guys. He is
It's-
such an ass. And dude, I can't believe you beat that without having oomph.
Yeah, it was hard.
Because oomph is like the greatest thing ever.
I did have some
Oomph
luck with the
saved
casino.
me in 4 and in 5.
So I had some good equipment going into it, but it was still really tough. And I was pretty over leveled. I was like level 52, I think.
Yeah, I was like level 53 or 55, something like that.
Yeah.
And I had all my shit for my fucking
I believe I
jobs.
was up there too, and I had the equipment that you get from mini metals too.
Oh, you had the mini metal shit too?
Yeah,
How great was that?
not that much better. I mean,
Oh.
it provided a little bit, but
Did it have
Mortimer
any
was-
like abilities that you could use?
not really. No.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah,
I like
there was
I
no
like those weapons.
secret hidden lightning strike of death
Yeah.
ability, because we all know you like to use your
Yeah, dude.
swords.
I love that shit.
So
I
I
love
made
that
a
shit
note of
so much. Why don't games do that more? Why don't they do that shit? Why don't they have swords that can just like do awesome things?
It would depend on the game and how you would need to implement that into gameplay.
Well, yeah, I know, but like, fuck, man, other games don't do that shit like at all. Like, it took a DLC in Skyrim to add a sword that could do like 30 damage of a blade beam if you like charged it up. It's like,
think,
which is nothing in
some-
Skyrim, like no damage at all.
Xenoblade Chronicles has a lot of unique sword stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe you could check that out, but it's like another 100-hour RPG.
Well, if it has awesome sword stuff, I probably would
That's
be,
a pretty
it'd probably be
grindy
worth
game.
it to me then.
It's a very grindy game too, but it's awesome.
I just love it when like weapons are unique and
Yep.
it like really feels that way. Like fucking God of War. Guys, Jake specifically, because you haven't played it yet, the fucking Leviathan axe where you can just throw it and then call it back to you is probably one of the sexiest things I've ever seen.
Yes.
You can combo it too.
Super
I
physical
know.
attacks
I
and
know
then
you can combo it. And it's
call it-
amazing.
Like right in the middle of the combo.
Oh God, I love it so much.
Yeah, that's a great
Oh,
game. If you own a PS4, check that one out.
Yeah, dude, you can't stop changing your pants when you play that
That's
game.
probably the best one on PS4.
Viagra. Yes.
Fuck, dude.
Dungeons. I remember I do not like the dungeons, and it's mainly for the reason of let's just put 3 floors here for no reason and try and make you deliberately get confused.
Yeah, I thought they were boring too. I thought they were kind of dull.
There wasn't a lot of great design for the dungeons. Yeah, it definitely felt kind of. A lot of them felt like the same.
No mine carts.
Yeah, no mine carts.
I did like that section, but it was annoying. It was unique from 5.
Nowhere near like some of the other puzzles I've had to deal with in RPGs. It was
Yeah.
literally, oh, let me just switch this and oh, switch that. There you go. We're done. It's
like
not like you
a-
had to walk clear back to God knows where to go back to God knows where and flipping the switches.
It was like a Pokemon level puzzle.
Yeah.
yeah. Especially like OG, where you had to like step on those fucking little symbols to make you go in one direction and then follow the thing.
Yeah, the tiles that like
Yeah.
push you somehow.
I'm trying to remember. Was it 2 or 3
Love those puzzles.
that I was navigating the fucking tower in the dark because I was trying to play my DS. I was playing my phone
That was one.
outside. It couldn't have been 1.
It was the red and blue.
No, I'm talking about Pokemon. I'm talking about Dragon Quest.
Oh, it was
It It was the tower that you jump off of
It was
to
2.
into the other tower, the other end of the tower. Yeah, and I'm trying to climb that thing. That's what you guys remember are making me remember is being forced to go a specific path, and I could not make my way through
Oh.
the path. It kept
Oh,
falling
yeah.
down the fucking tower
That was
Yeah.
2.
because I was looking at it, with dark screen, and there's the sun blaring down
You
on me.
couldn't
and I
see the
can't
one
see my
dark spot?
phone.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't.
Yeah, fucking good old
Yeah, you
2.
guys got dark spots in your games because I didn't get those in mine from 2.
Yeah.
Good old NES Dragon Warrior 2, and
You love it.
I hate it.
You love Dragon Quest 2.
I like Dragon Quest, but I hate Dragon Quest 2, and it's because I
You
played it on
love
the
it
NES.
so much. It's your favorite.
I'll have to give it a second playthrough though on mobile. I'm sure I'll like it more.
Gotcha. How about
Probably, but
Oh, there's some
probably
improvements.
not much more.
all right, how about those characters?
Characters of 6.
The characters of 6.
Standard.
Yeah, they didn't really stand out like the characters of 5 or 4.
I will-
Especially not like 4, because
Yeah,
4's was great.
4 has really unique characters overall, but I think the best character in this one was Terry by far.
Yes, mysterious.
He's got a good backstory. He has an old man sprite in the game.
Old man sprite.
He looked like an old man. Like
Yeah, who
Yeah.
has that
The
hair
DS.
color naturally?
he's like
Which
white.
is gray.
It's supposed
Yeah,
to be
white
like a
gray.
silverish hair color, but he looks like an old man as a sprite. Anyway, he's pretty cool. And it's an okay reveal that he's the brother of Millie.
Right.
And like his pursuit of weapons is also a cool motivation that we haven't really seen before.
He's out there to find different forms of power.
And not only that, but he actually tops the hero and actually receives the rewards, which I thought was funny.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Well,
He snatches out
that
it out
one
from
part,
under
he
you.
just kind of like swoops in and kills it, which is bullshit. Because that was not his kill.
He got there first. You could see him like walking as you come in. I thought that was hilarious. Yeah.
Carver.
As you're coming into the castle, you see him walking out. He's like dragging a coffin.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny.
Carver is the doll. He's the troglodyte.
He's the brute.
The brute. Me no smart. Me have mohawk. Me build house randomly.
Yep.
He was a bit more coherent
Yeah.
than that, but not by
when
too
I'm
much.
using the talk function when trying to talk to them instead of the chat box, he just never had much to say. And then
He's the strong silent type.
the strong silent type.
He's like Batman
Yeah.
with purple hair.
But nowhere near
Craig's
as awesome.
lover, Batman.
Nobody's as awesome as Batman.
Right. And then
make
Nevin.
that clear
How about
right
that
now.
plot from Nevin? He served a great purpose in this story. Can you tell me anything about Nevin?
What did you tell us about Nevin
the
since you
ship-
love him
There's
so
nothing.
much?
He's a fucking goddamn ship captain.
He's an
That's
assistant.
it.
Oh, I thought you loved him more than that. Your love for him was apparent with that description.
He was my least favorite character.
Yeah.
Kind of didn't want to use him, but he had the best healing spells.
Yeah, it's not his fault. They just don't have any purpose for him being there.
None of
I
the
didn't like his
characters in
design.
6 had a lot of personality.
Yeah.
Except for maybe Terry. Terry was like really the only one, but you didn't really use him.
Carver
till,
had
like,
a
the end.
personality. It just didn't see itself through in the story.
Well, Ashlyn actually has a story arc,
She does.
which
Yeah.
makes her one of the better characters. Second best, I would say.
Well, I would say that the characters are the main hero,
Yeah. It was like a
Carver.
blank slate.
Ashlyn, and Terry. I wouldn't even count Lily in there.
Nah.
It revolves around those 4 people because if you mention Terry, you don't need to mention Lily, really.
Yeah.
If you're talking about that aspect
Millie.
of the game. Millie, Lily.
Millie
whatever.
Lily.
So
Somebody.
it is weak characters for the most part.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising considering like 5 had pretty good characters, and then
And the story.
yeah, and the story was amazing, and then you had 4 which had really strong characters, and you got to spend time with each of them, and they had their own little arcs before meeting the hero.
Yes, they have their own chapters.
Yeah, you could say that they had their own chapters. Yeah,
And they were chosen
They
to do.
specifically
they were kind of
chapters.
chosen to do stuff.
We're just gonna beat the puns to death here, people, because each of these games are punny. I remember there
So
being a
punny.
specific, a little punny question that I had wrote down that was, which artist commissions a painting? A martial artist.
Yeah.
The puns, I know. And there was a dog named Mr. Barkington,
I did notice that.
and I believe
Mr.
Madame
That's like something I would name my
Luca.
pet.
says like "do the do, baby."
Do
At
the
one
do.
point. Yes, do the do.
She loves Mountain Dew, you
I
guys.
guess so.
That's a product placement. Subtle one. I didn't catch it.
I didn't either, to be honest. Some music, nothing really stood out to me on this one either. Like, it's been a pretty lackluster game in the in this trilogy.
Like at all aspects of the
Yeah,
all aspects of the scoring.
yeah.
that we
You,
do.
you love the ting 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 ting
I'm gonna see if I can find the ting.
ting
Celebration
Ding.
theme and the
ting. Yeah, it had some classic Dragon Quest music, but other than that, like the original scores for the game were kind of just meh. Yeah.
yeah. You'd expect them to have this huge contrast amongst each other, one being the dream world and one being the real world.
And then they don't.
I'd use Chrono Cross as a great example of this. Between like Home Arnie and Another Arnie, stuff like that would be great contrast within the soundtrack, but none of that exists here. So
Yeah,
it is serviceable. The only one track that annoyed me was the Ting Ting celebration.
Yeah, I
theme,
mean, none of it's
but-
bad, but it's
Yep. That part didn't annoy me as much. It's the ting, ting.
the occasional tings. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the. I don't think that was the ting though.
I don't think it was either. But
But that's
it's serviceable, and I even listened to they decided to do another symphony soundtrack to this, and it sounds absolutely gorgeous. It's just that I cannot pick out during the symphony which themes are where in the game.
Yeah.
It's not specific, and snap! I recognize this is from Somnia. Oh, this is from my hometown.
yeah.
I can't do that. Like I
I
can
kinda-
with FF.
I kind of wonder if that's the effect that we're having since we're playing them all in a row. They just kind of blend together.
I don't
The
know.
soundtrack should be distinct enough in its new world.
There are a lot
I
of
agree.
Keep
there are
the
a lot
same-
of songs from previous entries which can stand alone. You can pick it out pretty easily. I mean,
Right. If they want to keep doing the main battle themes, cool. If they want to do the same preludes and interlude themes, cool. But when it comes to introducing new worlds, or in this case, a duality of worlds amongst the real world and the dream world, it should be able to stand out from its own and say, hey, look, I could tell this is from 6 and not from 4.
Yeah.
So,
Still, though, I usually play the games with the sound off.
blasphemy.
Well,
It's pretty.
I mean,
pretty
I
stale.
do too, in a way. Like, I always try to, when I go to a new area, I always like
Yeah.
listen to the music for
Me
a
too.
bit, just because like it's a part of the game that I'm reviewing.
It would be unfair if we didn't do that.
yeah, if we didn't like at least give it a listen. But yeah, it just nothing was really worth keeping the sound on.
I did
for
like
me.
the battle theme for this one. I
Yeah,
thought
it
better.
was okay.
It was one of the better aspects of the sound anyway.
Yeah, but other than that, it was kind of, which is it's kind of sad, honestly, to think that they could just leave it so,
Bland.
yeah, compared to like some of the others.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, what about design, you guys?
Meh.
I agree.
Meh.
Meh.
You didn't like the design for characters or creatures, or
I did like the final boss, Mortimer. He was one of the better designed final bosses from the series.
I agree, especially his second form, the demon form, dude.
It was awesome.
I was like, oh man, that's fucking sweet looking. He looked exactly okay. So if you did you watch Dragon Ball GT?
I
The
did.
shitty like offshoot. Okay, he
The
looks
whole thing.
He looks like Omega Shenron.
Okay, yeah.
Omega Chevron.
Shenron.
Okay.
Like,
does.
can you see it? Like, now that you picture him in there, and like,
Yep.
because it's like the entire time I was looking at him, I'm like, he looks so familiar for some reason, and then I was like, oh my god, dude, Omega Shenron,
Yeah.
because he's got like the same shoulder spikes, he's got like the spikes in basically the same areas. It's like the only difference is he kind of looks like he's also like fused with Deborah, like the demon lord from
Okay. I was like,
from
what?
from Dragon Ball Z. I was like, it's him.
He's
Fused with like Omega Shenron.
He's fused with a promiscuous character.
Yeah, from
I would
Dragon Quest
like to
5.
see that actually.
That would be pretty funny.
Yeah. Somebody make it happen. Photoshop.
Just be Mortimer with
Send
like
it to us and we'll display it for you.
Mortimer with boobs, but nipples are spikes.
No comment on that.
I have no knowledge of Dragon Ball or any of its things, so I will
Okay,
get
well
around
just
to it
know
eventually.
that Mortimer looks a lot like Omega Shenron. You know what? I'm gonna pull up the fucking picture for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there are a lot of reskins in 6.
That's typical, but I feel like this one had a lot more than 5 and 4. As far as reskins.
As far
Oh,
as
reskins,
for reskins,
yes.
oh yeah, a lot more reskins, but like it has a lot of like monster designs that were in 4 and 5. So I mean, it still had a lot of variety.
Jake's showing us a picture of this monster that's a dog with wings and a
Yes.
spike head
It's the dog archer.
with a crossbow. It looks
There's
pretty
a
lame.
few whimsical things, but I have never been the one that have enjoyed those. Be like, ha 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 ha, or a kid that looks like a tree.
A sorcerer looking character.
I did like the spotted slime.
Oh, he's got nipples though.
Yeah.
That's a weird touch.
All right, that's Omega Shenron right there for you.
Okay.
Yeah, you can show it on the stream too.
Just give
For
it to
our-
the
our
Twitch
maybe
people
one-
for like 2 seconds. They
our
can
one
see
listener.
the good old Omega Shenron.
Gotcha. So it's a mech, pretty much.
He's not a mech.
It looks mech-ish, like the way the.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't know.
Not the mech thing, but like the similarities between the boss
Oh yeah,
and that
the
character.
similarities. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he definitely was like, dude, Omega Shenron. Like that's the first thing I thought. I was like, oh my god. And then I was like, oh yeah, this came out before Dragon Ball GT.
Yep.
So I was like, oh, they totally stole that
Everything's-
idea. For
Well, yeah.
I feel like they do that a lot.
well, I know, but it wasn't even Akira Toriyama for Dragon Ball GT.
Oh really?
Well,
yeah.
That's not to say that
That
they
makes
want
a
to take
lot of
one
sense.
look
Yeah.
at his
Yep.
work and be like, okay, let's just do everything that he does. How would he approach this? Let's just do that.
I don't know. Their
Have they-
ideas were pretty out there.
Okay,
It's a
they
reskin
GT.
crossover.
Yeah, it was kind of weird. But yeah, there were a lot of reskins for 6 as far as like monster designs, but it also had a lot of the designs from 4 and 5. So like there was a lot of monsters in 4 and 5. Especially for 5 where they added the monster
That
recruitment.
was a huge focus. of that one.
So I would say like it's okay.
They
in a
do that in
way,
this one, but
I
it's
would-
not as good.
yeah, it's not as good.
It's
You had
way
to have a
less.
specific class for it, for like the original version.
Yeah, some you can just recruit though. Like
There are special ones that
Side
you're allowed to
missions.
recruit
Yeah.
in the DS version, but they took out the aspect of the Beastmaster ability, like a class where you could just like recruit monsters if you had that.
which is sad because that's something I really liked from 5.
Yeah, the reskins. I mean, there were some in 4 and 5. 5 with like the different generations of the creatures is basically I think what it was going for.
I think
Like
so.
there was like the apple had also like the green apple and stuff. And
Yeah.
so there were some, but this one had a lot more. So it felt kind of like 2 again in a lot of ways. Because 2 had a lot of the reskins from 1 just to add more monsters.
Yeah, it has less problems than 2 though.
Yeah.
It does look a lot better.
But yeah, like in it's a lot of, I feel like it's just 2 again for like the series, especially where it's just, I don't know. It's like the ending bit and then, yeah, I don't know.
What I find more frustrating and draining to me is that it ends out its welcome very soon, considering how long this is, that you go back and forth between 2 worlds, and then there's a third one for you to go through.
Yeah.
And so it's bad enough when
that
you
was
have a
a
whole
lot.
bunch of battles facing, let's just say, this blue dragon.
Yep.
And then you go to another world where you do 50 battles in one dungeon because it's high RNG, and then now you're just facing the green dragon.
That's like 1
It-
almost. It just feels kind of lazy.
It becomes very tiresome
Yep.
Yeah.
in battle. And it just, it really is not my cup of tea. It wears out its welcome very quickly.
Yeah, I feel like the design is kind of meh overall. That's like how I could sum up the whole experience of this game. It's just meh.
It's very colorful.
It's a
I
solid
will-
game.
6 is way more colorful than 5, especially in its designs. But that doesn't articulate to being a better design nor a better game.
No.
Yeah.
But it's colorful as shit. I'll give it that.
That
And I'm
is
just
true.
looking at pictures here, and the color spectrum is all over the place.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be solid colors. It just,
Yeah, it's just it is a little sad that they do reuse a lot of creatures. I mean, that's one thing that I have a major problem with in RPGs is when they reuse creatures a lot and then just like recolor them and call it something else.
Especially when they have access to Toriyama.
yeah,
Feels like a waste.
yeah, and then on top of that, just like all the like designs for the caves and dungeons you go into are basically the same. I mean, the layout looks exactly the same no matter where you're
I
going.
can't really recall one specific area in the game except for the very last area.
Yeah, I mean that's the only area that was vaguely different. So
Well, I guess the underwater was pretty unique to that.
it was, but you don't.
But it's easy to just get lost in there.
It is. It's not utilized to much extent unless you do a lot of exploring like I did. There
Yeah.
really isn't anything to it.
I went everywhere I could possibly see just to like complete the map.
Right.
But it was pretty barren overall.
yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of like towns and things to go to like in the other ones. Like 5 had a lot of areas.
And even in 3, there was a lot of areas because it seemed they were all self-contained. You would go somewhere with 3, and it would be its own little arc,
Yeah,
its own little thing that you do. In 6, no,
yeah.
it's not there.
Doesn't
Nothing
have,
is there.
Doesn't have the same amount of depth in its design. No.
No.
Then as far as characters go, I don't really recall them having different dialects in this one.
There were some, but not as much as the other games.
That really stood out in 5 to me.
I do like the designs for the
Madame
characters, though.
Luca is upset with you.
I do like the
Madame
designs
Luca
for characters in Dragon Quest VI
Rebukes
a lot.
your assumptions.
Yeah. Good for her.
Yes, very good for her.
All right, guys, where are you gonna place 6
Oh,
in the scale?
There was apparently a manga,
Well,
much like with every one of these. if they
Yeah.
want to add on to it.
Well,
It was
yeah,
a-
but they always do a manga for like every single one.
yeah. So it was a 10-volume manga adaptation that was also made. That was titled Land of Illusion, and it apparently introduced the character of Kaizu Bushu, a spotted slime. Bizarre, but okay, there it is.
Can't you recruit that guy in 6? I remember having a slime character that wasn't Slime Knight.
Yeah, it was,
And he had spots.
yeah.
I think it was that guy.
I believe so. Yeah,
That's a cool addition. If so.
it is. And we have questions. We ask questions on Twitter, on Facebook, on our awesome geekdom, and a lot of them are for Platy M3.
Before we get into that, let's go over the sales, though.
Sales,
Yeah.
insane sales that happened. Apparently, it came in at a very high retail price of 11,970 yen.
About $100. Oh my god!
Yeah,
Why would they sell that for $100?
because it's Dragon Quest and it would sell.
Yeah, but fuck, dude. This was still like SNES, right?
Yes, this was the SNES era.
How?
Because of the length of the game at the time, probably. I'm thinking about it. It is a lengthy fucking game, but
Yeah,
not
it's
$100.
long, but
Like,
holy
put it at, like,
shit.
60. Yeah, 60. Not 100. That's rough. But at 100 a pop, it sold 3.2 million copies in Japan, of which 2.5 million was sold in December, the first month it was out.
Oh man.
And it became the best-selling game of 1995.
Okay, so I'm looking at this and it says according to Nintendo Power, Dragon Quest VI was originally planned for North America to be released under the title Dragon Quest or Dragon Warrior 5.
Right.
Why the fuck did they do that?
But they ended up not because
Well, I know they didn't end up doing it, but like friggin'
Enix-
Square did it with friggin' Final Fantasy.
Yep. FF2 and FF3 were completely skipped over. So when FF4 came here, it was 2, and then 5 got skipped, so that FF6 became FF3 here. Square was doing it, so Enix was thinking about doing it, but they chose not to. If Square could get away with it, Enix was thinking on doing the same thing. But it ended up not happening. Enix was apparently had given up on the US market basically due to the lackluster sales of 5 in the United States. So it had no companies willing to take the plunge in getting it localized over here. We did not see it until the lovely DS version that we have.
Yeah. See, I'm starting to realize why Dragon Quest isn't as popular over here. It's partially because nobody wanted to bring it here.
It could
Well,
be that.
Not to
Because
mention,
I mean, game for game in versus Final Fantasy, like up till 6, like they've been better. So, and Final Fantasy was huge.
That's true.
Quentin,
So
I kind of feel like it was the sales, though.
it was definitely the
first
sales.
couple.
well for the first one, yeah, but like everybody had Dragon Quest 1 after a while when they gave it away for free with Nintendo Power.
Yeah, I think the name change, too, was also negative.
The Dragon
aspect.
Warrior?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cause them just rebranding it on the DS, like, I don't know. That like limits access in a way because they could have just put it on like the PlayStation Store or whatever. Like they didn't have to go the route of the Nintendo handheld, which people only buy for Pokemon.
Yeah. There's other games, but the main draw is Pokemon, that's for sure.
It's the only reason I fucking buy one. It's a fucking.
well, the only reason I bought mine was for Dragon Quest.
It's a $200
so I would
fucking
like to-
Pokemon machine.
There's similarities between the two.
Yeah.
It has to do with the lackluster sales, considering I don't think there was enough of a profit of how much time it would have taken back then to translate it all. there wasn't enough of a market for them to do so because clearly they thought it was going to be big in the United States, and the first one fucking tanked. Unfortunately, it tanked in its sales projection. So that's why they started giving it away to try and build up
Advertise
the
it.
hype, and it just failed completely.
It's sad.
It hurt the value of the game too by giving it away like that.
Yeah. And apparently in an issue of Nintendo Power, the staff wrote an article thinking that they suggested why the series may not appeal to the American audience by saying there's too much fighting and not enough adventuring. They have also mentioned that the class building can become tedious and that the dual worlds are too overwhelming, both possible reasons against the United States release.
And we're
they
kind
are
of seeing
correct.
that. Yeah.
They made a great
yeah.
decision with that one.
I feel like the balance was good in a couple of them, but
Well, for this version.
for the earlier ones, yeah, it was
So
definitely
you
a lot rougher. Especially 2.
You just never know with the SNES version that was over
Well,
there.
the original version had the Beastmaster class, which you could recruit monsters, where this
Right.
one did not.
And
so
thankfully, they cut that out of this game because I wouldn't have wanted it. It looked to be half-assed done from what I've read up. That it was like, oh, there's like 15 monsters that are recruitable and that's it. So thankfully, when they approached this DS remake that we all played, they completely cut that out.
I don't think it would have been a big a deal. I mean, it was just a class that you had to have to do it anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
eh,
And instead of cutting it, they could have,
made
added
it better.
more.
Yeah, especially since they basically remade the game. I don't know.
Even more of a grind for other things would even lessen my score of the game.
But it's optional.
Well, yeah,
It is
it would be an
optional, but-
optional grind. I mean, just like every other class is.
Just like the side quests,
Yeah,
too.
just like side quests and whatnot.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I
Well,
did-
okay, anyway, that's, yeah.
I did all the bonus stuff, and that extra battle was just as much of a bitch as Mortimer. And so I did that little extra ending you get with Ashlyn, and it's not fucking worth it.
What is it?
It's literally just the same goddamn thing with her in front of the castle with just like no change, really. It's not even wasted all that extra fucking time for nothing.
All right. Okay, now where do you guys put 6?
I
me check
know
my
it's not
notes.
better than 5, nor is it better than 4, but it is better than 2. So now I gotta weigh in my own head. Is it better than 3? No. No, it's not.
No.
But how much does nostalgia play in my head with 1?
It's an easy answer for me.
I don't know. So I'm gonna weigh that while you two decide.
Well,
Maybe convince
personally, my favorite is 1. But
Out of the 2, I agree with that.
Out of what?
Out of 1 and 6,
Well, out of the entire
I would
series.
take 1 easily.
I mean, I like 1 and 5 the most. That's
Okay.
my personal favorites. But probably 1 the most, just because, like, I don't know, I just love it.
But not as far as your rankings.
No, not as far as my rankings.
Yeah, you're able to differentiate what your personal favorites is. and
Yeah.
you don't need to play a.
For my personal rankings, I would have to put it slightly above 3. Not that I really want to, but I
Bullshit.
Wow.
Okay, the reason is because I do feel like the battle system is better. The overall they refined it more for the battle
true.
system. The balance, the game balance, the difficulty of the boss was actually a nice thing for once.
The difficulty of the boss, but the rest of the bosses are a cakewalk. So that
that's-
isn't balanced.
well.
Well, Durin was pretty tough because he was a 3-parter with Terry before him.
Okay. I'll
Yeah.
give that one to you.
Well, and then the other ones were cakewalk mostly for me, just because I had a bunch of encounters with the metal slimes. I had no
Yeah.
problems up until basically the last part of the game.
Yeah.
And then like the inventory system was refined more from the first trilogy. That's one thing that they kind of had a problem with. Storytelling is almost the same, but 3's is better.
Yes.
But a gameplay aspect of like enjoying my time with it, I think 6 is slightly above.
So this is the first time in 7 games that we're actually going to have a different ranking.
Oh, yes, we are.
So what was yours, Caleb?
It would be 2, 1, 3. No, wait. Dragon Quest Builders is in there. Dragon Quest Builders is better than 2. So it'd be 2.
Oh, according to a
Builders,
Reddit forum, we're wrong
1.
for that.
No. No, 2 is terrible, you guys. 2 is terrible.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the
What was I
Reddit.
at? 2
You
builders,
got 2
1,
builders, 1,
3,
3.
Do we
6,
keep builders onto our
4,
list
and
for
then
now?
5.
Yeah.
Not counted as like the spinoff?
5.
It's one we played, so we might as well put it
Yeah,
in
that's
there.
how I'm looking at it. Like, we can.
I mean, I liked
differentiate
Builders,
later.
but I liked 1 a lot more. And Builders is worlds above 2, despite the grind fest and constant repetitive gameplay.
So mine worst to best is 2 builders, then 6, 1, 3, 4, and 5.
See, that's where I'm thinking because I definitely have it 2 builders. And then I'm deciding where I place 6. Do I like 6 more than 1?
I mean, I personally like 1 better than 6.
Yeah, me
but
too.
as far as like, I don't know.
But there's no way I would put 6 over 3.
No, I'm not doing that. That is blasphemy.
It
Even
wasn't
if it's
by much.
technically better,
It wasn't.
I enjoyed 3 more.
Yes.
Eh.
That's
3
how I
had
look
its
at it.
Well, if that's how we were
own
gonna
little
rank it, dude, then I'd be like 5 and 1 would be the top.
You can do it that way. You can always change your ranking.
I guess I could. Maybe at the end when I know definitively.
Okay. That's fair.
I do not like the story in 6, but
Well, I mean,
There's
if you think
still
about
a
it as
lot
Mortal
more
Kombat,
there,
it's slightly
and a
better.
lot of
That was the deciding factor over 3.
there is a lot
in a way.
more in all aspects. The vehicles that we didn't go much over are kind of bland, but it is cool that you basically do become Pegasus with the flying boots to another realm. Not the other realm, but the other thing floating the castle
It's
in the
the
sky.
blimp or the air balloon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hot air
It's been
balloon.
done. I
It's
just don't
been
find
done.
it that unique.
But there is still a lot more to 6 as opposed to 1. So it would have to be 2 builders, 1, 6, 3, 4, 5.
We're all different on this one, looks
Yeah.
like.
Well, that's good.
So Caleb's is from best to worst 5, 4, 6, 3, 1 builders, and 2.
No
Mine
way, 6 is above 3.
mine is 5, 4, 3,
Just
1.
don't worry about it.
6 builders and 2. And Jake's is 5, 4, 3, 6, 1 builders and 2.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you
Design
go.
choices.
6 definitely
Gameplay.
is a divided game in the series.
Yeah, it's kind of disappointing, honestly. I was hoping that this trilogy would end on a really high note, and it did not. Because like it was building up for me. Because like
Yeah.
4 was awesome, and then 5 was really awesome, and then 6 was like, eh.
Well, the peak of 6 was good. The final boss was pretty good, although frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in 6, but
Yep.
like the story is really what plummets it.
Yeah,
Considering how good the story of 3, 4, and 5 were.
yeah. If we look at it like overall, 6 just isn't as good.
It's unnecessary
No.
long.
Yeah,
In addition to the story, it's way
It is
too much
really
battles.
long, and then there's not much to do on the overworld, and there's 3 of them.
You could easily get lost in the overworld.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, so there's not much point to
Disappointing.
that. So yeah, it's kind of it's not great.
Still, though, it's better than some.
Well,
It's
there you guys
definitely-
go. Our rankings of the Dragon Quest series up till 6. We are working on 7 now, and we will be done hopefully by the end of the month. I'm hoping to have it done within the next 2 weeks. So,
End of June
I-
sounds reasonable.
Well, I
can
mean,
get
we
this
have-
thing
we
beat
have the
as done
entire
as
month,
quick
so-
as-
Yeah.
it's only the second, you guys.
I've got another episode planned before that. We should discuss any events that happen with Dragon Quest XI or a full analysis of what we think of the game so far. They've released quite a bit of gameplay footage on what has been changed for the localization over here.
Also, by
So I
the
was
time
thinking
we
about-
record next, it'll be past E3, so hopefully we'll have more Dragon Quest news.
They should. Let's go Square
Yeah,
Enix.
we're going for a second episode to make up for you guys that we missed an entire month. So hopefully you guys.
I will try and get these guys to
enjoy
show up
that.
as often as possible.
Hey, one of those times is your fucking fault. So
No.
Was
I
it?
declared
Yeah.
that I wasn't feeling
was-
good for a fever, and then you guys all of a sudden
Okay.
became. You made it a catalyst all of a sudden when I can. Perfectly
you were
do
gonna
something.
bring the boy, and you were
Yes.
also really, really sick. It wasn't just a minor flu. You said you were fucking like crazy sick. Otherwise, we would have just been like, okay,
and that
let's
has nothing
let's
to
just
do
do
with me
it.
not being able to record.
It was not just
you
a
guys
minor
were
fever.
literally. It was like I can record perfectly fine, but it's like all of a sudden it becomes this. Oh, I guess we have to cancel. that.
Yeah,
He
you
can
were.
become
Go,
my
go ahead and remember it that
He
way,
can-
Jake.
He could
It's
become
fine.
my reason why I don't want to record.
Well, we were kind of like
You guys were.
teetering on not coming anyway.
That's the
then
vibe I
Jake-
was
there
getting
was
from
there
you
was
two.
something there was something else going on, and I can't remember what it was.
I think you
Right,
were gonna
so
be
you guys
late.
made it to me. You made me the martyr.
Oh.
You made me the catalyst.
I think both
Yeah.
of us or one of us was going to be late, and then you said you were really sick on top of that, and we're like, okay, let's just do it next week then.
Jake's so
That
dedicated.
was only the second delay, so that's wasn't too.
Jake's so
bad.
dedicated that he would come here sick, so we had to basically force him to not come.
yeah, I became the catalyst of canceling.
Yeah,
That's all.
it's-
It had nothing to do with me.
So we
No,
all,
you were still really sick.
we all
so you
caused
can't just say that you
one of
were.
the absences. 3
Yeah.
weeks. There was 1 week though that we could have done it, and something fell through.
Yeah, I can't remember.
That's our excuse,
Yep,
and we're sorry.
we are. But yeah, 2 episodes this month, maybe 3 if we get 7 done by the end.
We'll see.
I'm willing to go ham if you guys are.
I'm not
I'm
go
gonna have
ham.
it done by 2 weeks because I want to get started on 8. Because 8's gonna take me the longest, especially if I'm gonna do side stuff.
I'm gonna shoot for the end of the month.
You do that.
Okay,
You do that. It's fine.
but we can do another episode. We also have a spare month, so keep that in
Well,
mind.
we don't have a spare month.
We do
We've pushed it off enough that we don't. Because
still
we
have
technically
August.
should have had 7 done now.
Yeah.
Because our spare month was August, and August has become 9.
Well, I feel like we're gonna go through 8 pretty quickly.
Just because of how much we anticipate enjoying it and going ham. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess there's that.
Then I don't know. 9 has a lot though. I wouldn't feel too terrible about delaying 9 though if it comes down to it, especially for 8. But we'll try and get 9 done.
Yeah,
That's
we
still
will.
the plan. So
9 probably won't be 100 hours, just like 7 isn't really 100 hours.
I've also heard that 9 never ends though.
If that's true, then we'll get to a point where we feel comfortable reviewing it.
Yeah,
So,
which is cool. I like that. It's pretty good value for a game,
yeah,
just like Skyrim.
the game that never ends.
Yep.
Oblivion was better for that. Oblivion is.
I need
I
to
feel like
play that.
Oblivion is better.
I need to play Oblivion.
Skyrim is
still.
good, but Oblivion has more unique qualities that make it better to me.
All right, guys. I think that'll do us here.
Oh, I thought we
Yep.
had some questions though that we
Oh,
missed.
we do have a few questions. that
Oh, we can
totally
do it on the next episode.
This is
They're
pertaining to
about
Dragon
6,
Quest
though.
6, so good job with that, Craig. I tried to bring it up.
You were
tried.
the one who stopped us from answering the questions.
No, that was me. I had to use the bathroom, so I was like, "How about the sales?" And then I slinked away.
Oh, you're a piece of shit. I still say save it for next week. or 2 weeks.
Until next time, keep it
Come on,
super.
man. Welcome to a Puff Puff Hour, a Dragon Quest podcast. Today we're going to be reviewing Dragon Quest VII,
Fragments of the Forgotten Past.
Fragments of the Forgotten Past.
Or of the Forgotten Podcast. Oh,
Yeah.
puns!
Boom.
Yeah, so we're back from our sabbatical.
Sabbatical.
That's as good a thing as any.
It was a summer vacation. We'll
Summer vacation
we'll say
for
that.
you.
It's a very long summer vacation.
I don't
Yeah.
even think kids get like 3 full months out of school anymore either. So yeah, Greg's got a good point here.
Well, college you get out at like April, so
When do you have to go back for that though?
end of August.
May, June,
So
July.
it's kind of close.
Okay.
Okay.
We took the college higher education summer break.
Okay. All right.
So where we been?
I don't know. Been waiting to get this all recorded. Schedules are a bitch, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. We've been done for like a month and a half.
Yeah.
So yeah, we figure like
How's that new job treating you? I say new, like, you know, it's new to everybody else listening here.
well
but
now at this point I'm used to it.
yeah.
So I've been working nights at Target, and
You probably get a
that's-
union bonus too for how long you've been at the job now.
Well, no, I get some benefits, but they're not great. But yeah, that's where I've been at Target, and that's taken a lot of my game time away since I'm full time there now, and I sleep in the day.
Not enough to get another game beat.
That's always fun.
apparently, but
It's awesome.
I know. Don't they just call you in at any schedule?
No, I set my own schedule,
Oh.
but
Oh,
Still,
wait a minute.
the hours are
Wait a
sucky.
minute here. Let me load up the shotgun. What?
okay. So when I first got hired there, I picked my schedule, and that's the one that I keep. So it's not like every week I come in and make a new schedule. It's a
Right.
set thing. So it's at least 10 hours a day for 4 days a week. But like the one day off that I get off after I've worked, I just sleep the whole day. So I really only get like 2 days off.
You need to be like Schweiss more.
Yeah, I
Record
gotta
with no sleep.
sacrifice that sleep
Schweiss did take like an hour-long nap.
today.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was
passed
great.
out like right
Great
after
episode
we
of New Clan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
after we did
Well,
New Clan.
Well, that's where I've been. I've been working full time. It's been sucky, but that's life.
Yep.
But I got it done. I got 7 done, and we're here today.
And we have 8 done, except for Jake. So
Well,
whenever,
we get
Well, way to build the hype for that.
I'm just saying that we
Drum roll.
Yeah,
the hype is getting to 11.
We
which
have a
we are
surprise.
closer.
Now, do you mean 11 as in Dragon Quest 11 or the actual hype scale up to 11?
Both.
Both, yes.
All right, well, the reason why I don't have 8 done is because I wasn't exactly kept in the loop on that. I will gladly
Yeah, you were.
hype.
I told you after I was
Okay,
done.
okay. It's
Dylan
one
told
thing
you
to
when
say
he
I'm
was
starting
done.
up like 1 or 2. No, when he was done. Literally, oh, look, done. Right smack in the dab in the middle when we're trying to plan
Well,
7's review.
I had to make up for my lack of playing
right.
7.
So I'm gonna let the audience know I'm a cruise through 8 and get it done immediately now. Now that these two have got it done, no problem.
yeah,
You're
so,
gonna see another episode very, very soon.
surprise.
Surprise.
Yep.
But yeah, I just kind of like, boom, look, these two are done with the game. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'll get on it.
Yeah.
Might as
It
well.
was a good job. Yeah, I'm gonna kill it. All right, we're gonna get straight into this, gentlemen.
I think we might as well.
All right. Dragon Quest VII, also known as Warriors of Eden, over in Japan, apparently.
Mm.
We never got that subtitle, but for the 3DS remake, it was Fragments of the Forgotten Past.
Was in what was it for the PS1? Was it just
It was just
7?
Dragon Warrior 7.
Yeah. When did they start doing? I always forget. When did they start doing the little subtitles?
I don't know.
8.
Was it
8 would have been the first prominent one here in the States, but I have
that
no
would make-
idea when it would have started in Japan.
That would have made sense because
If you guys
is
know,
called
let us
Journey
know.
of the Cursed King,
Right.
so it probably was 8.
Or 7,
Yeah.
because they, over in Japan, was Warriors of Eden. So,
Was that on release?
in Japan, I think so. I could be wrong. You Dragon
Maybe-
Quest
maybe they
listeners
all
that
had-
know a lot more than
Maybe
us.
they all
Let
had
us
the
know.
subtitles in Japan, and
Yeah.
then they just started bringing them over in 8.
Yeah, it is something we
Alright,
would
that would
really,
make
really
sense.
like to know. I'd set up that Hori interview.
I swear we looked this up before, but I don't know. I forgot.
Probably. But mainly it was game follows the hero and his friends as they discover secrets about the mysterious island surrounding their home of Esterd. Through some ancient ruins, they are transported to the past of various islands and must defeat the evil in each new location. The main flow of the game is different from the other Dragon Quest games. Instead of exploring one large world, the party goes to separate continents by placing stone fragments upon their appropriate pedestals in the Shrine of Mysteries. Once all the missing fragments are located and placed from a particular pedestal, the party is transported to the location in the past. After solving whatever problems plague the location, the party then travels back to Esterd, the beginning island, again and again and again.
It's like
Yeah,
Banjo-Kazooie.
that's it. That's everything. We can all go home now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was worth
If
the
only
wait.
it was that simple of a 100 hours.
I mean, it is, but at the same time, we experienced the long way around.
Do you guys remember what your final game time was?
91.
Mine was like 85.
I think mine was like 102. I did
do
a
any
lot of
size?
grinding though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I like the class system.
I do too, but the game is like, we'll
So,
get into the game.
like, I got
It's,
obsessed
really
with it.
streamlined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of. Yes, in some aspects, no in others.
So yeah.
So it's just like a little synopsis. Do we want to go straight into development? This is an interesting development.
All right, let's go. Let's go development, and then we'll talk story.
It was mainly the three main guys, as usual. Hori, Toriyama, and Sugiyama. But strangely, it was directed for the first time by someone other than Hori. It was Manabu Yamana. And Shintaro Majimi signed on as the art director. So the game was delayed numerous times before its release.
Kind of like this podcast episode.
Work on the game.
It was in honor of the game.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was.
We planned it all along.
Yes.
We're that dedicated to it.
Work on the game was extended because the development staff wanted to perfect the game due to high expectations from the fans and became the team only consisting of about 35 people.
Dang.
Hori stated in an interview that the team focused more on puzzle solving than the game's story. And apparently, if you play the PS1 version, that's
Yeah.
what they're talking about. Being the first game in the series to include 3D graphics, the team was also initially reluctant to include CG movies and cinematics due to letters written to Enix by fans fearing that doing so would change the overall feeling of the series to be akin to Final Fantasy VII. That's a dedicated fan base.
Yeah. Well,
That's interesting. The English language localization translating over 70,000 pages of text via 20 translators and 5 copy editors. There's a photo going around, I'll include this into the episode description, of all of these binders that are all labeled. That is nothing but the entire set of texts and translations that they used.
Oh, man.
It was like its own little mini library. It's not right. No effort was made to edit or censor the context of the Japanese script. Soon after the game's release, developer Heartbeat went on hiatus. Justin Lucas, production manager of Enix America, commented on the hiatus, saying that the developer merely worked their tails off on Dragon Warrior 7 and Dragon Warrior 5. They decided to take a sabbatical for a while and rest up, noting that it had nothing to do with the game's U.S. sales. The back of the Dragon Warrior 7 manual in North America contained an advertisement for Dragon Warrior 4, a PlayStation-enhanced remake. The localization was subsequently canceled due to Heartbeat's hiatus. And translations, man, that's...
70,000 pages.
And
That's-
considering, I believe this game, the 3DS version, which we all played, right?
Yeah.
It even took like 3 years to get over here in the States as well. Like, Japan got it like way earlier than us.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
So they went back through and apparently did it again.
That's
Because
rough.
there's a lot of NPCs in this game that have their own text and
yeah,
dialogue
there's a
boxes.
shitload.
And it's not necessary because they don't give you much context on where the fuck to go.
No, they don't.
And if you don't talk to them in the right goddamn order, you could completely go up to a fucking abandoned tower thinking that's where you go next. Nobody's there. And you go back into town, and then you just start talking to people in a random order, and then a cutscene actually happens, and then you go back to the top of the tower, and actually something happens. That's not right.
Yeah, that's why I used a guide.
I did later. I can't remember what town I was.
I had
got
to
screwed
eventually.
somewhere, and then-
There was some really fucky puzzles in this game.
And like the game's long
It's not
enough.
necessarily a puzzle. It's
It's a puzzle when you have to figure out a systematical order of NPCs to talk to.
systematic.
It's a pretty big puzzle. The entirety of the game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that seemed to be a theme though of the game.
The puzzles.
Puzzles, yeah.
Well, I mean, the entirety of the world is just puzzle pieces.
Exactly.
Apparently. So,
That's why I
yeah.
was like, it's Banjo-Kazooie. Got to get the puzzle pieces to unlock the next
well,
level.
the one part that isn't a puzzle is realizing that you do have to go back to each island. That was made pretty fucking clear every goddamn time between
yeah.
the past and the present.
How did you guys feel about that?
I didn't like it.
Yeah, I feel
At
like
all.
it was artificial just to extend.
It's not
the length.
necessary.
See, okay, this is kind of a story problem for me for this game, and it's so you kind of figure out that when you go to the new islands the first time, you're going back in time, and then when the new island just appears, because you said everything right, technically everyone should just know that island is there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But then they don't. They don't fucking know. And they're like, a new island appeared out of nowhere. We've never fucking seen this place before. We were the only island on the fucking planet.
Yeah, you know what?
And then the people who are on that island are like, we've been here the whole time. You guys are
is a
just
new
fucking
island?"
idiots. Like, it's like, what? How do the people who have lived on the island just know that they've been there the whole time? But the people on the main island are just like, you fucking haven't. Why
like
do
the-
they have separate memories?
It's like the island in Wonder Woman. Like it's just there. It's been there the whole time, but you can't see it.
It's like a magic
It's
barrier
invisible.
thing, but it's nothing like that is explained.
It's
in
just
the
assumed, I
game.
guess.
They just have separate memories, and it's fucking weird.
yeah.
Would you say they're fragmented memories?
Yes.
You would say that.
Of
That is the thing you
the
would say.
past?
Yeah, yeah, you would say that exact phrase. It's
You know what I equate those people to?
what
Flat Earth theorists.
I mean, kind of like
They fucking are.
Well, they wouldn't be wrong.
Well, it's fucking weird
This
though because
context.
like,
They all think there's one goddamn continent, and then
Yeah.
when another one appears, it's just nothing to
but
them.
everybody else, every other island is like, yeah, it's been there the whole time. We've been here the whole time. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think there's some
But then the
characters
people-
that actually reference other islands too.
Yeah.
Like, how would they know?
Yeah.
The
Like,
fishermen.
there's
Yeah.
like one of the
Fishermen.
first islands that you go back to. Like they're like, your island just
Valinor?
suddenly appeared, and then they're like, no, we've been here the whole fucking time.
Just forgot about them.
It's like, do you know about our island? It's like, yeah, sure, why not?
It makes
great.
sense.
I don't know, man. It doesn't make sense because they're literally going back in time
Yep.
to fix the problem. There's more time plot stuff later.
The fun part about that is they go to try and fix it, and what's good with any time-related plot, in time travel, sorry, they don't actually fix some of the goddamn problems. They actually make it worse. It's like handing Cliff the goddamn fucking notebook.
It's
Handing them the sports almanac about all the fucking scores. You're not helping. You're hurting this situation.
Yeah.
So, yeah, do we want to get into story? Does Craig want to summarize this up?
Did we finish development?
That is the whole development.
Yeah, let's get into story.
I will simply say one line, and one line only to describe this.
the story.
Yes, 12 islands of side plot and some guy named Orgadermer.
Yeah, that is the plot. I mean, okay, like, we can do a play-by-play of each island if we want, but like literally
can
the
remember.
entirety of the plot is the first part of the plot is you find a puzzle piece and you go to the ancient temple for some fuck off reason because you're kids and you want to explore, and then you place it on the pedestal, and all of a sudden, you go back in time, and they're just like, "Oh, we got to figure out how to get home." Then they figure out the puzzles and solve the problem there. They go back, and then there's just randomly a fucking island, and then every adult is like, "A fucking island just appeared out of fucking nowhere. We got to go over there and figure out what's happening." And then you go sneak over on your own ship that you just randomly have. And then you figure out that you like
Well, he
had
was the
gone back
son
in
of a
time.
fisherman, so
Yeah, I mean, it, like
I know. Just,
it's,
if anybody would have a random ass fucking boat at their disposal, it would be the son of a fisherman.
they took a broken boat from one of the king's fleets or whatever. Though is I think what the
Oh,
what
yeah, 'cause
Kiefer
Kiefer
said,
is,
and then
yeah.
they fixed it up, and I was like, that's
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
They just have it hidden because it's wrong to have it or something.
yeah.
Like I don't know, but like, anyway, yeah. So the plot is essentially like the world is a puzzle, and they found the puzzle piece for like the next part of their section of the world.
yeah.
There's like a random NPC that guards this area.
Yeah, the fucking weird fairy dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to have more to do with the
Plot
story.
relevance
Like maybe he was the
Instead of-
villain the
He's
whole
a
time.
placeholder.
instead of just being like
Well,
a narrator.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I haven't played much of the original. I've only seen a little bit of it, but I believe the pedestals are just there on their own, and that guy is there for you to talk to select where you want to go. Because what I've seen originally is you're moving from room to room to room with all these individual pedestals for you to select which one you want to go inside. He seems to be like the guy that you streamline to let me just move over to this one by selecting it.
So they
instead of running
created that
through the
guy
moves. I
for
think
the
so.
sole purpose of streamlining the process of moving between islands.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I
When,
appreciate
you got-
that.
In a way, that's okay, but at the same time, I don't feel like that's much of a time saver. Because if you're literally just wandering through that temple, which has no
Well,
battles,
you would, 'cause
that's
you'd have
not.
to go to each pedestal and figure out which one had the fragment in it.
Well, I mean,
Right.
if they're color coded like they were in the
Even if they're
3DS,
color-coded.
then you know what one you have to like.
Of the 5, other pedestals you'd still need to go select from.
You could
I'm saying
still
it's a
see the
little bit of a
shape.
time save.
I mean,
That's all.
Maybe, but like as far as like what they could have done, that seems pretty like bare minimum.
Yeah, I'm fine
Especially
with
when they
it.
created a new character to
I'm fine
just
with
like. I mean, yeah, I am too, but it just seems like
But give him
He's
more of
there
a
for
purpose.
convenience to let the guys know that, hey, you're going to the past.
I would
not gonna
I
tell
would have
you
preferred.
why.
I would have preferred they just cut out
any
like
reason.
a third of the game. No,
Oh, really?
2/3 of the game, really, and then just had that be like side questy stuff.
I would agree with a third of the game.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so
then
the
you'd
actual plot, like any plot relevant things that happen in like Emberdale, and then the last like 20 hours of the game,
Yeah.
That's pretty much true.
and then it's like.
It's like mostly side plot.
That 2/3 of the game is side plot, which you could easily cut out. You know, you can go
So-
explore the other islands if you want. You can find the puzzle pieces to the other islands
Yeah.
on the islands that you go to for the main story, and then just explore each of the things. Because like each of the islands you go to anyway is its own kind of closed off story
Yeah.
that like is touched vaguely by like some ominous being, and that's why
yeah,
it's
it's
the
pretty
main
much
plot.
when you-
So it's like, okay, so it's a very episodic game
Yeah, I was just gonna say
that
that.
has no real overarching story other than like the devil is just messing with people
And
Yeah,
they don't
for
even
that-
say his
for
name.
literally no reason.
They don't even say his name until like the last 20 hours of the game.
Yeah, like that's when they when they reveal who it is. Then they're like, "Oh yeah, that's the guy. That's the demon lord,
Yep.
no,
Orgrimmar.
Orgrimmar."
Orgrimmar. Yeah.
Orgrimmar.
Revealed to be the demon lord.
God, they have
it
have
happens-
fucking stupid names like Orgrimmar, Mortimer, fucking like whatever the other guys were. At least the first guy was like just demon, like the Dragon,
Dragon
Lord. Yeah, I'm
Lord.
just Dragon Lord. That's my name. First name Dragon, last
So you're
name
saying
Lord.
when we review 8, you don't like Dolmegas?
Don't make this fine.
So yeah, pretty much it's when you restore the whole entire world, you actually get some plot. You end up figuring out about the demon lord, who disguised himself as God and seals several of the islands away once again.
Yeah.
Because, extending out the game.
For more repetition than was
Yes.
already happening.
I did like that story element, but just like repeats of
stupid.
what
That's
happened earlier.
So you end up having to find the elemental spirits, wind, fire, earth, and water. So
Yeah.
that was
They're
fun.
useful,
That's
too.
when the game really started kicking up for me. To be honest.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
the
when it
last third of the
started.
game
That's when it
is
started
really
picking
great.
up.
So what was
he
that,
ends up-
like the last 15 hours?
I'd say 20.
20
but,
hours?
yeah, he ends up raising
Yeah,
his dark
about
palace,
20
and
hours.
with the aid of the flying rock, the party confronts him in the final battle.
The flying rock.
And one of the easiest final bosses in the series.
Unless
My
you're
opinion.
underleveled, which I
He under level,
was.
huh? But yeah, it's
I had to go back and grind for like 10 or 15 more levels.
yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't bad though. There was metal slimes all over.
There were a lot of metal slimes.
How did you feel about the first Orgrimmar fight? Because I got stuck on him for a bit, actually, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
Remember when you face him the first time and then he says, "Oh wait, boom, I'm resurrected."
He beat me once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I lost that fight like 1 or 2 times.
Not too bad though, overall.
They end up reuniting with the present-day roamers in a ceremony to revive God, with Aish dancing in the vestment of virtue and Crispin playing the Torben of truth. The Almighty is revived. However, unbeknownst to the party, is really him
How
in
can
disguise.
God die?
He didn't technically die.
But they
dissipated.
revived him.
He ran out of energy. That's what I got out
Well,
of it.
wouldn't we get
So
that
what? He
same
was
thing
just
in-
asleep.
Yeah, that's why they had to do the ceremony, because he was asleep.
There's a lot of rituals in this game.
Ceremony of the alarm clock.
What I don't understand is why they needed the ceremony to bring back Ogredemir or whatever his name is. Because, like, that's when he reappears as God. But, like, he wasn't dormant before.
It's because you killed him. Are you referring to then or before even the plot starts in the game?
No,
Because
I
you
mean,
do
like,
defeat his body, and then he comes in as a spirit pretending to be God in order for you to basically Phoenix down his ass.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just thought it was weird.
Well, when you
It
kill
didn't
a
add up
spirit,
to
it
me.
doesn't matter. You could still resurrect it.
Yeah, but I don't understand like why go through all the ceremony and stuff. Like, if he could have just came back anyway.
I think he could.
Just to fool them, or-
Because you want to be resurrected. I don't think that he could have resurrected himself. He needed them
Yeah,
to do it.
I think he needed the ritual to come back.
Okay.
But like bunch of dipshits, instead of just leaving things at peace, we got to resurrect our god now to defend us. And
Yeah.
when we got us as warriors to defend, because clearly we just took care of the bad guy on our fucking own.
We killed the devil, but we need God now to kill the devil
Yeah,
again.
where's your god now? He wasn't here the first time, and you guys had to get the goddamn job done on your own. We don't need you.
We
Just
never
look-
needed you.
Look what ended up happened.
What I got from that is that he didn't actually die.
No, but the
I mean,
spirit
he
carries
kind
on.
of died, but he was basically still the devil, so you can't
like, the
really
ritual-
kill the devil.
The ritual had already been talked about before that happened in a different storyline. So, like, did he just adopt it for himself in order to be revived, or what?
I don't know.
I think he changed some of the elements of it so
Okay.
that he could come back, but I'm not 100% because it's been a while.
Because when Kiefer first leaves your party, or like permanently leaves your party, that's the arc where you're reviving something. Like, was that just for the flute thing?
It was just for the float thing. It was for the
Okay.
marriage ceremony.
It's been a while since I played this, so
yeah.
like trying to remember the story
It's all good.
elements. So yeah, it makes sense to me now.
It's all coming back to you now.
Yeah, all those fragments, piecing them together.
Nice.
Yep.
You guys remember Mervin communicating via Mindspeak?
Yeah, through the statue
Yes.
when he's on the run.
Band on the run.
Closet telepath.
Closet telepathy.
He was like my least favorite character. He just comes
I don't
in.
know. I didn't like friggin' Aisha that much either.
I thought she was good.
She was
Loser.
okay.
What's her name? How do you pronounce it?
None of them are good. They're just okay.
Aish, but I call it Aisha because for some reason
It's Aish.
Aishe.
Okay. Will somebody
Well-
correct us later so we can say it properly?
Well, I mean, you got a dog boy named Ruff. I mean, that's my go-to.
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
straightforward.
That's-
He's the one character that never leaves your party.
he's a badass, man. That's
Yeah.
why.
He's a dog.
I'm a dog. Yeah.
He was my strongest character.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's a beast. Throw some monster stuff on
Yeah,
him. We'll
literally,
get
he's
into
a
that,
beast.
and yeah, I know.
Gotta.
Got a comment. Yeah. New listener.
Nice.
Welcome.
Oh, welcome. Thank you to the coming to the stream.
Yeah.
So
nice
late
to
at
have
night.
somebody.
Yeah.
So late at night at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Mountain
super
time.
dark as shit right now, so.
So are we gonna get into favorite characters then?
If we're
I
done
mean,
with
just have
the
this
story,
fucking-
There isn't really a story.
You end up defeating him, and all is well.
how'd you like the
The
design of
second
him
time.
compared to like the past villains of the games?
It was okay. It was
It was okay.
He was one of my favorite, honestly.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I liked Mortimer and whatever the hell Fives was. The
Yeah, I liked his
Five
dragon
was
form.
yeah, the dragon forms, and 4 with S. Stark.
Yeah.
All the fucking goddamn pieces that kept
Yeah.
resurrecting. It was badass. It was a few color reskins, but I like those more. Yeah, this guy's kind of run of the mill.
He's like a snake, kind of.
Yeah.
I liked his middle form the most.
Yeah.
Yep. Well,
Yeah.
let's get on to favorite characters then.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Rough.
Jake.
Rough all the goddamn way. Because
Yeah.
you throw monster abilities on him, which you can easily break this game.
Yeah.
You could easily break the game real quickly. I got a fire spell that cost no MP, and I just had Rough cast it on the entire side of the field and just levy things.
I love doing that in other games when there's like a certain combo of things you can do to just break the game. Like there's a game on Game Boy Advance called Lufia: The Ruins of Lore, and dude, that game, I love that game. But anyway, it has a similar class system to Dragon Quest, where like you go to a certain place to like get your classes. And then if you get like the swordsman classes, and then get like the master knight class, and then get I think it's the thief class afterwards. The thief class has like a 0 MP skill called rapid fire, and it hits everyone, and it's based off of your attack, and the two highest attack gaining classes are swordsman and knight.
Yeah.
So if you gain the rapid fire ability, you can just hit everyone for a shitload of damage and for free.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's literally like turning, if you play Final Fantasy Tactics, just turn everybody into a dragoon and just have them all jump in the air.
So what I did in this one is had him learn wind sickles first.
Ooh,
That was
good.
powerful
That was
early
good.
on. And then eventually he learns the boulder toss. That wrecks everybody. So yeah, he was my multi-hitter.
Yeah.
I don't really have a favorite character outside of Ruff, because I mean the main
Kiefer is just weird, and Sir Mervyn is like disappointing for being like the old legit legendary.
I know
guy.
he's
pretty
not
weak,
he's
too.
not Ragnar.
Yeah, he's not
Sad.
Ragnar motherfucking Ryan or Orin or nothing like that.
And then like the main character, like I could like the main character if his design weren't so fucking Link, like a poor man's Link.
Well, that's what the
Well,
class
you
system's
hated
for.
5-0, you hated
Still.
6-0, you hated 7-0. Like you had a
He
problem
doesn't
with
like
like
the
5
heroes.
having a fucking turban. Like,
I liked 5-0.
oh,
Like I felt it was weird when his cape turned red and didn't match his purple turban. But other than that, I was fine with it.
okay.
Yeah, I liked the hero and I liked Ruff. The other ones were just kind of meh. I know
Yeah.
Maribel has a big following.
She's
Or
snarky.
Maribel. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's pretty sassy.
Sass.
That's phrase.
Yep.
Yeah. But you end up getting
know.
someone attached to her. You kind of want to protect her a little bit further you get in. I suppose at the beginning where you're like, how the hell am I going to drown this bitch?
She's annoying as shit.
Well, it sucks
Yeah, at
when
the
she leaves
beginning-
your party later on because she was my mage.
Well, that's the awesome open-endedness of this in the gameplay.
Yep.
It is so open to the class system and not specific to each character, because like there's no special abilities for each character. You could just have anybody and everybody learn everything, and that's how I
Yeah.
went about it. So that everybody
It's kind of
could
different
be,
in the beginning, though, because I mean, you
Well,
get
yeah, 'cause-
because Kiefer gets like flame slash really early.
right,
That's a decent
right.
one.
But that's we're referring to the first 15 hours before you even get to
Kiefer's-
go to All Trades Abbey.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Kiefer's
But-
pretty OP too in the
Yeah, he
beginning
is.
of the game, and then he leaves.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
There
think
is
he's sad.
there is a purpose for
strong
that in the actual
character.
plot, surprisingly.
Yeah,
I
at
didn't
the
think there
end.
would be a payoff, but by God, by then I had completely forgotten. Like he had left the party. And
Yeah.
by the time it comes back around and you figure out who Aisha is and Aisha, I know.
It just doesn't sound right.
No, it isn't
No.
right at all.
Wait. Okay. Let me see the notes. What the fuck is it? I'm gonna have to look at this.
AISHA.
I called her Aish.
And that just sounds just
Or
as horrible.
Aishi.
At least I'm putting like an fluctuant language to it. Like,
All right. It
But
says
there's
her
no
name. It says her
anything.
name was Ira before the 3DS remake. So I'm just gonna call her Ira.
Yeah, Iris.
Okay,
Just
Iris.
call her Iris. But yeah, you figure out that she's an actual descendant of Kiefer, because Kiefer like had a thing.
Kiefer
for the
Sutherland.
bride. Kiefer Sutherland.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of subtle though. You don't really get it until the end, like the very last scene of the game.
Right. I mean, discuss some
Makes
of the
sense,
things to gameplay and how it's pretty much identical to Dragon Quest VI. There's a few subtle differences, but
Well-
not that much.
The reliance of the classes is far more valuable in this one than 6. Because I couldn't I couldn't beat this one without leveling up classes,
Yeah.
but I could beat 6 without investing anything in the classes.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the classes felt better done slightly than in a few of the other ones.
Yeah, I agree with that.
This one, I think, is the first one to have the enemies just appear on the map.
Yep.
Where you can like run into them and then start the fight. Did they do that in the PlayStation version, or is that a remake thing?
I think it's in the remake thing.
Just the remake thing?
Yeah. And if
So,
we're wrong,
so
we'll
it's
have a
random
correction
battle
on it
before?
later.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess it wasn't
But
the
it
first
was-
one to do that.
It did do the first person's perspective thing, though.
It is the first one in our run to do that. Let's
That's
put it
true.
that way. Yeah, so like you can run it, you can see which enemies you're going to be finding, which makes it really easy for grinding out enemies.
Yeah, you can exploit
Because you
that.
can see like what enemies are on the map, and then you can save it, and then start it up again, and the enemies change a little bit. So you can force some spawns of some metal slimes.
Yep, Metal King slimes.
Yeah,
They're supposed to be rare, but you can exploit them to appear in certain areas.
Yeah,
Goddamn, fuck you people.
dude, how do you think I beat the game in like under 90 hours? Literally because I was grinding King Metal Slimes.
It
I
took
may
me
or may not do that, Nate.
It took
now.
me an hour to go from level 39 to level 50 with Metal King slimes.
Goddamn.
Yeah, dude, it was
I-
you
sick.
can max.
Then how
you
did
can-
I end up still having less time than you?
I don't know. Maybe he did
I
it longer.
did a lot of grinding too for classes.
Okay.
I did max out a few classes.
Yeah, definitely got to max up that.
Another gameplay element that I actually didn't like is that they capped how far you could level up, like based on your actual level to your class
Don't grind
system.
so much. I'm just kidding.
So you could break the
I didn't
game
even know
really
that
early,
existed till writing up this review.
but they
There
capped
was
it.
a cap it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had to deal with the cap problem a lot, and I do think it's a problem because I just wanted to blaze through the game.
No, you shouldn't be making it too easy. They capped you a bit. Aha. No, just
I mean, I kind of get it, but at the same time, I wanted to blaze through it too. But the game, if you play it normally, it has a pretty well balanced system. Like you should be where you need to be, like at the end of the game. If you just like
Yeah.
fight most
For
of
most
what you
part.
see as you go along. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of the more balanced games I've seen. Like, you know, Final Fantasy IX is another one where it's really balanced. It's you go throughout the game. But again, this is a fucking like 90-hour game with high repetition.
on the
So
plot
it's
not balanced.
it's padded as fuck.
Yeah.
So like the it could have been done better by shortening the game.
Really?
And then, you know,
You're not a fan of figuring out two lines of plot, figuring out the fragment, putting the
No.
fragment back in, going back to the island for you to get two more lines of plot, saying, "Hey, look, we're
Interacting.
doing fine now. Thank you. Bye."
The only good thing I can say about Dragon Quest VII is it's a game that if you want to play it over time. Like,
yeah, if this was done episodically,
I'm talking
and we
like
reviewed each
over
side
time.
story, then sure.
Like you let that game take you months. Like you play it a little bit, then you play a bunch of other stuff, then you come back to it because it's fine. You won't forget like anything because there's nothing to forget. You just come back.
Well,
You do an island, you repeat
Forgot
it,
a lot of
and then
stuff.
you're done for a while.
not really.
I
Look
mean-
how quickly you went through the plot, Dylan. You didn't forget much
Well,
because there's not much there.
There's no fucking. There's nothing. It's just there's
Yeah.
a bad guy. He did something to the world, and you got to put it back
You
together.
fragmented it.
there was
and
some
that's
good side
literally-
quests though.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
but
we
that's
can-
that's
Well,
an island by island deal.
Side
It's not.
quests in quotes because it was actually plot.
Yeah, but that's
But-
that's like that's what I was talking about before. Where like each of the islands are their own separate storylines,
Yeah.
which is okay and is fine, but not when you're like looking at an overall story that has just nothing to it,
Yeah.
like nothing.
Like even the character development is not really much.
Yeah, and you should have a lot considering the amount of game and the amount of repetition, the only thing that you can lean on as far as like enjoyment would be the characters, and they're equally just like
So the
Because the
character
class
with
system.
the most development overall was Kiefer, and he leaves your party like 20 hours in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that's
Yeah,
flaw.
we seem to be quite negative about this, but trust me,
I
it's still a
like the
good game.
game,
It's just
yeah.
the fact
it's-
that it's 100 hours.
there's
Approximately.
a lot that we can complain about, but it's mostly geared towards how long it is.
Yeah, that's true.
The game itself is decent, but
Balanced,
like
fun,
anything
but-
like good about the game is kind of taken away from it simply by how long it is.
Okay, so I have another complaint actually that I just thought
Okay.
of. So going back to the level cap, let me tell you how to break the game. So there's DLC that
Oh, yeah, I heard some people
disregards
have used
the
these.
caps. So you can just go in the area and
There's
grind
DLC for that
and
game?
grind and grind, and you can max out your levels like pretty quickly after All Trades Abbey.
Wow.
Yeah, there's DLC. It's like these monster slates that you get, and it opens up like little levels, like little dungeons, and you can go through them, and you can get metal slime ones that you can just like fight over and over again. And yeah, that's a way to level up pretty quickly and break the game.
Did you do that?
No, I didn't.
Oh. How did you find out about the DLC? Because I didn't fucking look.
So, yeah, I actually looked into it because
Oh.
I was like, this game's too long. I have to figure out how to cut the time down. So I looked into that, but you have to play through a couple of the dungeons before you get like the full thing unlocked.
Right.
So I didn't want to do that. But it's possible to break the game that way because right after All Trades Abbey, when you get your classes, you can just go and open up the DLC and play through it, and you can max everything out, and it has no limit.
Wow.
It's not like it would save you a ton of time, but it would save you time.
It would, yeah. It would probably shave off like few hours.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow.
And it would make the game way easier than it was. Not that it was
Blowing through yeah.
hard, but like it would
Easier
it would neuter
emotionally.
it. The game would be neutered. No difficulty at all.
Neutered.
Yeah.
Difficult.
No, it's not difficult. It just it would be nice to have it feel shorter.
Do we have
Because-
a favorite island, though? Side plot, basically?
Side plot.
No.
No.
I mean, in a way, I think Emberdale is my favorite because I like that if the only thing that I really remembered about the game, and I told Jake this the other day, was that the boss for Emberdale is a flaming tiki head.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I remembered about Dragon Quest VII. And I was like, oh yeah, and Orgadamer, but like other than that, like there's not much to remember.
I'll
That's
complain
true.
about that then. If you say you like Emberdale, I hated Emberdale. You know why? Because you're sitting around trying to figure out how you're going to fix this problem with the Black Flame, right? And do you remember how you fixed that problem?
I do. You have to go find your uncle, and he has the fucking
Why
holy
the
water.
hell does he have the holy water? None.
Because he found it.
Yeah.
Is why.
That's
He found
That's
it.
real fucking goddamn
mean he
convenient.
stole it?
I saved a
It
lot
is-
of time
It
on
is
that.
convenient, but he found it, so yeah.
I actually like that character. He's really shady.
Yeah, but that doesn't make me wasting 3 hours going everywhere trying to figure out where the hell did.
As soon as I couldn't find it in like 10 minutes, I looked it up.
Couldn't you just go to like
Because
the
I literally went everywhere across the island and talked to everyone, and nothing happened. So I was like, all right, fuck this. And then I found out like your uncle has it, and no one tells you. No one tells
Well-
you it's like it's there.
what about
What
the
is that thing at the beach too? The one random.
Oh wait, no. Actually, I was wrong. They do hint at it. It's like one of the
One
people
close
says
to you.
Somebody says that someone
It's
has it.
the lady
like,
with the crystal ball, I think. She gives you the hint.
Yeah,
it's
she's
in the
that
inn.
fortune teller.
yeah.
But,
It was like okay.
but there's also that one like ruins that are kind of like on a beachfront. I remember.
I don't think you even talk to your uncle when you like start the game
No,
at
no,
all.
no,
So you would
you
have
don't.
no idea who the hell this woman is talking about.
They introduce you to him like briefly because he like smacks him.
Oh,
He like hits the main character.
that was months ago.
yeah.
I forgot.
When
It's
does he do
very
that? Like
minor.
at the very
At,
beginning?
like the very
Yeah.
beginning, yeah.
I thought.
He's just at your house for some reason. And then he
Okay.
smacks
I
you.
honestly don't remember him visiting.
Yeah.
Because like I remember being like, "Who the fuck is this?" And it's like, "Oh, it's your uncle." It's like, "What? I don't remember that guy." And that was like at the very beginning of the game.
Yep.
So,
Uncle
okay.
Johnny, no.
Well, that's the major problem with the game. It's just too big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least we still get the casinos and the slot
there's-
machines.
There's
and-
still casinos. There's
Yep.
still
Those
mini
given
medals.
things.
There's still all the Dragon Questy stuff.
and the monster capture thing. Like I did a little bit because you have to for the monster thing, but you have to get their hearts
Yeah.
in order to get the abilities. But the best part that any of you can beat in the competitions, the highest strength, best style, kind of like the last one. There's that board.
Yeah.
Did you guys do that?
Not really. No.
I did it.
Oh, you did.
What you end up having to do is go to the other islands in the past and in the present to figure out where these people are, to get their names basically off the leaderboard. You're like showing up like, oh, how do I kick this person out? But she's like, no, I don't want to be the best dressed, best looking one anymore. Here, take my crown. And then she'll knock off the leaderboard, and you gotta equip like Maribel with
it's
the
for
crown.
the Sage's Stone. That
Yeah.
thing? I did do that thing.
Yeah,
I think you
stuff
have
like
to.
that.
You have to
You
do
do?
it like once.
Oh, okay. But I still competed on that board. That was fun.
It was okay.
Yeah.
I followed a guide for that one, so like I just equipped what I needed to, and that was it.
Yeah.
But I didn't get the Sage's Stone. That would have probably been a little helpful
Yeah.
in the long run.
So the transports are disappointing. Do you remember what they were?
Tell me.
No. Okay. It was the boat, the magic carpet, and just the sky stone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I remember the magic carpet.
Yeah. But we
And the
already had
boat.
magic carpet, so
I mean, yeah, it's fine to have classics. I mean, Final Fantasy goes with like an airship every fucking time, so why not have like a magic carpet every now and then?
Flying
guess so.
cars.
Well,
Aladdin it up, you know?
but it pales in comparison to an entire castle or a hot air balloon.
Or a car.
Hot air
Or a
balloon
car.
was
15.
fucking sweet.
Your car can fly in 15.
I know. But I'm saying the Dragon
It's
Quest
really
one was
fucking
better
hard to
because-
control, though.
Exactly. I
Regalia
crashed a
is-
lot.
Yeah,
But it's cool.
I don't think I've ever landed it whenever I fly around.
Well, you might as well
Okay, now
not
that's
use
just
it.
sad though, Craig.
Like every time I try, it's just like, oh, it fucked up. I was like, oh, okay, it's really hard to land.
I just thought it was hard to control.
Well, I find it's okay to control, but like I could never land it. It never wanted to land on road. It was like, oh, you want to slam to this cactus?
Yeah. All right.
This cliff.
Yeah. You want to fly off this cliff?
So next would be design.
This one is probably the worst designed one in my opinion. Like as far as like monsters are pretty good. They're like pretty consistent, decent, but as far as like characters and stuff, I did not care for it that much. Like the main cast, there was not much to them.
No.
Like Kiefer basically had like a weird puffy hair fro thing going on, and your main character just looks like a poor man's Link. And then
But-
like Maribel and the other characters had some design, but not.
I like the
anything,
different classes. Like it kind of remind me of Everybody's Gonna Hate This of 10-2 when you do all the dress sphere changes. I liked
that it
designs on
changed up. Yeah, that is one of my favorite parts of the game. But like, it's not their design though. It's like, it's a specialty design. Like,
Okay.
I didn't have that many problems with the design.
really?
It's
I don't know.
50-50 for me. I
Kiefer
don't
looks
hate
weird,
it, but
but the other characters are okay.
I don't know.
The hero is
It's,
fine. I think the
there's
class
you-
the class really helps because it changes the costumes of a lot of them.
Yeah,
So the customization of that is something I like
Yeah.
more than that.
I did like that, but
Than the standard
I still
designs.
like the.
And there doesn't seem to be too many new creatures,
No,
too many new enemies, so
Oh,
I can't
there's
fault
just-
it for that.
I
So
still
it's
think
just the same.
Yeah, it's
thing.
just creatures and stuff is fine, but you gotta fall
Yeah.
back onto like the new characters and the new stuff.
I
'cause-
still think 2 is the worst designed.
Oh yeah.
Well, considering like there's
all
14
reskins.
creatures and like,
Yeah.
well, I mean, there's like 30 creatures, but like
Color palettes.
all of them are just color palette changes of like 10 different creatures. So yeah, it too is not.
Yeah, we got that in the chat, so I wanted to address it.
Oh, what?
Yeah, he's like, worse than 2? So I
Yes.
was like, no, we got to correct that. It's not worse than 2.
Every aspect, 2 is the worst in.
Yeah.
Every aspect, even the soundtrack, which is what we'll go into next. The soundtrack, gentlemen.
Segue.
It's good. I like the soundtrack. It's
my
fine.
favorite.
I really.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good one. It has
Between that and 4.
for the 3DS one, it's more dynamic than the other ones we've heard.
Yes.
Yep.
So like that may be why we like it more.
Yeah. There's a lot more
But
to it,
yeah, I mean it's good, and I mean I had to turn the sound off every now and then because again
Well, with
it's
all
a
the
90-hour
battles.
game.
I always do that. Like, up
I
to this
will-
point, I've
Well,
always turned the sound off.
I
after
always
a little bit
I
of
always
time.
know when there's gonna be like a new song happening, so like I turn on for the songs, but
Right.
like
So it's only during
because it's like
grinding.
Yeah.
basically for combat, yeah. But like it's still a 90-hour game, so you're gonna hear a lot of songs over and over and over and over and over. So you gotta turn the sound down.
That's when I put on South Park. Turn the sound down.
On South Park?
No.
No. Turn the sound down on 7 so I can hear South Park.
Yeah. So yeah.
How
It's-
can you like watch? Well, I can't even say the word watch, but like listen to movies or TV shows. Like I don't
And a
get that you would like
turn-based
have to.
RPG.
Well, then you watch it. You actually would watch the show while you're grinding. Just listening.
I
to
do
it.
watch
I
the
just
show when
listen.
I'm grinding.
Okay, but the way
I
that
just
Dylan
listen.
described
I don't
it,
have
he
to
just
pay
listens.
attention. I don't have to pay attention to the game when
Like,
I'm grinding.
I'll look up every once in a while, but
I'll
it's
make
mostly
sure that
audio.
none of my characters are dead or poisoned, and then I just keep watching the show. There's like
Yeah, and also I have my characters auto battle anyway.
Oh yeah, auto battle, of course. So why do you need to look at the 3D?
Exactly.
Look
just
at
got to
the
know where
actual
you're
TV
going,
show.
and then just
Anyway.
watch South Park.
Yeah, not listen. All right, so I really enjoyed 7 soundtrack.
any song particular that popped out to you.
Nothing, just it's solid across the board.
There's no one specific you'd put above the rest, though.
Probably the world map theme.
That one is pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't remember anything really from soundtrack, which isn't good or
Battle
bad.
themes
But
are maybe a little weak compared to the other ones,
yeah,
but the town themes are the best ones so far I've heard in the series.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to hear like new ones because they have like a different song for every fucking place.
Oh yeah, there's a full soundtrack now.
Yeah, just nothing stands out to me, which has been kind of typical for the Dragon Quest games up to this
but-
point.
Yeah, that is true. And nothing that's really, really over the top, but it's fitting for what games are, or I should say, what games were back then.
Yeah.
They didn't need to be these grand, monstrous masterpieces of set pieces. They just needed to fit a game. And
Yeah.
I think Sugiyama does that quite well still.
So we're like up to 2001 as far as like the games go in the series. We're at 2001. So it's understandable that nothing's really that impressive yet. But like there are some games with good soundtracks,
Of course.
but I don't know. I just don't feel like this one's that great. It's
He's
just a solid
It's not
middle
yeah,
ground one.
He's consistent. He's
Yeah.
not a Nobuo or Mitsuda
But
or whoever does the Ys soundtracks.
what
Oh
I was
my
getting at
God.
is that good music is possible, but this isn't like a great example of
yeah, don't
awesome
use
video game music.
Yeah, don't use that music as a catalyst to tell your story.
Dragon
Yeah.
Quest 7 or well, not just Dragon Quest 7, but Dragon Quest in general doesn't really go for like Nobuo Uematsu for Final Fantasy does things for
Emotion.
like emotion. He goes for like the big scores. Like he wants you to focus on the music itself, whereas like for Dragon Quest it's more like background ambience, you know, melody. Yeah, like it's not supposed to like take over the game. It's meant to like accent it. So that's why it's more like he's more consistent because he doesn't try to like yeah, he doesn't try to make things like weird or like FF8 hits terrible. Anyway,
drips.
yeah, so yeah, Dragon Quest in general, just like the music is very consistent across the series because it's not trying to be big and loud and like forceful, whereas other series tend to do that.
Right.
And that kind of is good and it kind of hurts it.
It's
Well,
more
when
like
we're used to
a
RPGs that do that kind of thing.
Well, yeah, if you
we-
compare
I
it to
don't
Final
feel. I don't
Fantasy,
feel like
us
it's.
to-
I don't feel like it's a lesser thing.
No, it's
but
not a
I
lesser,
don't
we just
feel
get-
like it's a bonus either. It's just it's there.
Yeah.
It serves its purpose, but it also doesn't like detract.
yeah.
So
We
So-
get set in our ways because of stuff like that. When there's different ways to approach an RPG, when most of us, our repertoire in RPGs has been that kind of thing,
Yeah.
it's just a bit of a climate shift for us
Yeah.
to adjust to it.
Up to this point, though, I think Final Fantasy's music has been way, way better.
Of course,
Yeah.
Naboo's
it's
the
also way more inconsistent.
That's very true, too. Yep.
There are some real lows.
Yeah.
But then there are also like a handful of highs.
Well, to you, yeah.
Well, you don't think there's a handful of highs?
I think there's more than a handful.
king. Oh, there's more than a handful, Craig.
Yeah.
There's a handful.
All right, well, let's get off Final Fantasy then. We've been down that route before.
No, it'll never end.
Nope.
Differences in our 3DS remake versus the original PlayStation one. We got a radar that was added to make stone fragments easier to find. Apparently, they didn't have that.
I would not go back and play that game just knowing that now.
Yeah.
Nope, I wouldn't do it.
There are street pass stones placed in the haven to go online trade items with other players. We done fucked up.
Well,
If that
I
was
knew
still
about
available.
it, but I just had no interest in it.
Yeah.
Okay. Apparently, in the PlayStation version, it would only change a party member's appearance to a monster upon mastery of the class.
Oh, that's funny. Did you
Yeah.
try out any of the monster classes?
Only for rough.
Yeah.
Job levels go up a lot faster for us.
Oh, that's good.
Spells and skills for upper division jobs. Okay, we didn't go into this so much, but some of there's beginner classes, and then similar to Final Fantasy Tactics. Or
Yeah, you
Tactics
have to
Ogre,
like master certain classes to a certain point,
Right.
and then move on to other ones to then make up the higher tiered classes.
right.
So
you
it's
get
like a combination of two lower classes that equal higher classes.
I say like beginner, intermediate, and expert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be probably the best way to go about it. But the upper, like the mastery jobs, are only usable when in that class, giving the last part of the main game more balance.
In the OG
So you,
one?
like, you literally, you would have to like master the class in order for you to transfer the abilities over.
So what happens when you're at like the beginner level?
You don't get
Just-
to use the abilities when you're outside the
Yeah, so
class,
you
I
can't
guess.
become a mage as a
Oh,
warrior.
that sucks. So it just like disappears?
No, I think you still
No,
have it.
it's
It
just-
just you can't use
just
them.
don't use it.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of true in this one too.
No, it transfers over.
Not everything though. Not every power transfers when you switch to certain
Not until you get
classes.
to the expert. Yeah, the expert ones. But the game's text had been revised in the fashion of previous remakes. It now uses a mixture of Commonwealth English and regional dialects from other parts of the world. Like that one kid in the first thing that spoke like he was, what was the language? Ireland? He was Irish.
Irish, yeah.
Yeah, he was Irish.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of common throughout the Dragon Quest games,
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
they
name-
have different areas and different accents.
which is cool. I like it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's,
has
a lot of fun.
It's something that like no other game really does. Like
Yeah.
everybody is just the same, no matter if you're going into different countries or not.
Are you
That's true.
sure about that?
Yeah.
I thought you hated Final Fantasy X. That is a horrible islander.
Ugh.
They do it. Horribly, but
Not-
they do it.
Not really.
Every time Waka talks in that game, I just think it's Bender.
I get that more
Yeah.
from Kamari, though.
No, Ben. Like
It's just Bender.
Waka, yeah, it's just Bender, but with like he's doing a weird accent.
Yep.
I see him on
always,
Kamari.
I always want to like I want to mod Final Fantasy X really bad and just replace Waka
with Bender.
and then just like replace his
What-
lines with more Bendery lines.
Just replace all of the cast with Futurama cast members.
I would do, yeah. Titus would be Fry, but like
Oh, he's cringing over here.
like it would be great though because like I wanna hear like Bender talk to the like it would be like Bender talking to Lulu and she'd say something nice to him and he's like, "Shut up, baby, I know it." Yeah, I'm gonna go make my own blitzball team with blackjack and hookers. And then Final Fantasy X would be good.
Well, it would be better.
It would be
Well,
good.
clearly the names of people and places were also changed. And of course, more puns, which I can't remember the puns to save my life. I don't know why, but I can't remember them.
I don't know. I don't remember them unless I write them down.
Yeah. There's apparently a
didn't-
manga, because why would there not be a manga
For 7?
for 7? Yeah.
Why? There's no story.
But apparently,
They made story for the
the
manga.
Does
hero
it,
was
like,
given
continue?
the name Aris. It
Aris?
follows the game's story while adding in a new character and more detailed relationships as the original.
Oh, so it
hero was
gives
silent
the
and
game a story.
Personality needed
Okay.
to be added. So we should have had to like integrate reading the manga.
So we
for
should have
this
just
review.
so we should have just read the manga.
Yeah, it
instead.
saved so much time. Apparently, in 2015, a fan attempted to translate the game itself. However, Square Enix shut the project down because that's what they do. They're almost as bad as Nintendo.
Well, it makes sense in this context.
Shortly after it started, they announced that they would be remaking it for the 3DS, and that it would also be coming to the West. So, not too much interesting trivia other than that, but so do we want to get into our final thoughts?
Yeah. So final thoughts. The game is a good entry level point in a way,
No.
but there are other games that are better for it. The reason I say it's a good entry point is because like it's a really easy one overall. Like there's nothing hard in it like some of the other ones. Like 6 had a really difficult last boss.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
so did like 2 and other ones, but
2 was just difficult all around.
yeah, and 5 had some moments of difficulty. So I would say that 7 is just easy throughout because it's a fairly scaled game.
Yeah.
However, like the length of the game is a huge deterrent for anyone that wants to start Dragon Quest.
Especially with like how little there is story-wise. It's no Persona 5.
Yeah, it feels like yeah, Persona 5 is fairly consistent. Like
Yeah.
the amount of story is spread throughout the entire game, so you're getting a real good amount throughout.
And it motivates you to
But-
push through.
Yeah, because you're like
Regardless of the
because you
length.
want to find out what's for more because you're getting the story. Whereas like in Dragon Quest 7, you don't get anything. You get isolated little stories, but that's not a motivation because they're not even like only a handful are even decent storylines, and there's a lot of repetition in the game. So that's a huge deterrent for anyone wanting to start Dragon Quest 7.
Yeah.
Or
So-
their first RPG ever.
Yeah, for it,
Yeah,
it
don't
would
start on this one.
Yeah, it's not a good one to start on, but it would be a decent one to go to if you're wanting to play an RPG over a long period of time.
Yeah.
And I can't say this from experience, but just go with the 3DS version, please.
Yeah, yeah. and,
Well, just for that fragment thing alone, I couldn't imagine having to track those down.
Or that
'cause
5-hour puzzle we haven't brought up.
Like, you
Like
find some of
apparently at the beginning, it's nothing but a puzzle.
Oh, with
remember
the
the pillars?
colors?
Yeah, the pillar at the beginning.
Yeah.
Where you literally just go to the left and the right, and you pick the shit up off the torches.
Yeah.
Yep.
You had to solve puzzles to get those to show up, and it took like 5 hours.
Yeah, don't
Yeah.
I wouldn't go with that one.
There's a lot of padding in 7, and there's even more in the original 7.
Yeah.
So, yeah, play the shorter version, which isn't really short because they only shaved off like maybe 10 hours.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's a good game, but it's one I would not recommend.
I feel like if the game were, like I said, 2/3 shorter, it would be a good game. Because the amount of character development, which is very, very little, would be okay for like a 30-hour game. It would be okay. It would be not great, but it would be okay. The gameplay is still good for the series.
Yeah.
The soundtrack is good. Like the amount of side quests that they would have available for you for the other islands would be pretty fucking fantastic.
Yeah, if they were
You'd,
optional.
you'd have a lot to explore. You'd have a lot to do if you wanted to go do those things, but you have to do them, and there's like no motivation for it. It makes the game feel less because of it, because there's like it's so spread, it's so dull because there's nothing happening, and you're literally like it takes an hour of the beginning of the game to even get into a battle.
That's true, yeah.
Like it's sick. Like it's a slog. You have to go in order to like make anything of this game.
And the game is so boring until you get to All Trades Abbey, and then it opens up like what the gameplay should have been from the start.
Yeah, the gameplay finally opens up, but then the story just
Because
it
6
still won't
gets to
happen for
Outrage
another
pretty
few
quick.
hours.
And then 5 doesn't need to worry about it.
So it took me 40 hours about to get to All Trades Abbey.
What?
And that's when the game starts to get like
That would make
Pretty
sense
good.
on why every new area he probably went to, he had already reached the fucking level cap.
Yeah.
yeah.
That fits.
So
It
like
fits.
the newer
Horrible
characters,
experience.
the newer characters I would get would have
A chance
higher
to get
classes
things.
than the older ones because my older characters would have been leveled up too high.
Yeah, you played the thing completely wrong. That sucks. I
Well,
feel bad for you.
The level cap, it goes away like maybe 25 hours before the game ends. So like when you're finding the
Ooh.
dwarves,
Fighting the dwarves, yeah.
not fighting them, like when you find them
Yeah.
around that area. I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah.
But like that's when the level cap goes away. But like at that point you only have 25, 20 hours left in the gameplay in the game. Like it just isn't a fun experience.
It's really not.
I didn't like the level cap thing.
Yeah, you have to play it consistently while switching stuff out so that you get an evenly leveled party.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the cap will fuck you.
It did. Till the end of the game.
Yeah.
And then I was underleveled at the last boss, so I had to go back and grind the levels more and also the classes more. Which I didn't mind. I thought that was actually kind of fun. Leveling up the classes, but
Yeah.
Yeah, the game is fun, but it's also really boring.
it was
which-
tedious.
It's it's really it's inconsistent in that way because like you can't. I mean, it's fun, but it's also a slog.
Yep.
So
Longest
like
slog of
because
my life.
because it, like the only reason I was able to just really go for it is because the game was fun while playing it, gameplay wise, but not much else. Like I had no motivation other than I had to beat it for this to really go for it.
So you take
We
the average of
appreciate
both
your
things.
dedication to the
I know,
podcast. It
I
means
do
a lot.
too.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Didn't
All
you
6
finish
of
in
our
June?
listeners.
Yeah. I finished it a while ago.
And then Jake finished in July?
More akin to August, I think.
Yeah.
maybe
yeah,
early August.
I think it was like mid or early to mid August.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the end of August for me.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Oh, pun. Very punny.
Yeah, the game.
Alright.
It's
I will say
it's-
this is the longest RPG. I have a long history of playing RPGs. This is single-handedly the longest RPG I've ever played in my life.
really.
I should hate it. Yeah.
I have like 300 hours.
You
in
haven't played
Pokemon.
Persona, have you?
No, I've never played a
Okay.
Shin Megami Tensei
Okay.
game. Yeah.
That makes sense because like both 4 and 5 are
Oh, I know.
real
They're even
long.
longer than that. Yeah.
It doesn't
And
feel
like
that
for the main
long,
content,
though.
let
Five.
me give a little
It
bit
doesn't
more
feel that long in
context.
5, no, but
I'll give a little bit more context. I've spent more time playing the other games of RPGs because I played through them consistently again and again and again. But overall, all arcing content, I could still beat everything in Final Fantasy XII in less time than it takes for the main campaign of Dragon Quest VII. It is nuts. I should absolutely hate this game to a dread. But there are still some redeeming aspects. I still enjoy the soundtrack. The design isn't half bad. And the last 20 hours are quite good, in which case it's still kind of a plus for me, but it has problems. The one nitpick that I haven't gotten into yet, the mini medals were completely fine. They were fine. 4, 5, and 6 wasn't that big of a deal. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Explain to me why you're gaining mini medals in 7 for 70 fucking hours of this goddamn game, and then near the end of the game, when all the equipment is obsolete,
Yep.
the mini medal king shows up.
Well,
You
it's
are-
not worth it.
You are kidding me. I thought I was
there
gonna
not
get
a
some
way to
good shit
find him
later.
earlier?
No. No, because he's on one of the continents that get unlocked. I swear it's like the 9th or 10th.
Well, you can fly
Side
there
one that-
on your carpet.
Yeah, after the continent is revitalized and
Yeah.
brought back. And that's like the 10th or the 11th continent.
Yeah.
What?
That's true.
I don't remember that
Yeah.
being so late, but yeah, that's
It's really fucking late.
I don't usually bother with the mini medals though.
Well, they did pay off before.
Yeah.
yeah.
don't
Some of
now.
them do give good equipment early
I know
on,
AIDS
but
will.
yeah, yeah, 8 does, but
Yeah, it does. There's that.
yeah, 7, yeah.
So play it if you're a die-hard Dragon Quest fan. If not, go to other ones.
I mean, yeah, like if you really want to play like an RPG over time, it's okay, but there are better ones that you can go with.
Yeah.
Um,
Even in the Dragon Quest
I mean,
series,
it's a
too.
good game, but the slog of it is too much to really like redeem all of its bad qualities.
Okay. So one of the listeners brings up a good point. You get your money's worth in content.
Oh hell yeah, you do.
Yep. So I agree. That's a positive aspect of the game.
I mean,
I spent like 25 bucks on this game, and yeah,
Yep. It was completely worth it money
hell
wise.
yeah, yeah, it was.
Especially if
Thank
you're a
you for the
fan of the
question.
series.
Yeah. And I believe I asked a few questions on things like Facebook, and we got one from Adam Funk. And what was the most difficult part of the game, boss or area?
I would say having the desire to continue playing.
Yeah.
So
was
is he
the
saying
most
like
difficult
between
part.
those two or just like overall?
Anything in general. Me, it was the Bat Boone fight.
Oh yeah, that guy was
That guy's a
ass.
cunt. Not as much as a cunt as the karate guy in the last game. What was that guy's name again?
I don't fucking know.
I know who you're
the
talking about.
transgender karate master that stole the shit from the kingdom.
Yeah, I remember that guy because it's fucking weird, but
Yeah.
I don't. I don't
Okay.
remember his name because it's been
Yeah,
like
that was a
half a year.
Horrible fight.
I don't know. The hardest part for me was running into like enemy after enemy. Like if you're in a really narrow area,
Right.
you can't avoid them.
Yeah,
So you just have to go
because
through
like
'em.
if they see you, then they start chasing you down. Yeah, that is kind of annoying.
Yep. It wasn't
So
One of those
difficult.
like ragtime music tunes. Do 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 as they're chasing you.
Yeah.
Well, I guess sometimes it was difficult because you'd run out of magic at some point, and like that's your healing.
I mean,
Your healing's out more.
there's kind of there's a good and evil aspect to that because like it's not random battles, so you have a chance to just get away before you can just run away.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's that.
But then you detour completely from where the fuck you was trying to go.
Sometimes, yeah,
So like
sometimes.
some of the caves were really narrow and hard to avoid enemies.
Oh yeah.
Those were
It's-
difficult.
It's an automatic fight. Yeah.
Yeah, it was difficult because you'd run out of resources basically.
Yeah. So I'd like to hear about the critical reception of this game before we get into our final rankings.
Should we take a guess at what we think the score would be?
I already know it, so it'd be up to you two.
Is it based on Metacritic or what?
I have both Metacritic and game rankings, and some quotes from other
All right,
publications.
I'm gonna guess an 80.
I'm going to say 77.
78 on Metacritic and
Eh?
81 on game rankings.
That seems a little high.
Maybe a little.
We
For
were
me
up there.
personally, it seems a little high.
I would give it like a 70. Well,
I think that's fair.
I don't know. The time slog just really makes me want to drag it down, but it's not really a bad game. But the time drag is like
That's the saddest part. It's a good game, but it's just
it's
too
really
long.
overburdened by the amount of time it takes to like really get into the game.
Yeah.
Because like getting into the game is seriously like Emberdale, All Trades Abbey, and then the last 20 hours. So literally like,
the
yeah,
ending video because it goes from like each continent.
yeah, like
I
they
was
were
like,
gonna
this is never
explain.
ending.
Yeah, like they were gonna explain something. It's the never-ending story of
Yeah.
Dragon Quest VII.
Oh, jeez. Wouldn't that be 6 already, though, because of the flying... what was his name? The Zenithian king?
Yeah, maybe.
He'd be the one in the never-ending story. That would make more sense, but the
Yeah, there was no
biblical...
dragon.
There was no
Yeah.
dragon in this one.
Yeah,
That's been a
I know.
reoccurring character.
I know, right?
It's just kind of weird. They are called Dragon Quest. There should be a dragon.
Famitsu...
Well, there's dragon enemies, but
Well, I know,
No
but like it
dragon
was
god.
like a main dragon enemy for the first one, and then there was kind of the Dragon Lord in 2, and the Dragon Lord's mom in 3. And then, you know, like there's the dragon for 4, 5, and 6.
Zenithian...
And 7 just doesn't really have anything.
well, Ogredemir is kind of dragon-like.
But he's like called the Demon Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ortimer was a man. He was a dragon man. But he was still...
Trogdor.
Trogdor.
Famitsu
man, I
in
haven't seen that shit
2006
forever.
voted Dragon Quest VII the 9th best video game of all time. Yes.
God, do they not play games?
They sometimes Famitsu. I
There's
don't
just
know.
such a bias
There's
with
an
Dragon Quest
interesting
games. it
thing
seems.
too.
Because it's just a middle level Dragon Quest. I
It
would
won
say.
the grand prize in Digital Interactive Art Division at the 4th Japan Media Arts Festival in 2000, where the game was praised for being engaging without depending on a high degree of realism, and well refined and artificially executed. Well, it is very, very.
Parts of it are well executed.
It's the high degree of realism is for you to realize how boring life is.
Well,
This is based on the PlayStation 1 version of the game.
I know all these are, yeah.
they must really like
Story is a grind.
because like it's not even really a story. It's like little subsections that each have their own little stories that have nothing to do with an overarching thing except for like a throwaway line that a few characters sometimes say.
Yeah.
Like fucking Flaming Tiki Head. He's like, oh yeah, there's somebody above me. And that's like all you get as far as a story hint for the next like 40 hours.
Yeah. That really is bad. IGN noted that the first 100 hours of the game are enjoyable despite the dated visuals and clunky presentation.
The first 100 hours of the game?
Yeah.
It's IGN. They struggle.
Was there a second half of 100 hours like that they were missing? Like only the first 100 hours was really great. We didn't get to the last 200 hours
is when
though.
IGN actually played and finished games before their reviews came out. What is this?
No, but like
I
just
doubt it.
the
I know,
statement. It's more
I
like
know,
the
I know.
statement of it. The statement
said-
of the first 100 hours, as
I
if
know.
there's like more.
They also said that the class system is one of the best class systems seen outside of a strategy RPG.
Yeah, I mean it's decent, but it's like
It builds on the other ones, though.
Well,
that were
7's
already
perfecting
introduced.
it then.
Yeah.
I know.
it perfects it, yeah, but there's like God, it's the slog. Like the time is literally like it drains any love I have for the game. Like I want to praise parts of it, but at the same time I'm like, but even that good aspect is touched and tainted in some way by the sheer amount of time it takes for the
Please
game.
tell us how you were touched.
I just did. I was touched. It was touched.
We're having an
I was touched
intervention.
poorly by the amount of time that Dragon Quest VII takes.
So this is a good touch versus a bad touch situation.
yes.
Show me on the notes where it touched you.
I don't know if that's a good anatomical figure.
No. We can draw one for you, though.
It's true. We could do that.
Yeah.
Look, there's a pig sticker here.
Okay, it was right around that leg.
That looks like the penis.
That's where a penis would probably be. Yes. On, I think that's the pig from Toy Story.
It is.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah,
he has a
Tam.
penis.
All right. So
I'm pretty sure he just has like a screw on the bottom of his stomach where all the coins fall out. So
that's where
maybe
it's
that's
actually-
maybe that's like the equator there. That's where his junk is.
rankings, gentlemen.
Okay. I have to really think about this because I'm gonna change it up. I'm not gonna go by like technicalities anymore. I'm gonna go by what I feel. I'm gonna
pulling a Kanye here.
I'm feeling this one out here. So let's see.
We're gonna make our list great again.
Let's go. Worst
Fill it
to
up by changing
best.
the hat.
Worst to
Worst
best.
to best.
Why? I'll just go best
Just
first.
changing
It's
it
like
up.
so, okay, so 5, 4, 3, 7. Wait, I forgot one. All right, so 5, 4, 1, 3, 7,
You're nuts.
6, 2.
And then builders.
Oh yeah, builders would be above 6.
Really?
Well, tied with 6.
Okay. Do you have yours, Jake, or do you want me to go?
I have mine ready.
Okay, go for it.
It's gonna be 5,
Mm-hmm.
4,
Mm-hmm.
3,
Mm-hmm.
6. Yes, 6. Above 7. I still had more fun in 6 than I did 7. You people are
All
nuts.
right.
7 killed me. All right. I can't say it's better than 6. I can't. I just can't. I love 7 soundtrack, but I just can't do that.
Okay.
Okay.
7, and then 1, then 2, then Builders.
Okay.
You think Builders is worse than 2?
Yes. I don't know. I don't even remember what my list was. It'll probably change.
I'm pretty sure you had Builders higher than 2.
Well, it's how he feels right now, so.
Fine. All right.
See, I had a
Put
lot of
Builders
fun
and
with
then 2.
1. That's why 1 is up there.
I know, but you put it
Yeah.
above 3.
Okay, so mine
Because
is
1 is great.
1 is great. But
1
it's
is
not
like
great.
a perfect old game.
Well, you played it on the app.
That's true, but still.
I played it on NES.
The version that I played is the perfect version of the old games.
Okay, that might be a fair statement. I've never played it on that, so
You should. It's like $1. And it's like 7 hours long.
mine was like 11 or 12 when I played it first.
Search your
NES.
feelings, Dylan. You know 6 is better than 7.
I have my rankings. Okay, it's 5, 4, 3, not 2. Just kidding. It was like a countdown. 7, 6. Well, yeah, 7, 6, 1, Builders, and 2.
The only difference between me and you is our disagreement on 6 and 7.
Yeah, I think 7 is better.
No, and Builders. But Builders above 2.
I
Yeah.
would too. Yeah,
Yeah. I switched it up.
2
I'll
was
put
the
Builders
worst.
above 2.
I'm sure I would have had a better experience if I played it on the app,
Yeah.
but I didn't, and I regret it.
You should.
I do.
You should replay it.
I will say fully in my defense that at least 6 has a plot. So
You should do that.
I'm good.
6
It's
has
a
a
good
plot, people. That's
So,
the
yeah.
only reason why it's higher than 7, because there's actually something there.
Vaguely.
There's something at the end of 7.
Oh,
Yeah, there's something at the end of 7.
That's enough for me to put it over 6.
Well, I mean,
At the end of the
game
experience,
is
she
good
finally
outside
felt
of
something
like.
inside of her.
I mean, outside of the 70 hours, you're like slogging through 7. It's a good
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. All right. Well, follow our.
Yes,
Social media?
we have our social medias. We have our Twitter, Puff Puff Hour, Facebook. You could review us on iTunes if you want, or if you're a Libsyn type person, just let us know what you think of the show. You could go to puffpuffhour.geekdomentertainment.com. That is our official website. You can get a hold of us there, or you can get a hold of us on our Twitter handles. Mine is at Wandering Flame.
Mine is at Obsidian Bar.
At Dylan0826.
It's not D-Ron Media.
Oh, it's D-ROM Media.
Hey,
It's
you got
D-ROM
2.
Media. It's been too long.
You
I
forgot.
have 2, so you can follow me on either one.
Yeah, message us with comments, concerns, questions.
Got our Facebook page. Got
Yeah, you said-
Patreon if you're interested in that.
Yeah, we apologize to the Patreon people, the 2 of us that left us. I'm sorry about the delay. I don't hold anything personal against you for dropping off.
Well, one of them
No,
was
makes
understandable.
sense.
one of them was me, so
Well, I don't hold it against you.
okay. I'm glad to hear that. All
that's
right.
great.
Well,
I do.
we'll
Yeah.
see you next time on our review of Dragon Quest VIII.
Yes. Oh, no, there might be another episode between then, hopefully.
Let's not
There's a
commit to
Sujiyama
something.
highlight.
8 shouldn't be that far away.
Right.
Sujiyama can be between 8 and 9.
Well, I'm done.
You guys don't want to
Caleb's
get into the
done.
controversial statements by Sujiyama that everybody got in a fucking uproar about last
We can
month?
talk about that between.
Oh, that's
8
right.
and
We
9.
didn't do news today.
All right.
Great
so, and
show,
now,
guys. I'm glad the podcast is still around.
thank
Thank
you.
you, Mud Puppy 510.
And we will try.
Thanks for watching.
to get
Thanks
this
for joining
more
us.
often. Yes, you were awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right.
Well,
What is our sign offs again?
I don't know, but
Quest on.
Oh yeah, no.
enjoy.
Keep it super and keep it questy.
Welcome to another episode of the Puff Puff Hour, a Dragon Quest podcast. I am your host, Caleb Craig.
Doesn't count. Jacob Stanley, right?
And I'm your host, Dylan Rominger.
And today's episode is Dragon Quest IX. Finally, you guys, we get to talk about that thing you've been waiting for.
Yeah, finally I get all these people in a room together.
Yeah. I mean, we had like an iTunes review about it. It just said, please review Dragon Quest IX. And here you go, guy that
9
wanted
months
that.
ago.
It was a desperate cry for us to review it.
Yeah.
Well, now we're here. And we're reviewing it.
And we found out about it today when we were reviewing 9. So, I mean,
We just
great.
showed up and they're like, yeah, review 9. And we were like, okay.
yeah, we'll do that for you right away.
Goddamn right, I gotta force some episodes on these people. Get them done, finally. And yes, we are done with at least Act 2 of Dragon Quest XI, all of us. So I don't know if what we want to count as the cutoff. I'm pretty sure all of us want to continue and do
Okay.
Act 3.
Yes, we're going to do the last part, but it's separate, all right? The
Yeah.
game literally
episode.
says the end.
It's technically
all right?
done.
Fuck
so-
anyone who says that's not the ending. It
the end
literally
game.
says the end.
Okay.
And
that's,
then
that's
would you
fair.
like
I'm
to
just
save
saying yeah. I'm just saying we are all Dragon Quest consumption. So it'd be awesome for us to cover everything that is
Well, I
prepared
mean,
in the
yeah,
game.
it gives
That's
us like
mostly
another episode for that extra bit.
Of course.
So,
This is really the first time we're diving deep into the post game, though. At least
It's
me.
all
post
but
game.
tied
This
in.
is the first game that the post game has actually had like any
Point.
story related content. So,
That's true.
But
Yeah,
I mean, some of them have like extra bosses that were like, "Oh, I was really here the whole
God.
time," but
Well.
it's not as involved as 11's is.
yeah, that's true. It's story relevant too. It's not just for fun, so
Yeah,
makes me motivated to actually play through it,
damn straight.
get the trophies, of course.
Great game. Tremendous game.
How many
Everybody
hours do you
needs to
guys
go out and
have?
buy it. 90.
70 something.
Mine's at 150
Damn.
Quit leaving your
because I leave it
PS4
on. So like maybe 40 of those hours don't count
Yeah.
because I wasn't actually in game, but 110's a lot of time.
It adds
All your
up.
dudes are like level 70 because you're grinding the shit out. Yeah.
Yep.
Although I don't think
Trophies.
there's anything to grind for
Trophies.
pre.
You get trophies if you level them up to 99.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you're gonna want to level
You're
up
gonna-
for the final boss.
Yeah.
The
Prepare
optional
for
final
a
boss.
crude awakening with that.
Yeah, Caleb kind of mentioned it, so I think I'm done grinding for now.
Yeah.
It was mostly for the luminary to be extra strong.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice.
Since
Especially
My
with
plan,
the
too, I
fucking
just
blade of darkness.
I use the light sword.
You're the single-handed.
dual
He's not a
wield.
great. Yeah, he dual wields. I agree. Too.
Oh, it's awesome.
Great sword is awesome too. Fucking hella chopper, man.
It's Giga Slash.
That too. It's,
Oh, what's that one fucking? I can't remember it now. The one move that just like extra damage, but it's like a single hit for the great swords. There's two of them. There's one that does a lot of damage, and then there's one that does a lot of damage.
Like multiple attacks.
No,
it's not
it just is like one super powerful attack, and I don't know why there's two different ones for it.
Luminos
But there's
Arc.
one that does
like
like a ton of damage, and then it's like this one does even more damage than that one.
It's for like the same MP. It's like Luminous Arc or something like that. I swear.
For Eric, I have him dual wield Falcon Blades.
Yeah, so you're
Dude, that's
doing 4
amazing.
attacks.
It's so
I
good.
know, it's
No one uses
awesome.
Eric.
Oh man.
Oh, he's got critical claim. He one-shots metal slimes. That's why he's there.
So can
Jade has one of those moves too.
yeah,
But
Jade does.
this one hits every time. Doesn't miss.
It's
It's really broken.
it's great.
Yeah.
All right.
So wait, he crits with each of the 4 attacks?
Well, this one's just one like critical attack, but it one-shots pretty much everything
Okay.
except bosses. That'd be too broken, I think. It's awesome.
I don't
though.
want to grind with Eric. Buddy.
Well,
That is
everybody
alright.
gets fucking
I don't care.
the
I don't want to ruin
XP.
the damn party.
Oh man, he had another ability too that was related to dual wielding. But I can't remember what exactly it does.
It's a
It's it allows your second hand to do as much as the first.
Oh yeah.
There's that.
So that's awesome too. Story wise, he's not very interesting, but combat, he's awesome.
Character.
Yep.
All right, we are here to talk about Dragon Quest IX now. Sentinels of the Starry Skies. Released in Japan on July 11th, 2009, and released in North America on July 11th, 2010.
No
Took an
way.
entire year to get here. All right, so do we want to get into the development?
Sure. All right. So Dragon Quest IX is primarily designed around the idea of attracting a wider overseas market by giving the game more action-oriented premise than the previous games in the series. And in mid-2006, Dragon Quest series composer Koichi Sugiyama confirmed that Dragon Quest IX was in development. He quoted by Japanese video game magazine Famitsu saying, "I'm not sure when Dragon Quest IX will be released, but it seems that the progress is continually being made. I'm personally excited." On December 12th, 2006, during a press conference celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Dragon Quest franchise, Square Enix announced that Dragon Quest IX would be released exclusively for the Nintendo DS, and making it the first numbered Dragon Quest title to debut on the handheld.
Yeah, you hear that, Final Fantasy? That's how you actually do a 20th celebration anniversary. Not like fucking wine and cheese. You announce a new goddamn game.
They're just fancy that way. The Japanese release of Dragon Quest IX was subsequently delayed from 2007 to 2008. The company cited the need to take more time for making a better video game as the reason for the delay. At 2008 Tokyo Game Show, a new trailer was shown at the Square Enix booth, which showed a glimpse of the changes made to the gameplay and graphics. At the end of the video, a confirmation of the release date set for March 2009 was unveiled. Square Enix released another new trailer for the game, showing various aspects of the storyline.
What
boss battle.
storyline?
Yeah, I don't fucking know. Along with cutscenes at the end of the trailer, showed then correct release date for March 28th, 2009, along with the price point of 5,980 yen. On February 12th, 2009, after having delayed the release of its quarterly financials by a week, Square Enix announced that the game would be delayed
Seems
once
like it.
again to a Japanese release date of July 11th of the same year.
You wait till February when a release date is in March to push it to July.
Yeah.
There would be a mutiny in like today's
Did they do
Mark,
that for
like
15 though?
2019.
Final Fantasy 15?
by like 3 months though.
Okay.
I think
Yeah, they stretched it to as far as they could.
this is like
5 months?
5 or 6.
The game's release day worried Final Fantasy fans who were told Square Enix president Yoichi Wada that the delay may affect the release of Final Fantasy 13, stating that he could not say there would not be any effect.
What?
Yeah.
Well, that didn't make much sense to me
What?
because sure there was heads of people at Square Enix who publish Dragon Quest IX,
Yeah.
but Level 5 still made Dragon Quest IX. That's who Level 5 did. They developed it. So
Yeah.
how the fuck would that affect anybody at Square? That's what I want to
For the
know.
Just
release
does.
date, I guess they were around the same time as Final
Would affect
Fantasy
sales, I
13, so they
guess?
could have affected like something. maybe they would have had to push one of the others, Final Fantasy 13 back because they already pushed back Dragon Quest 9. That's probably what the worry was.
That's ignorant.
I don't know.
Because there's no way they don't care enough about Dragon Quest. They would literally just say, you know what? Yeah, we got this awesome Dragon Quest game coming out, but you know what's also coming out the same day? Final Fantasy. And they'd still do it. Come on, it's Square. They'll... shit, they'll...
Dragon Quest IX was designed to be the hardest Dragon Quest game of its time. The rationale was that, according to Brian Ashcraft, night editor for Kotaku, the Dragon Quest IX developers said that people can always find out information on the internet, like it's part of the game experience. In addition, the game has only one game slot. Ryutaro Ichimura, producer of Dragon Quest IX, clarified that the reason explaining that there was not enough space on the cartridge for 2 additional save slots, given the amount of freedom that the game allows. Instead, the save area is used for backup save slot in case of battery failure.
Ooh.
Where there was a... Oh, okay, that's it. That's all.
Yeah. There isn't much about
development.
actual details pertaining to the development, just mainly the release of it.
Right.
So, yeah.
So yeah,
Pretty
some
lackluster.
possible conflict with Final Fantasy 13, but other than that,
Which
not
makes no sense to me.
basically the same. As far as being the hardest Dragon Quest game,
That's why I needed
no.
to
did they
clarify.
forget they released 2?
Yeah, 2 was pretty brutal.
Well, that's post-traumatic 2 syndrome right there.
Disorder.
They just
Post-traumatic
forget-
2 disorder.
Yes.
All right, well, plot?
What plot?
Yeah, exactly.
There is a plot. We could easily just summarize it up.
It's small.
The plot is basically that they're looking for a magic fruit, and then they get the fruit, and then
There's 6 fruit.
Yeah, it's fruit.
Because at the beginning you're like training, so you're training with your mentor. And he's teaching you about what you're supposed to be doing. By,
he's teaching you how to be an angel.
yeah,
Yeah.
angel to the people. And when you end up getting benevolence, you end up going to the fig tree to basically receive a blessing from God. I mean, the entire Jesus and pearly gates and God
Yeah, there's definitely a connection
allegory
there.
is deliberate throughout this whole game for it. So
Although it is a goddess this time.
yeah, that's the
Not a
approach they
dragon.
decide to take. But you end up going there, and it just shatters. Like, oh no, it's an earthquake! It's an earthquake!
Yeah.
The entire place crumbles and falls to the ground, and all the figs get broken up from the Yggdrasil tree.
Pretty
And
much,
so,
that's what it is.
literally, you are an angel, and you land in a town that has a waterfall, and so the place is called Angel Falls.
The same
Thank you for
place-
that pun.
The same place you were training to become an angel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Touched by an angel.
Ooh. Weren't you guys talking about Michael Jackson earlier?
Careful now.
Yeah. I might get political, but I just thought it was a funny reference.
So essentially, you end up becoming human.
Memory?
You don't really lose your memory,
Kind
but
of.
you just can't collect any benevolence because the
Benevolence.
benevolence.
Yeah.
The what's her name? I can't remember her name.
Aaron?
Erin. She's trying to help you out because she notices that she knows who you are, but she's trying to figure out why you can't gain any from the townspeople. So you and her,
no, that's not
shit.
Aaron. You mean Stella?
Stella.
Yes.
So with Stella, you end up going out and leaving the town to figure out why you can't start collecting any
Yeah.
benevolence.
What do you guys think about Stella?
It's okay.
I really disliked her.
yeah, it wasn't a
Didn't
high
like her
point
at all.
for me.
She was a low point. She was so obnoxious, I think. You guys don't feel the same?
I didn't really care about her.
Oh, man.
I didn't care either way.
Pay much focus into it.
They were always trying to do these dumb tropes with her. I don't know. I just didn't like her.
It's the Celestians. That's the race that he is.
Yeah.
You just call them angels. It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah. It's like the Zenithians.
So essentially, in
games.
Yeah.
traditional Dragon Quest fashion, of course, you end up going from town to town and per se side quests and
Yeah.
trying to figure out, what you're doing next and getting each fig fruit. So
Right. And I think the reason you're doing that is to restore the Starlight Express.
Yeah,
That transports the souls.
the train
Yeah.
between there and the Celestians,
so that's
the realm
why-
of the Almighty.
That's why you're looking for the fruit, because it powers the train.
Yeah, and the entire communication with the goddess, right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't have the Yggdrasil tree, you're SOL. So as far as each town you go to, anything stood out too much for you guys? Like as far as the story goes, I mean, it's the traditional, knights and princesses. Sometimes the king's corrupt, sometimes the princess is corrupt, and not really a princess, and it turns out to be a random fucking doll. Yeah, it was the doll, the blonde princess.
Oh
that-
yeah, I remember.
yeah.
It like took the place of the actual dead princess.
Yeah, because her soul was like fading.
Yeah.
I like the wait night at the beginning because he's
Oh,
trying
that
to
was
figure
a
out the
good arc.
princess, and
Yeah.
strangely enough, he's dancing with her near the end. That was pretty cool, unique.
Yeah.
Yeah. They perceived him as evil, but
Right.
he was just a misunderstood character. And he only wanted to kidnap He wanted to kidnap the princess because it reminded him of his love interest in his time period, and he was just confused. So that was a pretty interesting arc.
Yeah.
One of the better ones, I think.
Agreed. So, but you keep going from town to town, and you eventually go to the Protectorate in search of some more of the figs, because I think you got about like 2 or 3 at this point. And you figure out that the fruit has an ability to grant any wish.
Okay.
But the wishes are sometimes not always fulfilled in the same way. It's kind of like, asking Calypso after you won Twisted Metal. They're like, we'd like to fly.
Oh yeah.
And then, dumbass jumps off the fucking roof of the building, and then Calypso pulls out 2 plane tickets. And he's like, this is how you're going to be able to fly.
It's like one of those genie things that you have to be perfectly specific on what you want.
Yeah.
Or they alter it in funny ways.
Yeah, so it figures out that each of the figs tie into like demented forms of creatures. But once you end up doing that, you gain access to the Starflight Express again. And favorite character, Stella.
Yeah.
And you head
That's
for the
awesome.
observatory. And Aquila, who is we didn't mention that, Aquila is your
That's the
master.
mentor, yeah. The guy that
And
mentors
he's
you.
pretty much kind of a dick. Kind of a dick to you.
I don't
My
know. I
opinion,
don't know
it
if I got
really
that
is.
vibe.
So, I kind of felt that way because, you're trying to become an angel, and he's just like, "Hey, motherfucker, you ain't ready."
Yeah, you're his replacement pretty much.
Yeah. So I got the like jealous and envious vibe, kind of like he was. Like, you get the vibe, especially at this next event we're going to describe, as Aquila is kind of either neutral or he's evil. It's kind of like the vibe that I was getting at this point with the figs. And so when he asks for the figs, you say no. Why do you need them? And then he
What's
ends up,
funny too is that he disappears like throughout the story until you get to that point.
yeah,
He's just not there.
because the whole focus of the plot is on the figs so far.
Yeah.
that he just disappears. And
So it was definitely a big hint on where they were going with that, I feel like.
yeah,
Because he just was absent. And with no explanation, really.
yeah. So he ends up asking for the figs, and you say, "Fuck no." And then he ends up just beating your fucking ass and taking the figs anyway.
Yep.
And it takes off on a badass fucking black dragon. And then that's where you figure out he takes off on the black dragon with
I thought
the
he
new
joined up with them.
antagonist. Well, yeah.
I thought he joined up with the
And
dude
so
riding
you
the
actually,
dragon.
get a new, what was its name? I can't remember.
The
It's been a
dragon?
while. No, the new antagonist with that
Oh,
Aquila teams up with.
I'm not sure.
Lieutenant Hootingham Gore.
Oh, right.
The fucking owl. The owl guy. The mage owl.
yeah.
Every like, Dragon Quest
He's
enemy
one
is
of a trio.
a dragon or a goddamn, like, mage.
Yeah.
For some reason. But, yeah, it's a owl mage.
What was the
I'm
other
half
ones?
owl, half mage.
There were two other ones that were a part of that,
Yeah, it was the trio of people that...
but I can't think of which animals they were. Owl, some kind of cat.
But as an explosion happens, you literally fall off the train and just land back down. Somehow, you don't die, but the train just blows the fuck up at the time. So,
Yeah, the dragon attacks it.
yeah, you end up in the Wormwood Creek. You enter the Wormwood Forest and meet Serena, who wants the main character to find a serene necklace she hid under the Guardian statue. And once you find the necklace and return to Serena, she agrees to break the seal blocking the entrance to the blowhole. The blowhole. It's a bow hole, but I say blowhole. Can't pronounce that. You had Rongo get the Wormlet bow, which ends up, let's just shoot it across like the Rainbow Bridge, right? And you go into Upover. And then the Magma Moo is the volcano, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It's that volcano area where you come across the drunk fucking dragon.
Greynarl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
Well, at that point, no. But yeah.
No, I thought he was still awesome then. Drunk old dragon.
So that's the one-on-one fight that gave me trouble. 'Cause
Really?
you're not allowed to have other party members for that fight, I believe, and you have to equip the Celestrian equipment too on you before he'll even fight you.
So
So the
like,
armor piece and
Is that what allows you to ride on him?
yeah,
Okay.
that stuff has to be equipped for him to even initiate the battle.
I think I was over leveled at that point because I didn't struggle at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no problem with any part of this game.
It was pretty much a breeze.
I was pretty much speedrunning the damn thing, so I came across a couple of hard parts, but
Yeah.
I finished the thing in even under 50. It's like 45 hours I beat the whole
Yeah.
thing. So
That's where I was at too, I think.
what?
That's pretty low.
Yeah. You end up getting that Dragon Warrior armor, and the Dark Dragon shows up with the mage on top, and
Barbarous.
yeah, Barbarous, and it's just an
He's
awesome
OP.
one-on-one fight that I wish was in way higher quality than DS.
Yeah.
240p, and Greynarl just fucking killed during the fight.
Not at first. Yeah, he's winning, and then the dragon spits a fireball at the town. He has to
Yeah.
sacrifice himself for the town. Yeah. Which is awesome. Also kind of sad.
So you end up falling off of his ass
Yep.
down into the pits and depths of hell again, and then you come up and you're in prison, which there's the big Dragon Quest motif. You got to be in a prison at some point. You got to jailbreak.
That's true.
Yes. Dragon Quest princesses, jailbreaks, and slimes. Oh my!
And dragons.
Sounds so goddamn redundant. Of course,
Dragon
there's dragons.
Quest has dragons.
So
If
you end up
didn't know.
meeting this badass prisoner, like brick shit
yeah.
house, the freaking Sterling.
Who is the true awesome character, I think,
Yeah.
as opposed to Stella.
Oh god.
It's just
Sterling
obnoxious.
and Stella. So you end up figuring out that for some reason you could bypass through the special light gate that no one else can. Be like, oh, we're gonna stage jailbreak here.
Yep.
And we're gonna walk through the front door. And so
Just walk out the front door of the gulag.
you actually can during that fight. Like,
Yeah.
it's weird. Like, they wouldn't lock it down, so you could like do a couple
Yeah.
battles and then leave and then come back. Like, what the hell? So there's pretty much that, and then you end up getting all your shit back. So you end up escaping there, and you return to the observatory. Yggdrasil turns into the goddess Celestria, who guides the hero to Gideon Palace. The hero defeats King Godwyn's ultimate form and gains access to the Obolette, where they find Corvus. He rides Barbarous to the realm of the Almighty and corrupts it into the realm of the Mighty. Ascending the hellish domain, the hero battles Corvus. Okay, so
why is Corvus important?
Corvus used to be the old angel, an old Celestian angel that
I think he also
protected
fell
from
to
people.
Earth.
Yeah, he also fell to Earth, the exact same thing.
And then he
And-
had a love thing with one of the characters on Earth.
Yeah. And so what ends up corrupting him is he's deciding to, stay and fight and
Yep.
try and survive and like keep everybody alive in the town. And he ends up pretty much doing so, but he finds out that the girl's father, the king, sold him the fuck out.
Yep.
And so he assumes that, when they're running away and she gets killed, she doesn't have anything to say. He's pretty much killed too because they just want to wipe the slate clean. He's not aware that she had nothing to do with it. So he thinks she's part of it,
Yep.
that she was corrupt as well, and so it turns him evil.
Yeah.
That's what ends up happening to Corvus. So
You meet up with her spirit like throughout the game in random spots.
yeah.
Which
So
is interesting.
randomly you decide to, in order to stop Hootingham, you release Corvus from his fucking chains, which is a
Yeah.
stupid fucking idea because
Yeah.
that's what ends up, becoming the head boss, is because you decided to release him and pray to God that he would, maybe reason with the man before you take the arm shackles off. Jesus Christ.
Let me just free you.
Is there even any
and
dialogue?
then
I think you just go over and like let him out
Yeah.
because you find him at the bottom of that dungeon.
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, this is kind of weird that he's chained up. Why are we releasing him?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Shit.
yeah, maybe he's chained for a reason.
Yeah. You ever think about that?
Let's just let him out and then decide.
So yeah, you end up doing that and then going to this last area, which was cool. It was a cool final dungeon.
Yeah,
I liked it a lot.
I thought that twist was kind of cool too. Having one of the angels actually be behind a lot of the evilness in the story.
Yeah, and then the thing we didn't, Aquila isn't actually evil.
Yeah,
He's been trying to get to stop Hootingham, so he kind of like plays along with his side, and then and then isn't able to do much. Gets shock froze, and then it's you guys that show up. You and your group of 3 pointless NPC nobodies again.
Oh man.
That come up and actually save his ass because he can't take out Hootingham himself.
Yeah.
So there is that twist with Aquila, but I don't think it's that big of a payoff, honestly. But,
No, not really.
so you do end up battling Corvus, but at first it's impossible to attack him since he is a Celestian and cannot be
Right.
defeated and attacked. So, but the one remaining fig, you decide to make yourself mortal, and then you're able to defeat Corvus that way. So.
I thought he was a tough boss fight though.
I think the with him on the dragon
Yeah.
was the tougher fight than him on his own. So the
Oh, yeah.
first part of the fight is harder than the second part
Yeah.
by far. The second part was quite easy actually. After you get over the first hump hill, it's all downhill after that.
Yeah.
So
Just gotta beat him down. It's tired.
yeah. Now most Dragon Quest games don't have the deepest stories, but this one is very lackluster. I didn't know.
There
I
wasn't
was
much
not
there.
Feeling it. I mean, the main key that makes this game actually fun to play is the gameplay.
Yeah.
Yes.
We didn't even go over.
Yeah, the multiplayer thing kind of kills this game in a way. At least as far as the story, because of how heavily they were trying to push that, they kind of fucked over any semblance of a story. Because your character is even more of a nothing character
Than
than
ever before.
in previous games, and like you have like a purpose in those ones. You're a something, even though you're a silent protagonist.
Well, it's not just
Well,
you; it's the whole party.
Yeah, and then this one, it's the whole fucking party. So it's like you can't. There's nothing there that's going on for you. You can't even be invested in any way because your characters are literally just beat sticks.
So they have Stella and Sterling. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Sterling isn't really much of a character until later on.
Same with Aquila, but
Yeah.
I think he's one note, dude. It seems to me when they were developing this, they were either it was meant to be a different title or they just wanted to do like a MMO spin-off for Dragon Quest. And then at the last moment, they decided, let's put in a little bit here to add to this so that it's an actual full game, and then we'll just put a 9 in front of it. This does not seem like a full-fledged Dragon Quest game to me. It seems like it was kind of like an afterthought after, okay, we've kind of built this game around it. What should we call it? Should we call it like Dragon Quest Multiplayer, Dragon Quest Online? What should we call? Oh, we're going to call it Dragon Quest 9.
Well, the problem is
That's
that
what
we
it
only
seems
got
like.
30% of the whole experience, according to the guy we just interviewed.
Yes. Yeah, some Raimu.
Yep.
If you guys want a full depth of the multiplayer and the entire history behind it, and the events and the online stuff that Nintendo did, that interview will be our next episode with us and him.
So
It's a
look
great
forward to
episode
that.
and kind of like a / interview with him. It's great. So be sure to
So,
check that one
yeah.
out too.
So we'll complete our entire experience of the game. So it doesn't
Thanks
feel
to
like we're
him.
missing out on a big chunk of it.
Yeah, honestly, the story is like such a small part. It's really there for you to level up so you can just go do the multiplayer stuff. Like that's it's kind of
Monster
how
Hunter.
it seems. It's like, hey, here's this passive story so that you can go fucking do this other shit.
Yeah, it's pretty customizable. That's a positive aspect of
For the
it, but-
gameplay, yeah,
It is the most customizable.
It's basically just how it is in every other Dragon Quest with the All Trades Abbey. You know, you get your vocations, but then it also has the Dragon Quest 8 kind of spin where you get skill points to put into whatever like weapon you're using and shit like that, so you can level up those, and then your level and skill basically depends on whatever job you're currently using and whatever weapon you're currently using.
Yeah, and the best part is none of the stats reset. So if you got like several levels into a specific trade, let's say priest, you switch it out to be a sage. You can go back to priest at level 50 again instead of level 1.
Yeah.
So that is a great bonus, thank God.
One of the other cool things is that some of the classes, their weapons will transfer over because they have they'll share
Similarities.
some weapon. So if you have a sword on one thing and you switch over to another, so you're level 1 at that new job, you still have all your skills with your sword. You're still good with it.
Yeah, I feel
So
like
it makes it easier to level up some of the jobs.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't go very in depth with the jobs in this one. I just stuck with the basic ones instead
Yeah,
of the secondary ones, except for Gladiator.
Gladiator's the way
and
to go.
Paladin.
Yep.
I definitely utilized a Paladin.
Sage was disappointing in this one.
Yeah. Sage usually always is. I always go with the priest.
I don't know. In 7, it was really good.
So everything similar to like Final Fantasy 12 and stuff, everything is on screen now. It's kind of like what we ended up
Yeah.
doing with 8, obviously. 7 and 8, and the 3DS remakes of that. So you can avoid like 90% of the battles if you truly want to, but I would not recommend it.
Yeah, because you need that. You need them levels,
Yeah, definitely.
especially to level up all the fucking jobs, because there's a lot.
Yeah.
And you need it for the skills for your weapons.
So there is a bevy of side quests that have nothing even to do with the multiplayer aspect. You will literally just get a quest to say, hey, go talk to this person and give them a bundle of fucking bananas, and you'll go talk to them and get a
Yeah.
bundle of bananas, and you'll.
This is the first game that has added stuff like that to the Dragon Quest series. as far as like the seeing the enemies on the screen and being able to go do quests that are outside like the main story. That's really like the first one that does it, and you can kind of see it in 11 where it kept that up. Like you can go do some side quests if you want. They're like nothing huge. They're just like, oh hey, go get this for me, or perform this thing during battle, or just little small things that give you little rewards.
And if you do those are some of the key ones, because some of the vocations that are really badass are tied into some of those.
Yeah,
It's fucking
true.
pain in the
You have to
ass on
unlock
a
'em.
couple of them.
Yeah.
So.
It's good though that you get some kind of reward.
So everything is pretty open ended. It is essentially like a MMO in some aspects.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of content. There is a shitload of content in this game, and most of it is the multiplayer. The game really just everything is like, hey, we made this game so you could play it multiplayer.
Yeah.
So like,
I mean, why else would there be all those extra things for the avatar? I mean, I had afros on my entire party. And all that is customizable. Like, the armor sets are all different for whatever character you have.
Yeah, that's something that I really appreciate about when games do that, is like whenever you have equip a new armor or weapon, you can actually see them on your character instead of them just being like a passive thing.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. I know that like I do like the static designs for some characters, but I do like it a lot when you actually have an armor and you put it on your character and you can see that fucking armor instead of it just being like,
Or having to have an armor set in order for it to appear.
yeah,
So you can't like mix and match with certain things.
yeah.
But in this one you can.
The implementation of the touch screen. Did any of you use it?
No.
Only if I was like bored. I'd just
Oh,
be
good
like,
lord.
poke.
Yeah, I like poked it, and then I saw him moving in a different direction, and I'm like, oh god, no,
how,
thank you. It
doesn't really have a purpose, really. Like you don't have to use it in any way or for any aspect of the game. So it's like,
Yeah,
it's there for lazy people
it's
who
there.
won't use the analog stick.
the Zelda games on the DS are just so bad because of that. That's how you have to control Link. Just put the stylus on there and he moves in that direction. Instead of using the D-pad that's there.
what games do that?
What are they called? Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks.
Oh god, I didn't play this.
Eh,
They really
That's how I
fucking
feel
made
about
it so
them.
you had to. Oh
Yes.
god, why?
I don't know. It's really gimmicky and it makes the gameplay suffer a lot, I think.
Well, yeah, that's terrible. It's a
Yeah.
fucking shitty system.
And you have to control the boomerang with it too.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, it's
Those seemed really promising too.
handheld Zelda.
Yeah, handheld Zelda with the fucking Wind Waker look.
Yeah, they did it good in the past. Link's Awakening. And Minish Cap was good.
Yeah, Minish Cap was good.
Yeah, but anyway, those are some other games that utilize that.
That were shit apparently.
Poorly.
God damn, that hurts.
DS was a great cast.
No, it is.
Get
It
outta
is.
here.
It's just some of those early DS implementations for the touchscreen.
It was 2007 game.
Like fucking that Castlevania game, the one's the sequel to Aria of Sorrow, Dawn of Sorrow. You have to
Yeah.
like fucking like draw the magic symbols, and you have to do that for like
no.
Order of Ecclesia too. And it bugs me. I mean, I
skip
love
them.
those games; they're fucking great games. But fuck, dude, like, why would you do that?
Anything.
Why
with
would you
touchscreen.
screw? Why would you screw someone over with a fucking weird, shitty touchscreen gimmick?
Especially if you have the D-pad. Like, it's perfect the way it is.
Fucking drawing magic
I never
symbols,
understand
dude.
touchscreen
Goddamn.
controls.
I don't know.
I don't understand why it's in the middle of my PS4 controller either.
I don't know.
Fucking reason for it.
I mean, it's fine.
So
Doesn't add.
It's another button.
But it doesn't
It's
take
basically
away.
just like a menu button
Yeah.
for most games, which is fine.
What are our final thoughts with the gameplay?
It is a highly customizable game. I really enjoy that aspect of it. It's probably one of the better systems for the older Dragon Quest games. as far as like sticking with the old school Dragon Quest battle system,
Abbey.
you know, with the All Trades Abbey and everything. I really enjoy it. I like that it's did the skill points type thing with Dragon Quest VIII. I do kind of wish that it was more. There was more to it, like
More varied.
yeah,
Nothing is going to
a
be
little
as
more
varied as
but-
Tactics Ogre.
Well, yeah, and that and fucking
Yeah,
tactics. Yeah, the tactics games are really involved, but yeah, I just kind of wish there was a little bit more, you know, and maybe that not all the fucking jobs or like some of the deeper ones were involved with quests.
Yeah.
I kind of wish it was more like, you know, like how it was in 7. You level up
That's
a
the best
part
part
of
of 7.
yeah, like you level up a job to a certain point, then another one to a certain point, then you unlock a new job, and then you keep going with that. That would be perfect.
I wish they would bring it
in
back.
this game.
Yep.
It would work the best
It
in
would.
this game. But sadly, they didn't implement that part of 7's best.
It's a bit watered down.
Yeah, it's kind of a little. But yeah, the gameplay is like the key feature for this game, and we didn't even do apparently 70% of it. So, like it is definitely centered around the multiplayer aspect, which is kind of an odd idea to me to have a multiplayer RPG that's a turn-based game and not like kind of an action RPG or like a MMO type deal. It's literally just a turn-based game.
Yeah,
And it's not like Pokemon where, you know, you're having your team face another team. It's literally you guys versus something. So it's like everybody gets a turn to beat this guy. It's a little I don't know.
instead of just wailing on him.
Yeah.
This isn't Monster Hunter. Come on. Like, yeah.
Well,
For me, I thought the movement was a little weird. Like look, we're gonna have the characters like move further on screen and, you know, get the arrow pointing like they're gonna go attack them.
did
But
you guys have
was-
a problem with frame rate drop because of that? Having 4 characters?
I had some frame rate drop in the towns. But,
Yeah, me too. It was pretty bad.
yeah.
It is kind of weird to experience frame rate drop on
Yeah.
a DS.
On something that isn't that visually appealing either. 120 or 90p, where your hertz rate on a screen is higher than the resolution on the damn thing. So
What was it, like 240?
Yeah, it's 240.
Oh,
I'm
man.
being overly dramatic,
240 is rough, though.
but those, I wish they were just to like remaster those cutscenes so that they're a hell of a lot better
Oh,
looking.
man, I wish
It'd be
too.
better. That dragon fight would be so much cooler. But yeah, for the most part, I like it a lot as well. 7's is clearly better. 8's is more broken down, way more simpler than even 9's. But I think 9's is a great gameplay for the series.
yeah.
And so I give it high marks on that part. So
It kind of is like a callback to the earlier titles.
4 or 5,
Yep.
a little bit of 6. So
More around 4, I would say.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was good, though. Not groundbreaking or anything. Maybe the multiplayer aspect that we missed is, but
Yeah, it honestly kind of feels like a passive game for
Yeah.
the series. Like, it's like, hey, this is, you know, our callback.
story was meh. Kind of an afterthought, I felt like. Gameplay was solid, but not that spectacular. Other titles do it better. But yeah, it was pretty good. I think it's a little above middle ground for me.
Yeah.
So design.
I think it had some pretty good designs for everything. The DS being made specifically for the DS is kind of it makes it kind of look weird for some things. Like the dragons kind of look like you can see the pieces of the dragon.
yeah.
So it's like
I think it just comes down to the resolution. I think if you buffed up the resolution and it wasn't pinned down to one DS cart, it would be a hell of a lot better looking from a design standpoint with Toriyama, of course. But because of that resolution, it's
You think it'd be better looking on the PSP? Or just about the same.
all that boils down to is how much they were willing to pay for the production. So I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've seen some really great looking PSP games. I've seen some really horrible looking PSP games.
I think the game would look a
So-
lot better if they just stuck with the sprites or
Yeah.
went back to sprites.
Yep.
Oh yeah, because some of them are actually in 3D. Some of them are fucking 2D. I
Yeah.
noticed this.
Yeah.
Why? It's weird.
I think cell shading the characters would have helped a lot.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
come on,
cell
level
shading
5. That's
too.
what you did with 8.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, 8 and 11, and then fucking 7 on 3DS looks really good.
Yeah.
It does. That was a big jump for us too when we got to that one. We didn't have to suffer through the PS1.
But yeah,
version.
like a cleaned up sprite type thing for 9, I feel like would be really good. Kind of going back to the sprite since they were kind of doing callbacks anyway.
Yeah.
I
They could
think
do
3D was necessary.
they could do like higher quality sprites instead of just
Yeah.
going back to the little tiny things. But
Well, it's possible too because they went back and did 7 and 8. So
yeah,
why not 9? That's it's next chronologically. So
I like
Hopefully
the
that goes
captain of
there.
the ship. What was his name? Max. I liked his design because it was just basically a fat pirate.
yeah.
And then all the Celestians, obviously, or whatever they're called, all of them had angel wings. I thought that looked cool. I like those. The Quill and the main hero.
Mhm.
Stella's a fucking butterfly, so
she's a pixie
Pixie,
or a fairy, whichever you prefer.
you're a damn fairy. What I've noticed with at least the monster list is they brought back quite a few ones I haven't seen in a while.
Like what?
I can't remember now, but there was. I can't. I just remember a lot of them that I hadn't seen in a while. I'm like, oh, I ain't seen Baramos or the little pig with the ring that looks like
Oh,
a piercing
yeah.
since like 2 or 3. And it seems like what they're doing is changing some of them in and out. Oh, well, 9 may have some of these, but 11 may have some of these. Sometimes they just pick and choose. All right, what's going to be in this one? Nah, we won't do, the muddy hands in this one, but we'll do it in this one.
I do like that.
But I did notice some of the older ones that I hadn't seen in a long time in the series show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that they can recycle some of the older enemies,
Yeah.
bring in some new ones. There's a lot of new ones for
Yeah.
this game,
There is.
and then the fucking owl mage dude.
I liked his design. I like the
Yeah.
other two's design too. But they did reuse them.
The dragons are cool, but again, you can see their pieces, so it looks.
Pieces.
That's like the worst part of like DS designs when you
Blockiness.
have those like games. Yeah, like Final Fantasy IV had that shit too when they did the remake for
Yeah.
that, and it's like
Good game too.
it could look better, but they decided to do
complete
that.
collections.
Skip 6.
I don't
Makes
know.
me mad.
I don't know why they chose to go that route. I don't know.
Well, it
know what
definitely
to
could have
say.
looked better, but enemy design was fine. I did like the boss designs. Environments were okay, I guess. Nothing really stood out as far as the towns go.
No, it's quite lackluster,
Yeah.
frankly.
I don't know. I just feel like a lot of it was neutral,
Yeah,
middle ground. Not negative, but not positive.
Not
either,
a lot
really.
of effort. It's kind of go by the book, and we're not gonna do anything quite unique with this one. It's just kinda
they went
phoning in a little
real
bit.
kind of classic RPG with it. They
Yep.
just didn't. Yeah, I think they did that because I think some of their multiplayer stuff has like procedurally generated areas. So
Oh yeah,
that might be why. So they have like the the kind of bland areas that they could just like create like a fuckload of things for
Copy,
multiplayer
paste it.
aspects. Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah. If they're going to have that much content, it's going to overlap.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's understandable, I think.
I think the multiplayer aspect, while maybe is best part to some people, is also what really hurts the game in like
Well, yeah.
every
in
way.
hindsight, yeah. Because we couldn't really experience it in a natural way.
Yeah.
So-
It's unfortunately dated at this point.
Yeah, I mean like the whole just
Exclusive
the
maps.
gameplay, yeah, exclusive maps, fucking design choices for the environments. Nothing can stand out because it's got to be able to be made
Fit.
into a random created area,
It's gotta
and
fit,
then
too.
just the story is just there because they're like,
Tacked on at the end.
yeah, kind of. If they put all of their effort into making like every other aspect of the game, then it's like, well, what are we gonna make for the story?
Yeah.
Which it kind of feels like, because they didn't have to make any main characters for the games. They didn't have to create like any real story for
Backstory.
it. It's more like,
Development.
hey, there's
No character development at all.
Yeah,
It's left on
none.
the goddamn floor.
Yep.
yeah, like there's no character development because there's no characters that you spend time with other than like Stella, but fuck Stella. So I mean, yeah, there's I don't know. It's just really.
Underwhelming.
Yeah, underwhelming. I mean, it's nice after 7, having played 7 for 100 hours, and then being able to beat this in like 40.
So they gave us what we wanted, I guess.
Yeah, they're like, all right, here's a fucking much shorter
We'll
game.
cut it in half, and then we'll see how you guys like it. And
Yeah.
I like it way more.
Clearly.
I mean, I don't like it way more, but
You should.
well, I mean, there's certain aspects to both. Like if this game. At least 7 had a bunch of areas that were unique that you could go to.
That's
In
true.
this game, there's nothing.
Fair.
It's like it's barren, really, is what it is, because
That's
it's
how it
like
feels.
it's so empty.
Well, 7 had too much story.
Yeah, 7 had too much, and this 7 would have been the better
Is it
game.
Story
For
It's
the-
irrelevant to the main
side
story.
Shit.
Yeah, I feel like 7 would have been better for like a multiplayer type thing. You know, like, hey, let's
They
go
have,
explore this area. Let's go do this area. Let's
do
go
have
do
something.
this mini story over in this place. You know, build up to like a big boss fight. That would be
Yeah.
the better.
I think it does have DLC.
If they
Like
if
that.
if you combined 7 and 9,
Tablets.
I feel like you would create the perfect vision of what 9 was meant to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
Music.
Eh.
Yeah, it's one of those.
This one's really passive too. Like it's
Because it's taking like 90%. Well, not only does Sugiyama like reuse a lot of his music, but I'm seeing already the same themes from previous ones that were like town themes.
yeah. He changes a couple notes and then he's like, "All right, this is a theme." It's like, well, wasn't this in the last game or something else? And then
And it's double timed, right? Yeah.
Oh, man.
yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be so bad maybe if we weren't just like constantly listening to this as we go through the games.
Yeah.
But because like
Yeah, because there's huge gaps.
we're
between
just so
7,
used
8,
to it.
and 9.
It's just like, oh, well, we've already listened to the same 20 songs over and over again to get across like 11 games now. So it's like, what?
And we go through the
I'm-
games really quickly.
Like, nothing against Sugiyama here, but I mean, I could use something new.
Yeah.
New compositions each time.
Really spice it up a bit. Because a lot of the tracks sound the same.
Put a
If
ukulele
not
in one of the theme
similar.
songs. I don't
A fucking
know.
ukulele.
Go with a metal theme or something.
That'd be
Well,
cool.
I mean, a lot of the Dragon Quest games, when you go to like new towns, they usually have a theme of being like in a different country.
Yep.
So like the music I feel like would be better if they adopted something of that country that they're trying to mimic
They did
for
in
that
11.
area. They did a little bit for
Yeah.
11.
Oh yeah, you could definitely see the Japan and Hong Kong reference in
Yeah.
what is this?
Hato.
Otto and
No. Hugie.
yeah.
Some of the names of those towns are hilarious.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
great pun work.
Fucking the Hotto town is a hot spring place. Yeah, it's they're all puns.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, phenomenon.
Sniffelheim.
Sniff. Yeah.
Great.
That's fucking names, dude.
I love
And Gallipolis, when it's just a fucking horse racing place.
Yeah.
Goddamn, dude.
So there was a few good puns here in 9. I like
Well,
there
that was
some
all 11 stuff. But yeah, in 9, there's no humor in 9, so everything had to be a fucking pun.
good- Yeah.
Everything.
Everything.
The fucking main bad guy, the fucking owl dude, he's a fucking pun.
He's an owl.
God.
the Hootie guy.
Yeah.
Hoot hoot.
Hooters.
Hooters. Mr. Hooters.
Like literally every part of this is a fucking like what was the name of that fortress? The main fortress like that they had was a fucking pun name. It was like something Etris. Like they were trying I can't remember what it was, but it was like every aspect of this game was a fucking pun cuz they couldn't like naturally put in humor. They couldn't naturally put in fucking characters. So they're like, well, it's got to be funny somehow.
Gortress.
Yeah, the Gortress. God, dude. Like, I can't think of anything else. What are we, how are we gonna pun this? Gortress. Yeah.
Instead of Fortress.
Yep.
And gore happens there. God, dude, it's fucking stupid.
That one's not good.
It's not a good pun, but everything has to be a pun in that game. Like, I mean, the puns are fun in Dragon Quest. They are.
Yeah.
But it's like when that's the only source you can get for humor. It's like, really? Fucking really?
You just don't connect as well in this one as in
Yeah.
other ones.
I mean, there are some better ones, like the Metallica one that we learned.
one is funny.
And then the Simpsons.
Well, there was the like Elvis Presley reference. There was that.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
And then the
There's some decent ones like here and there, but this one is like they got real lazy with it sometimes just to be like, yeah, we need humor. We need this game to feel like it's charming because it was empty.
Yeah, for the most part.
Dragon Quest IX shipped over 2 million in pre-order sales. While the game's official release date was July 11th, some retailers had already shipped orders. One such dealer asks its customers to not play it until the official
Oh my
release
gosh.
date. In spite of the large number of pre-orders and additional release shipments by Square Enix, lines still formed for the day of the release. Within a 2-day period, the title had sold 2,318,932 copies out of an estimated 3 million copies that have been shipped. Some analysis said that 3 million may have been too conservative and expected 5 million copies sold in Japan alone, with large overseas sales expectations that could break previous Dragon Quest sales records. Ultimately, Dragon Quest IX set the record for the highest premiere week sales post-2000, which was previously held by Dragon Quest VIII.
Big surprise.
And sell
How
it
did you,
for
you know,
more.
I think I remember seeing commercials.
They
and
had
stuff
like
for
a-
it.
Oh,
or at
yeah,
least
where
for one.
The
one of
great
them,
one
yeah.
is Seth Green. Okay.
Yeah.
So they have Seth Green in there, and it's two girls who are sitting at a cafe table, and they're basically saying, "Oh, this was a hard decision. Oh, I have to decide this or this." And then Seth Green bumps in. He's like, "Well, I had to choose between a thief and a warrior," and he's sipping on a shake. And he just does the weirdest expression when he's sipping on the shake, like, I had to make a hard decision.
Yeah, that sounds like Seth Green.
Yeah. It's a great commercial, actually.
Yeah, they even had like the Nintendo president was talking about it, Reggie Fils-Aimé.
Yeah?
He was
Reggie
even
was on
playing
by
through
then?
it. Yeah,
Cool.
he was playing through it himself.
Cool. Yeah, they decided to, Nintendo at least for this one, not Enix themselves, did run a lot of promotion. Like when I had only heard about Dragon Quest VIII, and I was checking online and doing that, there was a lot of press for Dragon Quest IX at the time.
Yeah, it was a big deal because of the exclusivity of it with Nintendo.
Nintendo was probably really pushed.
I think they started pushing that one partially because it was on the DS, and 8 did pretty well. I think it did better than they expected over here.
Yeah.
In Japan. Apparently a malware version of the ROM was released early on 2chan instead of the actual game. It is an H-anime slideshow that bricks the Nintendo DS.
Nice.
Anti-piracy measures are fun. Famitsu, our great magazine, gave it a 40 out of 40.
No.
Yeah, it's not a perfect game.
Giving it the 10th game to achieve a perfect score. After its international release, it received positive reviews, including an 87 on Metacritic, with an average user score of 9.0.
Really?
Seems a bit high.
It's.
I mean, it's fun, but it's...
No, they're completely wrong about that. Yeah, it's.
I don't know. I think it's like 84-ish, 83-ish for me.
Yeah, it's
a little
70s.
It's a little above average. The whole package of the game.
Yeah,
An early
the
title
whole
was-
thing, yeah.
Defenders
good
of the
value-wise.
Starry Skies.
Right.
So yeah, it's the only one that has been on a handhold. It was the last Dragon Quest game that Level 5 did because they ended up taking 10 and 11, and it's Hori started Armor Project and started doing it in-house himself at the Armor Project. So Level 5 didn't do them anymore, and we haven't had a further port or release of 9 since then. Get into our final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Very mid-tier Dragon Quest.
Yeah.
That's really the only thought, because I mean, there's no characters that we can talk about. There's no, I mean, the story is like, it's okay for what it is, but it's like at the same time, it's not.
There's no antagonist
no-
besides a fucking owl.
Yeah, there's not
no
really a
Domingus
story in there.
Depth. So
Yeah, there's no depth to it, like, at all. It's a really shallow game. The gameplay is where it excels, and even then, it's like it kind of feels
Lesser.
a little lesser. Because I mean, all of it is tied to the multiplayer stuff,
Yeah.
and really, you're just leveling up your guys for that purpose.
Yeah.
And we didn't even play the multiplayer, so we can't even really like say how great it was or whatever, you know. I mean, it sounds like there's some good stuff when we were interviewing the guy, you know, and like the legacy bosses going to fight the bosses that have been previous in the series, like the Dragon Lord, Mortimer.
It sounded fun.
It sounds cool, but at the same time, it's like, well,
It's just not accessible really for us unless we have like a special cartridge that we can get access to them on.
I imagine.
well, now by him transferring the maps to me, I could just transfer any of the maps to you guys.
Yeah. So we'll definitely have to go back and try it out. I think it brings it down a little bit, but just a middle ground one. Nothing too special about it.
Yeah. Sad. I wish there was something like extremely positive for me to say or something extremely negative for me to say. But there isn't.
it's not like 7 where we're basically the same except for how we could bitch about the length. It's there's just nothing really to talk about.
Yep.
Really, it's just it doesn't have anything that the classic Dragon Quest games really have. Like, it doesn't have the really cool characters. It doesn't have that interesting storyline that they usually have. Like, it's always a simple story, but they always make it have a twist in some way that is
The
uniquely
towns are
Dragon
fun to
Quest.
visit.
Yeah, the towns are fun to visit because, you know, they're unique in every way, like down to the dialogue of the characters. Like,
They have
it's
accents, dialects.
there's none of that exists in this game. It's like everything is just a pun because you had to put it somewhere.
You don't create a bond with your party either because you're not
Because-
really interacting with
Yeah,
them,
your party
They're just there.
is just your created dudes.
Yep.
So
which is fine, but they're just like blank slate characters.
they're not even blank slate characters. They're just like a fucking shell with a sword.
Some of them don't even have
They're
swords.
fucking puppets.
Puppets
Meat
sounds
puppets.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Meat puppets.
Fleshy puppets.
Yeah.
It sounds gross when you say it.
Yeah. it
Yes. You're welcome. That's what I was going for. So
does. Well, good job. You succeeded.
But yeah, I wish I could say something. You know, I wish there was more to talk about. But this game is just.
Yeah. I think that too.
I want to know what people who really like it have to say about it because, like, I can't imagine there being anything to say. Like, unless you're like, you really like the characters that were
it's-
in the game, but you don't spend any time with those characters to be like, I really like this one. Why?
He has blue
I
hair.
believe there's probably a lot of Dragon Quest fans out there that 9 might have been one of their first ones because.
Could be.
Yeah, I would imagine that's the case.
So I think it could be a little bit of that playing into it, but
At the
Yeah.
time, it was pretty revolutionary, I would say. At least for a Dragon Quest title.
yeah, being able to go
I mean, you still had the
multiplayer.
Online
yeah.
play for the
very first
DS
time.
is pretty impressive.
Yeah, if you actually randomly was able to find another RPG player that enjoyed RPGs as much as you,
Yep.
you're able to finally like co-op with something. Because a lot of RPGs, aside from maybe like one or two series that was willing to experiment, there wasn't much multiplayer. There clearly, you know, to go along with that co-op,
Yeah.
characters would not jump in games as far as the JRPG aspect goes.
Yeah.
And so the second they did start to implement some of those things in like a Phantasy Star, and clearly like multiplayer with Dragon Quest, or when Final Fantasy decided to do it with 11, I could see how people could get excited.
Yeah.
But in hindsight, I look at it and I'm like, this is kind of not good.
I mean, I guess it did do a lot of cool things with the gameplay. You know, I do really like that they added the skill points for the weapons and made the job classes 2 individual things that you could keep up on. I really like that. I also like that you can do little mini quests during the story. Like, I like that aspect that transferred over to 9. I mean, not 9, to 11.
Yeah.
But other than those things, like, it's. Yeah, you don't really. Like, they try to make it the hardest game in the series, but
not.
it doesn't even fucking touch 2 or 6 or fucking any of the games, really. It's very easy. Easy to level up your shit. And if they wanted to make it tough, they should have really made it tough. But
It's made Mortimer return boss fight. At
I
the
think
end.
I really think that all of their efforts went towards this multiplayer aspect, like the tag mode or whatever that they're still trying to replicate for the phones for
Yeah.
a possible phone version of 9. I don't know. It just, if that's where all the difficulty is supposed to be, then we didn't get that part. We didn't get
yeah.
the main point of this game because we didn't play the multiplayer, which it's sad that a mainline Dragon Quest game had to be a multiplayer centric game to the point where like everything else kind of falls short of other Dragon Quests
Yeah.
because
I'd
of
love
it.
this as a spin-off. Like, I expect this from the spin-off later on
Yeah.
because of the games, but not so much on a main line. So,
Well, Get into rankings.
Yes, let's get into rankings.
All right. We'll start from the bottom spot. 2 builders, 6, 7, 1, 9, 3, 4, 8, and 5.
But I'm not.
All right, I think I got mine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not making
right,
a movie
I'm
out of
still-
8.
So,
8 is a movie. It has voice acting. God damn it.
8, slightly above 5, 4, 1, 3, 9, 7, 6, 2.
Yeah, I'm still deciding here. I'm trying
On
to
where to
figure
put
out
9?
where to put 9 because. All right, fine. It's 8, 5, 4, 3. Your love for 1 still baffles me.
I fucking
Then
love
it's 1 because 3 is better than 1.
I don't know. 1 is just so perfect.
9, 6, 7, 2.
It is. It is the perfect NES game. All right. It is so fucking good.
Did you play it on NES?
I did not because I'm smart.
I played it on NES, and no, it is not.
I played
Mega
it.
Man
good,
2 is the perfect NES game. So
Fucking no, it's not.
yes,
Two is
it's
garbage.
2 is not.
2 is good, but it's not.
Anyways, yeah.
Fucking
9 is slightly above 6. And it's because of the stupidness in the story of 6 that I'll put 9 above 6. But yeah, there's no way I would even fathom it even coming near a tier near 4, 3, or 1. No way. But I
put it
did
up
still
with
enjoy
1.
myself more in 9 than 6 and 7.
yeah.
So that's where it is.
There's just more there for me for 9 than 1. So that's why 9's over 1.
Yeah, we're gonna have a
Gotta
fight after
replay
this
that.
episode.
You gotta replay that one on the phone.
Yeah,
Yeah. Could make
It's
a
so
difference.
good, dude. I love it.
hand you a cell phone with the copy on it for like a week and just go to town.
Man, it's
It's like
just
$1.
it's just so satisfying to pick up the princess and then just walk away when you're done.
yeah, it's good. And then, cross the rainbow bridge, rainbow in the dark.
You're gonna
I miss
auto-tune
one.
that and post. You should.
I'm tone deaf.
You probably should do that.
So yeah, that is it. Oh,
Any news or
we could.
Well,
gladly
I guess we
comment.
could just talk about the Dragon Quest V movie,
Which
briefly. So yeah, Dragon Quest V movie, you guys, it's
Your
coming out.
story.
Fuck that title.
That's not a happy title. It makes my penis soft.
It's
be 10 years a slave?
I don't like it when movies do that.
That's
like
the
the
better
anime,
title. You need to pitch it to Square and just tell them to change it for the U.S. release.
fucking
I will
anime
send them a
titles. Like they could have just called it Dragon Quest. I mean, really, they didn't have to call it Your Story. They didn't have to. They
The
didn't have to
subtitle
do
is
that.
completely not necessary.
Then people are gonna think there's 4 other ones that they didn't see because nobody's like over here at least nobody's played Dragon Quest. So
Is that the biggest one over there? 5?
over Japan?
Over in Japan, yeah.
I don't know.
Five's got a very solid fan base.
I was curious why they chose 5 over all the other ones.
Because 5 is flat out the best story period in this series.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Plus, having made a movie of it, they can actually like create the character of the main character
Yeah.
because they have to now. They can't just leave it be as a blank dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yes
would
and no. You never know.
They could
We don't
do
know
it.
how much they're gonna like follow. They're obviously gonna keep some aspects, but I don't know
I mean,
how much
they're
going
gonna
to
keep the base story, but they're gonna have to have some interaction with the main character in order for the chick to fall in love with him, have the child, and to continue the fucking story.
No, he'll just sit there, be a shill, and he'll pick Bianca because Nira can just go fuck off. And
Well,
then-
I mean, yeah,
and if they end
he's
up
gonna
having
pick
Deborah
Bianca
show up
because that's
gonna be
what fucking
canon.
happens. That's canon. That's why the main character in 6 blue hair. Yeah, 'Cause he's descended from Bianca.
Is that your fan theory?
It's the only theory. They're supposed to be it's a trilogy, dude. They're fucking supposed to be part of the hero bloodline. The main hero has blue fucking hair. You choose your wife. It's a canon choice. She's
but
the
you
one
don't-
that it gives you because you have to marry her in order for the guy to be like, all right,
You don't know how far along in the bloodline it is, though.
I
It could be
fucking-
generations.
fucking know
Yeah, it could
though.
be a receding gene from someone fucking a blue Smurf
It could
6
be
centuries ago
a
that
blue
finally shows
Smurf.
up.
You show me a blue Smurf in Dragon Quest, and maybe I'll believe it.
There's blue tree trunks,
Put
so
one
it
in
descends from the damn blue tree trunks. So, yeah, it could have been a recessive gene for many, many generations.
Nah.
It's Bianca. You know it. It's on the cover of the game.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the canon choice.
There you go.
I mean, Deborah wasn't even in there in the original game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Added in.
yeah. I chose the special add-on waifu,
Just for you.
the slime killer.
She is a slime killer.
Yeah, she fucking murders them slimes,
All right.
the metal slimes.
Well, until next time, guys, keep it super and keep it questy.
Quest on.
Yeah. Welcome to another episode of the Puff Puff Hour. I am your host, Caleb Craig,
And I am your other host, Dylan Rominger.
And I am Jacob Wright.
and today is our review of Dragon Quest V. Finally. Yep.
Oh, jinx.
Handed
No.
the Heavenly Bride version.
Yes. Aren't they
So-
all just labeled something, though?
I think so.
Did they have to be remade for that? Or are they all just, they have a second title?
In Jake's mind.
Yeah. For the version I'm playing,
They
yes.
changed the title for this one in Jake's mind.
They changed it?
They did.
Hmm.
Not really, though.
It gives a good ring to each of the titles to actually make them seem more distinctive instead of just by numeral numbers.
I'm not sure if one actually did have one.
One doesn't have one.
Nope.
Okay.
It is
We
the
should come up
OG.
with one for one.
Dragon Quest 1 and the bride that wants you to
The
bang her.
The princess that wants the D
Yeah.
Yes, that works.
or the P because it's gotta have like the same letter in the. She wants the pain.
The grindy grind of the Great Dragon. All G's. The grindy grind of the Great Dragon. Because it's grind, 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 grind.
To a lesser extent that we now know.
Oh, yeah. But. All right. So, it's been a while since our last episode.
It has.
We have quite a bit of news, actually. In
You
the
have that.
wonderful news of World of Dragon Quest. We have an official North American release date for Dragon Quest XI.
Yeah. And you know what? We totally called it. It comes out on the anniversary of this show.
It does.
We
And
timed that specifically for a reason.
it was no coincidence.
Yeah.
No, yeah. it
We
was-
have insider knowledge.
We do.
We do. Yep.
Thank you, Hori. Thank you. Good old buddy of mine. He gives me the inside info.
Oh.
Yes.
You're not
Yes, he
supposed to
does.
say that, Jake. They can't know our sources.
Yes. He's the
Yeah.
only guy I trust at Enix. He's the only guy I trust.
Can't say stuff like that, man.
No. There goes our sponsorship.
Yeah. We're being
Hey, I haven't
secretly
seen
all right, we were being secretly funded and now
I
it's not
have yet
happening.
to see any checks with my name on it.
Well,
that's by
there's a
design.
reason for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. they didn't want you to have anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, other news.
Yeah.
The other news is that there is the official Japanese subtitle to Dragon Quest Builders 2.
The subtitle?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
The God of Destruction Malroth and the Vacant Island.
Oh my
That's
god.
so vague.
And it doesn't even have like it doesn't really follow the Dragon Quest thing.
Well, it's the second game, so it kind of does.
Wait, that was the Japanese one?
Yeah, it's the Japanese subtitle. So
Okay.
hopefully we get a
When it-
simplified one.
When it comes to the US, it'll have a much better, somewhat rhyming subname.
Or it won't.
No, it will. It has to.
It needs to
You
have
can't just do shit like the Dragon Quest Heroes, the World Tree, the World Tree and the Blight Below, or whatever. The World Tree's
Yeah,
Woe
there's
and the
that.
Blight Below. Yeah, you can't just do shit like that and then not have it be the same for like other things in the series.
It'll just be Builders 2. and
Especially
that's it.
since like this one is Hand of the Heavenly
No,
Bride.
it's-
They specifically do that shit for a reason.
I will personally request that it be called Dragon Quest Builders 2 Electric Boogaloo. Everything has
like
to
it.
have the Electric Boogaloo pertaining to 2.
That would be funny.
Yeah.
It's
So-
gonna pick up right where Dragon Quest Builders left off.
Yep.
In
You
that
gotta
weird dream
feel it.
sequence.
It's
And
electric.
there's, another dream sequence. You are not the hero.
You were
Destroy
never the hero.
Dragon Lord.
Hey, that's spoilers.
It's fine.
It's fine. Hey, I may
dare
be
you.
reciting
Nobody's just
certain
gonna listen
lyrics
to
to
this,
something coming up.
so it's
Cough,
fine.
cough.
Somebody might.
And there is an interview on a website that I was checking out that they interviewed the actual game designer from the first Builders. And so I will provide a link in the description for that. We won't go over the full interview with that guy, but there is that as well.
Yeah.
And that is pretty much it.
Maybe
except
we can talk about like what we want from Builders 2. It's like an episode idea.
yeah.
How do you guys feel about that?
Straight filler.
Really, all I want
Straight
is.
filler.
Oh man.
Okay. You want to just? It could be 5 minutes right here. Let's.
I don't know. It's as long as they just improve everything overall, I think I'd be okay.
Not everything
Specifically-
they needed improving.
Well, I mean, they did the boss battles pretty well, but like they did make it
More boss.
specifically for like a handheld thing. So like
Yeah.
some of the buttons had like no purpose.
And the tediousness of the collecting of materials.
Yeah, and like the aiming of high and low.
There we go.
That was
That's,
annoying, too.
Block placement just needs to be fixed.
Yeah, block placement needs to be better.
I feel like we had issues with the map too, but I can't remember
the mini
what.
map, like
The map is because you do an overview and it's not a full actual.
Right.
yeah,
world
you
map.
you can't like
Okay.
look out all the way. It like stretches to a certain point.
That
and
is
then
pretty
it's-
lame. Also, the save
Yeah.
system I think needs to be a bit different.
Where you save at the flag.
Yeah,
You want an autosave?
yeah, or a menu option.
I don't know. An autosave might fuck you.
Yeah,
Because if you're trying to build something and then you like massively fuck up, then you're like, ooh.
And
you'll just have to deal with the consequences.
Uh,
Build better,
build
Caleb.
better. Yeah.
get
Build
good.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Nah,
Fuck you.
build better.
Stole my
I
thunder.
like that better because it's totally builders related. So that could be a good T-shirt idea. Build better, and it's a whole bunch of blocks.
Ah. Yeah, somebody wants to design that. That'd be cool.
I would like for there to be more of a tower defense feel. Because like they
Yeah.
all just come running at you with like it's from one side specifically. So why not set up a way to have like a more I don't know. Like it feels like it would be a good place to put a tower defense thing in there.
It kind of
like you-
exists,
'cause-
but I don't
Yeah,
feel
it
like
kind
it
of
does a good
exists because
job.
it's like, hey, build these traps to help fight off the monsters. But then like it doesn't really
yeah,
do
and
much.
then the monsters come to the other side, and you're like, well, that was a waste of time.
Yeah, and like they just
That's why
completely
you
avoid it. But
completely-
they still come from the one side, so they like go through the one spot that's like not heavily defended.
Yeah, that's why you just
that's
ignore
smart
it.
AI. I don't know about y'all, but that's smart AI.
is-
You adapt to it and you build a fucking
It is in a
moat.
way,
It's
but
cheap.
it's also
With a
because
drawbridge.
it's also because of how retarded your AI guys are.
Yeah,
Well, I
Because
never
like they
expected
go
them to
after
help.
your AI guys, and they're usually on the
Fuck 'em.
side that's not
'em.
defended. So that's why they go there.
and they get killed off super fast.
Yeah.
Well, you
They're-
do it yourself. Fuck them.
they're
Fuck
worthless.
the AI people. They suck.
They
Well,
do.
to negate that, I guess just make the Bashmobile.
Yes. Oh, other vehicles and
God tier.
traversing. That would be cool. And it looks like it looks like the glider. I saw gliders. So just
A
fly
glider
through.
would be awesome for that.
Yeah,
game.
I've
Taken
seen
from
it. It's
Zelda,
there. Right.
Breath of the
And
Wild.
Gliders have existed.
from Zelda.
Just not been implemented
If
well. I
it
remember
is-
there's a glider in Pac-Man Adventures 2 that's absolutely atrocious video game.
That's a bit
That's,
obscure for
that's
me.
a glider right there. Long
What was
before
that
Breath of-
on?
Genesis. Sega Genesis.
Oh, okay, I didn't play that one.
You're
I did-
controlling Pac-Man
played-
with his pelts. You're like shooting rocks, telling him,
Yeah,
look.
I've kind of done. I can't remember. I've played one of
Sounds
those
horrible.
3D Pac-Man games. And I can't remember which one it was on.
Dude, if it was Pac-Man World, yes.
It might have been on the. Was that on the PS2?
Yep.
I think that might have been it.
Great game. Great. Tremendous game.
I
But
just know like the classic Pac-Man stuff, like the arcade stuff.
Championship Edition, man.
That's awesome. That's fun.
Swimming.
Swimming, yeah.
Underwater exploration and
Oh yeah, that would actually be nice because
Yep.
like when you're underwater, it's basically there's no water.
right.
Yeah,
You just fall off the face of the earth.
yeah, you just kind of like
Oh.
go in it.
There's some
And
places
it
where it
can-
won't even let you pass in the water.
Well, that was like the mystical barrier, but that
Yeah.
was like so you couldn't go to the other islands and do stuff ahead of time.
That's kind of lame.
Yeah,
I wish it would just be completely open too.
that would be nice.
Yeah.
I kind of wish that would be the case for this one too.
I wasn't a big fan of the portal system.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just feel like having it open and being able to fast travel would be more efficient.
Right. That's fair. You've been forgot. Have you played Minecraft or not?
Not too much.
Okay, I would say for anybody who had played Minecraft and gone to Builders, you would definitely be spoiled with Minecraft. Like going
really?
into Builders and you're limited as you are because you're like, oh shit, I could build a bridge completely to the other side and I ain't got to worry about nothing. No, you can't.
I would like the islands to be connected once you move on to the next one. If they still implement that
Okay.
thing, so you can like still like you
Yeah.
can go back and do stuff
From other chapters.
from other chapters.
That's pretty
How
cool.
about keeping the fort?
Yeah, keeping
Yeah.
your shit.
It's like Metal Gear Solid 5.
Yeah, I don't know.
Build your base up.
I would like to either have more good side stories or like no story whatsoever.
Right.
That's
and
like that's the thing,
keys-
because like it's the god of destruction, right? Which makes
Yeah.
sense for stuff about building.
Mm-hmm.
But like if they're gonna have more story stuff, I kind of want it to be more like chapter 2 in
Yeah, with the zombies.
with the zombie stuff in
that was the best chapter.
Builders. Yeah, that was
story-wise.
the best chapter story wise. So I wish it would be more like that if they do, if they have more story stuff.
Almost every chapter suffered from pacing issues, though,
Yeah,
except
a
maybe
pa-
the last one.
4 is
Yeah,
perfect pace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Final chapter is the best.
So if they
Uh,
can make it more like the last chapter, I would be
if
pretty
they
satisfied.
made the grind like have purpose, that would be good.
Like a
Because
level
the-
system?
Well, because like the grind in those games was mostly so you could like move on to the next portal and have a chance of fighting whatever,
yeah,
instead of just like having it be like
it's kind of a shallow goal.
like have a purpose for it. Like it's not even building up your base didn't really do anything for you.
No,
It just gave you recipes.
it
and
was
stuff
fun to
when you unlocked
customize, but like it was very limited. I think
Yeah.
in what you could do,
Yeah.
or at least it was for me because I lack in imagination.
Keeping the stuff that you unlock in the other chapters would be a massive bonus too.
Well, they have some balancing issues if that's the case.
Well, it would help with the grind not being a complete fuckery.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I
it
think that would be cool.
It would help with pacing a lot too if you could keep your stuff at least, because like your weapons won't, because like they could cap you out at lower weapons
Yeah,
for the first parts and like unlock higher tiered weapons each
I
time
wish that
instead
was
of
the
like
case.
unlocking like the best shit in the beginning
That
and
would
then
be
like
amazing.
resetting you to 0.
but then the weapon durability aspect comes into play.
Uh,
So like you level this weapon up to godlike tiers, and then it just breaks.
Well, that's why you would still have like if you could go back to the other islands and still make them, or you could
Yeah.
like since you know you're gonna be able to keep it, then you can prep by making a fuckload of them.
Yeah, maybe there would be like a level cap where you can get like the hero's weapons that don't break.
That would be sweet. Yeah, I would imagine that would be in like the final chapter though,
Yeah, that's
because
fair.
they did that with with first one.
Yeah, they
so
did.
it makes sense to do that.
They did. I wish they had implemented it earlier.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Jake?
Nothing else that I haven't already covered. Just,
It's deep stuff.
Yeah,
maybe
that would be like-
maybe unless it depends on how lengthy the game is, because it should be scaled down to maybe 4 or 5 hour chapters. I wouldn't mind there being multiple chapters branched out, but not like 12 hours for each one.
I think the biggest problem was always resetting at 0 stuff.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was. So like if you could
Yeah.
keep like if they capped you out at a certain like damage limit and then like upped it when you unlocked the next chapter, I think that would be fine. I think that would like help smooth things out a little and like make you not feel like it's such a grind and you're basically playing the game again
Yeah.
every time you enter a new chapter.
Well, maybe it's just a theme with the Dragon Quest games. Like as they go, they get smoother as far as combat goes. 'Cause, like, the older ones are a little rough, especially 2.
Yeah.
But if they can iron that out in this one, like even if it's at a slower pace, then I'd be okay with that. It seems like the series is gonna stay around for a while.
Yeah. And 12 or 13 boss battles.
12 or 13 boss
If there
battles?
is if they are as creative and inventive Zelda style as they were in the first one, hell yeah.
I did like the boss fights a lot.
The boss fights were the best part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. So
Yeah, none of the bosses seemed like that bad either.
Not really.
no.
Maybe the last one was a little bit of a pain,
The
but
last one was kind of a grind.
it wasn't because of the
because-
boss itself. It was because of the enemies that spawned. At least in my case, because they
that was
spawned
never the
dragons.
problem. I just didn't like having to fight him like 4 times.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was kind of repetitive.
because y'all just mash mobiled your way through the fucking thing.
I didn't mash
I
mobile.
did.
Okay,
Dylan's
it was Dylan. It was
Dylan's
Dylan.
the only one that did
I
that.
didn't have any problem. It
I
was just-
fired the fuck out of the magic cannons though.
Yeah.
I set like 4 of them up and that wrecked him.
Yeah. It's simple and easy. I just made it more difficult on myself because I never specifically followed what you should have done by building a 3-tower high of blocks to guard against the final
I
boss.
never built it high
and
enough.
I just said, fuck it, and took the damage and healed myself back up again.
Yeah.
So,
So yeah, those are our thoughts for Dragon Quest Builders 2.
We got any more news?
no, that's pretty much it.
That was it.
Except for there will be news is out there. Just go to whatever news
Newses?
outlet you want to go to. There is a whole bunch of changes between Japanese and the American version of 11 that's going to be coming here. It looks like the UI is completely different. There's going to be voice acting. Yes.
Wait, so they changed a lot for the interface
Yeah.
of Dragon Quest 11?
Yes.
Huh.
You guys should go look at it and see the differences. It's
It's
quite a bit different.
I really hope that means that they do keep the Dragon Quest 1 through 3 being in the game as unlockables with trophies.
Yes.
I hope so too.
Because that would be an orgasmic thing for Dragon Quest 11 to have.
Yep. And it looks like there might be a special edition to 11, although they haven't confirmed what type. I'm hoping for a PS4 Pro version myself.
Yeah, for somebody that's in the market for one. That would be convenient for you.
Yeah.
Is he in the market for a Pro, though?
Well,
Yes.
I don't think he should be.
not a Pro, but PS4, yeah.
PS4,
Definitely.
yeah. Maybe one of the ones that came out, at the beginning that would be, I don't know,
Cheaper.
in his price range. Something like that.
God forbid
maybe.
I'm smart about my money. I have the money. I just don't like dropping $400 for a game system.
Do you have
Neither
the
do
money?
I. I
Because
do.
every time we talk about this, you're like, yeah, my mom took it all for whatever reason.
And it gets
I
built
couldn't-
back up.
I couldn't donate this week because of this.
Yep.
I have literally no money, but I want a PS4 Pro.
Yeah.
You guys, I want the most expensive thing that I can get.
Then
It
you're going to have
happens.
to get a...
Money keeps getting taken away and keeps building up. That's what happens to paychecks, Craig. You know this. Okay.
The Pro's kind of
I had to
not worth
buy
it.
last year. I had to buy a $1,500
without
van.
the TV.
So we actually had a vehicle for our family. So it happens.
I guess. I don't know.
And even though I'm not going to be playing any PS4 games till 11 in September, why do I buy one now?
Just to have it, just to make sure.
Well, I
So
think the
it's so
smarter
does it
purchase
collect
would be
dust?
just the regular PS4.
Yeah.
Because it's not really worth it without the TV. That's like
That's part
half
of
the
point, too.
problem.
Yeah. You need the 4K TV to help run things.
I don't know. I'm not sold on the Pro yet.
The differential in the price, I'm willing to do that.
I'm willing to wait a
I
few
would-
extra seconds.
I would only get the Pro if I had a 4K TV, and I don't, so it's not going to happen.
I'm perfectly happy with what I have. PS4 wise.
Well, Jacob always needs enhancements, all right? If that's what we're implying here. Give me extra enhancements every time. Put a dick on top of the dick, all right?
Cod piece?
A cod piece. The S-Start cod piece.
Jeez.
It's
mean-
like she won't let you have sex with her, but you have to wear a strap-on that you insert your penis
my
into the
gosh.
strap-on and then fuck her with it.
I
That
don't
would
know.
be like the cod piece, wouldn't it?
The
You gotta have
analogy.
somewhere to put your shit.
I don't know.
I guess.
Of course, you would know, Craig.
You lost me, Jake.
Okay. All right.
What are you
So
even talking about?
Patreon then. Next section, Patreon.
Yeah, we're gonna
Thank you
plug
so
that.
much for the Patreon, guys.
Yeah,
We do have 2 new patrons.
we do.
Douglas Hopkins and some guy named Dylan Rominger. We're not affiliated with him.
No,
Yeah, he
it's
seems
a
like a real
coincidence.
fuck bag.
Yeah, fuck bag. Some
You can-
Nintendo freak.
you can walk home, Craig.
Oh,
What did
Nintendo freak.
what-
That's
what
how
is-
I'm described.
What is this rage, Dylan? What are you so mad about?
I don't know.
You defending
a-
you defending this Dylan
It's been a rough
Rominger?
week.
a rough week.
Yeah,
Not a puff week.
yeah. I
A
wish
puff week?
Yes, a puff week.
that sounds better.
Yep. And so I overlooked the Patreon, and we achieved our tier, our
For
$30 tier, a secret song for patrons. So our first special cover song, a la UFF style, will be done. I've already got the lyrics.
Starring
Everything's
Jake.
all set up. Yes, yes. As someone,
Terrible song.
We
it
listened
is
to it though.
It is not terrible. It is great, and it is. All I got to do is record it, guys. I
Yeah.
just lay down the vocals. Everything else to be handled. It's pretty simple.
Cool. Well, we look forward to hearing that then.
Do we?
Two patrons only.
We've already read it.
because it's already yeah. Is it not awesome?
I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it fits perfectly the way that it should within context. Does it not, Craig?
I suppose.
It was a pain to do, but it worked.
We shall see.
So yes, patrons only for now. That's the exclusiveness. It's going to be for the patrons only
Till it
for
gets
quite some
stolen,
time. It won't get
uploaded
stolen.
to YouTube or
Then we know it's
Facebook.
one of 6 fucking people who did it.
That's
Dylan
true.
Rominger is on that list.
Oh, he is now a
yeah,
patron.
I suspect that guy.
Yep, you'd be the collusion. You're trying to sabotage our own podcast.
Yeah. I heard this guy went from Nude Clan to Puff Puff though.
What?
That's rare.
Oh,
Huh.
yes.
That is weird.
Could be a
I'm taking my
continuing
talents
trend.
to
That
Puff
feels
Puff.
Yeah.
like a betrayal.
He's
I don't
going. He's
know.
going full LeBron to Miami, right? I'm taking my talents to Puff Puff.
Yeah. Sure. We can use that analogy that Caleb doesn't get.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Explain it.
He left the team and went to another team and was a real dick about it. I understand. Like I got the reference.
Right. Yeah. There was literally an interview, and his quote was, "I'm taking my talents to South Beach," because he was sick of Cleveland. So it kind of became a meme. For I'm taking my talents to somewhere else.
He didn't win 7 championships though. Like he promised.
Okay.
Such a liar.
He did. Not 1, not 2, not 3.
Okay. Anyway, so our stickers and prints are done, right, Dylan? They came in.
Yeah, they're here.
Yes.
Just getting ready to ship them out.
Yep.
So get those email or not email.
The
addresses.
address or PO box if you're worried about anthrax.
Also, we need your first and last name too.
We have those.
Yeah.
Wait, that doesn't sound right.
Should.
But yeah, we do.
We're
we do,
taking
guys.
names.
That doesn't
yeah,
sound
send us the
weird.
info through Patreon.
Yep,
Like
a
the
couple of you
direct
have,
message.
so-
Do we
Yeah.
have an email? I
We
don't know if we have. an
do.
email
It
set up.
is puffpuffhour1@gmail.com, or you could
Puff
contact.
Puff Hour 1. Somebody
Yeah.
already had
Or-
the name
or-
Puff Puff Hour.
It may have been another account that I had. Just go with Puff Puff Hour. If not, we could plug our Twitters and personally message at Wandering Flame.
At DROM Media.
At Obsidian Bar.
Yes.
We
How's that
also
spelled?
have Facebook.
Everyone should
Yeah,
know how to spell that.
Facebook /Puff Puff Hour, Twitch.tv/Puff Puff Hour, or at Puff Puff Hour on Twitter.
There's
We're
many
everywhere.
ways to get a hold of us.
Yep.
Many ways.
So yeah, those are ready to ship out.
So we will get those out immediately to you guys. And hopefully you like the way they are. I like them. They look friggin' awesome to me.
Yeah, show them to the camera.
We got a black one and a white one. Basically, just our logo. You know,
It's not meant to be racist.
but we do separate them.
Oh my gosh.
We believe in equal opportunity
We
for
do.
everybody. I believe everybody has the
That took
right.
you a little bit, Dylan.
They have the right to own too.
Them, I guess.
We are so shout outs to Stolas. We will have the artist that does all the Geekdom Entertainment's artwork. Phenomenal guy. Just got back Super Sexy's artwork, and oh yes, it
What's
is
that?
Sexy. The awesome erotica podcast, but he does great work.
Sounds
And in
horrible.
the episode description, we will. His website will be there if you ever want to contact him about ideas of your own. He's a really great dude and does a lot of great artwork. So,
Yes, he does.
Does commissions, so it's great.
Yeah,
hell yeah.
helps out a lot.
We got some iTunes reviews apparently.
We do have one.
Yeah. While he's looking for that, I'll plug the project I'm working on with YouTube videos, remastering the episodes.
Remastering.
It's quite an effort. So I'll hopefully have
Dude,
part
you're
one
going
out.
insane with it. It is awesome,
Yeah.
but whoa, dude, that's crazy.
It's like fully interactive, so I hope you guys enjoy that. I should have part one out in the next couple of weeks.
YouTube.
Yep, on YouTube, Puff
It'll be
YouTube.
demonetized.
Yeah. Well, we can't make any money off of it anyway. We're not partners.
Well,
That's
a whole
unfortunate.
nother-
The new YouTube policies.
All right.
But we're there. In case you want to check us out, we got like 2 videos up.
On YouTube? Which one's the first two?
The unopening one and the Puff Hour Trump.
UFF is
thing.
fake news.
Yeah.
That was
UFF?
awesome at the time. That was
Puff Puff.
great. That worked so well.
Puff Hours.
And then we wait 4 months till the podcast ends up happening.
These things take
there
time.
The 5-star review from PK421, a.k.a. Paul Kelly. Awesome throwback to one of my favorite RPGs. Having played Dragon Warriors 1 through 4 on the 8-bit NES around this actual time of the game, I remembered it being great. But recalling exactly why was sometimes tough. This podcast
Can relate.
cleared that right up. It is a very thorough analysis of a Dragon Warrior or Dragon Quest game in each podcast. Particularly, Dragon Warrior 3 and 4 had so much going on in the story you easily lost track, so it's nice to have something that can sum it up and at some times make you say, yeah, I forgot about that. That was a sweet part of the game. It is interesting to hear feedback on each game, on the gameplay, design, programming, and story, and how some is better than the others in the series for ranking. Anyone who has played through these games or loves RPGs will love this podcast. I would be a fan of once analysis of each game is done. They go back and have even more detailed discussions on real popular parts of the game, like maybe a top best enemy character of all time. So yeah, crossovers of games are always
I
fun.
think we will.
Look forward to hearing more. Yes, as we further go along in the series, since we can't, aside from mine and Craig's acknowledgement of 8,
Yeah.
as soon as we get more knowledge of the other games in the series, those discussions will be
By the
happening
way,
a lot more.
spoiler, Dragon Lord for me.
Yeah,
Dragon Lord is sweet.
he is. He is.
I haven't thought
Enough
about
said.
that one.
I think Dragon Lord because of many reasons that will be further discussed in another episode.
Yep. So thank you for that 5-star
Plugging
review
the
on
future.
iTunes.
Yeah. Plug the future.
iTunes is great. You can find us there or all the other places.
If you
find
plug
us
the
there.
future, you plug,
Plug
the,
the
past.
Always got to go there.
Yep.
That was a reference to a thing from UFF, the Ultimate Final Fantasy podcast.
Yes.
They it was from Final Fantasy 13 too. This is a thing that commonly is said when you change the future, you change the past.
Noel says it no
Or-
less than 100 times.
You actually counted?
No, but I am just picturing it in my head again and again and again. It happens. Although the game is still great. It really repeats itself. Like,
Kind of like
Yeah.
that series.
Yeah.
well,
Seems like it.
13,
Dragon
13 2.
Quest does it.
13
Lightning
three.
Returns. Yeah. Maybe a 4th one on the way.
So any review, I don't care where it comes from. You could review us literally on our website through Geekdom. It could be on Facebook, iTunes, Google Play if Google Play allows it. You're
They don't.
listening to this through
Pisses me off.
YouTube, wherever you find it. Let us know where the review is. Contact us, and we'll read it on the show, and we will thank you for it.
Even if it's a bad one.
Yeah, even if it's a 1-star.
Yeah,
go
you can
for it.
slam us if
Call
you want.
us out on ways we can improve the show.
Definitely.
Which is all of them. All of the
Every
ways.
area.
Yep.
All of the holes.
Yeah. We'll plug them up.
Yep. We'll
Fill
plug 'em.
every orifice.
We'll plug those holes. All right.
Well, that's it for plugs, I think.
Yep. Do
So,
we want to get into the review, gentlemen?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
right. So basically, the you have something for the setting. Jake, did you want to set that up first, or do you
Yes.
want to go into plot?
Dragon Quest V is set many years after the Zenithian hero defeated Sorrow on its previous installment, Dragon Quest IV. The game starts in Little Haven, with the hero leaving to go to Wheelbrook. Jesus Christ, Jacob. Like all other Dragon Quest games, this one takes place in a medieval world, with no real modern technology, such as cars or electricity. The layout of the world is similar to the layout in 4, but with a new set of locations and considerable geographical alteration. The stairway to Zenithia and Castle Zenithia are the only surviving locations from the previous game, and they have fallen into ruin and are no
Literally.
longer connected. Yep.
Yeah, so basically the game starts out with your character being born, like in Assassin's Creed 2
Fallout 3.
and Fallout 3.
The baby.
Does that happen in any other games?
I'm sure.
Quite a few,
Yeah,
but it's
Those
not-
are
none
those
are-
those would be the only two that I
Yeah,
can think of
that's
That's what
outside of
comes to
this.
mind.
Anyway, so that's when you name your character. After that, the hero gets on board a ship with his father, Pancraz. And after the ship leaves, they go to Little Haven, and they go for they leave Little Haven and go to Wheelbrook,
So-
where Pancraz's friend Sancho lives.
Yeah. How do you feel about starting off on a ship, just right there at the beginning? You just start off on a ship.
It's fine.
It was fine.
I thought
Yeah.
it was unique. I thought it was cool.
I think the most unique thing is that you start out as a child.
Oh yeah.
I think that was really cool. Like the first part that you actually play as a kid, and it's just. I
I'm
don't
mixed
know.
bag on that.
You
I'll
It's like
play
the
get to
first
it
part of
later.
the game, too.
you play
Which is pretty
throughout
unique.
the character's life. Yeah.
Yeah. There's 3 tiers basically
Yeah.
pertaining to it.
Okay, so when they get to Wheelbrook, he meets his friend Bianca, and then they go and kind of explore the town a little bit.
She's
and
a
then,
troublemaker.
Yeah, she's a troublemaker.
She's the one pushing him along doing shit.
Yeah. So like, there's a saber cat that's being beaten up by these two kids, and she wants to defend it.
Yeah,
So-
where are we in the story here? Like, well, not necessarily in the story, but in real life, where would this be? Detroit or something? Nobody is doing anything about the animal being abused, just in plain fucking daylight.
Not only that, but it is a literal fucking saber-toothed tiger
It's just getting its ass kicked by children.
by
Oh.
children.
It's a child
It
itself.
must be level 1.
Yeah.
And it was.
The children are too, though, probably.
Yeah, I think they probably would be.
It's not over
But,
9,000.
there's two of them.
Oh, tag team.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
So
One in the front, one in the back.
Yep.
Oh.
Eiffel Tower. So they're beating up the cat, and Bianca wants to save the cat, and so they tell her that they'll give her the cat if she can go to the castle.
Haunted castle.
Yeah, the haunted castle. And then they go there and they fight up a bunch of zombies and
And
ghosts
ghosts.
and skeletons and things.
Dude, the coffins were awesome.
I really
Yeah.
like that. The
Uh,
setting was cool.
yeah, like the one room where you walk through and like the coffin started opening and then
Yeah.
the skeletons started falling. You was like, oh my god.
That was awesome. And it
Uh,
reminded me, I believe it was mentioned in 4, that Alina had that side story in the manga that she literally visited a haunted mansion. And so I'm like, oh, okay, this is kind of like a lot of the same thing. Because I remember thinking that would be cool when we was doing the Dragon Quest IV review. That'd be cool to see that story branch out with Bianca. Not Bianca, but Alina.
Elena, yeah.
Yeah, and it kind of starts this way with the haunted mansion thing in 5.
Yeah, and then they almost get eaten by the zombies and stuff. Like they get put on like the food platter,
Yeah, and they salt them and season them.
which was really weird.
I thought it was
The
funny.
magical pot, yeah.
Yeah, then they escape and then they defeat the zombie chambermaid. I think is who was the ringleader.
I don't remember.
It was like I think it's the chambermaid who served like the lady and lord of the castle.
That sounds right.
And then once they beat her, they like free the souls of the Lord and Lady, and they give them
Yes.
the gold orb,
Yeah.
which seems important.
Really?
Yeah, it kind of seemed important.
Yeah, as you find out soon after that.
Pretty soon, yeah. Afterwards, Pancraz and the hero return to. They go back to Willbrook, along with the pet tiger that they named Saber.
Or you can name it other things if you want.
Yeah, or you can name him other stuff, but I just
But
kept
you-
it Saber.
Yeah,
Me
but
too.
it's a nickname. Like if you're gonna have a name system, it wouldn't actually let you name it. It was weird. It just give it a nickname, and it would randomly generate. I'm like, what the fuck? It was
In this?
bizarre. Yeah,
Huh. I didn't know that. That's weird.
yeah. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna name it something absurd and immature, which I do later, guys.
What did
I
you
named
name it?
something- No, I couldn't.
Oh, you couldn't.
I
What
named
was the name?
children. I don't remember the name that they gave Saber. Like just randomly generated.
That is strange, though, that it's
Yeah.
random, because
They give
you can name your kids later.
Yeah.
mine was Saber, like when it
Right.
was
Right.
named.
I was hoping I could change the name.
I think you can with the monster dude.
Oh, maybe later then.
I didn't
My
try
bad.
I think
it.
I think you
didn't
can
think
set a
about that.
nickname
Okay.
for monsters with him. I don't remember though.
Right.
So don't
okay.
quote me
So
on
we're
that.
we're both backing
I didn't.
off of
I didn't.
each other.
I never
We're good.
explored that guy
Neither did I.
whatsoever.
Somebody will tell us, though, I'm sure.
Yeah. Somebody will be like,
Correct us,
you
guys.
fucking
Correct
can't.
us.
Or
As
you
they
fucking
should. They
can.
should correct us.
Yeah. So yeah. So you go with your father again and go to the next town.
Which is kind of I have a small gripe
Okay.
because I like it a little bit that you're traveling with your father, but after every battle he's healing you, and this just seems drawn out a little bit too much because it's a long tutorial. It really is.
It doesn't seem like it's that long, though, when you're traveling. Like, you might encounter 2 or 3 enemies on the way.
Right.
It doesn't seem necessary. I agree with you on
Yeah.
that.
So it's a small gripe. It's still building the world quite nicely, especially with you and your father. But
Yeah.
you're kind of not even really playing the game yet.
Yeah, I don't really see the point.
Yeah. It's a bit bizarre to start off with 5.
Yeah, so they come back to Wheelbrook after leaving Bianca and Roundbeck, and they see a dude that looks a lot like your childhood person.
You mean the weird design purple robe?
Yeah, the weird purple robe that was an extreme giveaway that as soon as I saw that guy, I was like, that's you in the future.
Oh, you
Yes.
mean the guy that's on the cover of the game?
Yeah, yeah, that guy.
That's strange.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, oh.
Apologies for if I do this wrong, but isn't that like a tunic that he's wearing? They do it in like
The Middle East.
Middle
You mean
East.
turban?
Yeah, a
turban. Sorry, turban.
Yes.
My bad.
Yeah, turban.
Yeah, he's totally wearing a purple turban. That's not
Yeah.
A
obvious. as
tunic
shit.
sounds like a fusion of a turban and a tunic.
Yeah,
Or a turnip.
my bad. I am an
I
uncultured
wanna-
swine.
I want to know what a tunic would look like now. Maybe it would just be like a hood. Like, it would be like a hoodie. It's like a tunic is kind of like a shirt.
It is.
So it'd be like a hat and a shirt combined. So it would have to be like a hoodie.
That kind of sounds interesting.
You could just call a hoodie a tunic now.
It's a new fashion trend.
Turnik is a village in Posuja, a Slavonian county in Croatia. Boom, culture.
No.
Just Google.
Nobody knew that.
Google is the cultured one.
I don't think people in Croatia know that.
So we get a good old switcheroo happening here.
Yeah, so then you talk to the guy who is basically you in the future.
Oh, will that create a time paradox?
It
or-
does. It does.
It should.
Bugs me. It does bug me. Because it's like, oh, you know what? Maybe it'll do it responsibly. Maybe this time travel won't be complete fuckery, but it is. But it's also it's better than most
It makes sense to me.
time plots.
Yeah.
Yeah, and anyway, he has to show he has his younger self to show him the orb, and
Show me your orb, kid.
It's too obvious.
show me your orbs.
Show me your moves.
Anyway, he gives him the golden orb, and then he returns it to him, and he tells him to take care of his father Pancraz, and then he.
Okay. Knowing that, okay, I'll discuss it when we get to what happens to Pancraz, but you kind of don't like do that kind of shit. Like,
You don't
kind of-
protect him.
no, it said that you don't protect him. Okay, we'll skip forward a little bit ahead. Be like, you know damn straight your father's going to get fucking killed. So
I
you,
did not know that.
no, I mean,
I didn't even
When he goes back.
suspect
the
it,
hero,
really.
the adult hero knows what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you deliberately do a butterfly effect thing and be like, hey, make sure your father doesn't die because it's totally not going to give you a complex later on in life.
Well, maybe
Make
if he,
sure he's protected, knowing damn well he's going to fail at doing so.
Maybe if
Is
that
not going to
happens-
fuck the kid?
That's not really what he says though. Like, hey, he's got a lot on his plate. Like, try to take care of him. You know, like
yeah.
it's not really like being like, hey, you got to save your dad because he's literally gonna get fucked later.
But wouldn't the hero cease to exist if the dad was saved?
Boom!
He wouldn't cease to exist
be
necessarily,
different,
but he
though.
would be different. Yes.
That would have been an interesting way to go about it. It's fine though
his
for
fu-
what it
his
is.
future
That would
life
just
would
create
be
a
complete.
huge time paradox game that would.
Has
Yeah,
that ever been
you'd-
explored
you'd-
though?
You would have to go back
In any game?
You would go back
in which
into the
way?
future.
Because it'd be Chrono
Like just-
Trigger
Oh yeah, that's true.
with Meryl. So
Yeah,
Chrono
it's exactly
Trigger-
what happens with Meryl in 600 AD.
that's true.
Well, technically,
That's kind of funny that I
Meryl's-
didn't think of
yeah.
Chrono Trigger.
yeah, the ultimate time plot game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, after he leaves that town again, he finds the spirit of Honey, who asks him to return with her to her country, a snow-covered land of Fairy Lay. The two then go and defeat the Winter Queen, so that Spring can return to the land.
Yeah. Interesting thing though. See, when you have this dream sequence, yeah, I would view it as kind of like a dream sequence. She just
That's
like
what I thought,
magically
too.
shows up, and
Yeah.
then the stairway happens. Have you guys seen The Big Lebowski when he's having that
Oh.
random sequence
yeah.
of him with the bowling pins?
Oh,
And
yeah.
I totally got that vibe. I'm like, this is kind of like that. And so, yeah. And then you just randomly go to the kingdom and, hey, come take care of this shit for me. We know you're like a fucking 6-year-old, but come help save us from the Ice Queen.
Yeah, after he helps save them, then the queen of the fairies, basically tells them that they'll help him in the future, when he's older. So it's like, hey, we'll just owe you one.
Yeah, what the fuck?
And then he returns to his dad afterwards, and then they travel to the east to the kingdom of Coburg, where his dad has been hired to protect Prince Harry. And then Harry is kidnapped right afterwards, making Pancraz look like a complete idiot.
No, he's still being courted by the thing. I don't think he's officially taken up duties yet. I mean, come on. He's
No, he totally was by the
Ah.
time that Prince Harry was kidnapped. He totally was.
Okay,
his
first of all,
bodyguard.
Prince Harry's a fucking asshole.
Yeah, he is.
He's totally
he's a little fuck.
the Game of Thrones cunt. The
Joffrey.
Joffrey. It's totally.
Yeah,
I saw a
he's-
little bit of
he's-
Joffrey in him.
Yeah, but he's nowhere near that. He's not like a psychopath.
He
He's
would
just-
turn into a
he's-
psychopath if he wasn't kidnapped.
probably, but he is a little shit, for sure.
Oh yeah, be
Um,
my slave, bitch.
After he gets kidnapped, the hero and Pancraz have to go rescue him. They find out that he's in a nearby hideout, where they're attacked by a couple of powerful monsters. Pancraz defeats them pretty easily, but then some other guy appears and threatens you and Prince Harry, forcing Pancraz to give in, and in the process, Pancraz gets completely destroyed. He gets
fucked.
fucking murdered.
He does.
Which, you know what? I will praise this game for that, because I
Yes.
did not see that coming at all.
Neither did I.
Because I honestly thought you were just going to grow up with adventures like by your dad's side.
Right.
And I did not suspect even a little that there was going to be a huge death in the beginning of the game.
Right.
And then it would be your fucking dad in front of you. Like, that is pretty fucked.
Yeah.
At least they didn't kill Saber, though.
Yeah, they didn't kill Saber. They let him run off for some reason.
Yeah, that was weird.
They're like, yeah, we'll just release him into the wild. He'll become feral again in no time.
I think I would have been more upset about that death than the father.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
You're one of those guys that takes like the pet's death more seriously than a person's.
Not necessarily.
Yes. Just say it. Yes.
No,
Uh,
I won't admit it.
After that, the monsters sell the hero and Harry into slavery. And then the game continues about 10 years afterward, where the player is an adult now. And then Hero and Harry have grown up working on a giant temple, and they get into a fight with some of the guards when they see a girl named Maria being whipped.
They were being whipped too. I mean,
Oh yeah, they
get
got
back down there, boy.
got fucking beaten like constantly. There was like that one part where you have to like roll the rock or whatever, and then like chasing after you, like whipping
Yes.
really quickly. I was like, what the shit? That
No,
made-
the Middle East doesn't do that to their people. No, it's not a
Well-
real life reenactment.
It's like 12 Years a Slave.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yep.
And
Great
so
artwork.
after
Yeah,
that,
it was okay.
what Maria's brother helps them escape by putting them in a barrel, which they float out to sea, and they end up at a church where they leave Maria. And then they just kind of wander around into the next town, which has a giant fucking casino.
Yes.
And then they discover that Wheelbrook, the first town that you go to, has been destroyed by the armies of the Queen of Coburg, who has been acting as the regent for Harry's brother Wilbur.
Which is the evil brother that took over the kingdom.
He's not really evil.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he was like the good brother that didn't want to be king.
Yeah, back to Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't remember that character's name, though.
Which one?
The brother of Joffrey.
Oh no!
I'm
I don't know.
great
Holy
at-
shit! Well, no, I
Oh,
can't.
I'm
either.
sorry I brought it up.
Schweiss isn't here. I can't
Yeah.
ask him.
Well,
He's the Game of Thrones expert.
There's the
Tomlin.
Tomlin. The
Oh,
Game
okay.
of Thrones podcast is going to be coming soon to the
Tommen.
Geekdom Entertainment Network. It's going to be Schweiss and his ex-coworker.
ex-coworker. I think it's his current one.
His current one. Okay, I
don't know.
apologize.
Either
we don't
way.
know much about this guy.
Either way, it's
So-
fine. I don't know.
Yep.
I think it is available on the Nude Clan Patreon.
It is.
Yes,
So
it is.
Yeah, it's
the
there.
first
Give it a
few
listen if you
episodes.
want.
So donate to Nude Clan. uh,
He plugs Nude Clan.
yeah, why not? um. So okay,
See,
upon,
that's the nervous
and then-
laugh when he's caught.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. I'm just trying to remember where I was. So after that, Harry and your guy go and visit the homeland of Harry and discover that his mother has been replaced by a monster. After unmasking the fake queen with the Mirror of Ra that you could go to some cave for.
Some cave.
Yeah, it's always some cave or building.
nearby.
Yeah,
Obvious.
and defeat the monster. Harry and Maria get married and become advisors to the king.
How do you feel about that? He kind of like snakes her out from under you.
I kind of suspected that it was going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really think that. I never actually thought I was going to
Chicks
get.
always go for the assholes.
So, well, no, he
He's a
gets
changed
he
man.
he's changed after being a slave for 10 years. You
He's
know,
humbled.
He's humbled.
Yeah.
He's not much of a dick anymore.
He's taken down a couple pegs.
I do
Yeah.
like him, but I felt like he was going to betray you later on. So I guess this is kind of
Yeah.
like a minor
I
betrayal.
never really got that vibe. But I
did.
also didn't think I was gonna get married in the game, so like I didn't really think he snaked her. was like,
She could have been another option.
Oh, there's some snaking
yeah.
going on.
I did think that she liked your guy for a little bit, and
I did think that too.
then like they get married, and I was like, oh, okay, well,
I never
suspected
got
that was
any
probably gonna
romantic interest in anything in form of a triangle. Her and Harry, or her and the hero.
There was like a little bit where she was like really nice to you,
Yeah.
and like she didn't really have much interaction with Harry. It was like
so
always
friendship
with
has
you.
to always be sexualized. Okay.
No, it's more like
It wasn't sexualized.
it's more
Right.
just like the
Romanticized,
way,
maybe.
Yeah, maybe. It's just more like her interactions were more with you than anyone else.
Yeah.
Like she did talk to Harry on occasion, like when they were with you, but it was mostly like all her dialogue was more directed at you.
Yeah.
And she was like super nice and everything.
Well, I
So,
think she was
Fair
also
point.
grateful too, because you do save her.
yeah, you're the one that like goes in to save her instead of and Harry was like, oh well, I kind of like
Well, then
her.
But
so-
as soon as he
Getting
gets
the
the
deed.
chance,
Yeah.
yeah,
goes back.
he goes for it.
yeah.
And then afterwards, the hero travels by himself, leaving Harry behind, and he goes and meets up with Saber after finding out that he has been terrorizing some random city.
In a random cave.
And they fucking hate you afterwards. They fucking hate you. Did you
I
remember
don't-
that?
I don't remember
Dude,
that.
They do.
You do the
They
mission?
because
Yeah, you do the mission and you get Saber back, and they're like,
Yeah.
oh, they were in collusion with each other.
yeah, it was,
And
it was
they-
a Russia collusion.
and
Wow.
they fucking hate you afterwards. So like, cause like they paid you in advance, and then
Yeah.
they paid you afterwards to like
Okay.
half now,
to
half
take
later.
care of the monster,
So,
but
yeah.
it's really your friend.
They did give me the money, but I
They-
never went back and talked to them.
Oh, okay.
Oh well,
I forgot where they
give
were.
You, when they give you the money, they're like, just fucking get out of town, because like they were
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
were really pissed at you. It's like Jesus, dude. Like,
there are these wealthy people, and they wanted.
well,
the
they weren't
thing.
wealthy. They
I
were
thought they were
poor.
farmers.
Yeah, they like barely were able to scrounge up the money. That's like the problem that they were having.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's the other guy that's really wealthy.
And so it was
My bad, the
fucking
king.
Yeah. So I was like, that is fucking bullshit. Like, I just did you a massive favor, regardless of whether or not I know your creature. You fucks. Maybe I'll
Yeah.
sick him on you because they're like afraid of him like crazy, as they should be, because now he's a full grown saber-toothed tiger.
Yeah.
Yep, this is where I know you had a problem, Craig. I remember you had a problem. It wasn't a problem for me, but how about that
Oh.
saber fight?
Oh yeah.
I kept fighting him. I fought him for way too long. I was like, how much fucking HP does this dude have? And I was like, dude, what the shit? Like, I was
Yeah.
messaging these guys like as I was fighting him, because like the fight had gone on for like 20 minutes. Literally, I was like barely clinging to life. I was like, what the fuck? This is bullshit. What is this?
Yeah.
And then Jake was like, oh, maybe try an item in your inventory. And then I was like, oh my God, the fucking ribbon that
Yep.
Bianca gives you.
Yeah.
It's funny that he remembers Bianca,
Yeah.
but not you.
Yeah,
based
but not
on
you.
scent.
Yeah. I was like, what the fuck?
I don't know.
He's a feral creature, and he smells pheromones.
This is a fucking betrayal, is
Ah.
what that was.
Human pheromones.
Yeah.
So after you get Saber again, you go to the town of Monstroferrato, where a wealthy nobleman, Mr. Briscoletti, and his daughters Nera and Deborah live.
The clearly
All right, you know what?
Italian.
I got attacked on Twitter for how I pronounce Deborah. I know it's
Deborah.
Deborah, but you know what? Fuck it. I will say Deborah all I want, because it reminds me of the Demon Lord in Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if
I
that's
could
the
see that.
case, are we going to
and
discuss?
it literally it looks like Deborah. Like why? Who would say Deborah out of that? It looks like Deborah.
Deborah.
No one would say Deborah.
It looks like Deborah to me.
No, it's Deborah.
So okay, then
fucking-
if Craig's going to be doing his own accents, do we want to discuss all these characters' accents?
You
We
mean
should.
the clearly defined accents through the
The ones
dialogue?
I can't remember. Yeah, go
This is
ahead.
fucking like dudes have Scottish accents. Some dudes have like probably an insulting like Mexican accent.
Yeah. What was that guy's name?
Sancho.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's he's my friend, you know?
Yeah.
It's my friend. You
Like the stereotype of that. It was
Yeah.
ridiculous, but that's
oh
the
yeah,
point.
the dialogue is like so clearly trying to like tell you how they're
Yeah.
saying it because like it like gives you multiple E's like when he's like S. It was like 3 E's and like 2 S's or whatever one time when it's like saying something. It's like it's my
E's.
friend.
Yeah.
It's like I was like, what the fuck?
He's a cholo.
So there's a lot of that where like the characters have clearly defined accents, and then other times people are just normal, just fucking normal. Like no accent needs to be had. Like I don't get it.
They're the Americans.
They're
Or the English.
Americans or the English.
Yeah.
They just say certain words weird.
Yeah. Mr. Briscoletti, though, is clearly Italian.
Oh yeah. What is the fucking thing that he said? Oh my god,
It was
he
a
said-
stereotype.
It was a massive stereotype. It was something about spaghetti, I think. And I was like, what the fuck?
I don't know
It's
if
like,
that's
'cause it was-
offensive.
Because it was clear that he was an Italian dude, but then like they just go full hog with it, and it was
Yeah.
just I wish I could fucking remember that line, but it was something about like he was really happy, and he said something about it's like something as good as spaghetti, and I was like, oh my god,
It's the
that
good
is-
as the spaghetti.
No, that's not what he said, but it was
Well,
something.
yeah,
it was
I know.
something to do with spaghetti or like ravioli. I can't remember, but it's fucking insane.
Did
Like,
he say "Mamma Mia"?
It was something with pasta. I think he did say "Mamma
I
Mia."
think he did too.
This is fucking. It's like, oh, well, let's be as stereotypical of any accent as possible
I don't
for
know.
these people.
Would you consider it offensive?
I don't know if it would be
Or culture
offensive, but
building.
it's like they're definitely going for these stereotypes,
Yeah.
so you know what
Mm-hmm.
kind of race they are, I guess. You know, and I was like thinking about it and like, what the fuck are like Latino people and Italians and like Scottish people just like randomly doing together on this fucking donut island?
That's a good question. Maybe they're immigrants.
It's really weird because like there's only a few of them in each spot. Like Sancho is literally the only Latino dude, and then Mr. Briscoletti is like the only Italian.
Hey, he
Well-
was the only one that was able to jump over the wall.
Oh my gosh. There's no wall.
But okay, I had troubles distinguishing one, Bianca's accent.
I think she was Scottish.
I think she's supposed to be Southern.
I got an Australian vibe from her, but
Really?
that's- yeah.
I think she's Southern.
Okay.
I think that's what it's supposed to be. Like when it was like
I don't think she's. Clearly
it's either
defined
it's
enough
either
to-
Southern or like a Cockney accent, like a British Cockney accent.
Hello, Governor.
I'm pretty sure that's what it
could
is.
see that.
Yeah,
Yeah, Matunica,
Uh,
weigh
kinda-
in,
kinda
weigh
like-
in here.
like
Yeah.
Yangus. Yangus has that in 8.
Either hate it or love it within the series. The
For-
accents
for five.
and
For the
their
accents,
translations into the texts. What do you guys think?
I would say it's a positive for me because it's just like I don't think it detracts because like a lot of Dragon Quest is humor and it's like it's a very whimsical series. So like not having the accents would be fine, but definitely having them makes it better. Because like then you get this shit where you see an Italian guy being like completely stereotypical saying "Mamma Mia" and something about pasta. It's fucking insanity, and
It's not taking itself too serious.
yeah, it's not taking itself seriously, and it's great.
Okay.
I enjoy it.
I think they're trying to do a little bit of world building because I've noticed specifically with 4 and 5, they are taking different cultures in different countries and trying to implement them into their own.
in
world.
3, it's like literally the map of the world,
Right.
and they
Right,
change
so
it like based on.
I do
location.
like that in 4 where it was by location. Like
Yeah.
one people would be like the British and Scottish people, and then another one would be like the Elena's people would be like the Russians. Like
Yeah.
it was like clearly defined and like where you were like depending like in the areas.
So I guess in
And
this case, you can kind of like parallel it to the early days of America, where it was like tons of different cultures mashing together.
This one's kind of
Melting
odd
pot.
though because there's not a whole lot of people with accents. There's just like a couple, and it's only like the main people who have it. Whereas like in 4, like if you were in that area,
In that town.
everyone who was in that town would speak with that accent.
Yeah.
So I think that that it was better done in 4, but I do enjoy overall in the series.
I would give it a positive as well.
What do you prefer though?
What do you mean?
Like, do you prefer just the main
with or
characters
without?
having accents, or everybody having the accents?
I don't mind. It's kind of it has to do with the world building because like
Yeah.
for 5 it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense
No.
because like there's not any clearly defined areas of where people live and like what their accents are because like everybody has been pretty much the same. Even the people who live in that like Egypt town,
Yeah,
like even their accents were basically the same as everybody else's.
that's true.
So like having a random Italian guy and a random like Hispanic guy, and then
Yeah.
like Bianca being like one of the few people that has like a Cockney accent, like it's
And her father.
yeah, and her father, like it's I don't know, it feels out of place, but at the same time, like you're really only talking to the main people anyway. Like you don't really have to talk to the side people, so it doesn't matter.
I like to though.
Yeah, I do it on occasion.
And like
too.
in the older
that's-
games, you have
and
to.
that's like that's what I like about it is that when you do talk to them, there's like that little bit of flavor. Like it's not there it's there for you to be like, oh, okay, so there's this, but like it's I don't know.
So 4 or 5.
For the accents,
Yeah.
I would probably say 4, just because like 4 does it like it's incorporated in the world building.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I think we all think it's a positive aspect.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a positive aspect no matter what game it is, but
It does give it personality.
yeah, it gives it a bigger personality. So Mr. Briscoletti offers the hero the chance to marry his daughter Nira, but it's also possible for him to marry both Bianca or Deborah instead.
And we should mention that there are other suitors that are interested in marrying.
you basically
girls.
have to go on a challenge now to marry one of the 3 ladies. You
Yeah.
have to get the ring of fire and the ring of ice or
Yep.
water.
And you're
It was the
competing
water.
against people, kind
yeah,
of.
you're competing against guys that they make it to the inside of the cave, but then they don't do anything else.
Yeah. I think it's more of a quest for wealth, though. It's not really
For-
about the girls.
For some of them, yes, but there was one dude that really was in love with Nara.
Yeah.
Yeah, like obsessed.
Like-
Like he probably shouldn't be with Nara. Yeah.
Stalker type level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting thing
I think he
though,
got the furthest, too.
about that.
He actually did get into the volcano, yeah.
He did, yeah.
Okay. All right. Slight problem there. Now that I'm thinking about it.
All right.
You are supposed. Do we assume? I'll start off with this: that there are multiple rings able to be gotten, than just one. Do you think there's multiple rings of fire and multiple
I
rings of ice?
don't.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, then. So, if he's the only one to obtain the ring of fire, why in the flying fuck does he need to go get the other ring of ice? Because nobody else that's going to be a suitor is ever going to be able to get the ring of fire anyway. He kind of
be-
wins by default, doesn't he?
Because
Or it becomes
Not
void.
necessarily.
the challenge was because those rings were going to be your wedding rings.
True.
So you were
Fuck 'em.
getting the ring for yourself and for your wife.
She don't need
That
one.
was the challenge.
So I think
that's-
the scenario,
why.
if somebody else obtained a ring, is that you would fight them, maybe
the
to the
death?
death. Yeah.
which you probably would be able to do quite easily. As
I think
like
that would be
half
cool.
of those dudes were like fat guys.
Yeah. A lot
was-
of them admitted too that they just wanted the money
Yeah, yeah.
when you
And,
talk
like,
to them.
and then like being married to a hot chick was like a side bonus for them. It was like
Yeah.
that's what they say. Like you talk to everybody in that town, and they're like, yeah, well, I mean, she's hot too, so like there's a bonus, but you get all that money. Like,
But they say Nara is the hot one, and not Deborah.
Deborah is the hot one.
I agree with you on that.
Deborah is the hot one.
Any thoughts, Jake?
It kind of depends on what your mood is for the day. I mean, if you're
what?
if you're a fucking cuck, sometimes I totally had this written down at the time. Like Deborah is for cucks. She's going to peg you. If you guys know what
that means?
pegging is,
The worst, I know what it is, but the worst that she does to you is make you sleep on the floor. That is the worst that she
on
does.
the wedding night.
And on the honeymoon.
Oh, see,
I think though
No.
that she progresses to respect you more as you go.
She does. Yeah,
Okay.
she does.
Well-
She starts showing like her emotions more, which I really like about her, to be honest.
Yeah, and she's the bonus
She seemed like
character.
quite the most solid choice to me.
I
know
I'm
you
on
guys
the-
went with Bianca, which makes more sense story wise.
Bianca's bae.
But I think
I think that's why Jake picked her, but
Nira is supposed to be like the canon wife.
well, explain your reasoning for that.
Well, the reason is because like the way it's set up is that your challenge is to go and get these rings so that you can marry Nira in the first place.
Yeah.
And then after that, Nira's like, "Oh wait, Bianca has feelings for him, so maybe you have to choose
Yeah.
between us, like to give you the option."
And Bianca does quest with you while you're trying to get the rings.
Bianca does quest with you, and it makes sense to pick her because you also know her from childhood.
Yeah.
But like Nira is like the one that the quest was for, and then also in Dragon Quest VI, the main character's hair color is blue,
Yeah.
which isn't like a huge like
Mhm.
thing, but he is like the descendant of the hero,
Yeah.
and your child is the hero. So it's like,
Yeah.
and your children's hair color depends on which wife you pick.
Mhm.
So that's.
I
it's
kind of feel
just,
like they set Bianca up to be like the friend zoned type.
Yeah, but it seems weird though to me, like because they were like, she seems like the wife that you would pick
Yeah.
because of like your connection that you already have with her,
Mhm.
because you've already like journeyed with her, and like it's the most. It makes the
Logical.
most. It makes it's
Yeah.
like a logical thing, and it makes the most sense like emotionally
Emotionally,
because
yeah.
like he knows her, like whereas. He's met Nira for like a day because
yeah, you don't believe in arranged
the
marriages,
only,
Craig?
Well, the only time that he had any connection with Nira is when he like saved her dog and like
Yeah. There's not much there.
or found her dog or whatever. Yeah, like so there's not
Hey,
anything.
gentlemen, if you want to get some poontang, then you just got to save the chick's dog, I guess.
Well, maybe I don't know. But yeah, and then Deborah, it's just like
Deborah!
you proved your strength, so you would make a good husband.
Yeah,
I
she just
guess.
inserts herself into the scenario.
Yeah, which
gonna
is
be inserting
honestly,
herself a
which
lot of different
honestly
ways.
makes sense for her personality,
does.
and I
Yeah, it's
I
aggressive.
enjoyed
It's-
I enjoyed journeying with her. It was fun for me.
And that's why I think it makes sense too, because Bianca's character is like self-sacrificing.
Yeah,
Did you guys get that vibe too?
a little
hell
bit.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it makes sense, like canon-wise, that Nero would be the one that the hero chooses, even at the expense of Bianca.
I do think it's kind of weird that the other two just kind of like fuck off though.
Yeah.
Like once you pick like whoever
that's
you
true.
pick, the other two are just like fucking not there anymore. Like it makes sense in a way if you just pick Bianca and the other two just stay at home.
Yeah.
But like if you pick Nera or whatever and Bianca just fucks off like and goes wherever, like
Yeah.
it makes no sense because her dad was like, "Oh, I'd feel so much better knowing she's traveling with you."
Yeah.
And then she just fucks off.
I think you can go back and find them, but they don't really have anything interesting to say.
Yeah, they don't do anything like
That's-
I don't know. It's just kind of weird to me to have that like
Yeah.
because it sets her up to be the wife as well, like pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh well, she just fucks off. She's not gonna be with you anymore. She's not even your friend.
So
Yeah.
the beginning would be good execution. The post of that would be horrible execution.
Yeah,
Because, yeah, it just completely
The-
kilters off after the wedding.
yeah. Like the execution after the wedding is really like I'm like, what? So she just like leaves. 'Cause
Yeah.
we're like we're friends. We reunite, and then she just is gone now.
Yeah, the world's gonna be in peril. What the fuck is she doing now?
I mean, it makes sense in a way that because she's like she wasn't chosen, and I guess she likes me, but like at the same time, it's like, but we're still friends.
Yeah. That does kind of bother me.
We're still friends, and you also like Saber. who is also traveling with me.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and then she still just fucks off.
Yeah, I don't get it.
It's fine though, because I had Deborah with me.
I wish they would have built the characters up a bit more before they presented the marriage storyline. Just to flesh out the characters a bit more. Aside from Bianca.
Yeah, aside from Bianca, I think some time with Nira would be good.
They just threw the dog thing in there. Just so there's something.
I think Deborah, like the amount of Deborah is fine. Like it's
My
perfect.
sentiments exactly.
She's literally it's perfect.
Cut and dry.
Literally, it's perfect because like she builds as a character the more time you spend with her,
Yeah.
and it's fucking awesome.
That is
like
a
I
good-
enjoy. Like what did she do? Like Bianca do with when you traveled with her? Like her character get fleshed out anymore?
Not really. She's just the same person,
Hmm.
which is fine.
Yeah,
That's
it's
how
fine.
that's how she's
but-
built to be.
Yeah, but like I like the traveling to like Gotha, which is where you go next, by the way.
Would that be Gotha or Gothra? I
It's
swear it was R.A., but, you know,
I think it's just Gotha.
I think it was Gotha too.
Cool.
Yeah, so
We'll
you
be
go
corrected though. if
you
we're wrong.
travel to Gotha with your now wife, whoever you choose.
Bianca's Bay.
No, it's Deborah. Anyway, so
That says a lot about you personally outside of the podcast.
fucking dude, Deborah.
I don't have a problem with that choice.
Deborah is awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I'll play it through once again.
She's fucking hilarious, dude.
There's a.
So yeah,
I
you
gotta see if
travel.
it's in the PS2 version, and I will definitely. I'll get into that more later.
You travel through the other towns on your way to Gotha, and then you find out in the town right before Gotha that your wife is pregnant.
Oh
Which
my
makes-
god!
Kind of no sense.
None.
Because she faints.
Well, I mean that makes sense a little bit because she's traveling and she's
Fatigue.
pregnant. Yeah, and Deborah has like, she literally seems like she would not be traveling at all ever because she like doesn't have to work for anything. So that made
Yeah.
a lot of sense for me because I
Also-
chose Deborah.
Also, you get a wagon too.
Yeah, you get a wagon. So I mean, I don't know. It just fit for her kind of, but at the same time, I was like, how the fuck do you travel for 9 months and not realize that your fucking wife is pregnant?
She randomly ends up pregnant. It's like the fucking Virgin Mary.
Well,
Talking to
no, you
Joseph.
totally have
It's
sex
implied.
on your wedding night.
Yeah.
You totally do. Like that is when they fuck.
I don't believe it happened.
No, dude, that is
I have the premise.
He
that
blocks
didn't
it out.
happen.
That is-
That's the reason for later on.
that is the only confirmed time that you fuck.
Dude, the seed is strong in this one.
The seed is very strong.
They
but yeah.
didn't consummate. I'm
No,
going off of that.
they totally did.
But
I
it's
think they
like
did
the
too.
Virgin Mary. It'd be like, yeah, it conceived. Well, it wasn't me. Who's
Well-
the fuck's the father of the baby?
There is a
you
god
are not
character
the father.
in the game.
What?
There is a god character in the game.
That's true.
There is. But you are not the father, Maury.
You totally are.
Well, the hair confirms it.
Yeah, the hair is
If it's
With
Blue.
jeans.
it was black for me.
Oh.
Mine was yellow.
Yeah, we had blondes.
Yep.
Yellow. It's blonde.
It's yellow.
It was
Yeah.
all yellow.
So yeah, you
Coldplay.
go to then you after you find out she's pregnant and you make it to Gotha, you meet your uncle, who is king of Gotha, and he tells you that your dad was king, even though you kind of figured that out
Oh,
already.
good lord, yes.
And then you find out that your wife is now gonna have kids. So oh wait, no, before that, no, it is during that. So your wife is about to have kids, so she lays on the bed, and then you have to go.
Wouldn't be the first time, apparently.
You have to go and get the sigil of of proof or whatever to prove that you're the next king.
Yeah, it's like a
of
rite of
Gotha.
passage.
Yeah. So you have to go in there, which is a fuckface dungeon, by the way, because it took me forever to realize what I was supposed to do with that fucking rock.
All right.
Yes.
All right, so there's this rock that you can easily push around, and there's a button, and this button opens up this gateway, and then all of this fucking water comes rushing out. And if you're standing on the button, then you just get flushed away. You get knocked down into this like lower level, and you have to climb back up, and then you have to fucking figure out what you're supposed to do. And I tried fucking everything. I even put the rock in front of the button, which made way more sense to me.
It does. It does.
And that did not work. But apparently you're supposed to put the fucking rock, and I even put the rock on top of the button, thinking that would work, and that does not work.
It should.
And then I put then finally I figured out you have to put the rock beneath the button, so that when you walk on top of the button, the water does not sweep you away. The rock keeps you in place, even though it is the most easily moved rock on the fucking planet.
Yeah.
You are pushing the rock around, mind you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Strength.
think it'd be like a boulder that you would be guarding all the water.
like
but still
Pokemon.
push.
If you can just push the fucking rock, though, you'd think that the fucking tons of water that can sweep you away
Would sweep the boulder.
would sweep the boulder away,
Yeah.
no matter what. But no, it's fine, whatever. But anyway, you get the sigil stone or whatever, and then you come back out and you have to fight two creatures who tell you that there's people in Gotha that don't want you to be king. Which is pretty ominous, but you fucking already know who it is.
Yeah.
Or at least you should.
The only one that's really
Uh,
upset
wait,
about
is-
the announcement.
Yeah, the fucking only person who has any qualms whatsoever.
It's Scar.
Yeah. Is the
Long live
chancellor
the
dude?
king.
You're the advisor to your uncle.
It's always a fucking chancellor.
Yeah, it's
with
always,
kingdoms.
Yeah, it's always like the advisor to the king is like gonna be like the next king.
It's totally every one of these is Littlefinger.
Yeah.
So
fucking every single person. So yeah, you get that, and then you come back to town, and then you have your kids, and then everybody celebrates, and then you pass out. Everybody gets
really
fucking
drunk.
blackout drunk. Yeah. Which is-
Quite the celebration.
Great guys.
and then when you wake up, you find out that your wife has been kidnapped. So she's fucking gone, and you have to figure out who took her and what's going on.
Yeah.
And then you find the magical shoes that you found in the very beginning of Dragon Quest IV, which allow you to travel to one place specifically. So you travel to another tower across this lake. That took me for fucking ever to figure out too, by the way.
Me too.
Yeah.
Like, I had no clue what to do because it was like, I saw the guy go north, but nobody believes me. And I'm like, how the fuck do I go north? There is nothing to the north. And there's no ship to take me across the water. There's no other cave that could link the fucking link me to the north. No, there's fucking nothing.
Is
But
this
then-
what you was
but then some
in the chat
random-
with us asking about
Yeah,
at this
yeah.
point?
It's some random fuck
Okay.
face.
It's when I send him the guide.
Yeah, some. I
couldn't remember.
I didn't even look at it. I talked to some random fuck face, and he was like, "Oh, maybe we should check the chancellor's room for stuff."
Oh, right.
And then so I go in there and I open the closet, and he's got some fucking ballet shoes, and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Whoa,
Something off
what's,
about this guy.
RuPaul's Drag Race here.
Yeah, and so so then you use those, and then you go to this tower, and you fight your way to the top through some fucking bullshit puzzles and stuff. And
Remember
then
that bullshit to me?
there was one thing in there that pissed me off, and I can't remember what it was. And then you fight two bosses, kind of. You fight one.
Too many bosses.
Yeah, there's like 3 bosses in that fucking tower. And then you go down to get to the top of the tower. Then you go down the stairs and you fight some random horse boss who has pecs.
Yes.
Was he random, though? I thought he was involved with the killing of your father in the game.
No, he wasn't involved with that, but he does work for the. He worked with the slavers or something. I can't remember exactly.
I swear he
what
was
it
one of the guys that the father fought against, because there was 2 creatures that fought your father and you defeat him. And
Yeah,
then
there was
the-
that trio of people.
And then the mage guy shows up.
Oh yeah, the two, and then the
I guess it could have been that guy, but I don't really
Yeah,
remember.
'cause I think you see him again at the end of the game.
the horse dude.
I don't remember.
I know you see Lodja again. Lodja is the
Yeah.
guy that kills your dad.
Yeah,
yeah, and
but
that's
he has
about-
two henchmen.
Lodja is the dude that looks like an old lady.
Yeah.
He reminds me of Fawful from Mario and Luigi Saga, Superstar Saga,
Oh yeah, I can kind of see that.
with the dialogue.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you defeat. You try to fight against the horse guy, but you can't defeat him. And then your wife will come join you, and she'll use some magic to really fuck him over, so you can actually do damage to him.
I was worried about that fight.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was getting owned. I thought I was gonna
before
die.
the magic spell or afterwards.
I didn't know there was a magic spell until it happened.
Oh, okay.
So it was
So-
surprising to me.
So like the one damage at a time, you're really
Yeah.
freaking out.
I was like,
I was like,
this is gonna
is
take forever.
I was like, this is bullshit. And then I was
Yeah.
like, you know what? Something's probably gonna happen. And then it did. And I was like, okay, good. Because like I am not fucking trying to level up to fucking beat this guy.
I was almost dead when she cast the spell.
yeah.
Yep. Which might be
Uh,
the point.
Yeah, I believe it is. You
Yeah.
got to get all into critical status in order for her to
Yeah.
activate it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and so you defeat that guy, and then you get turned into stone. You and your wife get turned to stone. And then
We
two
forgot-
random thief guys come in.
We forgot to mention that, like, before your wife gets kidnapped, she has the foresight that something's amiss, and she hides your children under the
Oh
bed.
no, that was the handmaiden.
The handmaiden put him under there.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
okay.
she like hid with the children under the bed.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's
then
an important part that we
She's the one
glossed
that
over.
tells you that your wife gets kidnapped.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did we name the children yet? Or we
Yeah,
did.
that was
Yep.
you named the children.
What did you guys name them?
Caleb Jr. and Liliana.
Okay.
I went with Lily for the girl, which is kind of funny because Caleb's is similar.
Yeah.
And then Erdrick for the boy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, you did.
Nice.
Yep.
I kept her as Janet, and because one of the
Janet.
children, I kept her as Janet for some reason, random name.
Perry and
because
Janet.
it is not, nope, it is an illegitimate child. They did not have sex.
They totally
It
did.
is immaculate conception, and
No,
I
they
thought I'd
had
be very,
sex, dude.
very immature with this. I named the son Bastard.
Instead of Jesus.
the
No,
the
no, I
bastard
named him
hero.
Bastard.
Or
He's a
Anakin.
he's a bastard child. So a text later on, I'm looking at my notes. It literally, like near the end, you beat it, and the main Zenithian dragon is telling you,
Yeah.
you know, hero
God.
and your son,
Yeah.
Also known
bastard. That line paid off. It totally paid off near the end. Hero and your son, bastard.
and your bastard son.
So yes, I'm immature.
I would have went with Jesus. If that was my mind.
they totally fucked though, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, they
Consummate the
they
marriage.
Totally did. Because there's no way that Deborah was getting action without me. There's no way. The other two I could probably see. But Deborah, no man was
Well-
going within 50 feet of that lady.
Jake's theory, Deborah definitely got some action.
Yeah, from me.
Or you got it from her.
And you.
Yeah, I guess either way. But okay, yeah. So you get
Either way, he's satisfied.
you get turned into
The pegging saga.
you get turned into statues, and these two random thief guys come in, and they take you and your wife to some auction place because you're super realistic looking statues, like which is weird because pretty much
Tremendous
like
statues.
any
Yeah.
good statue should look like that.
That 12 Years a Slave meme that I put out was pretty on point, I think.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
It'll be the photo for this episode.
Yeah.
So then your guy gets sold off to some rich guy as a present for his son, Georgie Porgy, which literally pissed me the fuck off. By the way,
Would you rather have been called Hindenburg?
yes,
Okay.
Oh man, we missed the monster part.
the
That
monster
kind
part.
of name stuff.
Oh, that's
that-
gameplay.
Yeah, that's in gameplay. We could talk
Okay.
about it.
Okay. Fair enough.
Oh, what was it? Oh yeah, and then the other your wife gets kept by the other guy because he wants to do stuff to it. Like literally, that is what happens.
Like
Like,
the
She becomes a mannequin.
like in a Robot Chicken with the Boba Fett
Yes.
yeah,
on Solo.
yeah. Literally, the like, there's a line I can't remember exactly what he says, but he's like, "What aren't we?" The other guy was like, "Aren't we going to sell this one?" He's like, "Nah, I got special plans in mind for this one." I was like, "Oh
Well,
God,
I think the true reason is that she has a special power.
no, he doesn't know
that
about
fight,
that."
I didn't know she's a fucking statue.
Yeah,
No, in the
he
fight.
just wants to grope
'Cause she
her
casts the spell
her stone boobs.
that saves the day.
A stone
Well, yeah,
pillow.
but these are random
Because
two
of,
random thief guys that come in, so they don't know.
Because of a certain heritage that she has.
Yeah, she's the descendant of the hero and the god people.
Yep.
Yeah,
God, people.
that's what they are.
All right,
They're
so-
well, technically they'd just be angels, and then the dragon is God.
Right.
We got some artwork for the Zenithian people.
Zenithian Craig.
Yep.
Yeah, that's funny to look at.
It'll be in the
front.
YouTube video.
But I must have had a morbid sense of humor.
Why?
Because the next little part here, I was laughing. It is single-handedly like the saddest thing in the game to me. Because what happens next is as the years going by, you see the father playing with the son who got him the statue,
Yeah.
keep going through the cycles of life year and year and year, and whenever anything wrong happens, the statue gets fucking kicked or hurt because bad luck is happening. He's like, fucking
Yeah.
statue.
Oh well, that was because like
Makes sense.
the
Not
the
bringing me
kid
luck.
the kid gets kidnapped
Yeah.
by
Right.
monsters.
All these other things happen.
yeah,
But to me, with my morbid sense of humor, it's just laughing throughout this thing because he's blaming the statue with the goddamn bad luck
Yeah.
and not life on it. So I was just laughing throughout
well,
this
he
whole thing.
bought it for good luck
Yeah.
for his son, and that's why he was like really mad.
Yeah.
But,
I thought it was hilarious.
It's still.
It's really
I mean,
sad,
it's
but
it's also kind of fucked up if you think about it because
yeah.
like he's frozen as a statue for 8 years, doesn't see his children, and then
there was a year discrepancy. Like SNES was like 8, and then
It was 10.
DS
The
was
slavery
10.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just 10.
for the slavery. Yeah, the slavery was 10, but the
Yeah, I looked it
one
up.
the one when you're a statue is 8.
Yeah, it is 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, the 8 years a statue.
8 years a statue.
Yep.
That would have been a good one too.
Yeah.
Now you come up with it.
Well, yeah.
I could have made that into a meme too.
Well, they do it.
Okay, I'll do it.
So yeah, it's kind of sad because like you don't get to see your children for 8 years, and you see the years
Oh,
go by
yeah.
for this kid, and his father is playing with the kid and whatnot, and so it's kind of like fucked up on that level too.
Yeah.
And it's also because like you're separated from your wife and children and stuck as a fucking statue for 8 years until randomly your Mexican friend who is raising your children comes and finds you.
Usually that happens the other way around, but
I know.
Wait, what?
Uh,
that you're raising the Mexicans' children because they're irresponsible.
There's also the stereotype of like the rich person with the Hispanic maids raising their children.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's always sunny.
Yes.
I guess that would be the stereotype.
You're gonna have a home makeover your home.
Sancho does seem kind of like the man nanny type dude.
does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's totally the stay-at-home uncle.
Yeah, because like when Pancrase leaves in that in, like the one first place, and like he leaves you with Sancho.
Yeah, who
Yeah,
does a
that's-
shit job of keeping an eye on you.
Yeah, it's
so
like,
I
yeah.
wouldn't give him any praise.
Just go play outside. Yeah, it's like, how the fuck did you manage to raise my children for 8 years?
Yeah.
Couldn't watch me for a day.
Go play on the highway. Go play on the highway. You're good.
So yeah, you get you want to take it from here, Jake?
Where were we?
You get turned into a statue, and then you get reborn by your children.
Yeah.
Your gifted
Who and
children.
your son tells you that he's the hero, which is fucking weird.
It is.
I know he's the hero, but
And he
like
knows
he
it.
tells you, he's like, yeah. He goes, so you know that Zenithian sword you left with me? Yeah, I could totally equip it now. Like
That's awesome.
that's a thing that he says.
I thought
to
it was
you, and it's like,
awesome.
oh.
You have to actually go in and manually equip it too.
Yeah, you do. I thought that was kind of weird because it was already with Sancho.
Yeah.
So it's like he would already know that he can equip like the most powerful weapon in the game, quotations. You know,
I wonder how he knows that they're from that legendary line. Is it just because the kid can use the sword? And also, why would you let a kid use a
because
sword?
It's alluded to, but I don't think they kind of
it's
figure it out.
it's
till-
alluded to because right before you get kidnapped, like right after you have your babies, you talk to your wife. If you talk to your wife, she mentions that like she's not really the daughter of whoever like raised her,
Okay.
and like that's
I can't remember if
that
it
her-
had something.
Her
The-
father is
there's-
a pretend father.
yeah. Although it kind of already happens with Bianca because Bianca's dad tells you that he's not really her
Yep.
dad.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Which is weird, but yeah, it happens again. Like when you talk to him, like right before they get kidnapped.
You get resurrected, but they have still not found your baby mama.
Yep, the baby
Depend
mama's
on
gone.
who the wife actually is, but they have a lead on the whereabouts of her. She was in the town of Lofty Peak on the continent north of Gothra. You end up going there, find a little bit more information, and obtain a magic fucking carpet.
When did this come out? 92?
The release date
The
Yeah,
same
the
year
92
Aladdin came out?
SNES was 1992.
Yep.
In Japan only. We had to wait like fucking 12 goddamn years to get it over.
When did Aladdin
15.
come out? 91 or 92?
I don't remember.
I wonder if that had anything to do with the magic carpet idea.
Maybe.
I kind of feel like it would.
I mean, he wears a turban.
Yeah, but I don't know. There's not really a Middle Eastern connection other than that.
I don't know. Maybe this is something they wanted to do.
They just came off of the fresh hot air balloon idea and just went, hey, let's do a magic carpet.
I know it's like what other flying machine that's not an airship can we use?
Yeah.
Weren't there like
let's
certain
expand on this.
weren't there like certain geographical limitations to the magic carpet? Like you couldn't go over mountains or something?
Yeah. There is. You
I
have to get the castle in order to.
I don't know.
You
I think
can
yeah,
fly.
certain mountains I don't think you can fly over for some reason.
The
In a magic carpet.
Yeah.
I guess it has a limitation on
Yeah.
how high it can levitate, which is
Yes.
really lame.
It's a magic carpet though.
Still, it's pretty sweet.
But its magic capabilities are limited.
Yes, it's
Also,
Just a
when you
carpet.
unroll it, you have to be in an open area or it won't work.
right.
So it
They,
must be gigantic.
What I've noticed in parallel to Final Fantasy is, in addition to it always having to be moving instead of you being able to stop it, they are really, really picky about that shit and where you could actually drop
Land it,
yourself
yeah.
off.
Yeah.
So, it's a
You
minute.
can glitch that in 7
Right.
to get some spells that you aren't supposed to be able to get.
And there's a pretty good sliding technique.
There is.
Yep.
I couldn't
But-
get it though. I tried.
Need to talk to the expert for that.
Yeah.
But you start to travel the world to collect the legendary armaments again, much like in 4. For the legendary hero, it is discovered that the hero's son is indeed the legendary hero sought by Pancrase almost 20 years ago. His own fucking grandson.
Dun dun dun. Only the hero can save my wife, his grandmother.
His grandmother.
And it's kind of weird that he was looking for somebody who wouldn't be born for like 20 more years.
Yeah.
It's different. Definitely not something you're expecting. But during this stage of the journey, the hero avenges Papas by killing Slan and restores the Zenithian dragon, as well as his flying castle.
That puzzle was kind of annoying.
Which
castle.
puzzle? The castle?
Yeah, the underwater castle.
Ah,
Do you not remember that?
I didn't have any problems. The only place that I ever had problems with was the fucking minecart.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, that was the minecart down there?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. It fucking switches.
Yeah, that part was some fuckery.
Yeah, the random battles didn't help.
Oh,
that
every
part.
6 steps?
It was
yeah.
annoying.
As far as the dungeons and the puzzles are going, I'm sorry, 4 is a shit ton better than 5's. 5's pissed me off in quite a few spots. But
For puzzles?
yes.
That was the only one that
Yeah.
really annoyed me. And then you get to the end and you find out that you're missing an item
Dun, dun, dun.
that we kind of actually forgot to mention that happened to it.
So,
The
When
gold
you're-
orb?
Yeah, it gets destroyed. We forgot to mention that. Like during
Well,
the scene
later
with your
on-
father.
Well, that happens like after he goes back in time.
right,
it gets
yeah.
destroyed?
So, in order to
Yeah.
restore the proper homes in the sky, you have to enter a time warp to retrieve the golden orb from your child's self.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at because
Right.
you need to get it back because
Yeah.
it's destroyed. You don't have it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that happens like during the scene when your father gets killed
Yep.
because it has like some kind of energy or something.
It doesn't get destroyed when his dad takes it, or when the monster takes it. He takes it with him.
Oh, I thought he destroyed it.
I don't think so. I think he just takes it.
I don't remember. Either way, you don't have it.
Which, yeah, because the real golden orb is switched out.
It's a placebo. Yep. But after returning to the temple that you helped to build as a slave, the fucking pyramids, the Zenithian armor is found, as well as the statue of his wife.
And the Colt.
Yes, the cult. He then must go to defeat Ival in order to get the Ring of Life that is strong enough to remove the curse. After the final source of evil is eradicated from the world, the party is told that Martha remains in Nadria and that the final source of evil, Grandmaster Nimzo, is lying in wait for the legendary hero.
So who's Martha?
It's Mata. It's
Mata.
his mom. The
Okay.
hero's mom.
Yeah.
Which you get not much information
So
about.
we forgot to mention that like before Pancras dies, he mentions that his mom is still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He tells you that his mother is still alive, and that he wants you to go search for her.
Yeah.
And that the family didn't like him.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
her parents didn't like him or something.
Yeah.
He's immortal. That's why.
It's fine. He's
But-
he's kind of a god until he gets completely destroyed
Yeah.
by 2 fucks.
So your children are demigods.
In a way.
Eh.
But
Which is
you,
cool.
your wife,
I
and
like
your
that.
children agree not to leave Martha in the demon world so long as they travel there via a portal near Lofty Peak and reach Mount Zugswain. Martha is found inside.
Zugswain.
Yeah.
Damn it,
Zwang.
dude. The fucking cult of Zugswain, the Mount of Zugswain.
Yep.
I was really hoping that the final boss would just be called Zugwang, like Zug.
Yeah.
So like the cult is called Zugswang.
Or maybe he's just called Wang.
Wang.
It's Zugswang, his dick. You know, I just thought that would be funny if the final boss was just Zug. But no, it was Nimzo, which is somewhat funny as well, but not as funny.
Yeah. Martha is found inside but dies shortly after meeting the hero and his family. Fucking climactic and pointless, in my opinion. At that point, she dies. I haven't learned jack shit about her. I don't give a fuck.
I think she was like a means to an end though for Nimzo, but I can't remember why. Probably because of her heritage.
The heritage problem.
Yeah, I think he was using her because of her ties to the Zenithia dragon or whatever to
Zenithian people.
yeah.
It was
do
definitely
something.
to increase his power level though.
Yeah, something like that. Because that's all they ever do. And of course she was going to die. Like I totally knew it. Like
Right. So there's
it's like
no
fucking
emotional payoff.
Pancras dies, and I was like, fuck.
Right.
And
I like
then-
how they tie that together though,
Yeah,
but we'll talk about that in a minute.
yeah. And yeah, so they defeat Nimzo and the Lord of Evil, and then they return to Gotha and have a party, and then they see the space ghosts
Yeah,
of Pancras and Mata,
just like Star Wars.
just like in Star Wars.
Yep.
I liked it.
It
I
was-
liked that part.
It was beautiful.
Yep.
Wrapped
It
up
hit
nicely.
the right tones, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it totally went full Star Wars at the end there, though. It was great. Although you totally see their ghosts many times, like throughout the journey. Like there's that one tower that you go into, what you have to like teleport to or whatever, and you like go in and you see the ghosts like of the past or whatever, and it's Pankraz and Mata.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
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 So are we going to discuss Nimzo here as the final fight?
Yeah, do it.
Bizarre.
Yeah.
Like, as far as the fight itself, it wasn't a problem, but whatever the fuck he was in that goddamn dialogue was stupid to read. All right, it's
You don't enjoy his taunts?
not the taunt.
No, it's like
itself.
the
It's
characters that they
reading
used.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
the same thing with
They
the
were all
seed
distorted.
and the Ultimencia thing.
Yeah.
Where, some letters are capitalized or it needs to be human ZZZZZ in the dialogue, and it's
Well, that's part of like the accents that we've been
what
talking
accent is that then, Craig?
It's the same one as the,
it's a
the
distorted.
sorcerer.
It's just supposed to
It's
be
a
like a distorted
precursor.
voice.
I think they're from like the same line, the sorcerer and Nimzo. So they're kind of similar in a way.
It was just a pain for me.
So
to
the dialogue
read.
was-
I didn't.
Yeah, it was similar. It was odd.
I'm sure the words themselves are perfect and
Yeah,
make sense. I just don't like
you can read it.
me having to read them that
It's
way.
just a pain.
Yeah. So no, thank you on that part. But yeah, an easier boss fight
Then 4.
than
yeah,
4
definitely.
or 3.
Yeah.
He only has like 2 stages,
Yeah.
which it's more of just like surviving and having 2 guys hit him.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then
different.
that
was
having
my
like
strategy.
like a tank, a healer, and then 2 guys like
Yep.
wailing on him. Yeah.
Yep.
2 healers is all I had, and the golem, and I think the
We'll
sun
get
was
into
the heavy hitter.
Yep. All right. Overall thoughts on story.
I think overall I really liked it. The fact that this story takes place over the entirety of like your character's life is a really interesting choice that I actually really enjoyed.
A trilogy.
It's something, yeah. It's like every Dragon Quest that we've played has been like something really new every time, basically. Like you take chapters out of like each person's life until they group up,
Yeah.
and then they like have the team fight, which is awesome. And then
Very unique.
yeah, it's
It always revolves around the hero's bloodline too.
yeah, like well,
There's a
yeah.
huge emphasis on family within this series so far.
Yeah, especially in this one,
Especially
Yeah.
where you
Yeah.
get to see like
Like you actually
life
have
of it.
the whole family, yeah. And then it's like that has the certain connection still from 4 where like it's the Zenithian dragon in the city. Something's clearly happened to like warp the world into darkness.
start of
and it's kind of
Um,
like another heaven and hell kind of parallel. But this time you don't actually travel to hell.
Yeah, they're still like following the simple storyline in a way of the hero versus the demon lord, like that they've had since like the first game.
Good and evil. yeah.
But they add certain things to make it a more interesting storytelling. Like for this one, your character isn't the hero. He isn't the one who is destined to defeat the bad guy. Although he totally does, but.
He helps.
He's
the
like he's
helper.
not the one that like is the hero, like the
Yeah.
bloodline of the hero.
He's the main character that you see everything through his eyes.
Yeah,
Which is a cool
Which is
perspective.
it's a cool thing. It's like being outside of it and like seeing it while being a participant. I enjoyed the whole idea of like going through as your character from childhood,
Yeah.
and then seeing the time passage. Seeing how hard his life has been, like he goes to fucking like he's a slave.
And you experience the slavery.
Yeah,
too.
like you
the
experience it a little
monotonous
bit.
of it.
Yeah, it shows you a little bit, and then it keeps going with like, and then you turn into a fucking statue.
Yeah.
And then and like it's like, hey, maybe you're at that age where you should probably get married. It's like, and your friend gets married, and
Quickly.
it's like, oh, so like, yeah, and it's like it's an interesting thing that like you actually get married in the game, and it's not something that's like in any game where you are able to get married and like other things like Fallout. Like you can choose,
yeah.
You can get married in those things, like in Skyrim as well. But they're just like it's not.
It's unnecessary.
Yeah, it's an unnecessary kind of side thing where this is like, oh well, like everything kind of revolves around you and your bloodline specifically.
Yeah, and even though you don't really get a choice, it does give you a choice.
Yeah, you
3
get the
options.
choice in like who you would want to marry, like in the game, which is another interesting thing. Like,
And they all have various personalities too that set them
you get
apart.
like the kind of shy girl in Nera, and then you get the childhood friend out of Bianca, and then you get like the harsh beauty of Deborah.
Yep.
So it's really interesting to like see how like all of that goes. I really enjoyed the story for this one, despite some problems with the fact that there's fucking time travel. Although it wasn't like a huge deal because I thought it was gonna be.
There are some plot holes.
there-
The time travel parts of it.
Yeah, there's like some minor things here and there, but it's nowhere near as bad as like fucking Final Fantasy 1 or Final Fantasy 8 where like they revolve around a time plot, but they really are just fucking the timeline.
Yep.
But in this one it's not really doing that. It's kind of like a weird that you visit it and you interact with your past a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with you on the story.
Yeah.
One thing though that I didn't like is that they didn't let you play as your father.
Yeah.
That would-
I did enjoy having him in the party, and he
Yep.
really fucking messed up people.
You don't
He
you don't
was-
control him
He
though.
was like fucking Ragnar from 4, but
Yeah.
like totally just wrecking shit. But then you don't ever get to use him, which was really it is a downer because I kind of wish that you could have like played out at least the fight where it's him by himself against the monsters
Yeah.
up until like where it's like, oh well, you have to lose now.
Yeah. And I feel like in the time plot too, you could have went back and saved him.
Yeah, but then
But I
that would
don't
have
know.
changed the entirety of the game,
Yeah.
Paradox.
which would have been a paradox, which
Yeah.
I am totally okay it didn't happen because
The
of that.
problem though is that they used his death to push the plot forward, which I don't know if I liked very much.
I think it wasn't exactly his death that pushed the plot forward. I think
Yeah.
it like is a thing that's because like either way they would have still like searched for his mother, and he probably would have just married Bianca,
Yeah.
like because he knows her, and like they would have been around searching for the hero
But
forever.
he wouldn't have been the king too. That was important, I think.
Yeah, it would have been in a way, but at the same time, like the really important part was giving birth to the hero,
True.
which I think probably would have still happened.
Yeah.
Um,
I guess it's just that the death wasn't that necessary. Because I feel like they could have removed him from the story, but kept him alive.
If you take out the father, the story completely works without the father. I think that's
It
what you're
does.
saying to say, Dylan.
Yeah.
Although I think him being added in there does make it a better story in the long run, but I do definitely see your point on how you could just take him out and it'd still be fine.
I feel like you could, like, if he lived, that they could have done like a side story to that, where you go and find him and use him in your party as like a key character.
What,
like the rest
he's
of your
stranded
family?
on a random planet and he's going to teach you the ways of the Force?
Yeah, like when he's destroyed, he just falls into the water instead.
The last Pancras.
The last Pancras. Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of like the fact that he was there and he gets completely fucked because like it adds like the shock value of like, oh shit.
Yeah, and he's really
Like
dead.
it really makes the enemy seem like an actual threat.
yeah.
Which
It
is
builds
which
on
is
them,
which
so.
is a good thing because not all RPGs do that well.
Yeah.
Where like the enemy is seen as a big threat because they never really are.
And I
But,
kind
like-
of feel like the guy that killed him was a better bad guy than Nimzo.
Yeah, Laja.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did seem more, but like he always alluded to there being like a higher version than him.
Yeah.
So like if he was the main bad guy and he was doing the shit, then
Yep.
like it would have I think it would have tied in better.
Mhm.
But yeah, like I think Pancrase being in there and then dying is was pretty important to me. I think.
My main disappointment with it though is that he's an awesome character, and I wish we got more of him.
He's like bullshit strong in the beginning.
Yeah,
because he's like
The
level.
Sephiroth complex.
He's like level 21 or some
but
shit.
eventually
which
you
is like
surpass him.
yeah, you
Right.
surpass him. But like that's the one thing that I really like about the Dragon Quest games. You don't have to be like a super high level to beat anything.
Yeah,
Because like it's like everything. What level were you guys when you beat the game?
I don't recall at this point.
I think
40, like the late 40s.
late
for
40s.
most of the
Somewhere in
characters.
the 40s.
I was like level 42.
Okay.
Yeah,
Which is kind of interesting because like it's Pancrase when he's like in your party, you know, just traveling around at the
Yep.
very beginning of the game when you're level 1, he's level 21. So
Something
he's
like
like
that,
basically where you would be like halfway through the game
Yep.
essentially. So it's like, oh,
okay.
he's,
So when
he's fucking bullshit strong.
so basically when you reach his age, you're the same level.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. I never
Yeah.
thought of it like that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like,
Yeah.
and then you like get further and you get stronger, and then
Yeah.
So maybe he didn't have as much skills if by the time you reach
Yeah.
his age, by the time you were there, then maybe he wasn't something all that special.
Well, the main character does come from a legendary family too.
Yeah, 'cause
his
his
father
mother-
is a hero.
his father is a hero, and then his mother is
But
a
I'm saying that the
Zenithian.
hero
So
just possesses the same amount as Pancrase. So why would Pancrase hold such a higher...
but he surpasses it.
I think the one
Right.
one thing that really does kind of bug me in the back of my mind is that like all it really takes to be the bloodline of the hero or to use the Zenithian equipment is to be Zenithian. And
So, like-
technically he is, and so he couldn't use it though, which
Right.
is kind of weird.
His seed is the one to allow to be equipped with it, but not him.
well, maybe
Well,
he's from a
his
Zenithian
seed-
line, but not like the hero's line.
Yeah, which kind of makes sense in a way, but at the same time, it's like, well, all they really needed, like, because that's what it wasn't for, is like it only requires somebody that's Zenithian to use the equipment. But there wasn't any Zenithian people on Earth or whatever, so they couldn't
Yeah.
like. So they had to have the hero who was a Zenithian use the Zenithian equipment. That's why I was like, it's
That's
just,
a good point.
it's kind of weird to me. Like it would make sense if they needed like more Zenithian blood, which would
Yeah.
make because he would be like the kids would be 3/4
Right.
because like her mom would be like the full, and then he's half. So
Well, I guess just the point is that he's not from the hero bloodline, even though he's
Yeah.
from Zenithian bloodline.
yeah, they try to play that off, but I'm like at the same time in the back of my mind, I'm like I know all he has to be is Zenithian.
Yeah.
And he is. He's like technically half, but he can't use it. But he can still use the Zenithian sword as an item in battle.
No, I never tried
That's
that.
an
I
oversight
did
in
it.
gameplay,
I
then,
did it.
But I don't think gameplay would just...
I did it like as soon as you find the Zenithian sword, I was
Yeah.
like, oh, you can use it as an item? I'm fucking
we
doing it.
noticed
And
that
I did it.
Craig
Wow.
definitely loves his use of items.
I do love the use
He-
of
he utilizes
weapons as
those
items.
things.
Was it good though when you used it?
I bet.
At the low levels, yeah, it was pretty destructive.
That's cool.
All right,
That's
so
a cool element that I didn't know about.
Yeah, you can use it literally right when you get it, which is like pretty early on, considering.
That would help you a lot.
Yeah.
I wish I'd known that.
You two have pretty much summed up most of everything that I was going to discuss as the pluses and minuses of this. Just, I will say that it is, I was forever guessing what the fuck was coming next.
Yeah, because
I
like
was-
they threw the wrench at you right at the beginning of Pancrase dying, so you
Yep.
never knew what was gonna happen.
And then I end up as a slave,
Yeah.
and then end up as a fucking statue.
I didn't
and then
I didn't even know I was gonna have children.
magic
Like,
carpet
that's-
rides and moving castles, and Howl's moving castle.
House moving castle.
Yeah, you know, I kind of maybe suspected there would be like a marriage in there because like it's Hand of the Heavenly Bride.
right, and we're
Yeah.
keep
But like
on
I
being
didn't
asked,
necessarily
who's
know
bae?
I didn't know necessarily if I was gonna get married,
Yeah.
or if the fact that I was gonna have children, or
Right.
that the children was gonna be the
Illegitimate.
hero. Like
Or you were gonna rescue a princess.
yeah, or
like in
you
the
were
first
gonna-
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that was gonna happen. Who knew?
I've played quite a few RPGs in my day, and this is unique. And
Yep.
I did not guess anything that was coming in this story.
All we really
so-
knew is that there was going to be a time element to the plot.
Right.
Yeah, that's the only thing I knew right from the beginning because you fucking see yourself. But you know what?
Yeah.
I actually enjoy that in a way because it's like most time plots will fuck everything. They just
Yep.
fuck the story, and I hate it. It pisses me off. But in this, like as a child, you see it, and so it's like, oh,
Yeah.
so you can kind of see what's gonna happen,
Yep.
and at the same time, so it like ties up kind of nicely in a way that
Yeah. My only
doesn't
complaint
completely
though is
fuck
that
it.
the character when you meet him is dressed in the same clothes as you, so it's a bit too obvious.
you wear like the same thing throughout the entirety of your life, which is
Yeah.
weird. But
So if they had changed his
That is
clothing,
weird. He's just got.
I would have been way more
'Cause,
surprised.
Yeah, because like it's just like when you're a kid, it's just you tiny, but with the same turban and cape.
yeah.
The clothes grow with him.
And then you get older, and then it's you with the same turban and cape, but then you also get a cane.
So I guess it's good from
Okay.
like the point where
Pimp stick.
it keeps you guessing because this
Yes.
character looks like you, but also it loses the shock value when you figure that out that it's you from the future. And I think it would have been more effective if they had just like thrown that in there and connected it together with a gold orb. I feel like that would have been more surprising.
If he was wearing something different.
Yeah.
If he was wearing like the red cape that you get when you're king, I would have maybe been like, why does he have the same fucking turban?
Yep.
I wouldn't have completely known it was the same fucking guy because I
Yeah.
was like, that really bugs me, by the way. This fucking red cape and the purple turban. The
You've got
fucking
a fashion
the-
problem with
yeah,
the color
I
palette.
do. It's fucking
Okay.
clashing, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the only other thing that maybe could be bad is that Nimzo isn't like
Weak.
he's kind of weak and but they do mention him at least, so it's not like a random bad guy switch.
Yeah. It's a behind the scenes pulling the
Yeah,
strings.
it's
kinda
more
guy.
like you always know that there's like a bigger force because like literally every bad guy you run into is like, oh well, there's still someone bigger than me.
It's kind of a theme in the Dragon Quest games too.
Yeah,
At least in 2 is what I'm thinking. Because like Malroth, he appears out of nowhere though.
yeah, he does. He does. He like fucking, hey, I'm here.
But it always seems like there's a greater power behind the scenes. Just like with the heroes line, like there's a greater power there on the good side, and there's also a greater power on
Yeah,
the
but
bad
the greater
side.
power on the good side doesn't do fucking shit for you
There
No.
is
until
another.
after.
There's another, yeah.
There
Yeah.
is another.
Back to Star Wars.
Yep. But yeah, I think the story wrapped up really nicely, and I enjoyed it overall. Yeah.
Yeah.
One more complaint that I had though is that
Yeah.
like your relationship with Saber is kind of important when you're a child, and they don't really build on it when you're an adult.
Yeah.
And he's kind of brushed to the side,
It
which I
feels
don't
like-
like.
It feels. Yeah, it really feels like his importance is really only tied to the fact that you meet Bianca.
Yeah.
And if you don't choose Bianca as your wife, then it kind of like your relationship with Saber is just like, oh, well, you have a saber-toothed cat now.
Yep. And he's your friend.
Because, like, he doesn't even really fucking care about you, especially when you have to use Bianca's ribbon, which somehow still has her scent after being,
Yeah.
a slave for 10 years and then traveling for possibly weeks across the sea
Yeah.
with 2 other people in a barrel. So, that stuff kind of, it's questionable at best.
Questionable.
Questionable.
It is a guarantee that thing should not have any scent. Let's just be clear about that. That is.
I guess he's there to just introduce the monster recruitment elements.
Yeah, he is.
But I feel like
It's-
he's more important
don't-
than the other ones.
Yeah, you don't get to recruit the Saber-tooths.
But you do see them.
You do see them and you do fight them, but the only one that you get is Saber.
Yep.
So that's kind of cool in a way.
It is. It
it
introduces
gives you it introduces it and it gives you a unique creature.
Yep.
Which is cool.
Yep.
So overall, I think this is probably the best story from all the Dragon Quests.
You think?
I think so.
If we're gonna go ahead and rank the stories, then yeah, I'd probably agree. Each one has been, aside from 2, been progressively better.
Yep. I feel like
um,
this one's more interesting.
There's a lot more depth.
There's a lot of depth here, and as much as I love 4 and it's like interesting storytelling of
Chapters.
the chapters of where you get to see each of the heroes in their own little thing, and then they group together to defeat the bad guy.
It kind of does that too in this one, but it doesn't separate them into chapters.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it
Eras
doesn't
of
do the
life.
separate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do think this is probably the best story of the series.
I think so too.
Yep, agreed. All right, gentlemen, gameplay. Dylan, how does this thing play?
Well, it's pretty fun. It's similar to the other ones, but there's a new element introduced in
Yeah.
the monster recruitment.
We don't really have too much difference here because it seems like 4, 5, and 6 on the DS kind of like keep most things the same
Yeah.
as all these remakes, and we aren't judging like the leaps and gaps between each game in the series that would probably
Yeah.
happen with 4, 5, and 6.
Yep.
Yeah, and we played the same version, so there's not a lot we can talk about differences.
Yeah, we can't really contrast them.
But yeah, the monster recruitment system is probably the biggest change from 4.
For
Because like they play the exact same basically.
Yeah.
They have the same spells and things. Everybody learns things at certain levels. You know, the standard, you can use items as or weapons as items, which is something that I desperately love and always look for.
Yeah, so basically the
Um,
monsters are extra main characters.
Yeah,
just
they're-
they're not tied to the story.
They're extra main characters. Yeah, you can every time that you get into a battle after you get the wagon,
Yep.
you have the chance to recruit certain monsters. They will ask to join you, and then you can either accept them or deny them. And then there's like extra stuff that you can do with them with the monster.
And they also
dude.
have like various ratios on when you can recruit them.
Yeah,
and
like
we have
so you
a-
have to be a certain level to
Yeah.
recruit certain things, and then you have a certain percent chance of that dude actually like
Yeah.
wanting to be recruited.
And we do have a chart of that on our Facebook if you want to check that out.
Yeah,
Found it on Reddit, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's awesome.
We should find the
It is-
proper person to credit for that though,
Yep.
because it is very useful.
yeah.
It is.
There are certain
completely RNG, guys.
Yeah.
Completely RNG.
Yeah, like way more so than games like Pokemon and Digimon and things like that. Where
We're
you
gonna
recruit
catch 'em
monsters.
all.
Well, there
That
are
is my
ratios,
destiny.
but it's not the
Dragon
same.
Quest.
Yeah, it's not quite the same because it's not like you have an item that can just be used to catch them.
Like the Master Ball.
Yeah, like the fucking Master Ball. The what's that fucking series called? The Lufia games do that too. The Ruins of Lore is one I played on the Game Boy Advance, and it had it's exactly fucking Pokemon, dude.
Ah.
It's like well, you fight with your guys, right?
Yeah.
And then you get like these discs, and the discs are color coded to be like for certain areas,
Yep.
like caves, water stuff, mountains,
Pokemon.
and yeah, and then you fucking catch certain monsters. But the thing that's cool about that one is like each person can only have one monster, and
Okay.
then they can like fuse with the monster, and they become like
Oh,
some
that is
super
cool.
beast. Yeah,
So it's like customizable.
yeah, it's pretty fucking sweet. I
Yeah.
love that game.
So it's like taking your starter that you grow with and like
yeah, kind of. Yeah,
as
you
they
can-
grow, you
and
grow.
and you can also evolve them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing. So it's fucking exactly Pokemon.
Well, I feel like
Gotta catch 'em
Pokemon
all.
it's
took.
Gotta
it's
catch 'em all.
Pokemon with like season 4 of Digimon,
Okay.
where like they become the Digimon
Yeah.
or like fuse with them or whatever.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it's basically that.
They have,
So there's nothing like that in the monster recruitment. You basically can just get the monsters. Certain monsters can equip certain weapons.
Yes, thank God.
which is-
I've never
something-
seen that before.
Monster equipping.
Yeah. Well, equipping them with like items that the humans could have.
Yeah. I mean, they do certain. You can equip certain things like in Digimon, but it's never like an actual weapon or whatever. Yeah. So that is pretty unique to Dragon Quest, as far as I know. Yeah. So each like you can get dudes that can use certain swords, and then they can use those if you have. Holy crap! if you have the certain right swords or weapons that can be used as items,
Yep.
then those monsters can use that shit too.
Yeah.
If they have a high enough, like, I can't remember what it was. It was like affinity with you that they can take orders from you, because otherwise they'll just do whatever they want.
Yeah, they can receive orders and tactics in battle.
Yeah.
Okay. I never actually used those, so
Oh. Yeah.
that's cool that the option is there.
Yeah. Some of the monsters that I used was like I got one of the rotten apples. He's like right at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Became super useful, by the way.
People
Um,
on Facebook, on our Facebook page, were saying that the rotten apple was really good.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
we
he's
will,
a fucking beast.
Yeah.
He gets like certain spells that can like wipe out multiple people with like high damage.
Oh, we forgot to mention that as the monsters level, they have the ability to learn spells too.
yeah, they
just like the
they
human
learn yeah they
characters.
learn like abilities and spells, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got like whoosh and those spells like pretty early on.
Wow.
So he was doing like when I was like level 10, he was doing like 50 to 70 damage to like every creature.
Jeez.
Yeah, he was a fucking beast. I was like, geez. And his name is Adams.
Adams
the rotten apple.
Yes, the
Uh,
puns. The
yeah,
puns.
he's
Yeah. Almost all of them have
somebody on the Facebook thing.
We're gonna go through it.
Oh well, they.
Oh, you have
somebody,
them written down?
No, it's
Oh, I see.
Somebody on the Facebook
Okay.
thing said something like, I can't, or no, maybe it was on Twitter. I can't remember, but they wanted to know the adventures of Adams, the rotten apple. Well, I can tell you that he was very useful, but also a fucking asshole because he was a death magnet. Literally every like he was super squishy. He has like no HP.
Yeah.
Every single person would specifically attack him for some reason.
That's weird.
So I constantly had to revive that fucker and spend money. And every time you revive them, it gets a little bit more expensive. So he was a fucking asshole, costing me a shitload of money. Because like after he died, then it was Saber. Saber would be the next dude to fucking constantly die.
Yeah, I noticed they were attacking Saber more than anybody else.
Yeah, it's
Saber was trash.
fucking pissing me off. No,
My
he's
Saber
not.
was good.
He does really good damage. I did switch him out.
All right,
Yeah.
we're
But he
gonna
does
get-
pretty good damage for like the middle parts.
Yep. So the reason why I switched Saber out is because the monster I recruited, the golem, named Mason,
Yes, Mason.
the rock Mason.
god,
golem.
yeah.
Yeah,
Send.
yeah, got it.
So
Yeah,
what?
his attack was higher and his defense was like significantly higher.
Oh yeah,
Always
he's a
go the
fucking
golems.
beast.
Yeah, he was my MVP.
yeah.
He learned a spell where he could buff his attack too.
And
I had
self healing for no MP cost.
Yeah, I had that golem, Adams, the rotten apple, your son, and then the main guy as my party.
I used the main character, the son and the daughter, and the golem.
Nice.
All right, see, we're all keeping same with the three. Three are the same, but my other second monster, screw the son. The son does not have good stats. Fuck the goddamn bastard son.
He was
No.
awesome for me. The
I
daughter
kept it
sucked.
He was-
simpler.
The daughter, yeah, I
I
used Deborah on occasion. I'd switch her out for Adams.
I didn't care for Bianca, so I didn't use her.
Yeah, I threw her out of the party.
Yeah.
Very, very early tier creature because I like a full rounded party where everybody can heal themselves because your hero can heal.
That's a good tactic.
The golem can self heal. I went with the Slime Knight. Slime Knight can heal himself from at the beginning of the goddamn game
Yeah.
and has high attack and is better than Saber.
I never
especially
got
in the
one.
long run. I got two for a while.
Does he do
so before
heal
you-
all? The slime knight?
Yes, eventually. Yep. It's
That's
I don't
cheap.
think it's multi heal. Yeah,
Multi heal?
multi heal.
Yeah.
And so I was roaming around for the longest time when you have that part to where it's just the hero and Saber up before you get Bianca pregnant and all the kids. So the second part of the trilogy of your life, I rolled around with two Slime Knights.
Nice.
And so it was quite easy for me.
I would imagine this fucking. The only really hard part I think I had was the multi lava boss dudes when you're getting the fire ring.
I died
I know what
with
you're
that
talking
I
about. I
think
just can't.
I think I hadn't really recruited anybody except for Adams.
Yeah.
So it was me, Saber, and Adams at that time.
I actually died in the lava cave. Or the volcano, I mean.
Yeah, I died in there
Because there's an
twice.
explosive guy.
They
What's
had
his name?
I can't remember. I don't.
It's really
know
hard to
the
recruit.
names, but they're fucking. There's one ability that they had. Like I can't remember. It was like molten flame or some shit that would attack like every single person in your party
Oh,
for like
yeah. Yes.
50 something damage, and your
get
guys
rough.
only have like 150 health.
At this
Yeah.
point.
And if they hit every single person, and they do it like, and there's 3 or 4 of them
Or 6.
like doing that one move, you're fucked.
so 6 slimes.
So I got fucking destroyed.
6 slimes for Caleb.
Yeah, it's the curse.
Gets killed on the slime.
I only had one slime.
No, I'm referring to your troubles at the beginning of, I believe it was Dragon Quest 2 or 3. Where
Oh,
you start
3?
right at the
Yeah,
beginning
3,
of the game. And
I
there's
got
6.
fucked by 6 slimes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
there's
God.
literal fuckery right there with
Yeah.
6 slimes being fucking assholes.
The RNG.
Like, dude, they dodged every attack too. They were like, ha, dodge, and then they were like, ha, 2 damage, ha.
And it probably pissed you off even more because they keep smiling while all this
Oh
is
yeah,
going
they're
on.
little fucking bastards.
I've never been killed by a
so-
slime.
Yeah, well, you can fuck off.
Not even in Builders?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
Not
Uh,
brothers.
Yeah, so I don't recall any specific things being overtly difficult. I don't think I even got a game over in the game. So
I did a couple times because
Okay.
of those fuck dudes with their molten flame ability or whatever it
I
was.
think I had 1 or 2, and 1 was cheap because the guy used explode and killed my whole party.
that's-
Oh,
yeah,
is it the exploding rock dudes? The
Yeah,
rock
like from
bombs
Builders,
or whatever? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I never
was
had one of
annoying.
those guys explode. I like immediately destroyed them because I figured they would
Yeah.
blow up.
I think 2 of my
They're
guys were
bombs.
downed before then.
Yeah.
They were low health, so I got killed there. I'll admit it.
All right.
Yep.
It's not like it's bad when you
sucked.
die.
It sucked,
You
though.
just lose half your gold, which is something that I really liked in this game, that you can fucking bank your gold.
Oh, yeah.
Forehead bank
Although
gold.
I totally didn't use it.
I didn't either.
Okay.
I totally didn't even know it was in
It's
4.
I never had money problems in this one.
I never had money problems in this one, but I did enjoy the fact that like the only problem I had with the banking is that they could only do it in like
Increments of
1,000.
1,000.
Yeah, increments of 1,000, which kind of pissed me off. But at the
Yeah.
same time, I was like, I can bank any amount of gold. Like it's fucking fantastic.
But you
Banking's
didn't
been
use it.
around since 2.
In
Or you
5,
did
in
use it.
5, I did constantly.
Okay.
I was like, I would bank all my money as soon as I hit like a certain amount. I was like, if I don't want to die and lose all this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't care.
I
didn't think
kind
the
of I tried
enemies
to
were
keep
that
my
hard.
gold levels low until like I was in a town where I needed to like get money out to buy stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since we were playing the mobile versions, Craig, I believe banking started in 2 or 3 for us. Honestly.
Did it
And
fucking
in
really?
4, yes. Yes. And in 4,
Fucking
the
hell, I could have
main
been using
bank
that.
lady is Tornico's wife.
I just learned to live without it because I played the OG ones.
Well, I did too apparently because I didn't even know it was a thing until now. That fucking pisses me off.
Jake does
3
most of the research for
3
this.
and
so.
4 would have been a lot easier had I realized there was
A bank?
there was a fucking bank.
Oh, God. All right.
We're
Well,
not experts at these games.
Yeah. We're getting,
We're new.
We're getting there, you know.
But something new was the learn strategy, which improves much faster than its counterpart, apparently. The mechanism for replacing characters with reinforcements from the wagon was changed from 4. It also takes a turn from the character to be swapped with one in the wagon. So what you end up doing is switching them in and out via FF10 without
Yeah.
losing a turn.
I did have to do that in the last boss.
Yeah, I did like that. I also liked that when your party got wiped out, it was replaced by your backup party. Because you
Yeah.
can have like 8 dudes or whatever in
Yeah.
your party and then like a couple more in the wagon. So I really enjoyed that. I really liked that you can have a ton of dudes on you
Yeah.
to really just plow through. Because I mean, the game is they made it difficult for a reason. I can feel like now because you can have so many guys and they all
Yeah.
get experience for when you do battle.
Okay.
So
I was
which is
gonna
why I
ask
don't
that.
think it was difficult at all, because you have a whole fucking
Yeah, you have
army
like, yeah,
of
you have a
bringing.
fucking army that you're like boosting up, and you
Yeah.
can like move on to other generations, I guess.
Yeah.
You like breed them, which I never did because I didn't talk to the fucking monster guy beyond like getting
neither.
like have him telling me that you could get a wagon. So
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like 4 was way harder.
Agreed.
yeah, I think so too.
And I feel like this game
So-
had way better pacing in combat.
Yeah, I'd probably say I agree. It was a lot smoother in some areas.
I feel like leveling up was easier too.
Yeah, it didn't feel like. I felt like there was a lot less grind in this one
Yep.
than in
okay.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in 4, like I really had to grind out in the beginning with Ragnar.
Yeah.
And then a couple other places. And then in this one, I didn't really grind at all.
Me
Just like it was just along the way. It's kind of like in Final Fantasy 9 does that pretty well.
I
Oh,
prefer
great
that.
balance.
Yeah.
All the way through.
Yeah, I feel like Dragon Quest V has a really good balance.
This one definitely has the best balance, I think.
Yeah, I do too. I don't think we needed to be as high a level as we were to beat the final boss.
Probably not.
Yeah, so
Especially with the whole beefed up team and Golem.
yeah, like a fuckload of dudes in your team. Yeah, there's no way you really needed to have such high levels, but we
Right,
did it
yeah.
anyway because it was
It just happens.
It's an easier game. You just go along and you get the higher level.
Yep. So something new back then for the SNES. This doesn't apply to us, but for the first time, any character who is targeting an already dead monster will have their target automatically transferred to one of the other monsters.
Oh,
So
so like
it's
you
an
no longer
old
would just
FF.
fucking miss. Okay, that's pretty good.
It's the old FF curse with FF1, in which case you would have everybody target one creature, you kill it, and the other 3 turns that could have happened are negated.
I think it
Yeah.
did that until like Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah. So Dragon Quest was apparently suffering the same thing in the earlier NES and SNES games.
Did you have a massive problem with that? You played the NES for like the
1, 2.
first couple.
Huh.
No?
It was more archaic, that's for sure. But I didn't really have a problem with it.
One, it wouldn't really be a problem because it was 1-on-1, but
Yeah.
for like
1v1.
for when 2 added the multi people fights, I
Yeah.
can see it being an issue.
The biggest problem I had in the older ones is missing, because you'd attack and then you'd miss like tons of times.
Oh yeah, just because like okay. I had that a couple times in like 2.
Like
2
the
was
hit-
really bad for that.
The hit ratios were really unbalanced in 2.
Yeah.
And I died a lot in that last cave because of that.
Yeah, last cave was a bunch of fuckery.
Yep. And I'd try and run away and I would fail.
And then you can't.
And
yeah.
then I would die.
Yeah, no, you can't fucking run away in any of these games. I swear to God.
No, it's hard.
They won't let you.
It's
Sick.
really, really low.
It was easier in this one though, I noticed.
I don't think I really tried. I think actually no,
I
I did.
don't.
I did
I
try to
just-
run away like twice, and it wouldn't let me, even on fights that I totally could have just won.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to deal with.
That might be something to look into later on. Like if the ratios go up as the game's like
you two
gameplay
would have to
elements.
judge that because I just go full bar every single battle. I never try and run from anything. I know that the grind is going to be long, so I
Yeah.
just fight through it. I always do that with RPGs.
I only run if I'm like in trouble of dying. Like in danger of dying.
If you're close, yeah.
Okay,
if I'm
that's-
at a-
Critical
that's
state.
fair. How about the nicknames for the monsters that you in the all of that
I discovered
jargon?
some good ones.
Yeah,
Yeah, like Bona Constrictor.
yeah, Bona Constrictor.
And the design of that one was interesting.
Like the fucking Cobra one. Yeah, yeah.
It looked kind of phallic.
Kinda.
A little bit. Oh, you know what? That one also kind of reminded me of. You guys have seen Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
Like the shows.
No.
You know, like that one race of dudes that have like the really fucking big ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it
Okay.
reminded me of because like they have like that like it has that same head shape.
Yeah.
And it's like it's trying to look like a cobra, I feel like, but like in bone form, which
Yeah.
makes no sense.
It reminded
But,
me
like,
more of
it's,
that boss from Persona 5.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Also, its name is Bona Constrictor.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
implying.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fucking bone snake. Yeah.
And then I also found Mother Ucker,
Oh yeah, yeah, that guy.
which
I bet you know somebody had fun naming
sure.
that one.
Yes.
It's like I'm gonna sneak this one in.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty funny.
Boring
I
bug.
texted that one to Jake, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the fucking ivory tusks.
Yes, the elephant with three motherfucking eyes.
The elephant with 3 eyes is and his name is literally spelled out like IYE.
I had to kill those
EYE?
guys like
Or
immediately.
EYE, yeah. What the
I
fuck
had
did
problems
say?
with those guys. Like
Oh,
gameplay
yeah.
wise.
They were fucking assholes because
Yep.
they knock you out of the party.
Yeah.
And so you have to fucking set your party back up
Yep.
every fucking time. And then
that is a
sometimes,
flaw, yeah.
and sometimes it won't let you do it. Sometimes it'll just be like, hey, guess what? You're gonna have to stick with like the one dude in your party, or you're gonna have like 4 fuckface dudes in your party, and it won't let you switch till you get to another certain area because you know what? Fuck you. Your guys got knocked out of the fucking party.
Yeah, in all of these games, I've hated the creatures that knock your guys out of the party.
Yeah, they're fucking assholes. These
fair.
luckily
Yeah,
these type of enemies wouldn't happen that often.
Yeah, it was pretty
and
uncommon.
and they were the only dudes that I know of that did it.
I hated them though, and I
Yeah,
would always
they're-
kill them first.
I'm glad you brought that up because I fucking hate those guys.
yeah.
I'm glad I brought it up
Just
too.
a fucking sheer memory of fucking having to go into the fucking menu, go into my party settings, and fucking select each individual fuckface that I wanted back into my fucking party because, you know, it would take me the entire time to fucking kill that entire group. Because they would get rid of all but one guy, and he would just have to face him alone because it doesn't switch him out until like everybody's dead. But they're not killing him; they're just knocking him out of the fight.
And another problem is that wasn't the only monster. There would be other monsters in the group.
Yeah, there'd be other monsters, or
I-
there'd be 3 of those fucks.
Yep.
I just got lucky.
Yeah, you
I
did.
didn't get any.
I had
problems
only
like that.
one battle where I ran into them, and they didn't knock a single guy out, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah,
But it was because I one-shot them each time.
that's good.
I was like,
They're
"Oh,
annoying.
All right. Well,
fucking hate those guys."
how about the iPod?
Oh yeah,
Fucking
iPod. That's a classic.
And then
The
the one
Apple.
that I thought was the most awesome was Mucifer with the actual devil horns.
I wanted to recruit that guy so badly.
the
I couldn't,
satanic
though.
demon like devil moose or whatever it was.
Yes.
Yeah, Lucifer. Yeah.
That was
Wasn't
great.
there like a red one and a blue one near the end?
I don't
Was it a
recall.
reskin?
It could have been a reskin. I don't recall. So
I think that was a different enemy.
Whichever
I
that
remember
one.
there was a demon
Yeah, it
like
was the demon
yeah,
guy.
there's like a demon like enemy. Yeah, I know who you're
I
talking
wanted the
about.
demon guy.
Yeah, I
But
wanted
he was
him,
really rare.
I wanted him too, but he never came to me.
Yeah.
all
Can
right.
look up the odds for that on the chart.
We all know that we all beat the game, but did anybody do any post content?
No, I wanted to, but then I didn't.
All right, so this is completely me.
I did
post-
actually go find some more knickknacks.
Okay,
But
yes.
other than that,
We're
I
going
didn't.
off the
I
knickknacks.
didn't care.
Throughout the game, many special items called knickknacks may be collected by the player. These items can be displayed in a special museum. NPCs will be attracted to the museum once it has exhibits. The museum curator sometimes offers gold in exchange for the special product exhibits. Some special products will be upgraded by certain plot events, like the one of the mirrors, I believe, or the picture. You end up going back into the castle and going to the other end. When you go travel across the time dimensions and you go through the left side mirror,
Mhm.
you can go to the right side and get something special. It's kind of like a small 5-minute side quest thing. There isn't much to it. It's only to get a knickknack. These are completely optional and they do not bring anything further into the story. Kind of like the way that 4 does.
Yeah,
That's why I
it's-
didn't do it.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of random junk that you collect. Although some of the stuff that I figured would be knickknacks totally weren't. Like the one rock of Wheelbrook that you get, you don't do nothing with that thing.
No, and you have to keep it.
Yeah. I was like, what the fuck? This seems like a knick-knack. And they're like, no, this isn't good enough to be a knick-knack. But then, like, you collect part of like a tea set or whatever when you're a kid, and then like you collect the rest of it when you're an adult.
Later, yeah. I was
Yeah.
wondering for a minute
And
what I got to do with it.
And then I got that one. I was like, okay, that's a knick-knack. And then,
yeah. So I did all of the knick-knacks.
did you unlock the knick-knack place?
I don't think
The
so.
museum.
I didn't care.
There's like a little side quest you had to do, like finding the big mini metal
Right.
the-
There's Minikin Dominion again.
Yeah.
And it is not really that big of a payoff this time through.
Yeah, there's
because
nothing
the-
super awesome.
The difference with 5 and 4 with the mini medals is that it's not accumulative like it was in 4. So if you keep collecting in 4, 50 will get you an item, 55 will get you an item, 60 will get you an item.
Yeah.
You know,
In this, the amount that you collect is the amount that you collect, and then you go to him and you buy it. So if you're stupid enough to go buy something that's 30
Yeah.
and not get the tier that's 60, there's only like 60 medals in the entire goddamn game. So if you accidentally
Yeah.
bought the 30, you wouldn't be able to get a liquid metal shield for 60 at the end. So that's a huge downfall. Thankfully, I
Yeah.
kept it and got like all but, I don't know how many there was total, but I got like 90 mini medals and spent 60 to get the shield near the end of the game.
I didn't care.
yeah, I didn't do too many of
So
those. I
it's-
think I only had like 48 or something like that at the end of the game.
Yeah.
One of the things that I was reading online about this game is that it's one of the first games to include the option to collect random stuff. Not like the mini medals that have been present in like at least the remakes of like 2 and 3 or whatever. But like the knickknacks themselves, like in-game items for you to just collect, like little in-game
Yeah.
trophy type things, like something to like add gameplay to go find and collect. Like this is one of the first games to actually implement something like that. Apparently,
Wow,
That's cool.
A lot of firsts.
That's good for completionists, but
Yeah,
I
like
didn't-
myself.
it's
I didn't
it's
Crazy.
something that another thing that Dragon Quest started
Yeah.
is collecting in-game items.
if they had
So-
trophies attached to it, then I would do it.
Well, you know,
we'll
if
see.
1, 2, and 3 are getting trophies through 11, maybe,
Yeah, we can hope.
Maybe Dragon Quest 12 will have 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah,
with
that would be
trophies.
Oh, jeez.
Slowly, as the new games
Yeah, they
come
just
out.
slowly
Then
like
we have
get
to
everything on the.
replay him again.
That would give it a lot of value,
Did-
though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
just
would.
beyond like the new game itself.
This-
Like you could go back and experience the series.
that would be fucking
Yeah.
sweet, and I honestly hope that would happen.
Yeah, I hope they keep doing that trend. I think it would make more people want to buy the games and experience the older ones.
Well, yeah, if
That
you're
would
getting,
make
like,
Dragon
4
Quest
games-
13 like a god tier one though. Fucking 7, 8, and 9.
Oh, jeez.
It's like here's 400 hours of gameplay.
Right.
For $60, that's a really good value.
It could be done at any time, so I wouldn't even call it post game content. But did anybody even do the TNT board?
Nope.
No.
Okay, well, it's basically a board that you're going down. There's a beginning and an end, and you literally are rolling a dice to move
Oh, okay.
across it.
They had that
And
in
if you
3 or 4.
right, this is where it was first done. And if you reach in a certain amount of time, then you win a prize.
Yeah.
So that's what those were for. Did anybody fuck with the casino and the games in it?
I did.
I did a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
I did the monster betting, and I always fucking lost.
Yeah, it's not easy to predict. I hate those.
It was
types of
fucking
games.
bullshit too.
But I
Like you
did
like the one monster that seems like way better, and then it gets fucked by a slime. Like I'm not even
There's
fucking
something
shitting.
about the
I'm
being
not even
fucked by a
shitting you.
slime,
Like
man.
there was
Why
like
did you not take
there
that
was
omen?
there was a slime, and then there was like one of the ivory tusks.
Oh,
and then-
Jesus Christ,
and then
yes.
and then I think it was like I can't remember what it was called. It's one of those it was one of the insect creatures. And like they were all fighting, and I was like, "Oh well, the ivory tusk," and then they all get fucked by the slime, and I was like, "What the fuck? What
Logic.
possible level is this slime that it just fucks these things?"
I know he hasn't even digivolved to a King Metal slime yet.
He's the Ashes Pikachu of slimes.
Yeah, it fucking must be level 81.
Randomness. So, all right. I did the slime race a couple times. I thought that was
I
funny.
didn't do that one.
I thought that was cool. So,
Did you do any?
No, none of the extra stuff is necessary.
it's
No,
not.
it's
I
not.
just did it for fun.
The
just
game's
so I could
easy
see
enough.
it.
I just wanted to see what it'd give you, but the fucking coins are expensive as shit. One coin is like
yeah.
5 gold.
No.
Sick.
It is not. It is fucking 20. Just
it-
like
is
in
it
Dragon
20?
Quest 4, it is 20.
Oh well, yeah,
It is.
it's fucking bullshit.
And
so
then,
you
like,
lose
your
one
Lyris-
coin. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and when the tiers for the items are like, 6,000 and
Yeah.
50,000 for a sword.
And it's not like that much better than the other weapons that you get just throughout the game.
Right.
So it's not worth the
Except for
effort.
the liquid metal shield.
It's not
that's
that.
God.
It's not worth it though. Like all the
Well,
time
not the
that
amount
you'd
of time,
invest,
no,
yeah.
but it's Zenithian. It's the higher tier above even Zenithian right there,
Yeah.
man. Is the liquid metal stuff.
It's not necessary, but it's a fun addition if you
Yep.
want to play it and maybe get some cool items.
So there are quite a few new features that have been done throughout the DS one first here, improving upon the SNES that I've looked up and found. It is possible to use the katanas in numbers.
Katakana.
Katakana, yeah.
It's a
In
type
numbers
of
to
lettering.
name characters earlier games had only allowed to use of Hikarangra. Maybe you know more.
Hiragana.
Thank you. There you go.
This is why Craig is here.
Right. Search, talk, and open commands can now be issued by a single button press, bypassing the menu. Combat screens now have background images. That's, thank God. It's a good improvement there. As in the first game, the images actually depend on the local terrain.
Yeah, which is sweet. And it also depended on what time of day it was,
Yeah.
which
So
I
there
also
a
thought was
lot of
sweet.
Artwork to be had.
Didn't
during
you guys get
production.
that in the mobile versions of the older games though?
Yes. Yes.
Uh,
So
For the like background stuff, but there was
Yeah.
no like day and night cycle.
Yeah. That was 3, I think.
and
The only time I got it was in 4. The DS one.
a great improvement. The shop interface now shows what stat changes will occur
When a
as
weapon's
your-
equipped, yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
And you can equip
God.
purchased items automatically. Yeah, which is nice.
That's good.
It's
like,
a
why the
fitting room.
Why the fuck wouldn't you want to equip the item you just spent good money on?
Doesn't it say that?
It
4.
says that every
Yeah.
time,
Yeah.
yeah.
I remember it being in 4. Be like, this is a good precious item. Do you wish to equip it? You just
Yeah.
paid money for
It's
it.
like, why would you not?
Yeah.
You just spent money.
But it
on
happens every goddamn time too.
Yeah.
So
I'm glad they
uh,
fixed that.
there is now a separate defense stat determining character's base defense. In earlier games, the base defense was calculated from other statistics. Whatever those were, the world may never know. Boomerangs and whips for the first time can attack multiple enemies. And I whipped my way through this like a goddamn slave master.
In the very beginning, it was fucking necessary. Because, like,
Before
you
the
only...
monsters, yeah.
well, because before you could have anything, because like you would be attacked by multiple creatures, and it was only you. Like it was literally only you because like you didn't have Pancraz like all the time, so you had to like equip yourself with either the boomerang or like the thorn whip or whatever it was in the very beginning. So you had to like constantly be using those two things in order to fight your way through a mass amount of creatures.
Right. Yeah, I never would unequip a whip from Hero.
Yeah, I would never use a sword for at the beginning of this game unless you're a masochist.
Yeah. All right. Pots, barrels, and similar objects can now be searched as often have useful items.
Yeah, I found a shitload of like seeds, which I always gave to my hero because fuck everyone else.
And the one additional thing that occurred that is post-game content that I completely forgot about up until now is that it is the same as Dragon Quest 3's and not 4's. You go to face off this godlike creature, and you get items based on each time you beat him within a certain amount of turns. So you get an item for beating him first, an item if you're able to do it in under 30, an item if you do it under 15. I did not do the 30 or the 15 turns because there's absolutely no fucking point. It's kind of like, here is the end of the game. You've done 100% of the game. Here's this beefed up badass sword, which will not be utilized. It reminds me of 12.
Can you only do that at the end of the game?
Yes, it only until after you beat the game does these bonus dungeons even unlock.
Ah,
Yeah.
What kind of a creature is it though? Did you do the
It-
dungeon?
I trying to remember who it was. It was
Because in
What's
4,
the end? What's the end guy in 4? It's,
oh, it was
yeah, it's
Stark?
Sorrow
It's
or
Stark.
the
Sorrow, probably.
It's Sora. No, it's S Stark. Sorry, I apologize, guys.
it
It's
was
S
the guy
Stark.
before S Stark.
Yeah,
Oh.
you face S Stark.
That's cool.
Kind of cool, but it really doesn't pay off. Like, so what I was saying with FF12, you do 100% of everything in FF12. Then you get the Worm Hero Blade. Now, that's a good callback because it's actually Erdrick's sword for Dragon Quest. It's pretty
Okay.
cool now that I think about it, but it serves no purpose now.
Yeah.
So it's not a big payoff.
Does he still have his cod piece?
Yes, he does.
The great cod piece.
He has to. It's part of his character.
Yep. So, there's also a PS2 enhanced remake of Dragon Quest V.
Japan only, probably.
Yep. It features 3D graphics that are similar to 7, but it utilizes the extra PS2's graphical capabilities. The heroes have to fight more monsters, so it's a lot more grindy than in the original, but the character limit has been increased from 3 to 4, just like the DS. So it seems like it got remade for the PS2, and then Nintendo said, hey, let's scale it down just a little bit because the DS can't do much.
It would be a
And-
lot. To scale down a PS2 to the DS level,
Right.
that's a lot.
And so let's kind of just like scale this down and then throw it out here like this. So it's a pseudo 3D view replacing the original bird's eye view. And from what I am seeing, and I'm not going to spoil my final ranking, but I have never ever bought an import before. But
Yeah.
if I can mod my PS2, I'm going to go buy a copy, the PS2 version, and play this thing again in my spare time.
They're all over eBay.
I will emphasize this fact into the music too, because I'd listened to the PS2 version of the soundtrack outside of this,
Yeah.
and yes,
That's way
even
better.
that's better.
Yeah.
I will buy an import for this game and play the PS2 version.
Wow.
It looks great.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up. I haven't actually seen like images from the PS2 one, so
Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see it.
it's definitely, yeah. So, do we want to get into the design?
The enemies are
The design, well, I guess design is the same as it has been.
Bingo.
It's Akira
Nothing
Toriyama.
changed.
More creatures, more designs. They have movements now, like they had
When
in
they
4.
attack, there's an animation.
There's more animation. Day-night cycle, so you can see like the background stuff.
classic
Um,
reskins.
Yeah, classic reskins. You know,
I really
there's-
don't mind it in this game though. There's so many
there's-
enemies.
Yeah,
that-
there's so many enemies and it's like a monster recruitment system, so they like had a lot more.
yeah.
So it's you didn't really like feel like it was that big of a deal, like it was in the past games.
Yeah, especially 2.
Yeah, especially too where there was nothing but reskins.
I really
Yep.
don't like that game.
No, none of us do.
You guys played it on mobile at least though.
Yeah,
Right.
that was a bit of a bonus for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just nothing really has changed. They have more animations for like using the weapons as items.
Right.
You know, certain spells happen when you do that.
I noticed that depending on the type of attack, the animation will change specifically even for the characters that are on screen. So there's different type of animation on whether it was a critical hit or if it was a type of spell or if it was just a normal hit. There's a lot more fluid animation going on with the sprite work.
That's a nice detail, I guess. Subtle detail.
Yeah.
It seemed to just a lot more animated than 4's.
Yeah.
From what I was seeing. so,
It kind of does seem that way, yeah.
Yeah, almost everything in this game is a step up over 4.
in some ways.
In most
I'll say.
ways. In almost every way.
So yeah, not much change in the design. I don't think there
There's
will
no-
be much change until maybe 7, maybe 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll depend on
Because
what-
7, as far as I know, looks kind of like what the DS ones do anyway.
Well, there's the 3DS version. So
Well, there's the 3DS version.
that'll
that's,
be a
like,
difference.
yeah,
That's the version
like-
I'm going to play.
Oh
for
yeah,
7.
for 7, me too.
as well. I bought a 3DS for this podcast. And
Yeah,
I will see
you're not
through it.
gonna get the
PlayStation 4.
PS1 copy of 7.
Isn't it like
Rather not.
ridiculously expensive?
Not that I'm
I
aware
think
of.
I saw it on Amazon for like 50. So yeah, it would be
It's expensive
pricey,
for-
but
It's
not
that bad. It's
not up in the Valkyrie profile levels. Yeah,
or Lunar 2 completed.
or like some of the Star Ocean, like their first Star Ocean games. I've
Symphony
seen.
of the Night is getting up there.
Symphony of the for the fucking the Black Label.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
ridiculous.
It's not right.
It's like $90 now.
yeah, it's fucking sick.
Yeah.
It's like 50 for the
Just
fucking
by the
greatest hits.
Chronicles, the Dracula X Chronicles on PSP. Great fucking port. Great fucking port. Not a single problem with it. It comes in it. But
Yeah.
But you'd have to have a PSP for that.
PSP is a great console.
It is.
Yeah.
But not many people have it.
Their loss. All right. Music and sound,
Not
gentlemen.
really.
How
I
does this thing
enjoyed.
sound?
I enjoyed the soundtrack for this one. The sound is basically as it has been for other games. You know, the consistent Dragon Quest type theme.
Whimsical.
Yeah, it's whimsical. And then you got the sounds for like the creatures. Like it has like certain attacks of their own, like sound effects attached to them, like flames and physical attacks and whips and boomerangs. All have their own little thwack sound. So I enjoyed it.
Did anything stand out to you, though, as far as the soundtrack goes?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Obviously, the main battle theme.
Yeah.
It's the best piece in the game.
Well,
which
it's
is-
the one you hear the most, so it's
Right, so it
probably a
doesn't
good
grow
thing.
tiresome. The main overworld theme, I like. Yeah, the ones in the ancient town and Nadria. I really like the one in Nadria.
I can't actually remember any of the sound from the game.
I've listened to the soundtrack
went back?
outside of the thing,
Okay.
so that's how I was able to pick out those specific pieces of music. But
Yeah.
they are really, really on the downside compared to the PS2 version. And me listening to the symphonies.
Yeah. The symphony
So-
versions are way better.
Yeah. And so I would not say that I'm overtly impressed with the soundtrack or the sound
I agree.
because it's not blowing me away. It's still the DS that this is coming out of. So it's nothing jarring that I hate,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to give it praise
It's solid.
because if I hear it come from like any other console minus Game Boy or something,
Yeah.
I could tell that there's serious sounds that this thing is making that I'm not too happy with. So
you listened to it on the PS2, right? Or like that soundtrack. What did that sound
Yep.
like?
beautiful, clear, more instrumentation. I can actually hear other instruments being played for the
Yeah.
music. So this is just kind of like a blaring out of the speaker, monotone, not monochrome.
Yeah. It was,
So
it was-
I won't fault it that much. I just
It did have more of the doots.
I think it's-
like
Yeah.
the Game Boy stuff would have, and like the Super Nintendo. I don't
Yeah.
think they really tried to change it that much for the DS.
I don't think so.
I think they like kind of stuck with it because the DS is
Yeah.
capable of doing like better sound. I think they went
Yeah.
with that on purpose.
Elite
True.
Beat Agents is
It
pretty
just-
good.
Yeah.
So I
It's all
want
sound.
A+ the sound design in this game.
It's just
It's- I
solid.
think
It's
they
fine.
Yeah. I
It's
would agree.
passable.
I usually turn on the sound when I go to different areas, but
And then turn it right
I turn
back
it
off.
off. Yeah, nothing that impressive, really.
Yeah, it's nothing you want. There's nothing you really want to have stuck playing. You know,
Yeah.
nothing. There's nothing that's horrid, but there's also nothing that I felt was like
Thank God.
amazing
It's
outside
fine.
of like
6 games in, and nothing has stood out that has made me want to.
yeah, not even in 2. 2 had decent music as well.
Right.
It was simple, but it got the job done.
Yeah,
Even though I turned off the volume.
I didn't want to hear nothing.
Yep.
I listened to the new areas, and that's it.
Well, that's
If
good.
something sticks, then I'll keep the
at least
music.
you gave like every area its own listen instead of just like
Yeah,
having it off the entire time, so you have like nothing to say.
I
about
gave it a
music.
chance.
It's good.
I wasn't blown away, but
Yeah, I
was
think. What else we got? I think that's everything, right?
We have now time for the questions
Well-
and audience participation here.
did we cover the
We have
reception?
questions.
I think. Well, we
The-
can go through reception right now if you
critically.
want.
Yeah. So in 2006, the Japanese magazine Famitsu.
Boo.
Yeah. Don't really care for it. Had readers vote for the top
40
100
out of 40.
games of all time, and Dragon Quest V came in at 11th place. Would you guys put this game in 11th place out of all of the games that came out to 2006?
It's really hard for me to rank anything like in the scope of all games.
Right.
So I'd really have to think.
2006 is the
like-
cutoff.
Like really have to think.
Yeah.
Even 11th? Fuck no.
Not 11th.
Oh, hell
Maybe top
to the no.
100, but 11th. It also depends on like what it's based on. Was it based on influence, or
I
just
don't
like
believe so.
what
I
people
think they
like?
just rank them.
They
the
they
games.
always include some random thing for like why they place it so
Okay.
high.
Yeah,
Like I think I said on Nude Clan that somebody like always put Legend of Zelda up there at the top because of its influence.
yeah you
and
got
stuff.
called out on
And
that.
then everybody like bitched it, man. I'm like,
And
no,
I-
that
There was a
happened
magazine that
when
said that.
when
Wait,
it
there
was,
was quite a
there
few,
was
and
not
I-
just a magazine.
Yeah.
There were websites, and when the last time I looked at this, which was years ago, that was the truth. Okay, so it doesn't matter that now it may be wrong. I was right then.
Okay.
So technically, I'm still right.
I'm not arguing with you. I've seen
use
lists
those
with it
deep
there.
polls,
Yeah.
and I believe I threw them right there into
Yeah.
the discussion
Yeah,
on Twitter
you
and
threw-
put people
you-
in
you,
their place
you backed me up.
because it kept happening, and I had Game Informer throughout all of my teenage years.
Yeah,
Definitely Game Informer, and it was always fucking praise to the goddamn sun in there.
was
And I
like,
knew people do it in there. A la they throw it up in there, maybe not necessarily number one all the time, but they put it at like a
it's
top 5.
extremely high, and they
Yeah.
always cite it's like
And
like,
I never
influence.
see anybody cite Zelda's influence is always much higher than Dragon Quest ever was for Dragon Quest 1.
It's
And
fucking
now in
bullshit.
hindsight, that is insane.
Yeah,
I find
it
that
is.
utterly
Dragon
insane.
Quest is literally the birth giver of all modern RPGs.
It is.
Like
So,
seriously,
I think
is.
it's up there on the level of The Legend of Zelda.
I
Not
think-
necessarily
I
surpassing it.
think it does.
I think it's the same.
I think it's even if it's the smidge, it does it better.
Not only
Okay.
does it do it better in story, I'd say in gameplay as well.
Hold on.
Because
I don't agree with
I
that.
think
I do Legend of Zelda. The
Because
first one's
it's the
terrible.
R-
I hate
It's
it.
not that
It's
great,
not
but
that
it's better
terrible.
than 1. And also, they're different genres.
It's
too.
better than Dragon Quest One. No,
think so.
Dragon Quest One.
I think so.
I can point to one instance.
I think it's
that
because you played the NES version. I think maybe.
Well,
Right,
Then you
so
guys are
that's-
missing the perspective.
right.
But there's been like remasters of one though of Legend of Zelda
Yeah, but I'm
that have
comparing
made
the
certain
NES,
things smoother and better.
NES Zelda to NES Dragon Quest. Zelda is better.
I don't know if I still.
It's
I
fine.
will
We can
counter-
disagree.
okay.
It's fine.
A good counter argument to that would be the dying sound is the definition of nails on a chalkboard that I'd rather blow my fucking brains out with.
In Zelda?
Don't die
Zelda
then.
with half a
Mm.
heart. Hey, I am one of the better Zelda players,
Oh,
unlike
yeah, when
anybody
it's
else
like,
in New
"Whan it,
Clan.
whan
Me
it,
and you
whan
can
it."
run that game and kick ass, all right?
Yeah,
It's still
probably.
annoying as shit.
Yeah,
The
Yeah.
dark nuts are really annoying.
that is truth.
Blue, yeah.
Yep.
Definitely.
I think
so,
it's better,
but
though.
the reason why they gave it such a high ranking is because they like the way the story is divided by different periods of time,
Yeah.
and as that is something that has not appeared in many video games.
That is truth.
It has also been acknowledged that it is Yuji Horii favorite in the series.
Yeah, I could
Why
probably
should
see
that
that.
have any effect on like how high it's ranked, though?
I don't think it does. I think
Yeah, it
that's just a
shouldn't.
side.
He's a little biased, I would say.
Yuji Horii?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he made the fucking the
Exactly.
series.
I think he's got a right to an opinion on this.
Yeah, it's like the Gooch.
Yeah, but
has
why
his-
should it hold like any higher regard? Like
It
compared to the
doesn't.
fans?
It doesn't. They just
no,
yeah.
no.
It's just
this-
thrown in there, though.
Famitsu was because of the whole time thing. This was a side praise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with Famitsu.
Okay. I was gonna be like,
Okay,
that's
so
why
you-
it's
so
11.
you
huh?
got questions then?
Yep, I asked them throughout our Facebook, our Twitter, and our webpage through Geekdom Entertainment. And the
Okay.
awesome first part here for our Geekdom Entertainment, it comes from the world's greatest contributor to all of these podcasts, Shinru, because he's awesome.
Oh, he had a list.
And
I saw that
he
on
asks
there.
us, first question is, do you agree this is the best Dragon Quest game? And that goes into our ranking, and we will wait.
I'll spoiler it. Yes.
No, let's do it. Let's get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Final-
Now is the
for
time.
this. All right, yeah.
It's the best Dragon Quest game so far.
It's the best Dragon Quest game easily.
Yeah.
It blows the other ones away.
I love 4 and I love 1, but holy shit, 5.
This is a different
like,
level.
Yeah,
It is.
it rises above in a way that's
Even though we probably have been doing a
insane.
lot of complaining, 5 is way better than 4.
They were very minor complaints, though.
yeah,
Right. We
Yeah.
just know how to go on tangents.
Yeah, I know how to make things sound a lot worse than they really
Yeah.
are.
I think our praise outweighed the drawbacks,
negative,
the
yeah.
negatives,
Yeah.
the cons.
Yep. All right. So everybody's rankings are
They're
going
still
to
the
be
same.
5, 4, 3,
1, 2.
builders.
Well,
1, 2.
yeah. Builders. Well, did I put builders above 1?
I think I would change that up now.
Okay. Well,
5, 4, 3, 1, builders, 2.
Yeah, I would agree.
Are you
I
gonna
mean-
keep yours the same?
no, I'll say that 1 is better than builders.
So did I.
Okay.
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 Yeah, we're all on
Yeah,
agreement
we're all
with
on the
that.
same
Fucking
page
fucking
there.
1 is great though.
It is.
It's so great.
I had a lot of complaints about 1 when we first played it, but it started to grow on me a lot.
Last
You
in
should
appeal.
replay it
On mobile,
when
yeah.
you know what, not on mobile. If
It's part of that.
if it's the mobile remake on 11,
11.
you should play it on that.
Well, I would play that regardless.
Well, yeah, regardless, but like that's the
It's got
experience.
trophies, and I'm gonna play it.
I mean, like I'm just saying that you shouldn't
Does that
double
apply
up
to
on it.
anything? Don't you have
Not
the-
anything.
Yeah, Dylan has
It's
this
a series I'm interested in, though.
Dylan has this set up with his gaming collection. All right, a little bit of inside info here. You want to tell us about it?
With the Metacritic stuff.
Yes, yes.
So most of my games that I purchase are based on like critic reviews, mostly on Metacritic. So a lot of my games that I buy that I feel like are worth the investment are scores over 80.
Yeah. And he won't touch anything.
And I do
under
budge
80.
on that sometimes.
Okay.
It's not like a
Only
hard rule.
if it's like slightly below.
Yeah,
And,
I'm not
and
gonna
if other
buy,
people
like-
really recommend it.
There's
Right.
a few games that have mixed reviews that I played,
Like what?
Ukulele.
Oh,
But
well,
I backed
yeah,
that one.
That one, yeah, that one was one I could see you playing just because
Yeah,
of how much you love
everybody
Banjo
wanted
Kazooie.
that to be successful.
Yeah,
I
I'm
haven't
sad
played
about
it.
that.
It,
It was good. It was fun, but it could have been a lot better.
yeah.
But that's a different topic.
We get asked, isn't the music great? Nah.
Well,
I think I
mean,
have more problem with sound design than
I mean,
do music.
It's good.
with the music, it's yeah. I mean, it is what it is. But like, if you listen to it like in the symphony stuff, like I imagine
unfair.
it's fucking it's
Yeah.
like fucking sweet. Like that's
It's way
like,
different.
like like high level, but like it kind of unfortunately is no different to me than any of the other games' music. So
I feel like it's just a hardware thing.
yeah. It could.
It's got the
it is-
potential.
Yeah, it's a hardware thing because they were trying to keep it in line. I'm pretty sure with like the SNES and stuff, especially
Yeah.
where Jake listened to the PS2 one and it was more symphonic. So I would say
More dynamic ranges.
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
Instruments.
So yeah.
They have
I
more
mean, if
space
we-
to work with too.
If
so
we had played the
it's definitely a
PS2
factor.
version and had like the benefit of listening to like the full symphonic sound, then
Yeah.
maybe we would be like, oh, well, fuck yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah.
It's unfair though with the hardware constraints.
The favorite characters in the game.
Deborah.
I liked Saber and I liked the children.
Yeah, children are okay.
Yeah.
But Deborah is the best.
Saber for me.
Deborah,
That's why I wish like they fleshed him out a bit more and made him more important, like after the childhood stuff.
Right.
And I like Pancras too.
I would.
I wish
say
there would have been
yeah,
more of him.
Pancras is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I do like
Okay.
him.
I
And
will.
Sancho is pretty cool too.
Yeah, and you can use him in your party. He's just not that useful.
Yeah.
5 is the better game, and I did rank it higher. But I'm sorry. These characters, overall, don't touch 4s. So I would have to, by default, say Pancras, but there's nothing on the level of Ragnar. There's nothing at the level of Alina. There's nothing at the level of Tornico here, or even Healy. I said it.
Well,
I said it.
There's more
Um,
characters, but I think they're more fleshed out in 5.
But
The main characters.
I
And I didn't really do much with Ragnar.
You know,
I think he's cool, but I didn't really use him.
in a way, I think you're right, Jake. But at the same time, it's like the main characters that you're supposed to focus on, they have enough fleshed out that it's except for maybe Nera. Like I would say, everybody is pretty solid. But in 4, like they really went for certain characters to have like their own unique personalities.
right.
Unlike the one like old wizard man with Elena
Boria.
and Kirill, he
Kirill.
didn't really have that much of a personality either.
He's got a
Right.
big
So we could
following,
throw
though.
those two out.
He does, and it's weird.
Yeah.
It is so weird to me. Like I freaking
Yeah.
saw Dragon Quest Heroes 2. He's like on the fucking cover, and I'm like, "Where's
Yeah.
Ragnar McRyan?
Exactly.
Where? I don't think he's even in the first game. Where's
Maybe somebody
Ragnar
can explain
fucking
that.
McRyan?
Maybe he's in like another Dragon Quest game where he's cool in that, but like I never even used him in 4.
I did.
I mean, I could see like people liking the design for him because he does look pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty cool, but like I don't know, fucking Ragnar McRyan is way fucking cooler.
Yeah.
So if it comes to characters, I'm picking 4 out of 5, but 4 over 5.
I don't know, man. I
don't
could
think so.
see with like the hero not really having personality and like a lot of the characters being the monsters. But like I think the children were okay for like
But they're
when they
not
were
that-
introduced and like what they are. Pancras was pretty sweet. Deborah has like a lot of character development and a lot
See,
of
okay.
personality like immediately. Like it's
I would have to play that part again for me to.
yeah,
I will
you
take
should
it.
play Deborah like because
Okay.
it's fucking sweet. I really like Deborah. Deborah is probably my favorite character.
Okay.
To be honest,
I feel like there's more throwaway characters in 4 than there is
There's-
5.
Okay, so then we gotta
because
have a,
four has more characters, so
Yeah.
I think that's that. Yeah, you're
And you
right.
definitely
Because like it
pick your
feels,
favorites in 4.
it feels
Right.
yeah, it certainly feels that way. Because like any game that has like a large cast of characters, like I bitch about 6 about this, is because
Yeah.
like it has
well,
12
you're gonna be
characters.
bitching more in a minute. here.
Three parties worth of characters, and really like I personally only like 4 of them. So
That's
I
fair.
mean that's
I like
point.
more.
that's
So
that's
it's
kind
a-
of what it is. So I mean
The argument
maybe
basically
5.
comes down to, and Schweiss, Caleb Schweiss have had this argument before, is the better characters get weighed down by the lesser characters in the story
Yeah.
versus just an average. So do you go the best of Game of Thrones with a shitty season 5 and say that that's better than a solid The Wire for 5 seasons?
I've
Well,
never
I
seen
haven't
The Wire,
Yeah, I
so
haven't
See,
seen The Wire, so I
goddamn
can't.
come up with like
So
something
do you
similar.
go yeah, do you have the better and then a lesser? Like you get a whole bunch of 10s for women and then you get an occasional 5. Is that better in the long run than just scoring a whole bunch of 7s?
I think if the average is higher, then it
I'm
would be
sorry.
better.
But the average
This-
is the same.
This just went insanely sexist. Holy fuck, dude. Did you not
What?
hear the question?
What?
He said like if you like bang a bunch of 10 or like you bang 110 or like a bunch of 5s or you average out like a bunch of 7s.
Yeah.
That was
I don't know about that.
I don't know. Yeah.
Let's use a different analogy.
Yeah, different analogy, but I get
God
what you're
forbid
saying.
You guys have not seen the fucking Wire.
I get what you're saying, but I think that because 5 is a smaller cast, they can focus more on individual characters when they write them, whereas characters
So the
like
fleshed
when
out
they
character of the
like,
mother.
Because like if you watch Ocean's 11 and 12 and 13 or whatever, you only really get to focus on a couple of characters.
That's
and
why
then the
12
other
and
characters
13 are not
but
good.
they're all big name people, so you enjoy watching it. But
Yeah.
it's not, there's not a lot for any characters outside of like a handful.
Yep, because Casey
Yeah,
Affleck
there's-
really mattered in the story. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Same with Don Cheadle.
The better
That's so-
characters will rise to the
Yeah,
top.
the better
too, and outshine
characters.
the other characters.
Yeah, that's kind of how it will be. Yeah.
which
Right.
sucks because good characters will fall to the side too. Like in 4, like Kirill, I didn't even use him,
Right.
but there's a big following. I just don't like that kind of
It's-
character
There's
style.
Okay.
just too many characters to use, so you always just end up using your favorites.
Okay, so
It
you
just
just
like
comes down to
fucking-
preference.
that's the
Pokemon comes to mind as an example. There's like fucking 820 something Pokemon. You're
Yeah.
only gonna use 6. You might as well as use your favorite 6.
And then there's always going to be the dragon that gets thrown in there that
Yep,
everybody loves
There's only six Dragonites in your party, and
for Caleb.
yep, 1 male and
Gotta
5
have the starter,
females.
too. The harem.
Yeah, the dragon harem.
All
He
right.
deserves it.
Is the story being more emotional than other Dragon Quest games the reason why people have more of a connection with it, and the reason why it ends up on the best of lists?
I think it's a lot to do with the gameplay. But yeah, the emotional
I
aspect
would
of
say
the story.
the entire experience is why people would have
Yeah.
a connection to this one. 'Cause,
There's
like,
lots of reasons.
Both the story and
the
the
story
monster.
is a landmark in gaming. So like that by itself is a pull for people.
Well, you can argue that the
fact
gameplay
that
is also that.
the gameplay, exactly, because it's one of the first monster capturing systems.
Yep.
Games like fucking Pokemon came out because of this game, essentially.
Yep.
which has sadly
To
surpassed
catch them
Yeah,
as my test,
and
to train them as my cause.
yeah,
Dragon Quest.
exactly. And as I found out, it apparently is also one of the games that has started the collector's
Yeah.
like fantasy, where you like go find a bunch of shit in the game
Yep.
just to have like that like in-game satisfaction of like having the knickknacks all
Which don't-
displayed.
Give like any sense of lore, but they're there.
Yeah, there's no lore, but you know what? Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah.
You collect them.
It's
Yeah.
unfortunate like how underrated the series is because this game is really worth the recognition because
Yeah.
of what it's done for gaming.
Yeah,
Not just in
Th-
story,
this
but
one,
gameplay.
this one by
It's
itself,
very
like I feel like any Dragon Quest, maybe aside from 2, like it adds something to gaming. Like it adds something. Like it was the first to do something, and then people were like, "Oh fuck."
I feel like this
Let's
game
copy
in
that.
the
Yeah.
context of Dragon Quest is what 6 did for Final Fantasy. I think it's to that level. I wouldn't say it's as good as Final Fantasy 6, but like the influence it's had is like on that level.
I will say I like it better than Final Fantasy 6.
Oh God,
Well,
I believe that's one of the
so-
things later on.
You would be
So
wrong,
here we
but-
go.
I'm not wrong.
All right.
So there's
we'll,
that.
We'll have that debate when
Yeah,
the
it's
time
the-
comes.
There's no need to debate. I'm right.
We'll see.
All right. So, do you understand why many lists usually put Dragon Quest 3, 5, 8, 9, and now 11 as the best 5 games in the series?
Wait, what?
Do you understand why many lists usually put 3, 5, 8, 9, and now 11 as the best 5 games in the series?
We can only answer
Yeah,
part of that
it's
because
to
we
an
haven't played
extent.
some of them. But yeah, I can kind of see it. Dragon Quest 11, I've already heard insanely good things about, which is I'm excited for. It looks fucking awesome. So I'm excited for that as well. But yeah, like playing 3 was really awesome with like the stuff that it did. 4 was awesome. 5 is awesome. 1 is awesome.
I get a test at 3, 5, and 8 myself.
They all bring
They,
something
are
good
there.
to
8's
gaming.
Yeah, 8 is also fucking great. Like fucking shit, man. I can't wait to get to that one.
Yes.
Yes, that's a big one. I've never played it, so I'm excited to get into that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
So we understand to an extent, but like we don't have the full knowledge that's necessary to answer that question.
Yeah.
Yep. As time may go on. Abrac, one of our awesome Patreon donors. Thank
we
you.
Like Abrac.
Yes. Give us as much shit as you can. We
Yeah,
enjoy
you
it.
should.
I just wanted to show some DQ5 love. Starting out as a kid, slowly growing up throughout the game, and ending with your own children in your party is really awesome, and I wish some more RPGs did this.
Not just
Agree.
RPGs.
I agree.
I wish more games would do it.
Since Dragon Quest V is considered the best game from the SNES era of the series, how do you think it compares to the best Final Fantasy SNES
no.
game, Final Fantasy VI?
Well, I think 6 is better. We're not really going to get too in depth with that. Not yet. I think 6 is better though.
Yes, 6 is better, and 6 is the second greatest RPG of all fucking time.
I
I agree.
disagree with everything both of you just said.
Have you played Chrono Trigger?
That's why that is number
I
one.
haven't played Chrono Trigger, no.
Well, there's your problem.
But I do think that Dragon Quest V is better than Final Fantasy VI.
Okay.
It actually has a story. One that
6 has an excellent
that
story.
no, it has no story.
Does have a story.
One that I actually cared about. It had characters that I actually cared about. I don't know. I really enjoyed it. Like there's like even some of the villains that were in the game, like outside of the Nismo being kind of a disappointment.
Yeah.
Like they were pretty sweet. Like the fucking weird horse dude with pecs.
Yeah. He was cool.
And Laja being like a looming bad guy was pretty cool.
I wish he would
Like-
have shown up in like random spots though. Just to
Laja?
surprise you.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool. He's like, oh, fuck, you're still
he shows
alive?
up in really predictable areas.
Yeah, he does.
But I think Kefka is way better than any villain that's in 5.
Oh, you just hurt my fucking
way
soul.
better.
Completely way goddamn better.
Oh, God, you're so
Caleb-
wrong.
Caleb
oh, I
hates
can't.
Kefka.
Hand in
I
my
can't.
boots.
I can't believe how wrong you two are about that. Oh my
You are
God.
insane.
Yeah.
Okay,
let's
I
not
want
go
you.
into
I
it.
want you to know right now how much of a fucking ripoff that Kefka is of the Joker and how terrible he is. Okay, because I'll fucking
He's
tell
a
you that
variation.
they have admitted that his design was based off of the Joker, and you know what? The
Which
Joker's
is fine.
first thing that the Joker tried to do.
Yeah.
Guess what it was? Fucking poison the Gotham Reservoir. You know what
don't-
fucking Kefka does
don't
when
see what
his
the problem
first
is.
evil act? He poisons a small town.
I don't
So,
see what the problem
Greg,
is.
The problem-
no idea is original
The problem
anymore. It's
is
something
that
you can put in
Kefka.
it.
No, the problem is that Kefka literally has no personality. He does something evil, he laughs about it, and then he continues on, and he's like, "Oh, all I want is power.
Well,
All I want is power."
the problem
and then,
is that-
and then they give him a backstory in some fuck off book, and then they act like that was all in the game. They act like, oh, well, he's a tortured soul, and he's like that way because he hates humanity. No, there is no evidence of anything for Kefka whatsoever. He is a blank bad guy.
There's
a
the
bad
fact that
guy.
he destroys everything.
one
That
of
is a minor fucking thing. You know how many bad guys
game
get
altering thing.
You know how many fucking bad guys get away with what they actually want? A lot more
Not
than you
very
think.
many.
There's more. There's
In
more.
gaming?
In the history of
like
RPGs?
fucking like in 12. 12's bad guy. He
I've never
gets away
played-
with it.
I haven't played 12.
Is Vayne the bad guy?
Yes.
No.
Yes, he is. It's the fucking dude that he
No,
fuses with.
it's-
It's a
The
question.
So
dude-
Vatra, yes.
Vatra fuses with him. They become one fucking person.
Right. But Vayne's intentions are never evil.
Yeah, I know. That's why he's a good bad guy.
Right.
That's
Right.
exactly
So-
why he's a good
so-
bad guy.
okay, so
Kefka's
he's a good-
reason he's a bad guy is because he's shallow. He's shallow as fuck. And the reason that's bad is because of how great some of the characters in 6 are. It's a bad counterbalance. You can't have a great cast of characters and then have a really shitty bad guy and be like, oh, well, you know what? Because he destroys the world, he's a great bad guy. And that's the exact reason that Joe gave that he's a good bad guy.
That's where we disagree, is that Kefka is a bad villain. I think
Okay.
he's a great villain, and the fact that he's inspired by the Joker speaks volumes of the Joker as a bad guy.
Well, yeah,
he's
the
one
Joker
of the
is
greatest
a fucking
bad guys
great
of all
bad
time.
guy. But the reason the Joker is a great bad guy is because you don't know his intentions. You don't know what he wants. He's a mystery of everything. He's an agent of chaos. You know what Kefka wants? He wants to be stronger. That is his intended purpose. That's all he wants. He telegraphs that, and he says it in
It's
the
a-
game
it's a motivation
multiple
that-
times, and he becomes a literal god tower of
Yeah.
angels and demons, and it's symbolic and it's stupid.
It's a motivation that's not just based in video games, it's based
It's-
in humanity. Seeking power and influence is
But
a
it's
human
such
trait.
a it's such a it's it's an empty bad guy desire though, because it could literally if he said nothing about wanting power, if he just was like, you'll never find out, then maybe I would like him more. But you know what? He doesn't. He tells you all he wants is power, and that is it's such a simple move that I don't
think it
I
is.
don't care
Okay.
for at all.
I think it's
I-
more
Oh.
complex than that.
I will say it like this the proper way. No, he is not the greatest FF villain.
No.
Nor is he the greatest RPG villain of all time. No.
yeah, that's fair.
He is on maybe a middle tier, even with your arguments. I would say, the Sephiroths and even Arden and people like that, and even, what's his name? 13-2. I can't recall with that.
Caius.
But Caius. Caius is up there. He is really great. But I will counteract because you said Dragon Quest V over FF6. So I will hit you with these things. Memorable soundtrack. Are we really going to compare 5 to 6?
It's a soundtrack that's
Sprite work. Are we going to even compare the two? Cast of characters when we are mentioning Celeste, Terra, or Locke.
fucking
Well, Caleb doesn't
or
like the
Sa-
characters
Sabin.
that much.
those are literally okay. The only characters in 6 that are even worth a fucking damn are Cyan, Terra,
Shadow.
and Locke, and fucking
And blows
and
5
Celes.
cast
Celes.
of characters
That's
that
it.
they're wrong. Yep,
those
and
are
it's
the
better than
only.
5s.
Those are the only 4.
Sabin and Edgar aren't worth anything?
No, dude. Fucking Sabin is a fucking musclehead, and Edgar is just a womanizing fuck who is literally nothing.
there's
He's
No,
literally
that's
under that.
Setzer.
he's a
Get him
nothing.
right.
No, so is Edgar. Edgar is too.
Okay. So,
He flirts with literally every woman.
and you're going
Setzer
to
does it
compare
too.
that cast of characters to the hero and his kids and Pinkgrass.
It doesn't need to be that way because 5 is more simple. It doesn't need nothing ever needs to be so cut and dry of it's good and
Design,
bad because of how in depth it is. And the sprite work doesn't matter either.
Gameplay.
Because Dragon Quest V was before it.
How
like
about
way
the
before
Espers versus
it. And
Monsters?
they don't have the fucking summons. And you know what? It was a gameplay. It's a Dragon Quest changed gameplay for games in general.
But
whereas
six
Final Fantasy
perfected
Final Fantasy VI has a thing where you can literally kill anything and any boss with its
that.
glitch.
You're talking about
That
one
is a
over, say,
game-breaking glitch.
4
It's
does not
break-
have a game-breaking glitch in a DS version.
It does.
what Dragon Quest 4?
Or
Yes.
with
For the
Toriko?
it's not game-breaking.
It's game
It makes
altering.
it makes the grind a little easier, but it's not completely game breaking
little
where you can
easier.
shatter every single boss in an instant. Are you shitting me? I went
there's
through
one
the
boss that you can't.
okay.
Joe went through the entirety of Final Fantasy VI doing nothing but Vanish Doom.
Well, that's
that means
Joe Core.
That's
That
it's
has
Joe
nothing to do
Core.
with the game
it
itself.
It wrecks the
Just
game
because you're using-
because all you do is then just watch the story, which
Well-
is nothing.
Just because it's there doesn't mean you should use it.
That doesn't mean anything.
But it's also
Because-
an option that you have for gameplay.
So
There's
you're
many
gonna
ways
knock
to
down
play it.
Dragon Quest 1 because somebody can walk through the entire night the entire cave without the light spell and just beat the game in 20 minutes?
Yeah,
Is that a
you could.
huge oversight? Okay, and Dragon Quest 1 is lower than Final Fantasy 6 then.
Well, obviously, Dragon
Okay.
Quest 1 is also on the NES.
If we're looking at it like game to game, 6 is better.
I don't think it is.
It has more pros than it does Dragon Quest 5.
I don't think so.
I
Not to
think-
me.
I think it perfects what Dragon Quest 5 set out to do. And
I
the gameplay
I think
is
they're-
better.
Don't think
Gameplay
so
is
at
better,
all.
but
Sound
I
is
think they're
better.
doing their own things.
Design
I won't
is
agree
better.
and say that Final Fantasy perfected it because they're doing their own system. At this point, they're doing ATB at this
Yeah.
point as opposed to turn-based, so it's not the same systems. But 6 is the better
the same
game.
genre.
I do like what 5 is doing with Dragon Quest. With it keeps itself simple. FF evolves, but to compare the two games, it's FF6.
So
I don't
let's
think
say
so.
that story is better. What else is better?
I enjoy the
sound.
gameplay.
Not gameplay.
It is the gameplay. The gameplay,
Replayability. Nope.
yeah, replayability as well. I have no desire to play Final Fantasy VI again. Whereas Dragon Quest V, I could. Because there are multiple
I would
paths that I
play-
could choose in, like, say, the wife, or actually going and doing side stuff like the bonus dungeons, or even the getting all
You're
the
not
knickknacks.
referring
That
to
exists in
Mog and
6
Gao.
too. Yeah.
What?
Gao.
No, I'm talking about Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest V.
Right.
There's
there are
extra
side
characters.
I was
stuff
not-
you do in 6.
Yeah, there's extra
Yeah,
characters even.
which you have to get.
No, you don't.
you don't.
You
You do
literally
not need Gao.
if okay, all of the story for for Final Fantasy VI is in the characters. That is the story, because there's no story to Final Fantasy VI outside of some group of people are going to fight some bad guy who wants power. That is literally
Well,
the story,
not
and that's not
referring to
even
the
boiled down to simplicity. That is the
Okay.
actual
My point is
story.
What
this,
does that
though.
have to do with the optional content you just brought up?
Yeah. Here's my point though.
It's
If we give you story, it doesn't have anything else over 6. And that comes down to personal
doesn't matter.
preference.
The RPGs are entirely about the story. It's the way that they tell the story. If the story is terrible, but the gameplay is okay,
Yeah, we're-
then you're not gonna play that game again, or even really want
We're
to get through it.
compromising with you. We both like the story more than 5. But if we give you the story, what
Name
is
something
better?
else.
I enjoy the gameplay more. I will be honest and say that, because
disagree.
I like the gameplay in 6. I really do.
That's fine.
But
There's a
Dragon
lot
Quest
more
V
depth.
has like the Pokemon element where you can gather the creatures. There's that option,
Mm-hmm.
and it's, I don't know. I honestly enjoy the gameplay of Dragon Quest V more, and I enjoy the story more.
It comes down to preference. That's fair.
It does.
My vote is 6 over 5.
No,
My
it's
vote is
wrong.
6/5.
It's wrong.
It's not wrong.
I think your opinion is unpopular, but we'll see. Hopefully people will respond to this if they do watch this whole episode, because it's pretty long.
It is long.
And we have the stream up too. So
On Facebook, we asked the same thing, and Disa Oakland says, I do. I find that I personally like better when I get my full party at the beginning of the game to see what progress and don't put much time into the characters I won't get to keep. Do you guys feel the same in that it takes away from games like Dragon Quest V a bit, or are you fine with it?
depends on how the character is used.
Dragon
utilized.
Quest V is probably the perfect balance for that, because of how it's balanced with characters and monsters. You use them as you want to, and they all level up at the same time without them having to be in battle,
Yeah.
like it would be with like Pokemon, or even Final Fantasy X does that, where like only the dudes in battle that have actually made a hit or something like
Yeah.
get the XP. So everybody is like evenly balanced in a way, and when they're lower level, they get more levels, because when you're higher tier, then it's
Yeah.
slower, so they can catch up easier.
And you can basically use any monster all the way through.
Yeah.
Although there are some level caps.
There are some level caps for some creatures, but it's usually around like level 20, 25 that you can literally get everything. So
Yeah. I'm okay with a character disappearing from the party if they've fulfilled their purpose in the story. Like Pankraz. You don't really get to control him, but I feel like he does fulfill his role really well.
Yeah, his story comes to an end pretty well, and then you get like the Star Wars moment at the end, which kind of feels
Yeah.
a little rewarding.
Yeah, and there's the emotional aspect of his death, which
Yeah.
is shocking and honestly kind of sad.
Yeah,
I'm fine with it. I don't have any problems.
it's sad too because of a loss of potential. Because you
Yeah.
could have him, and then
And
like,
then when you don't
that's-
get him back,
and
it's
and then you don't get him back. Yeah, like there's that like ooh, it hurts
does.
in multiple ways.
it does.
All right. Well,
Was that the last question?
I believe that was. We have the thing on Facebook for what was everybody's monster party.
Okay. I think
So-
we answered that one already.
Yeah.
So let's see what other people say. All right, so we got the Facebook comments about the monsters and who our listeners liked as far as their cast goes on the monsters. One of them is the Big Apple. That seemed to be a favorite. But there's like
What do you
different
mean
apples.
the Big Apple?
Yeah,
Maybe Rotten Apple has like a different name in the
it could.
versions.
Yeah. People like the Golem.
Yeah, everybody loves the Golem.
But they said that the king slime has a cure.
Oh yeah, King Slime is like a beast.
Yeah, the heal all.
He's like almost
heal us
impossible
all.
to get for some reason.
And then we have another Adam's apple and a saber like from Abrac. And then Disa said anything with multi heal. She doesn't remember the exact monsters that she used in her party. And it might have actually been the Slime Knight. Or the
I believed it was.
Chimera.
But you
she
never
says
know.
it might have been the Chimera.
Yeah.
So yeah, those were all the comments we got on the listeners who have played 5 and the monsters that they use.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So,
So
what do
yeah,
you think about the legacy of this? Of it being better than Final Fantasy VI, apparently.
I do think that. I think that it's a really unique game, and that's something that I really love about in games is when there's something that like feels unique to me. I immediately take a shine to it.
Yeah.
So Dragon Quest V is like the way that it's told over the years of someone's life is a really big thing.
yeah.
So that's a really big factor for me is just how unique the game is.
Yeah, I feel like it was revolutionary in a lot of ways. Like I can see its influences in other games that use monster capture kind of systems.
Yeah, and then apparently getting in-game trophies for just collecting purposes.
Yep. One of the
Thing-
earliest
thing-
implementations of it.
Things that have adapted to being like in Far Cry stuff, like gathering masks and whatnot to get trophies.
Relics in 3.
Yeah.
Anything Ubisoft.
Yeah, anything Ubisoft, the feathers and Assassin's Creed 2.
It's a pain.
All of the treasures and Naughty Dog's Uncharted.
I find those to be more fun because like some of the hiding spots are pretty clever.
Yeah,
And there's always like an extra treasure hidden somewhere
there's
in one of
the-
the
those
levels.
could also
Big
be
hidden
those
relics.
could also be compared to like mini medals.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true. I
'Cause,
feel
like,
like
you-
the
you
Uncharted
get-
ones are more rewarding.
you get stuff for the getting the treasures. Yeah, so probably
Yeah.
closer to mini medals.
That's fair.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I believe that this thing is very, very influential. Not on other games' tiers, but it is by far a phenomenal RPG that I will not deny that is great.
Yep, and I don't feel like it gets the recognition that it deserves.
Right. Well,
I don't think any of the Dragon Quests have
8 might have.
8. 8, I
so
imagine, would
chunky.
have the biggest following because, as far as I can tell, 8 is probably the easiest jumping on point for
Yeah.
Dragon Quest because it's pretty similar to a bunch of other RPGs and like Final Fantasy and stuff, like the way that because like you can actually see your character
Yeah.
in the fights, which doesn't really happen until then for Dragon Quest.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think that's probably one of the, at least visually, like I think it's one of the best ones to have new players jump onto.
But maybe still a little underrated. And
Yeah,
I don't know about
outside-
underappreciated.
I mean,
but
it came with a demo disc for Final Fantasy 12, so I feel like that's a pretty big
Yeah.
reason people bought it.
yeah,
There's that.
that's sad.
Outside of the community, yes, a lot of the Dragon Quest games don't get any love. But inside of the community, this thing gets
they're-
mad love.
Yeah,
As
they're
being the best.
and
so
and there's a reason for it. So
And we can see why now.
we can.
yeah,
Yep.
That is.
I think we're good.
So the games have been progressively good,
Yep.
better and better each time, except
Yep.
with maybe builders. But that's
Different
like
type of
a-
game.
Yeah, it's a different type of game. I mean, it was fun, but it was also really
Yeah.
tedious.
It's a spin-off too, so
Yeah.
we
We'll
can't
see when
really.
we get to those other
Hopefully Dragon Quest Builders 2 will be better than Builders.
Yep. And we did our thoughts on that, so hopefully.
So, gentlemen, what is our next game?
Obviously Dragon Quest 6.
Yep. Still not going through spin-offs. We are going full hog through
Have either of
6,
you guys
7.
started that?
Nope.
I have started 1 hour into 6. and
Yeah.
I need to buy it.
The reason why is because I didn't want to mix up the stories and the characters. It's like they're pretty similar.
That's why I kept it to the first hour so I can just start
Yeah.
grinding out some levels. And I mentioned the thing with the music earlier. I may have found a theme that's gonna make me blow my fucking brains out because
6.
I heard it. I heard it
Oh,
near the
man.
beginning, and it is God. It just got on my nerves.
So what?
So,
What's our plan
That's-
going
that's fun.
forward? Since
We
we
are-
know the release date of 11.
well,
All
you
right.
guys.
It was a plan that we kind of talked about before, where we are now trying to beat the game every month. So we have a month to beat every game essentially, and we have like one extra month in August to have a little leeway for some of them,
We do have some padding.
which we will probably need for 7 and 8.
Yeah.
I don't know how long 9 is, but apparently it's as long as those two.
Yep.
So yeah, we should be done with the main series by the time 11 comes out.
That's our goal.
Going full hog.
And like when it comes out, we're hoping to maybe stream it.
I definitely will be, if not on the Puff Puff thing, then on Nude Clan's streaming.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll have
channel.
something set up that we can do that.
Yeah.
That's the goal anyway.
And then we'll just go straight into the other spin-offs, kind of like post 11, however we see fit for now.
We're making good progress, I think.
Sweet.
All right.
All
Well,
right. Well, until next time, there may be a filler episode in between this and the next review.
I
Probably.
would say it's a 90% chance.
Yeah.
All right. Well, until next time,
Quest on.
keep it super, keep it questy.
All right.
This time on Nude Clan.
Fucking what?
Puff Puff Out, a Dragon Quest podcast.
Finally.
Yeah. It's time
Yes.
for Dragon Quest 11.
It's almost
It's
an
about
entire
time.
year after release.
Yeah.
Close.
Nearly so.
Big game.
Came out in what, September?
Yeah, on our anniversary,
Yeah.
our 1 year anniversary
Year
for Puff Puff
anniversary.
Hour.
We nearly waited until our next anniversary.
The first
for this.
release that we
just-
did,
but we couldn't,
first
we couldn't
episode.
hold it back any longer.
Ah, yes.
it was our first year anniversary.
Yeah, we wanted to delay this another 6 months, guys, from holding it out from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least 3 till
at least.
September.
Yes. So, yes, obviously today is the review of Dragon Quest XI, Echoes of an Elusive Age. A subtitle I really don't like that much.
Well, that's because you didn't finish the whole game. Jake.
Oh,
yeah.
stopped
Okay. So
because Greg
speaking.
wanted to
Okay.
stop.
So
Okay.
speaking of this, so we're only going to be reviewing the game. All right. We're not going to be reviewing the extra parts after the game. All right. And some people may question what the whole game is. Well, let me tell you what the whole game is. The whole game ends when you beat the Lord of Shadows. All right. That's where it ends. The game literally brings up credits and then it says the end.
That's true.
You can't say
Same ending
not
theme.
disagreeing.
you can't say that it's just like that's not where the game ends because it literally says the end. That is the ending.
Yeah.
There's no further. That stuff can be reviewed later in a second episode. But for now, we're capturing
Probably
the
just
game.
by me and Dylan.
We want to make it really concise.
Yes.
That's the
Concise.
reason.
Yeah.
Not because
sure
we
it is.
didn't have time.
Because Lord knows we had more than enough time.
Did we?
Yes.
I got
Yeah.
it done.
I know. It's just the restart that happens
Yeah, basically.
basically kind of curbed Craig into not wanting to continue. And I kind of like questioned the fact, okay, do I do this? Do I do that? And I just chose to continue playing other games. But I
Well-
will immediately follow it up now.
If you guys want incentive to play it, it is totally worth the time and the
Oh, yeah.
investment.
It's just the time.
Yeah, the payoff it's worth it.
Yeah. So if you want to blame somebody, you can blame Craig.
Fuck you. I want to play the after credit stuff too, but it's gonna be a little bit.
Yeah, I understand because you got to get all those levels back, and it's
Dude,
a
it's
weird
disgusting.
setup. I really,
Yeah.
I don't.
It's
like
not
it.
that bad.
If we had to review the game as a whole with that in it, the game would take a negative impact from me for that. Because that's
Not
bullshit.
for me.
Dude, my characters were over level 30
Yeah.
when I was at that point in the game. And then you go back in time, and then it's like, hey, all these characters are level 30 now. It's like, but I was at least 10 levels above that, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, your
Game
hero
angered me.
character keeps the level, so it's not
It's
that
true.
bad.
Right.
But when
I
your
was-
when your hero is like level 70 and every other character is like level 30, it's like,
You
okay.
gotta drag them up to your level. And it goes a
Yeah,
lot
I was
faster.
doing a lot of side quests, so I have no idea. I was at a very high level at the end of the game, so it's quite discouraging. But like, so I was contemplating. I did a lot of the side stuff after the credits because it was a hell of a lot easier to tackle it now, as opposed to continuing the story, going back to level 30 and not being able to access and do those kind of things. in
Yeah.
15 more hours again. So I just kept doing side stuff until I just chose to put the game down and start playing something else.
Right.
That's fair. Yeah.
All right.
Might as well if you're not going to beat the game all the way.
I know we are a Dragon Quest podcast.
I'm
We
just
should
kidding.
I mean,
review
we don't
all the
even
story.
know if we beat the game all the way because we still got that Dragon Quest 11S that's coming to Switch that may add more shit.
It
It
does.
does.
So it's like, okay, well, we didn't even beat the truest version of the game. There's gonna be
All
more
of it's
bullshit.
Just side content.
There's gonna
though.
be after credits after the credits.
And
Oh, you mean
DLC.
like any fucking Marvel movie I've seen now? Good lord.
There's gonna be like 20 after credits scenes.
Yeah, I saw the new Spider-Man movie
Yeah.
in theaters,
No.
and it's like credits after scene, a little bit more credits, another after scene, and then another after scene. I'm like, what in the fucking hell? I know you guys are trying to set up this universe, but this does not make the movie good. It's
Well, it gets hype. going.
after the first one, I'm like, all right, I'm walking back.
It
to
works
the
for some
concession
people.
Stand and
Not for me, because I don't care about Marvel that much.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I just
I mean, it's cool when they set up other stuff, but then it's like,
Yeah.
so I believe the S content obviously will have just side stuff. Like I wanted to
mostly side
pirate,
stuff?
Yeah, it seems to be that way. I wanted to pirate the 3DS version, or at least buy it and get it sent over here for the extra content because it's supposed to be a whole bunch of side missions,
Yeah.
which are callbacks to almost each. Like each of them is a town and a dungeon from each Dragon Quest. It looks like so. From 1, 2,
interesting.
3, all the way up to 9.
7's gonna
Tyson.
take like an eternity, and
Oh, I
it's
know,
just
I don't-
like really repetitive.
Yeah, Another
Okay.
extra 30 hours of content there.
Yeah.
Well,
Whole bunch of unnecessary dialogue.
it's more Dragon Quest, so.
So,
It's true.
people
I
like
do. I am totally gonna buy it for Switch,
yeah.
and I'm gonna play it again. Yeah.
I'll probably gamefly it. I got money for that.
I mean,
So for me,
just the sheer amount of extra content it's gonna have, and then the ability to play it in that 3DS style. I just
Yeah,
yeah,
the 2D
it's
top
worth.
down.
It's gonna be worth buying it again.
Yeah.
Plus,
It'll
the game is
definitely be
fucking
worth it.
fantastic and one of the greatest RPGs of all time. So, yeah,
And they haven't even
It's in the top
finished the
25.
entirety of the game, and they're saying that, so they're in for a real treat.
it's a great
I
game.
mean, we did finish the entirety of the game. We just didn't do the after credit scene.
Scene pertaining of 30 hours.
It's,
Yeah.
it's more than one.
Yeah.
There's more than one after credit scene.
It's a bunch of them.
God damn, dude.
Yeah.
So for me, I don't actually own a Switch, so I might just like buy a copy and then borrow someone else's Switch for it. It's definitely going to be worth it, but
Don't
I
have a
wish they
Switch.
do a
How are you going to play
The other
Smash
thing
Bros,
was-
Jake?
I don't play Smash Bros. I rarely play fighting games.
Man.
Period. So
Should we get into that then, since we're on the topic?
in a moment,
With-
but I hope Square Enix does what they kind of did with World of FF later on. The second that the Switch version came out of World of FF, it had all that extra content to it.
The Maxima upgrade or
the
whatever?
Maxima stuff that you could go buy on PS4 and Xbox One, I believe, to add all the stuff that was on the Switch to the original console releases. And that should work for like the Steam PC version and PS4. That's what I'm hoping for. Is just to buy an extra DLC pack on PS4 with that extra content.
That would be
But
cool.
That'd be
If
nice.
Nintendo wants to be smart about this, they would lock that up with the Switch exclusively.
Nintendo
That'd be a
do
smart
that?
business decision. But I hope that isn't the case because I've been looking around on Twitter and all of our feeds and stuff. I saw some people with discs of 11S version on PS4 over in Japan. So
Well,
that's being very
oh.
rumored about. So I don't know.
Well,
We'll
I mean,
see.
they did release 15 again with Royal Edition, but you could buy the Royal Edition upgrade anyway. So it's
Right,
it's
yeah.
probably that kind of situation.
Yeah, that could be the case. You just never know. But hopefully we get more announcements here soon about that. And I'm pretty sure there might be an announcement of... I'm thinking there's going to be Eric Monsters. I think Eric is going to be in the next Monsters game.
Oh, really?
That's what I'm thinking.
I didn't
Because there
think he was
seems
that
to be some
popular.
announcement for Eric coming soon in like a week from now, from the time of this recording. And so that might be the case. And yes, of course, we'll finally get into it.
Bringing out the worst character.
Erdrick is confirmed. We're way late to this for Smash Brothers.
Well, Dragon Quest Hero is confirmed.
yes,
'cause
it's
it's not
all
just-
Luminary,
Yeah.
Erdrick, all of it, all like getting 10 versions of him. You could change into. That
It is
fan-
pretty sweet.
was a
I didn't expect it. I thought it was so cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty pleased that they got multiple versions of the hero available as the characters.
Well, it really pleases everybody in the community in that case, too.
Yeah,
'Cause there was a lot of debate over who should be in it.
and that's honestly the best way to handle it. Like, is to just make it a different costume.
Yeah, let the player choose. I didn't notice the stage, though, that they picked.
It was, I think it was the one where you like where the whale comes out, where that reveal spot. I think that's where it was
That's cool.
with the
An
tree
11.
in the background floating
Okay.
out. Yeah, I think that's what
Okay.
it was.
That's a good choice, I think.
Oh, the vehicle to
Yeah.
11. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. That was pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
Of course, Dragon Quest Builders 2 is out now. Looks fantastic.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna buy that one on Switch too.
Yeah, those reviews for 86.
That's pretty high. What was Builders? Was that like 72 or something like that?
5 or 76.
It was, yeah, I remember it was in the 70s. Yeah,
It's a lot higher. Than
I
that.
did see some stuff for Dragon Quest Builders 2 where it had levels now, which is
Really?
cool.
Yeah.
So you can go out and grind.
We'll have to re-listen to that episode and see like what they've actually followed that we suggested, if anything.
do a follow up to our follow up.
Yeah. Why not?
But
More
yeah,
content.
go. If you guys haven't seen that trailer, man, it is overly enthusiastic. It is insane, that trailer. The
for Builders 2?
Be like, Dragon Quest Builders 2. It was fucking
Well, I mean,
insane.
you should look at the fucking season pass, dude. There's an entire thing of the season pass that's dedicated to fishing mini games.
Why?
I don't know, but you get like an entire extra island and like 40 extra fish to like go fishing on.
What's with Square Enix?
in there
Yeah.
fucking fishing.
I don't
That's
know.
what I was gonna say.
I
yeah.
saw it and I was like, man, that's like Schweiss's wet dream right there. It's like fucking
Hey,
fishing minigame
Dragon
island.
Quest monsters
There
of
we
the
go.
blocks.
Yeah,
Maybe we can have him as a guest for that.
for Builders 2.
Fishing minigame. Good lord.
Yeah, I don't know if you could get a good sense of the series from Builders 2.
No,
He was
I wonder what
supposed to be
plot
on
they're going to
this
follow for
episode.
this one, though. That's the thing
Yeah.
I'm curious about, because the game was following sort of an opposite plot line of 1 for the first
Right.
Builders game. So I'm wondering if this one's going to do 2.
Yeah,
Well, it's
it does
got
too.
Malroth,
It's
so-
Malroth.
Yeah,
It's Malroth,
Yeah.
with the obvious twist, it seems
Yeah.
like.
so it's going to be way better than Dragon Quest 2, is what
Well,
we're saying.
yeah,
It's showing Malroth in your party, and then
as a human character.
yeah,
But, like,
okay.
We know what happens in Dragon Quest 2, so
and the children.
he's obviously going to turn bad. I could be wrong, though.
Never know. You're not the hero in Dragon Quest Dragon Quest Builders 1, so
Yeah, you're the superior guy to take over after the hero failed.
I guess so.
Becomes a
you
boss.
can't level up, you can't do shit,
Can't
but
build
you could totally defeat the Dragon Lord with a wave of cannons.
Oh, you just bash him with the Bashmobile.
Dude, I used an entire fleet of
Dash
cannons.
through the Drakes and smash in the back of my
Hey, you owe that.
Bashmobile.
You got to make that.
Yes, I do.
That tier got met on our Patreon, so
Shut up.
now it's out
I know.
there.
All right, so obviously we're gonna get into the full review here.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Elusive Age was released in Japan for Nintendo 3DS and PlayStation 4 in July 2017, and worldwide for PlayStation 4 and Microsoft Windows in September 2017. Okay, the director was Takashi Uchikawa. Yeah, I pronounced that.
Uchikawa.
Uchikawa. Because it seems like Hori just wants to write the outlines, and they're going to be going with a new director each time now. Just maybe give the series a little bit more of a fresh look at it. And it wasn't just Akira Toriyama that did some of the artist work. It was Ichiro Nakasua. And I think he's probably going to be the one responsible for translating more of Toriyama's artwork into the
Yeah, I'm sure they're
Unreal
gonna
Engine.
still have him do designs for like major characters and stuff, and then the other guy will do the rest.
Right.
In that style.
Yeah, I'm thinking like he might be the one. We'd like to know if you guys know any further information about this, but he'd be the one rendering the animation and
Oh, he's probably
Updating it
doing
to
designs of his own, just in the style of Toriyama.
it could be that. But whatever Unreal Engine 4, because it's kind of you can't really like draw a lot of things in 3D per se.
Yeah.
So he may be the one that kind of like translate it
Brings
and
it
do
to
kind of his
life.
own interpretation into it. So the plot is, mind you, this is a quick write up from the Wikipedia page, guys. So I didn't have enough time to write out my own this time. So you could follow the Wikipedia page as we're, the game is set in the world of Airdra.
Or
and begins-
Lodo something if you're playing in the Japanese version.
Oh,
Lodo
yes.
something.
As the kingdom of Dun.
I can't remember exactly what it was. It was like,
The land of Lodo something.
yeah.
in the kingdom of Dundrasil is invaded and destroyed by an army of monsters. The protagonist, an infant during the attack, is among those who attempt to escape, but becomes separated and ends up floating down a river and is found by an old man known as Chalky in the village of Cobblestone. Being adopted by his daughter, Amber, and protagonist is then raised in the village. As a teenager, he eventually participates in a coming-of-age tradition, an arranged marriage. No, by climbing the mountain Cobblestone tour with his childhood friend, Gemma, which completely disappears as
Basically,
during
comes
the
back
trek.
later.
Yeah.
after the credits.
After the credits.
Yeah.
She's an extra scene.
Oh, hey! Do you remember me? Not really.
Eh.
They are attacked by monsters, and while fighting to protect Gemma, a mark on his hand glows, allowing him to summon lightning to defend themselves. Upon returning, Amber reveals the truth to him about his birth and adoption, and sends him to meet King Carnelian of Heliodor. However, upon meeting him and his royal knights, Sir Hendrik and Sir Jasper, the protagonist is thrown into the kingdom's dungeon under the accusation that he is a dark spot. It's Sin Spawn.
Yeah, the Darkspawn, an evil being predicted to destroy the world. And once imprisoned, he meets a thief
Lies.
called Eric, who recognizes the mark on his hand, calling him the Luminary, a legendary hero chosen by the World Tree Yggdrasil to save Erdrea from evil, and says that he was fated to meet up with him. The pair then escape by using the tunnel Eric dug and evade capture from Hendrik and Jasper. And then they go to a town called Hodo. The pair then meet two mages who come
Wait.
from a city of Arborea.
Hodo or Hato?
I think it's Hodo, but I said Hodo.
I thought it was a pun name.
It is. It's totally Hodo because it's where the hot springs are.
Yeah.
So yeah, they meet the two sister mages, Veronica and Serena. And a curse fell upon Veronica to make her in a child's body. And then the two immediately recognize him as the Luminary and swear their allegiance to him, as is their sworn duty. And then they go on a quest to reach Yggdrasil so that the Luminary can understand more about what he's supposed to do. And then on the way, they gain three other companions of Sylvando, Rab, the former king of Dundrasil, and the protagonist's grandfather, and then Jade, the exiled princess of Heliodor, who helped the infinite protagonist escape during the attack of Dundrasil. Which that's kind of a bit of a spoiler because that when that happens, it's kind of a big emotional thing and a like huge reveal about Rab and Jade.
So skip this part if you don't want it spoiled.
Yeah, and now that you already know.
Yeah. That's how they
would-
work, right?
Yeah.
After
I
the
mean,
fact
it's been
spoilers.
a year though. Everybody who's gonna be listening to this has totally played 11,
Yeah, you're right.
except for like Joe.
Well, now's his chance.
Yeah, now's his
Go
chance.
play.
Joe,
We'll give him
play
a heads
go
up.
play Dragon Quest 11. It's an easy game. You'll fucking love it. I promise.
Yeah.
Okay, so the party eventually arrives at at the heart of Yggdrasil, which contains the Sword of Light, the Luminary's destined weapon. However, just as the Luminary is about to grab it, he and the party are intercepted by Jasper, Carnelian, and Hendrik, and it is then revealed that Carnelian was possessed the entire time by an evil being known as Mordegon, otherwise known as the Lord of Shadows, and that Jasper has been his agent the entire time.
Was that a surprise to any of you?
No, he totally gave off bad guy vibes
He
the
did.
entire time.
Yeah.
Bosception, which is a staple.
Unfortunately,
it wasn't
I
really
had,
bossception.
I saw a
on that one.
spoiler on Twitter while I was playing through. Spoiled Hendrik.
Oh
as
yeah,
a
I knew about
playable
Hendrik
character.
the whole
I
time
was like, come on.
because I had all the characters already, or at least I thought I did,
Yeah.
and I knew there was going to be one more.
Yeah.
and then it gave me and then that free DLC of the axe came out,
Oh,
and I was
man.
like, okay,
Someone's
well,
got to wield this.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, I'm pretty sure Hendrik is going to join us at some point because he's
Yep.
not really a bad guy and he doesn't give off the bad guy vibe.
No.
So
I was okay with it. I just was unhappy with the spoiler.
So yeah, then the two subdue Hendrik and the Luminary's party, with Mordegon taking and corrupting the Sword of Light, absorbing the heart of Yggdrasil for himself, becoming more powerful, destroying the tree, and plunging the world into an age of darkness.
Now this part, oh my god. I didn't expect the other part to happen though. Like
This
I
is-
knew the
This is fucking only halfway too. This is like everything
Yep.
goes downhill The hero no longer has the Sword of Light. He doesn't have the power. Like, his luminary powers have been kind of sealed away a little bit.
Yep.
Because the Yggdrasil has fallen. And everybody you know is fucking separated and gone. And it's a fucking great part.
And then they had the big moment that you find out why the party was saved.
Oh God, yeah.
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 I wasn't expecting that.
We'll talk about that as soon as we get to it.
Okay.
All right. So separated from his companions, the Luminary is revealed to have been rescued by mermaids from the underwater kingdom of Nautica, where he learns that since the fall of Yggdrasil, Mordegon has sent his forces to terrorize Erdrea. Upon leaving Nautica, the Luminary returns to Cobblestone, now into a fortified refuge of Heliodor. Citizens led by Carnelian and Hendrik, who apologize to the Luminary for all the troubles they caused him, because Carnelian is no longer possessed by the Lord of Darkness. And then Hendrik joins forces with the Luminary, and together they reclaim Heliodor from Mordegon's forces, which brings back the sun. And on their journey to save the other parts of the world, they reunite with the rest of their party, except for Veronica.
Dun dun dun.
Where the party discovered that she had died while saving the rest of the party at the fall of Yggdrasil.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just-
At Arborea, the party learns about a huge flying whale called Ketika, using that they travel to an ancient floating island known as Heavens Above, where they discover the means to forge a new sort of light. After forging it, the party eventually goes to the Fortress of Fear to defeat Mordegon's flying fortress. Then they defeat Jasper, who is turned into a demon, and Mordegon himself, and it restores the Yggdrasil and the world. And after a few days after their party, the party gathers at Arborea to celebrate and pay their respects to Veronica. And that is the story,
The end.
and that's where it ends.
Simple, but executed almost flawlessly, in my opinion.
It's fantastic.
It was really solid all the way through. Did you guys struggle on that last boss fight?
I think I had to fight Jasper twice, and then Lord of Shadows, I think I had to beat him like 3 times.
First time for Jasper and Lord of Shadows, but that's because I had done so much side stuff and going to
Yeah.
Slime Island.
Oh,
I got
yeah.
so many levels early on that I just pushed through
The-
like it was nothing. I didn't even, we can get into this, is the fun size forge. I didn't even use the fun size forge till almost the end.
Oh, I used that every
Jeez,
chance
dude.
I could.
Yeah, so did I. As soon as I got the falchion blade, dude, I upgraded that shit immediately. That weapon became used pretty much the entire game.
Yeah, I used that one too with dual
Especially when
wield.
you get that second one.
dual wield with that.
Dual-
4 attacks.
Dude,
It's so cheap.
it's so broken. And especially when you start using abilities with them too, and they start pulling off more of them. It's like,
Yep.
oh, dude.
Yeah, Dragon Quest XI is probably the easiest in the series, in my opinion.
From what you
why
guys
they-
have played, yes.
I know.
It
we know,
ramps
the
up a
whole
lot.
Ending, you're supposed to be at
Yeah.
least high 90s, if not 99.
I was max level,
Yeah.
and I struggled. But I won't spoil why.
So, it's
Yeah, I don't know. What was the hardest boss fight for you guys before we talk about the story? Real quick.
I think probably the last one.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
last one was definitely the hardest for me, but I did struggle at the painting chick but only because I forgot that I could move around.
Oh yeah. Oh, what is her name again? It's a pun.
It was the puppet painting chick. I
Right.
can't
There's
remember what
tons
her
of
name
puns
is.
that we're forgetting about. We
Yeah, when
It's
I
been
got to
too
the boss,
long,
I was
but-
like, I wonder if the guys got that joke.
I kept standing in her fucking one attack, and I was like, oh yeah, I can move my guys.
but it has very, very little effect. Maybe it might increase things from like going from 10 damage to 11 damage, but moving around doesn't change shit in the battle. It doesn't.
It makes it so you can dodge some attacks, especially with the painting chick. Like there's a spot where she attacks specifically, and if you are out of that area, you don't get hit by it at all.
Huh.
I don't
Okay,
think I
that's
ever
the
realized that.
One boss fight.
She has that
we
one
applied
laser
to.
beams attack that she uses, and you can dodge that completely.
Okay.
Oh.
And that's the one that hits your entire party for like 50 damage or so.
Her name was Dora in Gray.
Yeah,
Dorian Gray.
yeah.
Yeah.
That made me laugh.
Yeah, me too.
Phenomenal was the name of one of the
Phenomenon.
Yeah. Stuff like that. The puns were A1 in this one. Just can't remember them right now. It's been too long since I played. How about you guys?
There's some pretty great puns.
I think I finished in April,
Yeah.
so it's been a while.
It's
3
been a
months.
while for me too, yeah.
But they are great. It's very punny. I remember laughing a bunch when I was playing the game,
Yep.
and along with all the
Oh, the dialogue
Sylvanas
was
stuff.
great in
Yes.
this one.
The dialogue is so good in this
Except
one.
for Eric. That's right. I'm
Eric
getting a lot of hate
doesn't-
for this.
Yeah.
Eric is bland.
yeah.
The accent isn't bad. It's just
Eric,
weird.
well, his voice actor did bother me a little
Is
bit.
it from
but
Brooklyn,
It was
or-
mostly,
Boston.
Boston.
it was mostly like he didn't have a lot of substance. Like all the other characters were like full
No.
of life, and they had definite personality. Eric
Yep.
though was like,
He just loses his memory. Like that's his arc.
well, yeah, you get that specific arc, but even when you like first meet him, like, and he, you got to help him out and do that stuff and
Yeah.
talk to his friend and all that stuff. He just
It's
doesn't.
weak.
His entire, if I feel like his entire everything you do with him is based on the people around him,
That's true.
like his friend and then his sister. Like it's never about himself; it's always about someone else.
Yeah. Oh, that was a boss fight I struggled on.
His sister? Oh yeah, when she turns you to gold.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah,
brutal fight.
that one was pretty brutal.
But yeah,
I don't
I
remember
agree
having
with you.
troubles, but that was to deal with the.
You don't
level.
remember the
So-
dude who turns you to gold?
I remember. I'm saying it just wasn't difficult because of how much high in levels I was. I was just slaughtering.
I mean, it
most
wasn't too
bosses.
bad, but like having two of your guys get turned into gold was a huge pain in the dick.
Yeah.
Because it's
Why did
basically
you
like
spend the two I
Well, she
didn't
buffs too, and she just
Yeah.
starts destroying you. I guess it depends on who's in your party too.
need? Yeah, because Eric is weak. So
who did you
I knew
guys use in your
liked him.
party?
Mostly to begin out with, it was always Rab, Veronica, and Serena, and then I eventually switched out. Like, obviously after what happened to Veronica, I switched over to Jade, but I still kept like Rab and Serena in the party for the most part.
I think my final party was Hero,
Yeah.
Serena, Jade, and Hendrik.
Hendrik, huh?
Hendrik
You
is a
went more.
beast defensively.
Dude,
He is.
He's a
It's just-
beast
I like
defensive,
so
and he
much
has a
buffs
huge
and-
amount of damage.
Yeah,
him and
he can
Jade,
heal you too. So
him and Jade were like the huge damage dealers, and
Yeah.
I would like
Nice.
off heal with Hero and Serena.
Right. I just liked all my buffs for other things, so that's why I kept Rab in there because
yeah,
Rab was.
And then I
Serena
switched,
was the healer and Rab was the freaking buffer, man. He was.
I switched
some of those
halfway
spells.
to the big swords with Hero too, and he started doing
Oh,
I
yeah.
did that from the
fuckload
start.
of damage.
I did that from the start.
yeah. I used Hendrik, Jade, Eric. Surprisingly,
Well, yeah,
'Cause
you were
he-
talking about his
he's
high
got
damage output.
such good abilities. Like he critically strikes people. I don't
Oh, yeah.
remember what they're called. But
Eric with the falchion blades and the critical upping on
Yeah.
his stat board.
it's got dual
It's
wielding.
disgusting, dude. He does so much damage.
Yep.
I know, it's just he's so weak
And
defensively.
then the luminary.
He'll just
Yeah, he is.
get killed the next turn.
So Hendrik was my
So
healer.
It'd be good for like a death blow attack. Be like, oh, I got one last chance here. He's my last person to go with. Let's run all the buffs and then kill somebody for like
Well, that's how you
1,000
kill
damage
the
output.
the metal slimes on that island. Use
Right.
Eric.
There's tons of methods to go about that.
Well, that's what I
Because,
did anyway.
well, yeah, because he's got the metal slash ability, which will almost automatically.
That's
hit.
not even his best one.
Right. But he'll almost always hit a slime with that. May not be a crit.
He's got
hit,
one
but
that's-
he'll at least do 1 or 2.
He's got one
damage.
that's a crit every time.
Yeah.
And that's his best one, I think.
Oh yeah, there's that one that Jade does that's crits every time. It's like the thunder drop or whatever.
It doesn't always hit though. His always hits.
Oh, she always hit for me. She
Oh,
only
really?
missed like 5 times the
Jeez.
entire time I used that move. I got so good RNG with that move.
Gosh. Yeah, I use Jade because she multi-hits everybody with her kicks.
Yeah.
So she was broken too.
Jade in there.
Yeah, I love that about switching to the big sword with the Luminary where he does the Helio Chopper or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And then it fucking like hits the entire section.
Oh,
It's
jeez.
very satisfying combat as far as gameplay
It
goes.
is.
There's
Yeah.
a bunch of cool, epic animations to go with each of the skills and abilities.
All right, so let's talk about the story real quick. So, what did you guys think?
Overall, I think it was the best story out of any Dragon Quest I played.
Yeah, I agree. It 100% is so good. Like all the arcs with all the characters. Like after the world is destroyed, basically, and you like go have to find your party again, and they go through all this like emotional shit.
Yep.
Like you get back Sylvando, and he's trying to like bring smiles to
Yeah.
everybody.
He's the first one you get
and
back.
then you go to like his to meet his father, and then he has that kind of like emotional thing where his
Yeah.
father like accepts what he wants to do, and he's like,
Exactly.
"Hey, you didn't do what you promised me you were gonna.
Yeah, that was
so you
cool.
gotta go do this.
Yeah. That part was awesome.
Yeah, and then,
I don't get the hate for Sylvando.
I don't know.
He's
I think it's
he's
because
a freaky
he's
guy,
like,
but he's cool.
I think it's because like he's one of those really kind of femmy type
Flamboyant.
gays, like the
Flamboyant.
flamboyant gays. Yeah. And he's totally gay. There's
He's
no
totally
no
gay,
getting around
yeah.
it. Like if somebody tried to tell me he was straight, I'd be like,
I'm in it for the puss.
no problem. Yeah. Oh yeah, he did have that line, didn't he?
Not quite that line, but yeah, it was kind of like brushing it off the fact of answering the question.
well, he like fucking hits on like everybody in your party.
Yeah.
Well, every dude anyway.
Maybe he's bi then.
He like hits on Hendrik. He hits on the Luminary.
Oh yeah,
he hits
Hendrik
on
wasn't
Eric.
having that shit.
He hits on
Yeah.
the prince of the that one of Gallipolis.
Yeah.
Oh lord, yeah,
That was a good arc too.
Yeah.
That guy really redeemed himself. Unlike the guy from 8, the little kid.
Oh,
Yeah.
that fat fuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was like the same kind of idea, but they actually
it was.
he redeemed himself. He
Yeah.
got courage, and then he helps you out a ton later on.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Spoiler.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's helpful.
There's a lot of good stuff in that. And then with the, oh man, who do you get next? Is it Rab?
Sylvando. Yeah, Rab.
And then you go find Rab, and like he's trying to learn like the ultimate technique, so he can
Oh.
try to defeat the
Yeah,
Lord of
that part was
Shadows
hard
by
too.
himself.
Until you
Where you have
figure
to like
out.
fight him.
Yeah, there's a way to cheese it.
Yeah.
I can't remember what you do though. Oh yeah, you make him run out of
MP.
MP, yeah. And then he can't use his clone stuff.
Right.
Then he's just easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, he killed me
I-
like 4 times, and I had to see that cutscene over and over. It's a long cutscene too.
Can't you skip it?
Yeah, no, you can't skip that
can't.
one.
Of course, it's the one that you want to skip.
Yeah.
For me, it's hard. It's between 5 and 11. And the reason why that is because 11 does so many things great across the board, except for the hero.
That's
The
Yeah.
hero's good, he's just not great. And that's where 5 is absolutely flawless. Is because of that. So do I pick the absolute
5
greatest?
The thing with 5
Arc.
though is like 5 is more of an interactive hero,
Right.
whereas all the rest of the Dragon Quest games are more of a passive thing.
Yeah, they're background fodder.
Like
Yeah.
they're a background character, and it's the one great failing of the Dragon Quest games is that you make a character, you have a specific design for him, but you're supposed to thrust yourself onto that character.
It's like the Zelda concept too.
Yeah.
Like you're supposed to be Link for the most part.
I
Like,
mean,
you're the
yeah.
hero.
And Link not speaking is okay because like everybody does the talking. It's not like he's
Well,
having
the Luminary doesn't
conversations.
either until you go to the flashback.
Yeah,
And all of a
then
sudden he can talk.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Oh, what you voiced that line, but you couldn't fucking
So
like
what
voice the whole
happened? How'd you
time.
become a mute? That's
Exactly.
That's the main thing here in the plot we need to figure
That's
out.
DLC.
Yeah. Good lord.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
if they came up with a thing and was like, "Oh yeah, so the main character is a mute," then I'd be like, "All right, you know what? I'm okay with that."
Representation.
Yeah,
Everybody feels good about
I
that.
mean, you got Chrono.
So
he's a deaf kid, so I mean,
good lord.
and you got Kenshi in Mortal Kombat. He's blind.
Kenshi's
Uh,
awesome.
Yeah,
Badass.
Kenshi's
Love
fucking
Kenshi.
awesome.
You play through
So-
10?
Huh?
You play through 10?
Yeah,
Sad what they do to him.
yeah. They fucked that guy
Not
over.
everybody-
They did.
Hey man, they fucked up Cabal in 10 too. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Small sidetrack.
Anyway,
It's important though.
and it's because of how much 5 does with just the one character arc that makes it great, but I think I might side with 11 because the entire cast of characters is all but flawless except for freaking Eric.
Eric is okay,
So,
but he's
You got
definitely
so
the
many
weakest
good
out of a great
lines
cast.
with Serena almost being kind of like background for a second till the shit happens with Veronica and then she
Oh,
comes
yeah.
into her own.
You
Yeah,
get her skills too.
You figure out who exactly Rab is. Hendrik, not so much.
yeah, Serena
But
gets
Hendrik is
Veronica's
okay.
skills.
Hendrik, I can forgive because you didn't have him for like the first half. Like when you get him back, he's like, "Hey, sorry, I fucked up because like I was just trying to obey my king," kind of a thing.
Right. Jade's arc is fantastic, so they do such a good job with the cast of characters that I'll put 11 above 5, but it's really fucking close. It really is. 5 is flat out fantastic.
Okay,
story.
let's see. Who do you get after Rab? Is it Jade? No, you get. Is it Serena first?
There's the casino
Or is it-
part.
Next thing is
That's
not for
Jade, but I don't know
later.
if that comes before anybody else's.
You get
Eric was one of the last
Well,
ones.
the
I got.
casino part is where you get Jade.
Yeah.
So is it Jade next?
No.
no.
Let's see. You have Luminary, Hendrik, Sylvando, and
What
Rab.
do you mean permanently? Because
Yeah,
you
Jade
do
would be
it-
next.
Jade is next.
She's
okay,
the first
yeah.
girl that you get.
So yeah, you go through the casino for her, and then you get
the false casino.
the false casino.
Damn it!
Did you waste stuff on that one?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Uh,
It was
yeah,
pretty
so you
obvious.
go in
Yeah.
there, and then you get Jade back, and then she has a whole thing of like being, I don't want to say a sex slave, but it's kind of what it felt like to this
Yeah.
creepy monster dude.
12 years of sex slave.
I don't think it was that long. It was probably only like a couple months.
I'm sure it says it somewhere.
Yeah, anyway, and then, well, it was long enough for them to build a fucking fortress out of cobblestone, so
exactly.
it's got to be at least a few months. And then, yeah, she kind of like overcomes like the. She has like the mind control thing. She fights that back, and then
Yeah.
you fight the real bad guy. And then she gets the ability to turn into a half monster,
Yeah.
which is
Reminds
weird.
me of like a vampire. I don't know
It was
why.
like a succubus kind of thing.
yeah.
yeah.
So she like accepts her sexuality, I guess.
Yeah,
Even though
you
it's kinda,
unlock
like,
her
forced
skill
upon her.
tree for that stuff too.
Yeah. Yeah. It was
She
interesting.
embraces it.
Puff, puff.
I know some people really didn't like that, but I was okay with it. I mean, they do that in like every game, so.
Yeah, but it seemed. to
Oh,
be
did you
forced.
like that one quest where you had to go gather the stuff for the bunny suit for the old man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Okay, what a fucking pervert.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
awesome,
another
though.
one where you have to get like stuff for the schoolgirl uniform for somebody else.
Oh man. And then Rab
There are
drops
tons
that
of side quests.
magazine.
Oh yeah, when you get
Yeah.
Rab back up and he's like the fucking porno mag.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
And stuff like that makes those games so great.
I'm pretty sure he said something about he just wanted to read the articles
yeah,
too.
yeah. It was a Playboy reference. It was awesome.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. And then you get Eric back, I think, next. And then Eric,
Amnesia.
yeah, he's got amnesia. He doesn't know who he is. And then that entire ice area was kind of lame to me.
Yeah. Serena shows up.
Of course,
there,
that is like the worst part because it's Eric.
Yeah.
And then you figure out that
It's not
like
that
his
long,
sister.
though.
No, it wasn't that long, but it took
quite
me
short.
forever to figure out what I was supposed to do in that
That
area.
gold temple was kind of confusing. That you go into.
Yeah, and then you figure out that like Eric's sister was like cursed or something, and then you got to try and break the curse.
Yeah, that was like his motivation.
I love gold. I'm going to turn everything into gold.
I think the
Those
thing
are
that I
my
hate
whole-
about Eric's entire arc is that he never mentions having a sister
No,
at
he
all
doesn't.
until like it's like randomly thrust upon you.
Like, oh yeah,
when-
we
when he has
orphans to a bunch
amnesia.
of fucking Vikings.
Yeah. They were enslaved pretty much.
Yeah, like
And then he never came back for her, so of course she's not happy with him.
Yeah.
Easy to manipulate at that point because she wants revenge.
oh yeah, I mean it makes sense because like apparently he was gone for years
Yeah.
and he was just hanging out in fucking like Heliodor,
Stealing
just
stuff.
being a thief. Wasn't he never did anything to like try and get her back. So
Yeah, one of those crystal ball things. Those were important, right?
Way important. Extremely important.
And then he lost it.
yeah, and then you got and then you find Serena, and then you like go back to Arborea.
Doesn't she like save you during a boss fight or right before it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The dragon.
It's the dragon fight. Yeah,
I saw that one coming as soon as you see him in the ice.
yeah,
I was
because it's like right
that's a
before
boss fight.
Arborea. So I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
So
was a good
yeah,
one.
you fight a dragon. You get saved by Serena. She comes out, and you're like, oh hey, let's go back to Arborea and see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And then you that's where you like find Veronica is in the forest next to Arborea, and she's like laying behind a tree, and you're like, oh hey, you're right there, and then you're like, oh shit,
She
she's
sensed
dead.
her. That's how
Yeah.
she knew she was there. Because they have a twin connection somehow.
Yeah, well they are twins.
Yeah, I was.
No, I
fucked
mean
up,
like the
man.
connection itself. I know they're twins.
Yeah, you said they have a twin connection somehow, and I was like, well,
The
it's probably
connection
because they're
part.
twins.
The connection part was
Dragon
the
Quest
thing I was
has like
skeptical
some
about.
big moments, a lot of them being like in 5 and stuff. But when things happen, they kind of happen either passively in the background or kind of like, okay, you realize it's a small progression in the story, but it's never that big of a huge twist. And
Yeah.
the thing that happens with Veronica is absolutely one of those big moments.
Oh,
that
it
you would
came out of
expect from an
fucking
RPG.
nowhere.
I know.
And
I thought it was going to happen to like Eric or something. Be
Have
like,
they
okay,
done that
bye.
before? Killed
then-
off a main character in your party?
Not
In
feel like
Dragon
they
Quest?
haven't. Yeah.
Dragon Quest, no.
Well, unless
Not
you count like
counting
the
5. Yeah.
yeah, I was gonna say like
Yeah, if I'd be really the only one. They haven't had the balls to do it yet.
Yeah, it's far more
Yeah.
mature, I think, compared to the other ones, but it still maintains its lightheartedness too. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, not for that Veronica part though. Like they're all happy to see her again, and then when they discover that she's dead,
Yeah.
like everybody like breaks down crying.
yeah, I was like, wow,
That was some shit.
can't believe they went there with that.
Yeah, and all this sentimental stuff like going to the grave with Rab and stuff.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, pertaining to
and he starts talking to like his daughter's gravestone and everything.
yeah.
And then of course you gotta like fight your dead dad.
That was cool, but also sad.
Oh,
Yeah, especially when you find out who he was, then you're like, oh fuck.
Yep.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, that this game throws some shit at you, some pretty heavy emotional shit.
Yeah.
and it's pretty surprising. Like I thought 5 was really mature for like having your dad die in front of you, like being your character becoming a slave and all that shit.
Your wife being taken.
Yeah, your wife being kidnapped, like leaving your babies behind and like go find them, then being turned into stone, like letting somebody else raise your babies.
Yeah.
And a great fucking father, right?
It's
Where have
fucking.
you been, Daddy? I'm sorry, I was encased in stone. Yeah, sure, I've heard that story before.
Just went out
You
for
went out-
cigarettes.
That cigarettes and you got turned into stone. Whatever. Such a liar.
Five is fucking fantastic for that, and
Yeah.
like the other games are definitely more lighthearted. Like nothing dark really happens in 8. I mean, there's a few
Yeah.
things like with
There's a lot of
Uh,
deaths in 8.
there's a
but
lot of deaths, but it's
the main
never.
cast.
Yeah, it's like
They don't even have the guts to kill off Angelo's
Brother.
brother, and
Yeah.
not real brother, but
Yeah.
what's his name again?
I can't remember his name.
But yeah, even when you think like Dolmagus is gonna come by with the scepter and stuff and kill him, he literally just stops the shit from happening. He's like, "No, I'm gonna take this power."
Yeah.
When you
Yeah.
think that he's actually gonna get killed. No, there's the guy who helps you in the elevator. I'm assuming he's dead down there. There's a
Yeah,
pile of bones.
there was no
but who
way
gives a
back,
fuck
so-
about him. His ass was corrupt and
He
evil.
was like a
anyway.
politician.
But as is with most politicians. But yeah, they never really like have the guts to kill off a main cast member or anything like that.
Yeah, this one just like there's a lot of stuff like all the character arcs when you're like getting them back.
Those are cool.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Because you've spent most of the game running away from Hendrik.
Yep.
Because you're the supposed darkspawn. And then after the entire place has been ransacked and destroyed and it's being rebuilt, you basically join back in alliance with Hendrik and then have to form that bond with him, being like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, we're kind of allies now. That was an interesting thing.
The
Yeah,
other thing,
honestly,
was
the
cool.
way that this game handles it fixes all the stuff that I hated about Final Fantasy VI. Was like the characters kind of felt meaningless and whatever. You get like a little story chunk with them, and it's like, okay, now you get us back. But then with like Dragon Quest XI, it does the same thing, but it's a more linear base, and then all
you're
the
referring
character,
to the World of Ruin. and
yeah,
that
like when
stuff.
it's
Okay.
destroyed, you get back all your characters. Like it's
Right.
it's basically the exact same plot area, but
It's the same setup.
Yeah, I got that too.
but they do it in a more concise way, and then all the characters are like extremely well done, and you get
Yeah,
to know
'cause
them
there isn't 30
before
of 'em.
before this
Yeah.
thing happens. Yeah, so it's like it's fantastic. Like you already get like the fact that you know these characters, you've had fun with them for a little bit,
Yeah.
and then you get them back, and then you're like, oh shit, emotional backstory, like Sylvando finally confronting his dad, and
Yeah.
then his dad being okay with him, and just
They
like
go
all-
full circle.
yeah,
with the
they come
characters.
full circle, and then they like once they like accept something about themselves, they unlock
yeah.
they unlock more power, which is
was
really cool.
brilliant.
Yeah,
Especially
it's
Serena.
brilliant. Like they like. It's exactly like in Persona 5. Like
Exactly,
like when
yeah.
when your character like builds the relationship with that character and he helps them overcome something about themselves,
Yep.
then they unlock their true power.
Yep.
And that's fantastic
Yep.
in
It's
both
great
of those
design.
games. It honestly
That's
is
how you do character development.
yeah,
Right.
it's beautiful character development. It's amazing, and that like this game has some of the best characters just because of that shit. And then
Yeah.
and then after Veronica's death, and Serena has to confront that, and then
Yep.
she has that memory. It's just some really sad shit. And then she like, and then her sister like basically gives her powers.
Yeah, that was cool.
Powerful moment, and then amazing character development. She is one of the most developed characters in that.
Oh, you
And
know,
it's fantastic.
one negative part of the post game, Serena becomes like extremely powerful, right?
Yeah, and then she becomes a bitch again.
Yeah, so you go back in time, basically. That's what happens in the post game, and they reset a lot of things that happened, and that was one of them. So she doesn't really become a helpful character after that point. So she disappeared from my party after that. Like, Just didn't use her. She wasn't as strong.
That's why I had to separate that part from the game, because there's a lot of stuff that would like negatively impact it. Because this game has a really the story is it's solid is where it is. Like it's perfectly solid just the way it is. And adding anything more to it, it's kind of like hard to be like.
Right. Well, they took a big risk with that, but I think it turned out really well.
I've heard nothing but good things about the post game stuff, and I do want to play it eventually. But like that's where I'm like, that kind of hurts.
It does.
Like the main game stuff, it like erases everything you've done.
Right.
So it's like that. I have to count that separately because you know it changes everything completely.
But when you see what they do with it, like it'll make sense.
I'm sure it will.
Like it subtracts some of the best things about the main story, but also what it adds to it is just it's far better. It surpasses it.
Does it explain what's going on with the little creatures?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the big
saw.
focus.
That's kind of already explained, like in the first 5 minutes of the post game.
right.
Right.
That's the major focus.
Have you not gone in the past yet?
No, I haven't, because
Oh, okay.
I learned it was the point of no return, and I kept doing the side stuff instead because I was
Okay.
worried
Yeah.
about the leveling thing.
Yeah.
So
It's true. Those things are like the main focus.
that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah. I can't give away too much.
In case you
so
don't know what we're
obviously-
talking about, the entire game, there's these little ghostly dudes that you can just kind of see that will,
only
be
the
along-
luminary can see them. though.
that will just be along the path.
There's all
Yeah.
these blue ones and then like one random red one. I remember there being a red one, but maybe that gets explained
Well,
later. Anyway, the gameplay.
It does.
We've gone over it a
Leave it at
little
that.
bit, but there's a couple changes, some quality of life improvements to the gameplay.
Oh, you know what? There is Hendrik also has that character moment too when he fights Jasper
Right.
at
Yeah.
the end.
Yeah. And Jasper kind of gets some redemption too. Like you can see his motivations. of
His
why he is the way he is.
motivations, I think, are the weakest part.
They're weak.
They're pretty.
They're weak.
They're
I
pretty.
don't like Jasper.
This game has great writing, except for Jasper has really weak motivations. Like his entire
Yeah.
motivation for being a bad guy is the fact that Hendrik is really good at everything.
Hendrik got all the attention. He was
It's like
he was
what the
ignored.
Like what the fuck? You guys are basically in the same position. Everyone in the kingdom knows who you are, and you're gonna be like, well, he's just slightly better at everything than I am.
Well, they
It's
had
not like
different
one
strengths.
was an abandoned orphan boy and didn't have
Yeah.
the same parents, so they looked down on him like he's the slum child. It wasn't nothing like that.
Well,
It
as
was
far as
literally
battle
the
goes,
same
too, he wasn't as good.
Family,
So his skills weren't recognized as widely as Hendrik's.
right?
Like when you go to the stadium, you even see a statue of him.
Well, that's because like they sent Hendrik out to go other places where Jasper was like the king guard. Or
He was like a
whatever.
tactician, is what I thought.
Yeah, like they had, but he wanted to be known as the strongest or whatever, and he was just like, okay, so you're just a bitch.
Yeah. Well, that's why he went down a dark path, so he could do it the cheap way.
Yeah, so he becomes a demon.
Yep.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
Still loses. Because he's pathetic.
Yep. So some of the quality of life improvements is the strange thing for having an entire new set of menus for like your equipment and items and stuff. I thought that was new, and you could now see your XP inside of the status menu and not have to go see a priest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
I
fantastic.
liked it. That was good.
I think my favorite aspect, though, is the fact that you can reset your skill points at any time and then just place them somewhere else, so you can switch out like what kind of battle style you think you'll want.
Exactly. Oh,
And that
that's
way
one
you can
thing.
just manipulate it for the next boss fight and then switch it back again.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
That was one thing I was going to bring up. Like, when the world changes and Yggdrasil crashes down, like, you have to switch up the way you play the game because of the party members that you get. along
Right,
the
yeah,
way.
because it's not group stuff for
Exactly.
a while. It's individual one-on-one stuff that you're doing.
Yeah.
To,
So preferences change at that point too, based on like who you have. So like you're forced to adapt with the game.
Yeah,
Yes.
I had to switch at that point to the big swords because they had a move where I could hit multiple targets.
Yeah.
which you need early, like in the like when that happens, because the hero with the swords ability doesn't have any like wide hitting moves.
They'll just get overwhelmed, especially in the ocean.
And
So-
Hendrik doesn't hit multiple enemies either, so
No, that's
not at first anyway.
Yeah, he has to get the helichopper or whatever.
Yep. Anyway,
so
what were
that
we
was
talking
good.
about?
I love the addition of mounts.
mounts was fun.
Yeah,
I just wish there were more, but I guess they're having more introduced in the Switch version.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense. The best mount, easily the dragon.
Yeah.
Love the dragon.
Yeah, there's like a throwback thing to earlier levels. And like you go through them trying to get to the end part. I think it's at the castle at the very end. There's like different paths that you go on.
yeah. I think I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Anyway, it throws you back to like the watery cave area, and then you come out to like a cliff place.
Yes,
You can
yes,
hop
I-
on a dragon and fly through the whole thing to the end.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So you can skip that whole portion of it.
Huh.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I like the skull spider. It was the
Oh,
Where
yeah.
it climbs up the walls and shit. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty sweet.
yeah.
He's cool.
They utilize some of the mounts to put it into the world map for gameplay. It isn't literally just we're gonna walk around on one creature or whatever just to get from point A to
Yeah,
point
I
B.
do like that you change mounts for traversal stuff, and it's really
Yeah, you
the way
have
you.
to do that to get to some areas.
Yeah, the eggbot thing was cool.
Yeah, the
Uh,
platforming stuff that you get to do now.
Huge
just
ass
using the
jumps.
regular horse to like slam through enemies, so you don't have to fight them is
Yeah.
cool.
The horse controls so well in this game.
Oh yeah, it's so good. Like normally games have shit horse controls,
Yeah.
but this one has great horse controls.
Yep.
Great maneuverability.
You can jump in the game now.
Yeah, I like
too
that.
Oh
fun.
yeah, yeah. Not many RPGs do that. So
Yeah.
especially traditional.
And
ones.
the accept button and the jump button weren't the same thing.
oh,
Oh. Yeah, they learned their lesson, I guess.
well, entirely different group of people making a better game.
Yeah.
Oh,
Much
yeah,
better game.
Definitely.
In case you don't know what game we're talking about,
No.
it's Final Fantasy 15. Dragon Quest 11 is way better.
Yeah.
Is it even close?
No.
No, not even. The bad guy has better motivation, but that's about it.
I
So,
guess so.
we discussed
Better than Jasper, anyway.
That's true. That's definitely
I mean,
true.
Morrigan's just the evil guy, and I can accept that. You know,
He's a
I can accept
secret-
the simple plot
He's a
of the
secretive
fact that
guy,
he's.
too.
I
He's
can
like
accept the
Malroth.
fact that he's a demon, so that he is evil.
Yeah.
That's as much plot I need for that bad guy.
So yeah, I love the freeform camera they have, and you can
Just
remove
look
the
around
filter.
wherever you want. Yeah, that's
I took
nice.
some beautiful photos with that mode.
Mhm.
Like it isn't a feature in game, but if you're playing on PS4, just do the take screenshot thing,
Yeah.
and it'll work that way. So yeah, it was absolutely beautiful and visually striking. Like it
Yeah.
looks like, obviously it does the cell shaded approach, which Level 5 did with Dragon Quest 8, but it looks like 8 felt
It-
the first time you played it.
Oh yeah,
PS2.
it's an incredible jump. Like everything is more detailed, yet still maintains that like animated style that looks really. It looks really good.
Yeah, it's great looking.
Translates extremely well, and I think it's a smart thing. I believe this was using Unreal Engine 4.
I think
I
so.
think so.
Yeah.
So it's a lot smarter for them to do that than most of Square's in-game,
In-house.
in-house. Thank you, in-house graphics emulators
In-house
that they
with
do
quotation marks.
Stuff. Yeah, because look at the realistic hair physics that doesn't need to be represented in like a Dragon Quest game.
no.
So I think it's
yeah.
way smarter for them to run this in Unreal Engine 4 instead of like Luminos or what was the newer one called? Crystal Tools. No, Crystal Tools is the old one. Luminous is the new one. Stuff like that, and it doesn't really need to be top-line graphics. They just literally
No.
picked an art style that fits it to a T.
Yep.
They took that lesson from Dragon Quest 8 and they expanded upon it. Everything looks beautiful. The animations of the bosses, well, just
Just
all
seeing
the
them move
enemies
around and shit, and
the
then
mimic, all
yeah.
of it just looks fantastic.
Like that, yeah, all the backgrounds, all the environments that you can go to. Like you can see like individual blades of grass just like
Yeah.
waving in the wind, like the flowers and like the all the details and like rock faces and stuff. Like you can, it's so well done. It's so well done. It's one of the best looking games I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Extremely colorful. It's not bland.
Oh yeah, there's no bland parts in this game. Even the parts that
Everything
you'd
is-
think would be bland, like being inside castles and stuff. No,
Especially the caves,
they
you'd
find
think.
they find a way to make those look more exciting. Like the final areas, a castle, you know, you get the bland stone and whatever. But then they got like giant fucking crystalline ceilings and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The
It's-
purple and red aura thing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Like
The enemy variations are great.
Oh yeah, not too many.
Repeats.
There was maybe some of the snow area. We're like, oh, we're gonna color it light blue.
I mean, you know,
But other than that,
beginning
it's-
enemies always change up a little and they toss them into later areas. But you know,
Right.
other than that, yeah, like there's a lot of enemy variation.
Yeah, I think they got
even after,
most
like,
of
the world-
series in there.
The world
Yeah.
falls and you start seeing like the more powerful version of the enemies. They even like they're just like, yeah, it's the same thing, only like they're stronger.
Yeah.
So like there's like an explanation for why they're like slightly different colors.
fucking evil trees.
And you get the fucking like four-armed dudes. Those guys were hard to fight when you got like three of them, or like two of them in the same
Yeah.
fight, and they'd hit like everybody all at once.
Oh man, I can't think of like one difficult enemy that stands out. Because they're all pretty well balanced.
The hardest ones for me were those four-armed guys, but you can take care of them pretty easily, especially if you can like put one to sleep.
Yeah.
You just fuck the other one, and then you just you take them out.
Sleep was really useful in this game.
Yeah, status effects. That's another thing. Is like status effects were way easier to use in this game. Like, most RPGs, for some reason, like if you try to use poison or sleep or any other like thing, it takes a lot of RNG to be able to even get it to work. But in this game, like they just do. Like it's fantastic.
It's built into some attacks too, like the
Yeah.
abilities that you use.
Yeah, I think Eric gets a poison attack and another one that
Sylvando.
sleeps. Yeah,
Sylvando gets one.
With the,
yeah. Well, they both do because they both have the knife
Yeah, it's the
abilities.
same.
Yeah.
It's the same
Flavada with
tree.
that hustle dance, man.
Oh yeah,
Saves the
Hustle
fucking
Dance is
day.
fucking awesome. Oh man, that move is so good. It heals your entire party for so much, and all you have to
80.
do is like up his charm.
Yeah.
So, like that, and that's the easiest fucking thing to do. He gets like that equipment item. He gets the like at the start, the one that has like the feathers and stuff.
Oh yeah.
headdress.
The headdress and whatever.
Oh, what is it
that
called?
ups his charm by like 300.
Yeah, it's good.
It's so good.
I like how they dance when they walk, when they have that equipped, the luminary.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about the awesome parade part.
Yeah. Oh, it was the Mardi Gras suit
Yeah,
outfit,
Yeah.
something
Mardi
like
Gras
that.
up to that event. Well, yeah, that was pretty funny. You're just dancing, trying to bring smiles to everybody, and like I said before, Hendrick ain't having none of that. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Oh, it was great. It was fucking hilarious.
It was.
I enjoyed it.
It took forever to walk
when
around.
Hendrik
though.
starts questioning your
Well,
sexuality.
he didn't.
That was really funny.
He didn't take forever to walk around. It's the fucking parade behind you.
Yeah, you have to
Just
wait for
wanted
him to catch up.
I
It's
didn't.
like going through every. It,
I had
it
to
takes
wait.
a little bit, man. It takes a little bit. It's like watching the whole Macy's Day Parade. Be like, all right, when's this over?
I forgot to mention you can run in this game too.
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
that's nice.
Man, you could just blaze R2, right? And just
Yep.
Yeah, it is
cut
really
down on
useful.
some time with that.
And then you can fast travel to campsites.
There's just a lot of quality of life changes for this game that are
Yeah, the
just
grind
so good.
is. Yeah, there's maybe a little bit of grind, but it's so much fun.
it's less.
Honestly,
For the
there isn't
combat-
really that much grind throughout the main game. Like a lot of the
Right,
the
it's-
stuff I did was for anticipation of the post credits, which I didn't realize was gonna revoke everything that I had done. So
Yeah.
well, the
It's
hero's
not bad.
okay
It's just
still.
so much fun that I have no problem just constantly. Oh, you've been only battling for an hour. Oh, really? Oh, cool. No problem.
goes by fast.
As long as the game is kind of on mute.
yeah.
You want to get into that?
Go ahead.
soundtrack is not good with the MIDI files. Now, I've listened to the symphonic versions of him, which is going to be on this new version of S version. Fantastic. So I could see people's complaints about the PS4 version in Steam, which you can trickily just patch in the orchestra version. Thank God for PC. It is not good. I got a fever. And the only prescription seems to be more fucking trumpets for him in this soundtrack.
Yeah.
Because they're all over the fucking place.
The variety wasn't as good in this.
It wasn't.
this one.
It's generic RPG themes.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but the soundtrack is the weakest part of this game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sophie, my girlfriend, she listened to me while I was playing it, and she's like, "Yeah, if I had to have a complaint about the game, it's the lack of variety in the soundtrack." Because
Right.
she was getting driven crazy over it.
Yeah.
Because it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Like you go to different areas, and sometimes they reuse them,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so it just gets old.
So why this? I know it's because Sugiyama wants to protect his music or whatever,
Yeah.
which I don't agree with entirely. It should have been in the PS4 launch version. It shouldn't be on this Switch later or after a small little upgrade. The
Yeah.
orchestra version itself should be in there. And it's not, if I'm not mistaken. And it's not, it's significantly better, the symphonic versions, than they are in game.
I'm surprised
And
that
it's
they didn't come out
disappointing.
with the DLC for it for that, like a little, or at least an
Yeah, and then
update
let
of
him
some
keep
kind.
90% of the cut. Like,
Well, it's what you guys were saying earlier. Like they could always go back and fix it to that with a patch.
Yeah. You know, this game is odd for the DLC though. Like they're just coming out with the Switch version, which has all the updates and everything. But then they come out with like the random like pre-order bonus or whatever, and then the fucking like lucky axe or whatever
I
it
didn't
was.
redeem that. I redeemed the axe,
because it's
but not
good.
the.
Because it's
not the
trash.
in-game
Not the
DLC.
seeds and the
Oh.
bonus items. Oh, they're pretty useful for the beginning.
Yeah,
You get some
I heard
health and SP back. Like I could consistently use one of the hero's
it's one of
moves with
the
that SP
accessories.
bonus.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
I missed out.
That axe
That's all right,
is fucking trash, people. So I don't understand
Yeah,
why they needed to.
Yeah, I don't
like
know.
the
Like that,
DLC.
it wasn't even that good of an axe. Like
No,
you,
it's literally like 30 attack power less to give the Hendrick than the sword he has right when you get him in the party.
yeah,
So
Did you guys use axe Hendrick or sword Hendrick?
sword.
Yeah, that's what I used to.
Yeah.
The axe one just didn't have enough.
Axe seemed okay, but sword had way more multi-target attacks, which
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that's way better. Especially like when you have moves that are like, yeah, if you use this one, it'll like double and or triple damage.
Yeah.
Because like when you oomph him and then you use that one move that does like triple damage,
Oh,
it's-
where he sacrifices defense.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's so good. He does like a fucking so much damage.
It's like times 4, isn't it? at that point?
Basically,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
with the oomph. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man, I loved the party members being able to get moves that would like speed boost the entire party, or boost the defense of the entire party, or oomph the entire party. Just so
Yeah.
good moves.
I relied on oomph a lot. Oh, who cast it though? I think it was actually Hendrick that cast it.
I had Brad
Hendrick
use all my
gets.
things.
I think Hendrick gets oomph, yeah, but so does Veronica, and I think
Rab.
does Rab?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't the hero also? Hero gets some buffing moves, but I don't remember which one. And I know Sylvando gets the speed one.
Yeah.
Sylvando gets the speed, and I think defense one.
Oh, that's why I didn't use a healer too, because the Luminary had healing moves. So I had 2 healers.
I occasionally would switch Serena with Sylvando just because Hustle Dance is so good.
Yeah.
Because like you don't need a healer when you can just fucking Hustle Dance the whole time.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's weaker than the other guys too, I feel like.
In damage, yeah, but with his buffing spells and then Hustle Dance, he more than makes up.
He's
Yeah.
a great support character.
Yeah, he is. He's a fantastic support character.
He multi-attacks too, I think.
Yeah, it's 2 hits with the fan thing, whatever the fuck he has.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all useful in
Oh,
their
yeah.
own way.
Just depends on
Some
your
more,
playstyle.
some more than others.
Yeah, Serena's useful when you first get her, but she's also like
She falls off a
easily
lot.
replaceable
Yeah.
because you can get Rab, and I've used Rab for
I
a
found
while.
her to be extremely helpful, and she gets buffed the fuck up after the Veronica incident.
Oh yeah,
The
after
second
that
half,
point,
yes.
like she's definitely worth using because Veronica is an amazing character. Because using the bang spell, it's
That's
so
really
good.
important early on.
Yeah.
So apparently Hori wanted, and well, at least was considering making it an open world game, but he decided against it because it would have been difficult to tell the story. And I agree with that. This
That's
is
fair.
quite contained.
It was a little bit open world.
It was.
I mean, you
A
can go wherever you
little.
want anyway.
A lot of open space. It looks
everything-
beautiful, just
Yeah.
sometimes maybe it's a little much.
The map design kind of was confusing in that area, but other than that, just fine.
Yeah, the snow area is the weakest part, story and gameplay wise.
Snuffleheim.
Snuffleheim, yeah.
Sniffleheim, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snuffle.
Yeah, because then you got like the Vikings right next to that spot too, so like it's basically the same area. So
Yeah.
it's just like, yeah, it's too much. There's way too much in that area. Because like even the dragon that you fight, like when you get Serena back, is like right outside that area. So it's just so too much,
Yep.
too much in Sniffleheim. But yeah, any other gameplay thoughts, guys?
Not really.
Nope.
I think I got everything out that I
Yeah,
had.
I like that you could switch between whatever kind of play style you wanted for that character. Like
Yeah.
Veronica and Serena had like whips or spears that you could use as an alternative to like wands or staves. And of course, they had like their own little magic section.
Yeah.
Veronica being more damage based, Serena being more support.
A simplified version of the sphere grid.
Yeah, Eric being able to get like the swords or boomerangs or knives, and then Luminary being able to do like luminary magics, and then swords and great swords.
Luminary
Zap.
various zigzags.
Just stuff like that is really cool. And then of course being able to swap at any time, basically by converting all of your points back, so you can put them somewhere else.
Yeah.
The mini forge, the fun size forge or whatever it was called,
That was fun.
it was really great. Basically means that you don't have to constantly buy new weapons in every town,
Yep.
because you can just
you do that?
upgrade. You can upgrade your weapons or forge new ones if you have the recipes.
And it levels up too.
Yeah.
As you level.
It levels up. So you can basically, as soon as you get a new weapon, upgrade it like to the +3, and then it'll have like +10 extra damage,
Yeah.
which puts it like 2 towns away from normally what you'd have to buy.
As long as you have the sources for
And
it.
then when you have the forging a weapon you already have only costs the perfectionist pearls.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, which you can buy.
redo them too, so that's also awesome.
Yeah,
You can buy them later on.
yeah,
You can buy
you can buy
pretty
them at the
much
academy.
Every weapon that you'd be forging later on in further towns for the
Can
most
buy
part.
them in post game too.
Yeah, and then
so if you
of
just wait.
just getting those falchion blades like super early, and then being able to upgrade them so that you're doing like
Yeah.
it's so good. The damage output is disgusting. And it really helps with like metal slimes and shit, being able to attack that many
Right.
times.
What do you guys think about the metal stuff? Like the metals that you find,
The mini metals.
mini metals.
I did not
You guys
find
struggle
many
with
this
it?
time.
I didn't really struggle with it. I found a bunch in like a bunch of random spots. Like I just pick up a pot and then it'd be like, "Hey, you found a mini metal."
Yeah. So
So like
to get
any random thing I do, I'd get like a mini metal. So
Yeah.
I found quite a few of them.
to get the platinum, you have to unlock pretty much the whole thing. So you have to get all the mini metals. There's an
Yeah.
enemy that drops them.
There's
Yeah,
an
you
enemy
can
that
farm it.
drops them.
You can farm it.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
can
it
you
saved me a
can
lot
you
of
steal
time.
it from them?
Yep.
Nice.
And you only need to do like 80 side quests out of the 120 or 40, right?
Yeah,
Something like
I just
that.
did them all
Yeah.
since I could.
Dylan
It's
here
quick.
has the platinum.
I did platinum it. It took 150 hours.
Nice.
It was worth it. I think.
Yeah.
Now I can hold it over these guys.
The one thing in life.
Well, one of many.
No.
But this one
Need to get through
specifically.
Dragon Quest
Man, that's
8,
like
dude.
6 days of time.
Yep. It is.
It's so long.
No regrets, though.
No regrets.
No regrets. Got that tattoo there.
Yeah, right
No
across your
regrets.
chest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
soundtrack is the weakest part of the game. Gameplay is fucking fantastic.
Design is
The
flawless.
design, yeah, it's fucking amazing. Story is amazing. Game is amazing. Like it's a lot of people put it as like their top RPG of the year for a fucking
Yeah.
reason. Like,
Yep. And I was reading some reviews and people were like, yeah, it's just a basic RPG. Did you play the game? Some reviewers, like, I feel like they put 20 hours in and called it good.
yeah, I don't understand people
Well-
who would say something like that. Like, what a basic
This-
RPG?
the gameplay-
Like,
This day and age, most people, yes, millennials and younger, have ADHD or ADD at least.
well,
And
even
God forbid
then,
they
like, if
play
these
a
people are
turn-based
playing like RPGs and they're like trying to
They're
compare
not,
it to
they're
old
playing-
school RPGs, like, how can you possibly say that? This game is more involved story wise than nearly every other RPG. Like, this and Persona 5 are like the top 2 RPGs.
From the last 10 years.
Yeah, easily. Like, they're in my
yeah.
top.
They just
They're in the top 3 RPGs for me.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane.
right. Just they always want action. They want everything done so quickly. And if they spend more than 15 seconds in a battle,
that's the
they'll
thing.
freak
These
out. And that's
this
the problem.
game's gameplay, like the battles are very quick.
comparably to
Yeah, it's insane. Like, I can't imagine playing this game and being like standard.
Yeah, exactly. It's solid, but not quite pushing the
I
limits
cried
of
at
the
one
technology.
point. It's only okay.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
One of few games that I've shed a tear for.
Veronica part.
Yep.
Yeah. I was
Well, the end is-
like, fuck, man.
The end is really
And you know,
good, too.
I actually liked Veronica. I saw a lot of people complaining about her, but you know what? She had personality. She was an in-your-face kind of person.
Yeah.
And yeah, like the design thing
Confrontational.
of her being a child is a little annoying, yeah. But I mean, like, it was funny. Like, she had some, like, she wasn't like
So you
the
could say
comedy
she's
relief character, but she,
tempered.
yeah. I mean, that's probably the point. Like, she was.
Oh man, her battle
But
dialogue
it
got
doesn't-
so obnoxious though.
Yeah, a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I enjoyed her character. Like, and because I enjoyed her character, her death was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, I liked her. She was way better for me than Serena.
Yeah.
Because, like, Serena was really passive, you know? She didn't really say much. She was just, like, kind of there, tagging along.
That's her character.
And then
though.
Veronica was all in your face. She was like, hey, fuck you, Eric. You know, like, you know, just shit like that. And I was like, you know what? I like Veronica. And then she dies. And I was like, oh.
Just playing
well-
post game.
I mean, I get her back, but
Yeah, you do. Not right away. Like at the very end. But yeah.
I mean, I have her
Get her
back,
back.
now because you do that part.
So do we want to
like
get
when you go
into some
first go back in
negative
time.
reviews by other websites? Since we're on that
I don't
subject.
think anyone actually gave
Did
it
anyone give it a bad
Oh yeah,
review?
Polygon stated
Oh,
that the
Polygon,
upgraded
though.
visuals and presentation were, quote, grafted onto a frail and aging skeleton, unquote, and that it was unlikely to bring in any new fans to the series due to its non-evolving nature.
Man, who works at Polygon?
Non-evolving?
Polygon is like the worst gaming website, I swear.
Dude, they totally are. They're so fucking bad.
Metro.
Did you play? Did you play Hellblade?
Hellblade was amazing.
Yeah. Did you read that review of Hellblade that like
Yeah.
Schweiss and I got mad
You
at?
sent it to me.
It was fucking ridiculous. God, I hate Polygon,
Yeah,
and
me
everyone who writes for them is a fucking hack.
burning bridges with Polygon.
I don't want any bridges with Polygon.
I
They're all,
don't either.
Jason Schreier
they're all
of Kotaku.
fucking.
That's
They're all
right, I said
fucking
it.
horse shit.
Metro considered the game to be old school to a fault, adding that its combat and character customization options were needlessly simplistic. IGN criticized the
I
sexualization
spent like 60 hours getting the costumes for them.
in the game, calling it cringe-inducing. Complaints of this include the guest to dress up a female character in a sexy bunny outfit and the puff puff content.
So they played like a fourth of the game.
Yeah,
Okay. Because you dressed Veronica as a cat, too.
yeah. And the
That
fact
was
that
awesome.
when you go to get one of the puff puffs, it ends up being the girl's father.
That was
Yeah.
hilarious.
That was
is fucking
hilarious.
Fuck you and your
Okay,
progressive
this
agenda.
game is
IGN.
literally about how you can bring traditional RPGs into the future. Like, you can't just complain about it because, like, oh, it's a aging skeleton. No, like they brought life back into the like an old style RPG.
Yeah, and they claimed that they didn't get any new people from that. Look at the sales for it.
The sales are
yes.
insane, and they're going
Yeah.
to release it on Switch with extra content. You best believe that everyone who owns a Switch is going to be like,
Yep.
"Hey, a new fucking RPG." Like, I just don't understand.
I don't think there's any RPG right now that will give you more value than Dragon Quest XI.
Outside of maybe Persona 5.
Maybe
Again.
Persona 5, yeah.
Because
That's
both of those games, dude, it's
For a
really
JRPG,
those
yeah.
games are really good.
Yeah.
These two games are like top tier RPGs, and both, you know what? And Persona is also a game that is fucking old school style RPG.
It
It
is.
follows you have to like to fight complementary fucking elements. You have to use fucking specific weapons to like against certain enemies.
Yep.
You have to find the weaknesses, which is basically every fucking RPG, and you have to like it's
But
turn
it's not
based.
traditional.
It is 100% traditional. Everything about it.
Stylized.
Oh yeah, it's the fucking visuals, but like everything
It's
else
aged
is
mechanics.
very standard, but it does it in a way that makes it feel new, just like Dragon Quest
We
11.
want surprise mechanics, Craig. We don't want none of this
Oh,
old age
surprise
skeleton.
mechanics? You want fucking loot boxes? Is that what you're telling me, you piece of shit? You want fucking come across a random chest and be like, hey, you got a loot box, guess you better pay $2.99 to fucking open it. See what kind of fucking
I don't
bullshit
want
you
to
got.
grind, Craig. I don't want to
Oh,
grind.
you got a purple weapon. Good job.
God damn it, dude.
Need the pearlescent. Yeah, I believe the sales are over 4 million now for Dragon Quest XI, which easily puts it at top.
Yeah.
But I
it's
don't
only
know
gonna
if
get
that
more.
is including the 3DS version. I'm sure it is, but you know what? It's a different game, so that counts.
Yep.
I can't take anything seriously from a group of people who would say that this is an aging skeleton and then fucking like be like, oh yeah, new Call of Duty is fucking amazing.
Yeah,
because you know
exactly.
what? They've been using the same fucking system for every Call of Duty since like
Yep.
the first Modern Warfare.
9.5 out of 10.
They have not changed it. They even figured it out because they wanted the base code to see if like something that was in there was still there, and it
Yep.
totally was.
Of course.
They haven't changed it at all.
Same with Assassin's Creed. At least they're trying to do something different now.
Oh yeah, now they're trying to go the action RPG route, which is okay. Although I'm really pissed off that I can't just instantly assassinate someone.
Oh,
But
man.
they are fun games now. I really like them.
I like
I mean,
two.
I think 2 is still the best one, but still,
Yeah.
they're all good.
But
Thank-
then
And Bayek in freaking Assassin's Creed Origins, he's a great character. He's the second greatest Assassin's Creed character.
I haven't actually played them, so
11 did get recognized for a little bit by being nominated for a couple of awards. Didn't win any, but at least it got some of its recognition. I remember watching like the Game Awards last year and
best RPG.
Best RPG.
What
and
won?
it went Monster Hunter. I don't blame it.
I don't know about that.
Both look fantastic.
I mean, Monster Hunter World is great,
Yeah.
but this is a better game. I like Monster Hunter. I like everything about it, but still, Dragon Quest XI is much better game, far more solid. Actually had a story. I mean, Monster Hunter World tried to have one, and it was okay, but it was basically just fighting Magnum Zeros or whatever his name is like 8 times.
8 times.
Basically, dude, you fight him like 3 times, and then you fight like the final boss of Xeno'jiva.
So yeah, we highly recommend this. It's pretty cheap nowadays. If you want to wait for the Switch version,
So
you can go ahead and buy that one.
In
But
November, it had
if
4 million
yeah,
sales total.
over 4 million.
Last November?
Yep, 2018.
And it's only gotten more since it's been like $30.
Yeah, I'm trying to find something that has an updated sales number, but I can't find it.
I'm sure there's a couple websites, but
Yeah.
I don't really look into those. But yeah, we highly recommend it if you love RPGs. Period.
I mean, just the sheer
It's a
amount of
great starting
hype
off
this thing
point.
had before it was even released told me that like a lot of people were going to be playing this.
Yeah.
A lot of people that even hadn't
Well, it-
even heard of or played Dragon Quest before were like, "This looks really fucking cool."
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's all the people who grew up
because
with
they
like.
secretly have one of those friends that does know about Dragon Quest that kind of.
Well, I mean, it's either that or
Yeah.
like those people who kind of grew up with like Dragon Ball Z or like those
It
kind of
could be
games that
Yep.
Akira Toriyama worked on before, like or Blue Dragon. You know,
They're always like, Goku
was-
for Smash. Well, now you got as close as you can get.
yeah, basically, yeah. I'm like all of those characters kind of look like him.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to see the overlap between like Dragon Ball Fighters and the people who bought Dragon Quest 11. I'm sure there's quite a bit of overlap. But
Well, now that it's in Smash, I
Yeah,
don't think it's
Arxis
gonna
just
be...
put some of the Dragon Quest characters in Dragon Ball Fighters.
well, isn't there from one of the Dragon Quest mangas? Isn't another fighting game that's on PS4?
Yeah, Jump Force.
Jump
It's
Force.
Oh,
Dai
yeah.
from Dragon Quest Dai, the manga.
Yeah. The manga and the TV show. It seems like a couple of people have been grabbing their VHS copies and ripping them onto the internet and actually doing their own subtitles. There actually is a full subbed TV show now from the anime that was out a while ago. Since we only got like half of it translated
Yeah.
for a dub, we may just end up doing that because I actually found all the files.
Well,
With
if we have the entire
subtitles.
show, then yeah, we should do it.
Yeah, I think it's like 48 episodes.
Yeah. Well, what I was saying is that now that it's going to be in Smash, it's not going to be an underground thing in the U.S. anymore. Like, it'll
Hopefully
have
not.
massive exposure.
Oh yeah, like as soon as it comes out in September, like everyone who owns a Switch is probably going to get it.
I've
Like
already got it.
the biggest RPGs, the biggest RPGs on the Switch are that Xenoblade Chronicles 2
Yep.
and like that's pretty much it. Like what else do they even have?
Well,
like
I guess
Persona
Breath of the
5
Wild,
has
technically.
I don't really count that. There's so little
Fire
RPG
Emblem,
elements to that
gentlemen?
game.
Fire Emblem's just coming out.
Fire
too.
Emblem
Yeah.
is coming out this month. I think it, or is it next month?
It's this month.
Is it this month?
Yep.
Okay.
That's pretty big.
And then I guess Dragon Quest Builders 2 just came out, which is another Dragon Quest game, which of course builds hype
Yeah.
for Dragon Quest 11 for those who haven't played it
Got
yet.
good reviews,
It's a
too.
good, it's a good jump off point.
Yeah, I guess they have like those Tokyo RPG Factory games, the Lost Sphere and
And
I Am
Setsuna.
Setsuna.
Oh, right, yeah.
But those are really the
Oh, but
biggest
what about
RPGs
Digimon?
That's
can
not
think
on
of.
there.
Digimon
They're
is.
gonna, yeah, they're gonna.
It's on Switch
They're
now?
put on
The Cyber
Slut.
Sleuth, both the Cyber Sleuth games are either
Ah.
coming to it or are there now.
They're like $10 at Walmart now.
So yeah, all you people who loved Digimon, those games
No.
are coming
Right.
to you.
God damn it, no.
You don't even know, Jake. You haven't even played them.
Yeah, actually, I did play one.
Which one did you play?
I emulated World 3. I was
Oh, well,
thinking of
that's
playing it with
completely
you guys.
different. That is completely
I
different.
don't care. It's horrible. It is atrocious, man.
Yeah, I got that as a gift, and I let them
Gag
borrow
gift?
it. Well, I was really into Digimon when I
Okay.
was younger. I've never played it.
I mean, they're okay if you really like Digimon, but at the same time, they're really kind of boring.
Yeah.
They're really passive RPGs. You want to fucking like complain about an RPG? Complain about that. Complain about that Digimon game that is basically like it's literally the skull and bones of fucking like old RPGs and does nothing to like change anything about it.
Yeah.
Literally, it has auto battle, so you don't even have to play the game.
Yeah.
Like that. You want to talk about fucking being built on a aging skeleton? There you go.
Well,
Fucking-
also, like, look at Pokemon. I love Pokemon, but it's the same formula.
Oh, man, they haven't changed that Pokemon enough in a while.
They haven't, like, Dynamax stuff. It's just bigger
That-
Pokemon.
Yeah, like what the fuck is up with that? Why not do more Mega Evolutions? At least that was something
That
new.
was creative. But it was broken. But I still loved it. Made old Pokemon relevant.
It did. It made people use Beedrill, which is fucking weird.
Pinsir. I love Pinsir.
Yeah, Pinsir.
So
He did get that Aerolate move, which is fucking sweet.
Yeah, that's what makes them good. They take old Pokemon and they give them new abilities that are relevant.
Although
Mega-
I
So
think
I
that
asked
mega
a
pincer
question
thing should have just been a pincer
on
evolution,
our
to be
Twitter and
honest.
Facebook pages. At
He needed
Puff
one
Puff
since
Hour, or
Scissor,
just
like fucking
type in Puff Puff Hour. on our
Scyther got an
Facebook page.
evolution.
And
What are
I
you saying?
asked, do you have any questions about Dragon Quest XI? And one on our Facebook page, No Fuentes, asked, if you had to add or get rid of a mechanic or whatever, what would they be?
From Dragon Quest XI.
Yes.
Oh,
Can that include like soundtrack? Because I would definitely enjoy more tracks.
I think a gaming mechanic, but you know what? You could include the like the iPod thing 15 had, and just like do the soundtrack for the
Oh,
rest
yeah.
of the
Game to
fucking
stand on
series.
its
as they were traveling in their car. Oh my
The
gosh.
cop out, so they didn't have to make a new fucking soundtrack.
That was crap.
Although they
It's
did
not
anyway,
a complaint,
but
but I
that
would
game
add a
is
mechanic of
disappointing.
like almost every enemy could be mountable.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
There wouldn't be much point of that.
Sure would be.
I wish there was
I don't
more
care.
like dialogue that they would say instead of like cycling through 3 or 4
Right,
different
more
things.
battle dialogue.
Yeah.
It could
Because
be
the
that.
same thing over and over gets really old.
Well, the problem is how are you going to run those scripts in the dialogue?
By
You would-
adding more.
You could add more, but then you got to set parameters to how they're going to say it, why they're going to say it.
like
Like,
the
okay, every
context
one of
it.
them is pertaining to poison, but then you'll get annoyed of it every single time you turn to poison.
I
or
mean,
you
just
turn
add
to
like
gold.
an additional one on top of that, so like it cycles through a bunch of different ones.
Would
Not
you
just
want them in
one.
order, or
I would have liked maybe more moves being able to be purchased in the
skill
skill trees. Yeah, like
Bigger
make things like
expensive.
cost less points,
Yeah.
and then
Of
just have
course.
more moves.
everything else one? Let's make it easy.
I
Well,
wish
no,
there
it's just
were-
like just have more moves in there because like you only get like the little handful of
Yeah.
the flame slash or the metal slash or whatever for like the swords.
Yeah.
And then of course like and then Sylvando gets the hustle dance and nobody else can have that kind of thing. So I mean there's unique stuff, but like
Yeah.
at the same time like I would like for there to be more of that in there.
Yeah, I get that.
And second question, if you had to put in something from the other Dragon Quest games into this one, which would they be? Question sounds similar. A little bit, but you can add in a couple other things. We didn't really go over the bonus like battle arena stuff that's extra content. So I don't think there's a monster arena in 11 like there is in 8. I'd
That would be
throw in the
cool.
monster arena for 8.
There's not.
I wouldn't mind like a pseudo monster capturing thing in 11,
Oh, that'd be cool.
but more like a you can turn monsters to your side kind of deal. I mean, they'd have
More
that a little bit
characters.
with the charm, but like
Yeah.
do be more effective, or have them be like you could capture a creature and then have it be like a 5th member of the party for like one battle or whatever.
yeah.
That would be kind of cool. So you could go capture one of those forearm guys and have him take on like the final boss with you.
That'd be
Yeah.
cool.
That would be fucking sweet.
Yeah.
Golem.
Yeah,
Golem's
or
my
just
MVP.
like
Gold
a golem,
golem.
just like ha
Gold
take
golem.
take this wall.
Well, yeah, that's the ultimate thing you can do in Aid with the Monster Arena is go with gold, silver, and bronze golems, and you'll clear throughout the entire Monster
that's
Arena. It's a pretty great combo. So I asked the same question on Twitter, and Dinios the Gamer asked, did you do the side quests, and how did you like them if you did? Dylan did most of them. I did
think
a couple.
I did all of them.
I like the side quest just fine. Although I wish there was more than just like nothing but fetch or kill quests because that's all of them.
I wish the
that is
rewards
true.
were better too.
Yeah,
Some
it's
of them
kind
If
of
are
all
like,
of them were like recipe books where you could like get some cool shit out of
Oh,
it,
we didn't talk about that. That
the,
was
the
also
recipes.
awesome. Yeah.
I did like being able to find new recipes for being able
For
to
the
make
forge.
items. Yeah.
Those side quests seem to be like when you can possibly get them 1st is the best point with the cutoff
It's true
for the
for the most
equipment you're
part.
getting. So you kind of best do them then.
Yeah, going
'cause-
back to them isn't really great.
I think the one thing that I'd really like to add in there is a few of the costumes had a mechanic where it would show your character wearing that specific outfit.
Yeah.
I kind of wish all of them had that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, if all of them had that, that would be really cool. Or at least more of them. I really liked that. It made me want to wear the Drazilian armor pretty much the entire time, which wasn't really
It's not even
possible
the best armor.
because it's not that
No.
good after a little while. Even though I had them all at +3, I couldn't keep doing it. So
well,
Did
also,
you guys craft the hero's outfit from 8?
yeah.
Yeah.
I had to for the plat. You have to craft everything.
Ah. Wow.
Yep. Takes a lot of time, but it's not
Yeah,
that bad.
with the resource gathering.
It's not like a Final Fantasy type thing.
I would like
More
the
convinced.
resources to be purchasable. Instead
Yeah,
of
more
having
of
to-
In game, yeah, money.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them are really rare drops too.
Yeah, I'd like. You know, my least favorite thing about games that require you to make stuff is that you always have to grind out items that you can't just purchase those things.
Completely RNG.
I would
based.
enjoy
annoying.
a specific store that could sell everything.
Well, they did offer a solution through stealing stuff, but also it's like it's not guaranteed that you'll get it.
Yeah, I mean that's a good extra thing, but I mean like being able to just buy them too would be really helpful.
Yeah,
You could
more
buy,
ways to spend money.
That's one thing I hate about fucking Kingdom Hearts, dude. Like when you're trying to craft the ultimate Keyblade, you just can't.
The synth stuff.
And
Yeah, the synthing
God,
stuff,
fuck
you
that.
have to get the drops, and it's absolute horseshit.
Yeah, I got the plat.
Especially for Kingdom Hearts 3, dude. There's a specific upgrade item that you need that you can only get in space by doing the gummy stuff.
Yeah,
That's how you get all your upgrade shit. You can't just buy it.
oh yeah,
The Ori
2 did it
Calcom.
too.
Yeah, like
those things.
it's garbage.
I did it, but it took forever.
It's garbage. I hate that game.
I hate
What
those
do you
stupid
think about the
fruit
Switch
guys.
version? Will you buy and play it again
Wait, what?
Eventually, yeah.
for the Switch version?
Yeah, I'm totally gonna
Eventually.
buy it, and I will definitely play it again.
Yep.
Because mostly I like the idea of buying it just to like lend it out to like Schweiss and Cam and my brother, just so they can all experience a Dragon Quest game. Because none of them have played Dragon
I
Quest.
did that and it didn't work, Craig.
Well, Schweiss was playing a bunch of other shit at the time.
I'm
got
actually
too
gonna
many
go home
shows.
with my copy.
Yeah,
Today.
too many shows. Yeah, I would like them to experience like the ultimate version of this really great game.
Agreed.
I think everybody should probably get it, at
Yes.
least for Switch. Just because this game is really good. It's in the top 3 RPGs of all time. Fucking fantastic. The only negative thing I really have to say about it is the soundtrack, and that's honestly a good thing to be like, hey, this is the only bad part, is that, you know, the music, which you can turn off, is the worst part of the game.
Yeah.
Like
Or
if
mod.
everything else is like fantastic and amazing, then you're fucking solid.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
yeah.
What are your favorite NPCs in the game?
The
don't
characters that
remember
we don't play as
Yeah.
I like that Prince guy.
Yeah.
from
He's cool.
Galapagos.
Yep, that's what it was.
Yeah,
Galapagos, the horse
yeah.
races.
Yeah.
Another pun name.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, he was okay character. I like the mermaid
Yeah,
from that
queen?
storyline.
yeah.
The one
Oh,
abandoned on the
no.
island?
That one. The
Yeah.
one that,
I like that storyline.
yeah, that one's sad.
With
With the pink hair.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know, and you figure out it's the great grandson.
Yeah, the
of
great
her-
grandson. And then the priestess from Hado, where her son turns into the like
Yeah.
dragon or whatever. Yeah.
And, the leader of the monks. That lady.
Oh, I could
Oh
tell
yeah,
you one
she
of the
was,
most
she was cool too.
She was awesome.
annoying character that I
She had
just
that
remembered.
stick.
And this is one of those cringe scenes, like the one cringe scene in the whole game that I don't want anybody to walk in on me while I'm playing it, is when you go to the hot tubs for the first time and you're trying to find Veronica. And instead it turns out to be a little girl. Now that fucking
hot
voice of the little girl.
That she's
Like,
fighting with.
"Daddy?"
Oh yeah.
Danny? Oh my god. It was horrible. It was
Yeah. I
oh.
remember
I
that.
must have blocked it out because I don't remember.
It takes like 2 seconds. It's not a very big scene.
I know,
but yeah,
but-
that
Yeah.
was. I remember
And
it.
then yeah, later Veronica scolds out the parent. What kind of fucking parent are you being at the bar?
Yeah.
I like the apparition for the painting.
The little girl.
Yeah, the little girl.
Yeah.
That was some creepy shit.
That was, yeah.
Eric's friend was all right. The fat guy who got married.
Oh, the guy in the fight arena that you team up with.
Oh yeah, he was cool too.
Yeah, he dresses like the hero.
He dressed like the hero, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Kind of cool, but
Kinda looks
corrupt
like him.
son of a bitch, man. Come on. I know you got
He
to feed the
redeems
children,
himself.
but
He redeems himself.
yeah, he does.
That was a
How
good
many
arc,
and
too.
what references and nods to other Dragon Quests did you spot?
Well, I spotted the Dragon Quest VIII armor.
Yeah, that was
Definitely
obvious.
saw that one.
It's mostly just subtle stuff.
Yeah, that kind of just glances you by when you're waiting so long to review this and you
Right.
forget most of it. So.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to go back to that one. There's some
Alright.
obvious stuff post game, but we can't really go into that.
Yeah. All right. At Dr. Krinkenberl, will they ever bring back the DQ3 style options for your party?
Oh,
I
what?
don't
Where you like
think
hire
they should.
somebody and
Yeah.
then change their job?
Yeah, like 9.
I don't really like that, honestly.
Yeah, I don't really care for that. I much prefer when you have
Characters with
specific
actual development.
yeah, specific characters. If they made like a Dragon Quest Tactics game like I have wanted for all of eternity, I think that
Just anything
I think it would be
Tactics by the
okay.
Creator. Just
But even in Tactics, like Final Fantasy Tactics, I preferred the regular characters to the ones that I
when you got
had made.
yes.
Although I did get them pretty high leveled and fucking beastly, so like I did not use some of the main characters.
Well, Melido is completely pointless. Same with
Mustado?
Resin Realm. No, the Green Hood. She does the brake equipment stuff.
Oh, Maluda, yeah,
yeah,
she's okay. She has the Holy Knight moves, but there are better characters for that, like
Exactly.
the Thunder God and then Argris.
Yeah, right.
Didn't
So-
they kind of bring it back for 9 though? Like
Yeah,
the
yeah, they
random-
did. I
Yeah,
didn't like
yeah.
it.
I didn't.
I definitely don't
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
it that much.
it-
They seem very.
Can customize them, but like it doesn't do much for me really if they have no depth.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a character where like they had an actual personality and then you could just customize everything else about them,
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that. But the fact that they're like entirely just a non-person is it's not that good.
Yeah, it's not.
It kind of negatively affects the game in a way,
Yeah.
especially because like RPGs are really about the story you want to tell,
right.
and
And the people involved.
yeah, and the people involved. And if your characters have no depth or are just basically there to be machines or extra weapons for your main hero, then they're
They're no better than an NPC.
yeah,
Or a guest
they're
character.
no better. Yeah, they're nothing.
So, I am a minority, it seems, but I can't stand Slavando. Annoying, a clown, be it sometimes funny, but I'd rather not have a freak on my team. Now, this is what most RPGs do. Is they always have that one kooky offside character. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and it's annoying and it's tropey and other things like that. I don't think Slavando is a bigger plight versus other ones that are in other games. Like there's way.
I mean, you
worse
could
out
even
there.
make a
So-
case that Veronica is that character in 11, not Sylvando, just because of the whole little girl curse thing.
Yeah.
That is true.
I can see why some people probably wouldn't like Sylvando because
There's-
he's not that serious of a character except for at some parts.
which
but-
have nothing to do with
But I mean, the
story.
game is full of charm. Isn't entirely a super serious game, even though it has those parts. And I feel like his character lends well to it.
I like him. Yeah.
Yeah.
His voice actor is fantastic, way better than Eric's.
He basically
not-
steals the show as soon as he's introduced.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really
Takes
great
control of the
character. He's
scene.
super useful in battle. There aren't many characters in other RPGs that you can say like that are like that. Even if you don't like the character himself, he's still really useful in battle. Upping his charm and then using him for, even if you're only using him as a hustle dance machine, he's the best healer in the game. So
And you don't have to use him if you don't like him too. So
yeah, you have plenty of characters to choose from, so it's fine. But honestly, I think everybody here likes Sylvando. He's a great character, and he has a really great character arc.
But yeah, we can see why people wouldn't like him. So
Yeah. I get that.
it's fair. It's a fair point.
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, he's tropey a little bit just because he's like the classic, effeminate fucking.
He's literally a
flamboyant
clown.
gay. Yeah, but he's cool.
Yeah, I like him.
I don't think it sets back the story in any way because all of it is just side shit and it doesn't affect the story at all, really, in my opinion. So
But he's got like some of the most powerful story arc segments, I would say. Especially with him and his
well,
father.
for his character development, yes, but
Yeah.
not
well,
the,
even for the development of other characters too. Like
Right.
he does have an influence on them.
right. So yeah, the emotional connections, yeah, right. I'd be interested in your thoughts on choices in the age of story.
I think choices are good. Like if they affect the overall story, unlike what's that one studio? The one that just went under. Tales from the Borderlands.
Telltale.
Telltale, yeah. Like that's like a pseudo choice. Like the outcome's always going to be the same no matter what. But
Or like they won't be entirely the same, but they'll be really fucking close.
Yeah.
Like your choices like hardly mattered. There weren't really any choices in this game like that you
Not
had to
really.
make.
there's
And everything just kind of happens, and then you go along with it.
there is one part where you make choices, but like in the end, you eventually go through all of the options. It's like a post-game dungeon. So
Well, even some of the ones that like gives you the option like to choose something in the main game where it's like a yes or no, and you're
Yeah.
just gonna have to choose yes anyway. Like there's some funny dialogue options sometimes if you choose no,
yeah,
but you're gonna be ended up choosing yes. Like you can't not choose yes.
Exactly. So always choose no.
I feel like it's a good thing to add a variety and like actually have it affect the story.
Yeah.
But I can see why they don't do that. That's pretty difficult.
yeah, usually those branching off storylines be like,
Oh,
they don't go much anywhere in most games.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just had another thought. Do they mean like what are your thoughts on having choices in games in an age where people are telling stories? Is that what he means? You think?
I don't know.
Because if that's the case, then my opinion would be, I
Tell
honestly
your
don't
own
really.
goddamn story.
Yeah, I don't really care for it. Like, unless you have the ability to make a story that, out of thousands of choices that your characters can make, then there's not much of a point. I mean, like, even the games that are entirely based off of choice, like the infamous games where you choose good and evil, like that's literally just one or the other. You're not choosing a third path of
It's like the
being
same
a
story,
neutral
but
person.
just different
Yeah, it's-
gameplay elements.
Yeah, you just get slightly different powers from it. Like
Yeah.
it's not really affecting much because like the end game is still gonna be Cole versus Kessler. Like it's not
Yeah.
gonna change that specific outcome. Just like in Infamous 2, it's still gonna be Cole versus the Beast. It's just whoever partners up with him. Yeah, so I unless you really can make a game about true choice, I don't think that you should do anything other than just pure story for an
So
RPG.
you're not a fan of David Cage games.
I don't know what that is.
Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, Detroit.
I mean, those aren't really choices
I know,
in those
they're not.
games either. Like,
Well, you'd be surprised how much Detroit branches off.
I've been told pretty much everything that you choose, it just ends up in one altercation or another. There's not much variety.
Yeah.
So,
What is there, like 3 outcomes in Heavy Rain? Also,
Well,
the variety of paths you get to.
well, I
take
guess
to
there's
get
an
there.
ending for like if characters, depending on how many characters die or not, whatever.
yeah, there's a few. There's like 6 different endings.
I just prefer them to tell the story they want to tell.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, like that's why, you know what, a lot of people hated Mass Effect 3's ending.
Yeah.
I liked it. I didn't play Mass Effect 3, but I liked the idea that they were like, you know what, this is the fucking ending no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Because
I think people felt deceived with Mass Effect, though. Like, their choices actually mattered in the end. But
well, they never
Well, that's
mattered in the
how-
first place. They were
No.
literally how your character's personality.
yeah.
Like
Well, that is the big
they never
setup in
affected
2.
them. They never affected the main story of the game. Like in the first freaking Mass
in
Effect,
2.
you could be the biggest dick in the world, but you still save everybody from Saren and the
Yeah.
Reapers.
well,
Right,
in 2, it
but
affects
2
your
it
party,
does.
like who survives in the end or not. based on
Yeah,
their choices.
there's
The entire
that
setup
kind
in
of thing,
2
but it
is that
doesn't
you
change.
Are putting your Ocean's 11 group together basically
Yeah.
to actually save. So
Yeah,
you're
I
kinda
remember
getting
too,
implied
but like
to save it. But that's the
And it carries over to 3.
what's the specific thing? Be like differential. What's the Game of Thrones thing that subdued expectations? You're expecting to beat all the Reapers and win, but you don't, and you die anyway. It's subdued.
yeah,
expectations.
I don't know. I like that they had the choice, but you still like could be like, oh, you know what, my shepherd's gonna be a dick, or like my shepherd's gonna
Yeah.
be a nice guy.
Punching
Like,
reporters.
It never made
CNN
any
is
like
fake news.
It was never like the choice like in Infamous where you were like, hey, I'm gonna take all this food for myself and for my friends so that we can eat.
Yeah.
And then being like, oh, I'm gonna give it to like everybody. Like it was never huge choices like that.
Right.
It was always just like, am I gonna be a dick to this one specific guy, or am I gonna be okay?
Am I going to steal this item?
Like it
Get
was
bad
literally
karma?
between like, and a lot of those people are complete assholes too. So it's literally choosing between being civil or just like doing what you want, and punching the guy in the face. Like that's
Especially in,
literally
like,
it.
Bethesda games.
Yeah, Bethesda games, it's pretty much the same thing.
That's all
Like
Fallout.
your
Yep.
choices in like Fallout 3 come from your actions as you play.
Yep.
Like you can be a nice guy if you want, but you can also murder the shit out of a bunch of people
Yeah,
and steal
fuck
all their
Megaton. I
and
blew
steal
that
all
shit.
yeah, or
Oh!
blow up that's like literally the biggest choice you can make in that game.
Yep.
Yeah, if you do it, it sets you up for the whole game. Like
As
it
a
puts
bad
you
guy.
so far ahead as far as the caps go and stuff.
Yeah.
Experience. So it's beneficial, but
We just
also
need to
you feel
remaster
horrible
that.
about it.
Well, yeah, and then your dad knows about it too, and he's like, you're kind of an asshole.
You're the one who abandoned me for 10 years, Daddy.
Liam Neeson.
Yeah.
All right. At Platty M3, favorite character or least favorite character from each of you? Favorite character, Veronica. Least, Eric.
Yeah.
Jade is my favorite one.
I really do like
Eric
Jade.
is my least
I like, you
favorite.
know what? I like the entire cast, but I think Veronica for me is probably my favorite just because, like, she was really funny to me. She was in your face. She hated Eric, which made me laugh. Like, they fought all the time.
Yeah.
She was really useful in battle, like, the whole game. And then, like, just her death and everything, like, her whole arc is fantastic. She is outstanding as a character for me.
All right. Does the post game need to be completed to feel the story complete?
I would say no,
Yes.
having not completed it, because the story wraps up itself at the end. It feels when you beat that when you beat it, it feels completed. You know, like you have that whole moment where you're like, you did what you were supposed to. You restored the tree. You know, it has that feeling of finality. You know, you did everything that you were supposed to. In in the game, and then you go and say goodbye to Veronica. As far as what happens in the post game, it resets all of that. It changes the entire outcome of the game. It changes everything you've done in the main game. So I would say that it's basically two different games.
It's
in one
leading
game.
to part 2. It's a
Yeah.
Back to the Future part 2 leading in the extra part.
I wouldn't even
Because-
say it's like a part 2. It's just like an alternate. It's an alternate ending because like it changes everything that happens in the game.
I think absolutely you have to play the post game for it to be complete because there's a lot of loose ends that we didn't even cover in the review because they're too much of a spoiler. That get tied up in the post game, like really important things. But I can't go into them because it's too much of a spoiler.
I can only think of one thing that's even remotely a loose end by the time you beat the main game, and that's just like figuring out what those little ghost things are.
What about the one person that you talk to when you die, pretty much? Like when you're transitioning
Oh,
from the...
you're in the freaking nether realm. Pretty
Oh,
much.
yeah,
God.
the girl that
Ghost world.
that Eric talked to. Yeah, that's a really important
And you're
character.
fishing. You're basically in a dream state and you're fishing. And
And
you
there's
meet the
those
girl.
little guys and also the guardians of the planet, the little alien dudes. Those guys are really important.
Yeah,
I'll
but
side with
those
Dylan
they
on
don't
this.
really do anything until you get to like the end game, though. Like to where you're at. Like when
that's the
when you
thing
wrap
about-
up when you wrap up the story, though, they have like they
Right.
don't really have that much importance. They're just like, hey, like this is part of the world. That's all it feels like.
So the main point of you going back is to like correct the things that happen because you have the foresight now. You've been through it. You know what's going to happen. So you go back and correct those things. So instead of it having like loose ends, you tie up those loose ends. So instead of it feeling like a complete story, it feels like a perfect story.
So, are you saying by going back to the past, it's an echo
Of an elusive age. And it
Back to the Future part 2?
explains that. See, I
Yes,
didn't want to
that's me,
ruin
but-
it. I don't want to ruin the gameplay and the story of
setup
it.
for the pun.
The thing that always bothers me about the end game thing, though, is the time travel. I hate time travel. Everybody fucking knows it, and it bothers me that he like goes back in time, vaguely has the foreknowledge because he like kind of loses it a little bit, but has impressions of what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But then he has like the sword of evil that the Morrigan made with the sword of light, and then it shatters.
Yeah, it explains that.
Yeah, I was just like, really? Okay.
It does. And it doesn't just correct his timeline. That's something that you need to understand also. There's more than one timeline that it corrects.
That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. That's why you have
Oh. Okay.
to play it. Yeah.
All right.
There's
next question
more
is-
to it.
I get it now. I get
It's
it
not
now.
complete. You
Uh,
need to go and
Mumbo Jumbo
I do
1.
want to play it.
What
and
do
I'm
you
gonna
think
do
of the
it.
fun size forge compared to the alchemy pot?
I kind of like the fun size forge better.
Me too.
I kind of wish there was more upgradability on some of the weapons, more than just the +3. But I like it a lot
So you
better.
like the alchemy pot's version of that too, because you could just keep going higher grade sword with different names
Well,
to get the what was it, Dragonite sword,
Dragonites.
Dragonian sword in a. That's what it was.
Get a
In the
harem
full
of those.
armor,
yeah.
red samurai
That's what I
armor plate
want.
set. So I like them both.
Uh,
I really don't want to pick one because 3DS's version of 8 fixed the only problem that Alchemy Pot had, and that was the wait time in the original PS2 version.
Yeah.
So they're both great. I really don't.
I mean, they're basically the same. I just kind of
One
like
provides a mini game.
one provides a mini game and allows you to kind of like quickly upgrade weapons that you just recently got, so that you don't have to go buy new weapons. I don't know. I prefer the fun size forge just a little bit more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me too. One I used and one I didn't use, so it's pretty clear cut for me. Fun size forge for me.
Yeah. All right, we have a question from Angry Ass Black Dude.
Oh.
Thank you for sending that Dragon Warrior monsters, by the way.
Did you already have it?
No, I don't have it. It's awesome. It's
Oh,
perfect.
snap. Yes, thank you for that. And thank you
Yeah.
for the CDs.
You will get
man.
a
That's-
formal shout out on Twitter also. So look forward to that.
Oh, that's high grade stuff right there, man.
Yeah. It's the best I got.
You're a scholar amongst men.
Fair
Does
enough.
loving Slavando make you gay? Fucking gay.
No, I don't
No.
think so. That's like
You can
saying
enjoy a character's personality, but not invite them to dinner in your personal life.
yeah. Well, you could be friends with a gay guy without being gay, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Sometimes it could be a little grating, but in the context of a video game, hell
Yeah.
yeah, it's enjoyable.
If you got an understanding that like they shouldn't hit on you and try and make moves, then I think it's okay. But like if you're not comfortable with that, definitely not.
Wait, what? I think I missed something.
Like having a friend that's gay.
Oh.
Yeah. If they're like hitting on you and stuff, that kind of crosses the line, I would say. If you're not gay,
I have a friend who's gay. Yeah.
does he hit on you?
No.
There you go.
I mean,
That's
pretty
my point.
obvious.
I do ask him if he's gay all the time, though. It makes me laugh.
Oh.
Like, he'll do something, and I'll be like,
You
what
bigot.
are you gay? It's
Does he-
amusing only to me. I mean, he laughs,
No, it's-
but
it's
like,
funny.
it's...
Does he call you gay too?
Yeah. I mean, I do some gay shit, so...
Well, you got karaoke days with Joe, so
Yeah, we did that.
Did.
but
Probably
Yeah.
still do.
Well,
Leave
Joe's
us
not
all
here
of our-
anymore.
all
Can't
of our-
do the karaoke.
He's on chat.
Dylan will take your place. All right.
I don't sing.
So, gentlemen, the most
carry a pitch.
important thing of all time. We all love tier lists. We all love rankings. So, we need to rank the Dragon Quest games.
Uh, 11's at the top.
Same. Yeah. It wasn't an easy choice though, but yeah, 11's number one.
So, yeah, it's between 11 and 8. So,
Shouldn't even be that.
It's 11, 8, 5.
11's improves everything upon 8, except for maybe one or two things I could be really nitpicky about.
Like what?
Jessica.
Well, not only Jessica, like Jessica.
I mean, you got Jade now.
Jade's
better.
good, but
Jade's way better.
Yep.
when-
Jade's
No.
better.
Dude, she's
no,
way better.
No. All right, Twitter poll: Jade versus
What do you,
Jessica. We'll do
is
the-
it the crop top that you like about Jessica? Because it shows off like 50% of her cleavage? Or like what? What
No,
is it?
I happen to like redheads, and it's the British accent, dude.
Doesn't Jade have that
definitely-
too?
No,
She-
she does not have a Cockney accent. No,
You said British though.
Cockney is part of the dialect in Britain.
She has
it's
like
a different
a-
region.
She has like an elitist.
It's
British
near. It's more
voice.
Wales and yeah, that area with the Cockney. It's something about it. I like it, but more importantly, it's the fucking soundtrack. Like
Soundtrack is better than
the
8.
day and night compared to the two. And just there's
Yeah.
just this cool
But
character.
that's honestly the soundtrack of
development
all
neat.
games. Is like the weakest section.
Not most RPGs I play. What are you talking about?
No. I mean, like in comparative, like you can't like say that. Oh, because when
But okay. The story can be just as good. The cast of characters is almost as flawless. There's no Eric bringing down 8s.
yeah.
The design is almost the exact fucking same. It just looks like it's an HD 4K update comparatively between 8 and 11.
There's a
They're very
bit
similar.
more of a 8 HD update between
Right, but
those games.
it comes with the same aesthetics. It's still the same way open world works.
Yeah, but
no,
you also
it's a little more open world.
you're also
Well,
looking at it from an incomplete standpoint. Like you haven't finished it. There's more. There's so much more.
There
And,
does
like,
seem to be a
you're
lot more
still
gameplay
comparing-
for 11 than
You're still
for 8.
comparing the two, and they're close, and you still haven't beaten 11 all the way.
Dolmagus is a better lead-in protagonist to the main boss than the one in 11's. with
Jasper?
I think
Jasper.
Carnelian was a really good villain.
Yeah, but that was also Mortigan. So
Yeah, so
I guess you could say
same person.
Mortigan was his own lead-in villain.
Dolmagus is fantastic. I like the side
also a
stuff.
pawn, though.
Well, not side stuff, but the other realm stuff with the special gate you go through to do the magic harp. That's fantastic. The gold
That's
bird.
cool.
I think the whale is cool, but the gold bird is better as far as a vehicle for you to transfer with.
yeah. Well,
So
the
it's a
whale
lot
gets an upgrade,
closer
too.
than we think. I will put 11 above 8, but like I said, it's close. It's not like day and night like you guys. Think
8
that makes
is
a
really good,
difference.
but
It's-
5 is better than 8 in my eyes, so
so 5
not
comes
close.
in
man, I
number
really
2.
do
To
like
me.
5. 5 is
Yeah,
good.
we put
5 is amazing. But 11 is better.
I'll agree with it. Just be it just slightly. They're all so close, really. They are between 11, 8, and 5. It's really fucking close. Those are just the cream of the crop up there.
True.
And you have to be really, really nitpicky between each game and try and knock the other one down just to like prove by why yours is a little bit better. They're almost 10 out of 10 games, all three of those. 10 out of 10 games. Without a doubt.
Yeah.
It's just you have to be nitpicky when it comes to ranking these because something has to go above something. So
Well, that's
you have
the flaw
11,
with
8,
tiers
and 5 for
in
me,
first
and then
place.
the rest of
Lists.
the rankings below that.
Yeah, I spoiled this already anyway.
So,
Those tier ranking things on Twitter.
well,
It was so
how
long
do you
ago.
not do that? Yeah, how do you not?
It's
rank
fun.
That? Come on, yeah. I ranked the most unnecessary of things.
I ranked NFL teams.
Yes, you did. All right, so yeah, that is a review. Go fucking buy it.
Yeah,
Without
buy
a
Dragon
doubt.
Quest 11 either for $30 on PS4 or
Don't
wait
buy that
until
collector's edition because it is hell of expensive now, and it wasn't worth it when it came out initially.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
it didn't even come with like the Play Arts figure of the Luminary or anything.
Yeah,
what
it
the
was a,
shit?
like,
Did you guys see the
rip-off
Switch though
$200
for
thing.
this upcoming release?
The one in Japan? Yes.
Oh, it's so nice.
It looks fantastic.
Yeah.
But we're not gonna get it.
Like what
It's a
the
Switch design with Dragon Quest theme. So it's like blue and it's got swords on it.
oh nice and
It's awesome.
it got the symbol and everything.
Yep.
Oh man,
Luminary symbol.
that's
Yeah.
pretty fucking sweet.
Yep. It's $300 though that I don't have, so
Well, I mean that's standard Switch price.
not anymore.
What they
It's
drop?
the upgraded Switch.
Oh.
It's the Switch
It's-
Lite.
Yeah,
so.
that's what it's coming out with.
Is the Switch Lite actually happening?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought that was a fucking joke.
Oh.
Like, what
It's
the
not.
fuck? Why would they do that? Do they not realize that, like, that cuts away half of their games?
It's a
And on top
3DS
of that,
now.
yeah, and on top of that, fucking with Joy-Con drifting, you know, the thing that they're having a lawsuit for now.
Yeah.
If that's one fucking unit, if your thing gets Joy-Con drifting on your fucking console, then you have to replace the whole fucking console.
Yep.
They did, well,
Well,
these
one reason
people are the same ones that created the 2DS, so come on.
one of the reasons is that the security they have on there has been breached, so people can homebrew it and stuff. And they don't want that, obviously.
Well, that was going to happen anyway. They can't
It
stop
was.
that from happening.
It was, but they can't fix the older model, so it's too late.
Well, the new
It's a
model,
hardware
the
problem.
new model is fucking worse.
It
If
is
it's-
worse.
I can't understand. Like, why would they make it smaller and then like take away half of their games?
I don't know.
That just doesn't make any sense to
It
me.
doesn't. It's Nintendo, though.
It's like, yeah, you know how you have to play with one Joy-Con in order to play Mario Party. Well, yeah, you can't play Mario Party on this one. Okay. Yeah,
Well,
that
it
makes
doesn't affect
that
me.
makes so much fucking sense, Nintendo.
Yeah,
Well,
we'll
at
tag
least
you
they're
in
having the
this.
fortitude to go along with keeping it being a portable thing, because I seem to be the only one that leans on the side of, hey, let me actually play it in docked mode. But that's just me.
Nah.
I thought the whole upgraded
Nah.
Switch thing was that they were gonna upgrade the dock so that they could like do like
Well,
more graphically demanding games.
There's also
and
another
shit.
Switch version coming out too.
Yeah, they're gonna.
But they
do it.
haven't
Oh my
really-
god!
They haven't really said much about that one.
You know what, Nintendo? Suck my dick. Like fucking.
Why everybody? All three of the big companies do this. So
It's true.
Not nearly to the level of Nintendo. Like they literally know that their $70 controllers are having issues, and they're
Yeah.
doing nothing about it. And then they're gonna make an entire
Sony
fucking
sold a
console.
$60 controller after they tried to rip off the company that created DualShock.
Sony also is now selling all of their controllers for $46.
Yeah.
Which is like
After
almost
an
half
8-year
the
cycle.
almost
Yes.
half the price of a fucking Joy-Con set. Or you know what? I bought a fucking Pro
Now-
controller for the Switch. You know how much it was?
60.
70.
No, it was
80?
$80. $80 for a fucking controller, and it has the possibility of Joy-Con drifting. The guy who sold it to me was like, "Hey, you know, you might want to keep the receipt and everything because if like this gets Joy-Con drifting, you're gonna want to replace it." And I was like, this $80 fucking controller gets Joy-Con drifting? Like it's a
$60
fucking
controller.
problem that they know about, and they're selling it for $80. $80. That's a third of the fucking console.
And it
like
was
what
80,
the
it
fuck?
would be $80 with inflation for a PS3 controller without DualShock with shit battery life.
You
Same
can't even
thing.
talk about inflation. No, that's fucking stupid. No,
Why?
it's
'Cause
fucking.
it's the same price.
No, it's not. $60 is not the same as fucking
2005?
$80.
It's adjusted for inflation. That's why it's
13
80.
years later, it's about the same price now.
But you can still buy like fucking Xbox controllers and PlayStation controllers for like half of it.
Now,
Like,
after time goes by,
Not the
same
Xbox
thing's gonna
One
happen.
Pro.
You know how long the
It's like
PlayStation
120.
4 has been out? Like fucking like 5 years.
Yeah,
all
and
right,
they're
and they're
finally
selling
selling
and they're
them
selling
down
their
for
controllers for like they have this whole year for like $46. Fucking
Yes.
Nintendo is coming out with fucking controllers, and they're like, you know what? This thing can be
For a year and
defective
a
within
half
a
old
month,
console.
and we're
Yeah.
gonna sell it to you for $80. And then
is
they
doing
have
the
the
same thing.
audacity to make an entire fucking console where you can't even remove the Joy-Cons to replace them if they fuck up. You're gonna have to replace the entire fucking console. And that's why they're doing it. They're making it so that if it fucks up, you have to spend another $300 on a fucking other console. It's
Sounds
horseshit.
Sounds like the 360.
Yep.
It's absolute garbage, and it's totally
Yeah.
a
All companies
360.
do it.
That's why I didn't buy a 360.
At least the fucking old Switch has the fucking ability to remove Joy-Cons.
Yeah. That's true.
I think all three
I can't believe
companies are
there's like a
guilty of this.
lawsuit about it now because Nintendo has absolutely refused to do anything
yeah,
about it.
there should be. That warrants one, I think.
That's ridiculous. And the fact that they like made their Pro controllers have that problem.
Yeah.
I can vaguely understand the Joy-Cons because they're tiny little pieces of shit. But like the fucking Pro controller, the thing that they're trying to sell pro gamers on to
Yeah.
buy a fucking actual controller for this fucking joke system, it's just sad.
I don't use them.
And the fact that fucking Joy-Cons are fucking $80 to buy too
I never use them.
for a
It's
set
connected.
of two of them.
They're always plugged in.
I know they can be a controller by themselves, but they're awful. It fucking feels like shit holding
I-
these things
I
like
couldn't-
sideways.
I
I
wouldn't.
couldn't play Mario Kart 8.
Mario
with an
Party
FU.
is the only one
Yeah,
that's
horrible.
vaguely acceptable, and it's because like you don't have to really do anything with it other than like press a button and then shake it upwards every now and then.
For the Wii.
For the fucking
For the Joy-Cons?
Mario Party on the Joy-Cons, yeah. You play with one Joy-Con.
I'm so sick of motion controls anyway. I really don't care.
Dude, the motion controls are literally the worst part of Breath of the Wild. Anyone can fight me on that. I hate the weapons. I really don't like the way they have that set up, but the motion controls are the absolute worst. So bad.
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
the fucking aiming with the bow, dude, it becomes such a fucking tedious chore when you're fucking like trying to aim at something, you know, with the stick, and then you move your fucking controller a little bit, and then it's
man.
what? Overcorrection because motion controls on aiming with the bow. Which is fucking horse shit, and then you have like a third of the fucking
Link's archery range all over again.
Yeah, and you have to fucking aim, and you have to fucking use the motion controls on like a bunch of the fucking little temple things.
Yeah, those are bad.
And a lot of those are fucking horse shit. You gotta like weave your fucking controller around to like move the ball through the maze.
Oh, I hate those ones.
I fucking cheated that one so hard, and I was so happy for it. I was like, yes. Fuck you, Nintendo. This is how you really do it. I fucking like dropped the ball, right? Got it on, rolled it onto the like fucking side of the cage thing.
Yeah.
Quickly turned it the other way, caught it in where I was supposed to get it, then fucking like rolled it to where it needed to be. And I was like,
Nice.
yeah, fuck you. I subverted like 15 minutes of trying this shit.
That's funny. Yeah, I agree with you for the most part, though.
God.
Man, how do we get on that tangent?
I don't know.
Oh no!
But there
but
you
the
go.
inflation
There's
from
mini review of
$60
Breath of the Wild right
to
there. It's okay.
2005 to 78, 69, and 2019.
See, I was right. They adjusted it for inflation.
It's fucking horrible.
Adjusted.
Injustice.
They didn't do that. Adjust.
All right.
They
well,
unjustly adjusted.
we have the main series done.
That's fair too. Unjust.
Aside from 10, but you know that ain't gonna happen. So
Well,
kinda-
unless they
I would-
remake it.
Yeah, I would like that. I would like them to put it on Switch over here. They have it on Switch and PS4 over in Japan, but
Yep.
not over here. Like, I don't think it would be that much trouble to hire some company to fucking do like subtitles
Translations, yeah.
or something.
maybe this will be a good push if there's enough people now getting into Dragon Quest.
Smash
Well,
Bros.
Maybe
I mean,
it will
I'm
be
sure
enough
it just
for the
means that
cost
there's
of the
gonna be
servers.
Smash Bros.
more mainline Dragon Quest games coming here,
You
but
can thank Smash Bros. Look
Yeah.
at Fire Emblem.
it did happen to Fire Emblem. They revived that series as soon as they kept putting fucking Fire Emblem characters in there.
Yep.
It was
Yeah, wasn't
dead
it
for a
on, like,
while.
GameCube, like
No, it
On
came
the
out
GameCube
because
era.
of Smash Bros. There was enough interest to bring it over here, localize it.
right, yeah, during the GameCube. era,
During
right?
GameCube, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Fire Emblem Awakening, I think, is the one that I played. That one's fucking great.
For
It's a good
DS.
game.
That's
Yeah.
a remake of the first one. Oh, Awakening. Oh,
It's
what
the
am I
one with
thinking of?
Lucina and Crom and Robin.
Yeah, the 3DS one.
Yeah.
That one's amazing.
Yeah, that one's a really good game. And that game really really makes me want to play the one on Switch.
Is it similar?
Yeah, I think that it has similar mechanics.
It's a good game.
Although I don't necessarily like the way that they went with the art style.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
It looks weird. I don't necessarily like the actual models of the characters just standing there on the field.
It looks
I
like
like-
their mobile game.
I like the sprites
Me
doing
too.
that. It looks much better than
Yeah.
like you can have that when they're like doing the little battle scene,
Yeah, that's fine.
but you don't need that when you're in the fucking little map.
No. I don't know what they're trying to do.
So, main series is done.
Looks awkward.
Craig, you were contemplating whether or not you wanted to do all the side games still. How do you feel about that?
Well, we need to do Rocket Slime
Definitely.
and
that is next.
Builders 2 at the
Yeah,
very
we're-
least, and
we're-
I'd like to do the Heroes games. I can
guess we'll see
contemplate
when
the
we-
fucking Monsters series later.
When we get
Well,
to
I got one right here.
Yeah,
the
you
first
do.
one.
it. Oh, yeah.
I'm ready to go.
I have the 3DS versions with English patches on it, so I'm going full-fledged remake
Pirated
on
it.
that.
How could you?
Whatever, man.
I
It's
don't
not
care.
coming
The
here to
3DS
States.
I
have
don't care.
fucking
fine.
what's it called? Region locks.
Yeah.
It does.
Well,
Fuck.
You
dumb.
I can
can get it
handle that for you,
unlocked.
buddy.
Yeah. Hopefully nobody's listening that would actually
You know what,
care.
Nintendo?
Well, no, I was like, there was like
bring them
some
over here and I'll buy them.
there's some sweet
Yeah,
looking
exactly.
Robot Wars games that I was thinking about
Yeah.
getting, but they're only in Japan. And I
Yeah, of
was like,
course they are.
yeah, you know, all these fucking sweet ass games are only in Japan.
Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles almost didn't come over because of that.
Good job, Operation Rainfall.
Yeah, they got all 3 of those games.
Why isn't there just like a company that's like starts doing subtitles and everything for all these games, just porting
That
them
would be
over?
very profitable, I think.
Yeah.
Well, they need permission from the people who own the IPs in the first place to be able to go ahead and do that. So that's a lot of negotiation and talks, and then cuts of
Well, it can't
how
be.
much money is going to.
I don't know. I don't think it should be that much of a pain in the ass. I mean, they're trying to sell. Like on Amazon, I'm seeing these games go for like fucking $70 each
Yeah.
for a fucking DS game. There's like a Yakuza game that only came out in Japan that I really fucking want to play, and it's one where they're all like samurai in like the like Edo period or whatever, and I was like, what? That looks fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And I love those Yakuza games. For like, I have an obsession now, and I need it. And I can't I can't just sit here and look at that game that I'm never gonna have. And it's like $60.
Well, I'll hook you up.
And PS4s aren't region locked, and I think that one does have subtitles. So I've been like staring at it. I've been like,
Yeah, good.
Do it if you can.
So definitely.
and I
we'll
guess
do-
Cam's giving me a $50 gift card for my birthday. So you know what? Maybe I'm buying a Japanese fucking copy of that one Yakuza game because I need it for my collection.
That
and
Dragon
I need
Quest.
Sega to fucking bring over fucking